SANCTUM Mystery.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host, waiting to
Here we
act as
are
your
once
guide
more in Dr.
through the
Watson's
creaking
firelit
door.
study. The wind is howling
Especially
outside, but
prepared
inside the heavy
traveler.
red curtains have been drawn across the windows. And the
First,
only
we'll
sound
take a
we can hear
little
is the
jaunt
cheerful
with
crackling of the
jeopardy
logs in the
along the
fireplace.
path of
Good evening,
peril,
Dr. Watson.
Good evening,
where we'll
Mr. Bell.
You don't know how
bow
lucky you are that you don't have to go out on a night like this.
Yes,
Horror
it's one of the
highway.
advantages of having
And
retired.
thence by a
active
terror
medical
turnpike
practice.
straight into
You know the old
road
adage,
to ruin.
man works from sun to sun, but
I
woman's
don't
work's
think
never
I
done.
like your itinerary, Mr. Holt.
Face liable
If you
as far
don't
as
mind,
doctors are
I'd much
concerned.
rather take a shortcut
You never
to
know
the
when
highway
Mr.
of
Smith
happiness
is
via
going
the
to acquire a
kitchen.
black
And
eye
pray
or
tell us by
Mrs.
what
McTavish
signpost shall we
may decide to
recognize
present
your
an addition to
blithesome
the clan.
highway of happiness?
Never a dull moment, eh, Dr. Watson?
Oh, dear me, no.
You'll just
It's
know
one thing
you're
I've
headed
never
for pleasure
complained
when
of.
you take your first
It wasn't
taste
the
of
patient
swell
who
Lipton
disturbed
tea.
what little routine I had.
Oh, what
was
a
Sherlock
world of
Holmes.
contentment there is in
I remember
every
one
cup.
bitter
What
February
flavor, what
evening.
wide
The second
awake
winter
flavor.
after my marriage.
No wonder the tea
I just
experts
settled
say there's
down
only
to
one
my
word to
after-dinner
describe
pipe when the
Lipton's, and
doorbell
that's
rang.
brisk.
It was a
No
note from
wonder
Holmes.
more folks
It
enjoy
said,
Lipton
come
than
at once
any
if
other
convenient,
brand of tea
if
in the
inconvenient,
world.
come all
It's because
same.
Lipton
And you went,
tea
of course.
never
Now,
tastes
Mr. Bell,
dull,
he was
flat,
all about that in
cheerless.
good time,
It's
but
always lively
haven't you
and
something
cheery.
to tell our listeners?
Yes, Dr.
Lipton is
Watson,
the
I
world's
have.
favorite tea,
Men,
and it will be your
attractive,
favorite, too, once
well-groomed
you
hair does a
taste
great
that
deal to
brisk
give a man
Lipton
self-assurance,
flavor.
to say nothing
so
of
be sure
helping
you
his
try
appearance.
Lipton tea.
And I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing more about this modern trend in hair grooming, which has become such a nationwide favorite among America's most successful men. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic.
Listen
This
now to
highly
the strange
specialized hair
tale of
tonic
a boy
contains
and
a
his
combination
twin
of hair
sisters
grooming ingredients
and
which
their
has
dog,
never been duplicated
and
in
the
any
records of
other hair
Hurricane
tonic.
Cole.
Yes,
It's
that's exactly
called
why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look.
Original
And
radio
keeps it
play
in place
written
longer.
especially for inner sanctum
Keeps every
by
hair in
Emil
perfect
Tuttle.
order from morning till night.
Here is Mason
Yet
Adams.
Kreml never
Jerry
gives hair
Watson
that
to tell you
greasy,
the story
patent leather
himself.
look. Kreml keeps hair looking mighty handsome with a rich,
I had a
healthy-looking
strange, uneasy
luster.
feeling all
Yet it
evening
always
after
feels
Linda
and
left
looks
to
clean
drive
on
to
your hair and
Hurricane
scalp.
Cove.
No other hair tonic keeps
Somehow
hair
I
more
had a
handsomely
presentiment of
groomed,
danger.
yet it never looks greasy.
Linda and
So
I
men,
were twins.
for better
and
groomed
always
hair,
in some
change to
uncanny
Kreml.
way,
K-R-E-M-L.
each of us had been able to sense when
Kreml
the other
hair
was in
tonic.
trouble.
Now, Dr. Watson,
Tonight,
when you received the
feeling was
mysterious
very
message
strong.
from Sherlock Holmes, you at
What
once went round to Baker
sense,
Street, I
too, he
suppose.
was only
Yes,
a mongrel
curiosity
pup
has
in
always
his
been my
smart.
Achilles heel.
I shouldn't have let
Well, when
Linda
I
go alone,
arrived
but
at
she'd
Baker Street,
insisted.
I found Holmes huddled
He
in
was
his
a feature writer
armchair,
for the
his knees
Manhattan
drawn up,
magazine, and
his
she'd
pipe
run
in his
across
mouth.
the trail of a
He was
story
sunk into
about an
a
old
profound
family
reverie.
of wreckers who lived
And
down by
I'd
the
been in
shore
the
near
room several
Hurricane
moments
Cove.
before he became
The
aware
tale went that this
my
family had made a living in the old
Oh,
days
so there you
by
are,
placing
Watson, there you
false
are.
signals on the shore
Understood.
in order
Here
to
for
lure
7
ships
minutes,
onto the rocks
matter of fact.
and then loot
Unimportant,
them.
completely
It
unimportant
was
and
this story that
uninteresting.
she'd gone to investigate.
Watson, have you ever speculated on the importance of
Unwilling
the knowledge
to go
of
to bed
dogs
with
in
that
detective
uneasy
work?
feeling lying heavy upon me,
Naturally.
I dozed in the
Bloodhound,
chair by the
sleuth
fire
hound.
with
No,
a
I'm not
wine
interested
in
in
my
that phase of
ears.
the subject. It's too obvious. There is another
It
side,
must
far
have been
more
a
subtle.
dream.
Well, there
I
is,
saw
but I'm
Linda's
just
white
wondering.
You
face
recollect
floating
in
in
the
a
case
sort
you
of
so
haze.
sensationally wrote up as
And
the
then I saw the
adventure
fear
of
in
the
her
Copper
eyes as she
Beaches?
called to
Yes,
me.
but the case was sensational. In that instance, it wasn't the dog. It was the fact that the master of the house was willing to pay a sizable sum.
Don't prattle, Watson, don't
Came awake
prattle.
suddenly with a cold sweat on my face.
I was about to point a moral.
Butch was on his
In the
haunches
case
by
of the
the
Copper
fireplace,
Beaches,
nose in the air,
I
and
was able,
howling
by
as if for
noting the
dead.
actions of a rather
I thought
vicious
myself
child,
trembling.
to draw some
Linda
startling
in danger.
deductions as to the criminal instincts of its
somewhere out in
father,
that
who was
storm,
considered
Linda
a
was
thoroughly
calling to me for
respectable
help.
citizen.
She needed me terribly.
Of course, yes, I remember, but
Come on, Butch,
what's
we're
that
going
got to
after
do
him.
with...
My line of thought about dogs is analogous. Whoever saw a frisky dog in a gloomy family, or a sad dog in a happy one? Snarling people have snarling dogs. Dangerous
20
people
minutes I was
have
speeding through
dangerous
the storm
dogs.
out along
Surely,
Highway
Holmes,
9.
you didn't rout me
I
out
remember
on a
Linda
night like
telling me
this
just
to
what route
discuss
she
the
took.
temperaments of dogs.
Not in general, no. What interests me is why Professor Presbury's faithful wolfhound Roy endeavors to bite him.
You mean Professor Presbury, the famous camphor physiologist?
Quite. The dog, until recently a most devoted animal, has
The
attacked
mist
his
lay
master
heavy
twice.
on the old shore road, and
What
the
do you make
rain
of it?
drove against the windshield.
The dog is ill.
And the swirling
Possibly,
fog
but he
played
attacks no
strange
one
tricks
else.
with my eyes.
Nor does he molest
But I
his
knew I was
master
almost
save
an hour
on very
behind
special
Linda, and I had to
occasions.
make time.
Curious, Watson. Very curious.
Don't worry, Butch will catch up to
That
We'll
must be
find
Mr.
him.
Bennett, Professor Presbyter's assistant.
Only go
He is
fast.
before his time. His appointment was
Dogs can't
8:30.
keep 20 feet ahead. Hey!
Come in, come in. Good evening,
The Red
Mr. Bennett.
Lantern on the
Good
road.
evening. This is my friend and
It's a
colleague,
detour
Dr. Watson.
sign.
I couldn't consider
Bridge
undertaking a
ahead,
case or
washed
solving
out.
an enigma without his invaluable
Detour.
aid.
Oh, brother, pay no attention to
What do I do, Butch? How do I know what Linda
Delighted
did?
to meet you,
She's
sir.
gone straight ahead, or did
I hope
she
you'll
take
forgive
the
me arriving
detour?
so early,
I've
Mr.
got to
Holmes,
know.
but
I can't sit
Edith
here
is so
waiting.
worried about her father, and naturally
We'll take the
Quite so.
detour, Butch. And
Edith,
pray
my dear
it's the
Watson, is
right
Professor
choice.
Presbyterian's daughter, to whom Mr. Bennett is engaged to be married. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I have that honor.
Oh, congratulations, young man. Congratulations. Ideal state matrimony.
Watson, stop chattering.
Well, I was only going to say that I've only been married.
Now then,
Sure
Mr.
isn't
Bennett,
taking us
I believe you
anywhere,
gave me
Butch.
the salient points of the case
I
in your
don't think
letter,
Linda
but
came
I've
this
not
way.
had the opportunity to relate them to
Maybe
Dr.
she
Watson.
didn't see
So
the
if you will be
detour
good enough to go over the matter again,
Drove
Certainly,
into the
Mr.
washed-out
Holmes.
bridge.
The professor,
Maybe
as you
that's
may
what
know,
the
Dr.
danger was.
Watson, is a man of splendid reputation.
Yes,
No,
indeed
she
he is.
couldn't have
A
missed
trifle
that red
positive,
lantern,
I
even in the
might
fog.
say combative,
She must
but
have turned off.
there has
She
never
must
been a
have
breath of
come
scandal.
this way. Hey,
At least until a month ago.
Dear me, don't tell me that
there's
old
the cardboard
Presbyterian
stored in
started
the
to
ditch
sow
and
his wild
blocking the road
oats
at
at his age.
Linda's. Come on, let's get to it
Always
quick.
considered him the soul of respectability.
Gosh,
Well, you see,
coming down and
early last fall he became attached to the daughter
Never
of Professor
mind the
Moore.
lightning.
It was not the reason courting of an elderly man, but rather the passionate frenzy of youth.
in
Not in
short,
the
his
car, but
family considered the
I don't see her
infatuation
in the
rather
car.
excessive.
Exactly.
Oh, no, she's
And so
not
I
in
gathered that
here.
the young lady, although her father, Professor Morphy, favored the match.
Linda!
Yes. Presbury is fairly well to do, I
Linda!
understand.
Yes. About a month ago, Professor Presbury did something he's never done before.
Thunder and lightning.
He left home without telling anyone he was going.
Linda!
A fortnight later, he returned rather travel-worn.
Oh, where he been?
We're in the
Well, he
dark
refused
and
to
the
say.
fog.
By chance, however, I received a letter
What
from
is
a
it,
friend
Butch?
of mine
What
in
have you found over
Prague,
there?
saying he'd seen the professor at a
I'm
distance.
coming, Butch,
Now
I'm
comes the
coming.
remarkable part of the story.
Oh?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
Where,
From
Butch?
that time
Where,
on,
behind
a
the
curious
tree?
change
All right.
came over the professor.
Linda.
Those around him
Linda.
had the inexplicable feeling
not-
that he was under some influence that darkened his
Open your
better
eyes,
nature.
I think that he was hypnotized,
Don't be
possibly,
scared, Linda.
or
Everything's
mentally
all right.
unbalanced in
It's
some way.
No, on the contrary. His lectures were more brilliant than ever. His mind was singularly alert. But there was something new about him, something sinister.
Here, I'll
His
help
daughter
you.
tried again and again to penetrate the mask he had put on, but in vain.
I must have fainted.
He behaved to her almost as though she were a stranger.
You would.
In fact, all of his friends and co-workers noticed a rather singular change of personality.
And the incident of the
Come on
letters,
in,
Mr.
Butch.
Bennett. Don't forget that.
I was just coming to that. You see, Dr.
Gosh,
Watson,
you're soaked to
the
the
professor has
skin.
never had any secrets from me.
What happened here?
I handled every paper which came in to him and
There was a
opened
man.
all his
Yes,
letters.
yes, yes.
He was
of course,
hiding
of
up
course.
there behind a
Shortly
tree.
after his
The
return, all
headlights
this was
caught him when I got
changed.
stalled in the ditch.
Certain letters
How'd you
began
come
to
to land
arrive,
with it?
Well, there's a
marked
tree
with an X
lying
under the
across
stamp.
road. See, look
These
over
I was
there,
in
you
no
can just see
account
it
to
in the
touch.
headlights.
Oh, yeah.
What was the handwriting like?
Decidedly illiterate. The
Must have been
envelopes
struck
had
by the
the
lightning.
That's
EC
what I
mark.
thought at first.
East Central,
But when I got out to look at it, I
Not
saw that
exactly the portion of London one
wasn't
would
struck
expect
by
the
lightning.
professor to be in touch with.
Jerry, that
The
tree
letters
has
were
been
curious
deliberately
enough,
cut.
but not
No,
more
you-
curious
You
than the
know,
little
I
wooden
am.
box.
Wooden
It's been
box?
cut by a
Yes.
saw.
One of those quaint
The minute I
carved
looked
things
at
one
it, I
associates
realized
with
it wasn't
a
any
visit to
accident.
Germany.
Somebody meant
I
to
discovered
block
it one
this
morning
road.
in the drawer of Professor
Well, I
Presbury's
hurried
desk.
back into the car and I
He
tried
had
to
sent
turn
me into
around.
his
I
study
wanted
in
to go
search of a
back.
cannula.
You couldn't have turned around anyway. This road is too narrow.
I was too scared to realize that. I started backing up, and the rear wheels landed in the ditch. And it was just then that I saw the man. He was
I
coming
put it
out
on
from
my desk,
behind the
Bennett,
tree, and
front
he
of
was
the
all
inkwell.
hunched up, so
It's
I
not
couldn't
here,
see
Professor
his face.
Presbury. I'll try the
And
drawers.
when the
It's
headlights
usually
struck
in
him,
the
he
upper
jumped
right.
back and he disappeared. I was afraid to
No,
stay in
not
the car,
here.
so I jumped out and I started to run. Then I could hear him coming after me. And I must have tripped and my head struck
I say,
something.
Professor, what a curious
That's all I needed
box.
to found me.
I've never seen that in here before.
Are you sure it was a
What box?
man? You
This one with the
Yeah,
carving.
positive.
You must have got it on your trip to Germany.
Get it.
Trip to Germany. Who said I was
The
in Germany?
idea of
Professor
blocking the
Presbury,
road.
I feel mean to
Sniveling little cat.
What's the
You
matter
sensible
with it?
snooper.
I
What do you mean by poking
You
about
hear
among my
something?
things? Put that box down.
Look over there.
Put
Someone
that
went
box
into the
down, I
woods
say.
carrying something. I'm going after him.
Now get out.
Careful, Jerry.
Or I break every bone in your body.
Look, which has that man like a skeleton? Oh, he's kicked my
Hey, you don't get kicked my door. Come on back here, you.
Watch out,
Coming with
Professor.
you.
Sounds as if you were
it's
heading
no
for an
use.
apoplectic
He
fit.
ran
Do you
away
remember the
in
date of that
night.
outburst, Mr. Bennett?
Are you all
It
right,
was
Bush?
December the
Look,
2nd.
Jerry.
It was on that
Whoever
very
he was,
day
he's
that
dropped
Roy
when
the
he was
Wolfhound
carrying
made his
What
first
is it?
attack on the
Looks like a big
professor.
board of
Jack,
some
you
kind.
mean that
Here,
the
I'll
dog
turn the
actually
flash.
bit him?
Well, he certainly tried to.
But the sign
When was the next
has
attack?
lettering on it.
What's it say?
December the 11th and again on December the
What is it,
20th.
Yes.
It says...
After that, we had to
bridge
banish Roy to the
ahead,
stables.
Watch out.
Singular, most singular.
Detour.
But those
Yes.
dates were new to me.
This is
There
the
have been
detour
some
sign
even
from the
stranger
highway.
developments
Yeah.
since I wrote you, Mr. Holmes. Yes?
They only put it
What
up
I
there
speak
to
of
lure you on to
occurred
this
the night
back
before
road.
last. It was really a terrifying experience. Yes, go on. I live with Professor Presbury, as you know, Mr. Holmes. I had retired rather early and was correcting the papers of a lecture I was to deliver in the morning. At 11:30, all was quiet, and I blew out my lamp and went to sleep. A little after midnight, I was awakened by a curious shuffling and muttering in the corridor. It was followed by a series of dull knocks on what I took to be Edith's door.
What kind of a mess have we got
I heard
these
her open
poor
the door.
people into?
There was a gasp, and then she
Imagine
uttered a
finding
terrible
that
scream.
poor twin sister unconscious behind the screen. And it's a twitch to find her, too.
Edward!
I wonder what kind
It's
of
all
tree
right,
it
darling,
was.
I'm coming.
Oh, probably a dogwood tree.
Don't look so terrified.
As you can always
Edward.
tell a dogwood tree
Edward,
by
it was
its
horrible.
bark.
Like a nightmare.
What was? Oh, darling, don't
Poor
tremble
Linda and
so.
all that trouble
I'm
and
here now.
usual making
Tell me
puns.
what's
I
right.
can't help it, Mary. That's my
I thought I
nature.
heard
I
someone
ought to
knocking at
know
my
it's
door.
your nature
I heard
by
it,
now.
too.
I got
And I
up and
ought to
opened the
know,
door.
too, you can't change
And there it
people.
was, staring up at me.
Take those of us who like to start each day
What
off
do
with
you mean?
piping hot Lipton
Was it a
tea.
man?
I don't
But nothing
know.
in the world could change
I only know it
us.
was something
In
dark
fact,
and
breakfast just
crouching.
wouldn't be breakfast
It
without
screamed and
Lipton.
it hurried down the hall.
Lipton tea just
Not
seems
quite
to
in its
go
hands
with a
and knees,
bright bowl
with
of
its face
gay
sunk
yellow
between its
jumpers,
shoulders.
a sunny check gingham
You lock
tablecloth,
yourself in and I'll have a look.
Of course, the morning.
No, don't leave.
But, darling,
Part of
I...
the reason is Lipton's deep amber color and tempting aroma. But the big reason breakfast wouldn't be right without Lipton is Lipton's
just
grand, brisk flavor.
The
It's
ivy
so lively
outside the
and
window.
tingling with zip. Just a cup or
As
two
though
of Lipton
someone
and
were
your spirits
climbing up the
catch on and
wall.
your day's off to a bright
That's
start.
impossible.
Yes, breakfast
The window's
time
a
or
good 20
any
feet from
time
the
is
ground.
the right time
Nobody
to enjoy
would dare.
Lipton tea. So for
The
real
window's
tea-drinking pleasure, ask your grocer
And-
tomorrow for brisk Lipton tea.
Drawing itself up.
Here comes the head. Good heavens, what a horrible face. The eyes that
Oh,
live.
Edward! It's Father!
Well, let's get back to our story now and see what happens along that deadly detour. I have a hunch that Jerry and Linda are in for a lot of trouble.
What do you make of that? The professor
Trouble and
crawling about in
twins,
this
you know,
curious
never
fashion.
comes singly.
Lumbago, probably. I've known it to double a man
Oh,
up.
rubbish, Watson. Did you ever hear of a man with lumbago scaling
We
a
got
20-foot
back in
wall?
my car,
Now
wet
that you
and
mention it,
shivering.
no.
Linda,
Mr. Bennett,
working hard.
how did Professor Presbury
We
explain
tried to
his
figure
actions
out
the next
what to
morning?
do.
He seemed to have no
Don't you see,
recollection of
Jerry?
them. No
This is
recollection
the way
of them
those
at
old-time
all.
wreckers used to
When
work.
did you say this happened,
They'd
Miss
place
Bennett?
false
The
signals
night
on the
before
shore
last.
so that the ships would be lured onto the rocks.
That rather complicates matters.
You think that phony
And
detour
last
sign
night, did
back
anything
there-
further
It's
happen?
like a false signal to
The
a
only
scene.
unusual thing I
It
heard
lured
was
us onto
Roy,
this back road.
barking furiously a
When they
little
get
after
good and ready,
midnight.
they'll come for us.
Poor fellow, he's been
Maybe
chained
you're
down to the
right.
stable.
Well, Jerry, we can't just sit
I
here and
must
wait to be
confess, if
murdered.
anything else happened,
Went up there
neither
in the
Edith
hills
nor
of
I
the
would have
trees.
known it.
See those lights?
You see, we both had a
Looks
feeling
like a
of
big
impending
house.
danger
Maybe
and
they've got a
slept
friend.
with our
We
doors
could call
locked
the
and the
police.
shutters barricaded. Very sensible procedure.
And maybe...
I would
Maybe
suggest
what?
that you get Miss Presbury out of the house for a few days.
Nothing.
Send her away until we can clear
You
this
think maybe
matter
they're
up.
the ones
I've
who
already
lured us
persuaded
here.
her to pay a
Well,
visit
have
to
to
her
take
aunt in
the chance.
Cambridge. Splendid. Now, as to the dates of these seizures, you say the first was December the 2nd, the next December the 11th, and the third...
Here's a list of the dates. When I first observed abnormality in the professor's
Ground
behavior,
here
I
is so soft.
I felt it my duty to
Isn't
obtain
there a
all
path
possible
through
data
these
about the
woods?
case.
There is.
Excellent.
We could never find it
See.
now. Anyway,
Yes.
this is the quickest.
Yes, as I thought, the intervals are regular.
There are the lights of the
Putting
house.
two and
Up
two
ahead
together,
through the trees.
let us say that
Big
every 9
trees.
days the professor
So
takes some
old and
strong
bare.
drug,
They
which
look like
has a
evil
passing but
things.
highly poisonous effect.
Like they're
He
waiting to
learned to
twine
take
their
this
arms
drug while
around
in
us and
Prague,
crush us.
and is now
Dave, you'll
supplied by
work
an
yourself up
intermediary
for
who
that.
resides in the East Central District of
We'll
London.
be at the
Yeah,
house
just
in a
the
minute.
dog and the creeping
What?
man in the passage.
What is it?
Holmes,
The lights, they
things
went
too
out.
fantastic
The house,
to be
it's all
explained
dark.
by simple addiction to
Quiet,
drugs.
Rick,
Why did they
quiet.
put the lights out,
Not in the
Jerry?
least. But patience, Watson.
Maybe they went to
Patience.
sleep.
We've at least made a
What do we
beginning.
do?
Our next step
We'll
is
go
to
up
obtain
and
an interview
ring
with
the
the professor
bell.
himself.
That's what we're
What is the best time to catch him in, Mr. Bennett? When would he be free to see us?
About 11 in the morning, Mr. Holmes.
Jerry.
Good.
What?
You may expect us at that time tomorrow.
Yeah, someone's playing the piano in the dark.
Oh, it sounds uncanny.
Come on, I'm going to ring the bell.
Just a moment. We'll keep our appointment with the professor. But first, men,
Piano stopped.
remember,
Yeah.
if you want your hair to look healthy and handsome,
I
one of the first
think I hear
requisites is a
someone coming.
hygienic scalp.
Still no lights.
And when you buy a hair
Gives me
tonic,
the creeps.
be smart. Enjoy the extra advantages
Someone's
of a
opening the
highly
door.
specialized hair tonic like Kreml.
Evening.
Kreml contains a combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps
You're right,
unruly
so
hair
hard to
neatly in
work.
place longer with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy patent leather.
Yeah,
it never leaves hair
right.
feeling sticky or dirty. But men,
I'm Jerry
Kreml
Watson.
does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive your scalp feels, how it tingles.
Mr. Considine,
and if your hair is so dry it breaks off and falls,
the road down there.
Start using Kreml at once. Because Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling softer, more pliable.
I don't think so.
Makes it look as if it had some body to it.
Deliberately.
Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic.
I'm sure you must be mistaken.
Dr. Watson, what happened next in the strange case of Professor Presby?
Well, early the next morning found us near the town of Camford, approaching a large, rather gloomy house.
Jerry, did you
This
see
must be the house, Watson.
He's blind.
Notice the ivy vines reaching up to the bedroom windows.
Right in here, please.
Some of the leaves have been torn away. The vines look decidedly the worse for wear.
Surely no man could possibly climb up that way.
No normal man, Watson. No normal man.
In a moment.
But look, I fancy that is the professor peering at us from behind the curtains in that second window. Doesn't seem to be too well pleased at our presence.
Fierce-looking chap. Tremendously vigorous for his age. I say,
you live alone here, Mr.
Ought what?
Well, I mean, what excuse are you going to give for our call?
Assuming that Professor Presby's memory is a trifle defective during his bad spells, how is he to know that he didn't send for us himself?
Well, isn't that rather skating on thin ice?
Possibly, my dear Watson, possibly.
DETOUR sign out on the main road.
I must say, I don't relish this interview at all.
Almost incredible.
Someone's coming. It's Presby himself.
Here's Matt.
For heaven's sake, Watson, pull yourself together. You look as though you've been caught stealing sheep.
Matt, this is
Good morning.
Watson and
Professor Presby, I believe? Yes. I'm Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, the
They've
detective.
been caught in the storm.
Oh, yes, I believe I've heard of you.
I think there's some dry clothing.
Won't you
in the
come in?
west room.
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
This way, please. Are you in there, Greg?
Come this way, John.
What have you done with those
To my study.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Vincent,
What a
I'm
charming
afraid
room.
I have to ask a favor of you.
Delightful, eh, Holmes?
Please
Pray
overlook
sit down,
anything
gentlemen.
Vincent may say. He's,
Now, what can I do for
shall
you?
I say?
Why, that was the question I was about to put to you.
Oh,
To me, sir? Yes.
Well,
Apropos of the communication
to your
sent
friends,
me.
Greg.
A letter?
Go upstairs.
I sent you a letter.
Go
No,
upstairs.
not exactly a letter.
Is that all you
Telegram.
have to say to your brother?
Have you got it with you?
What are you going to do?
No,
with
I
these
can't
people?
say I have.
No, I
What
dare
are you
say not.
planning for them?
Because I sent you no
Vincent.
telegram.
You can't shut me.
Impossible. Why, then someone's been playing a practical joke on us both.
That statement, Mr. Holmes, is highly questioned.
Don't stay. in
Really,
this
Professor
house
Presby, I can only apologize
Oh,
for
you'll
this
never live to
needless
see the
intrusion and hope that you will forgive.
But that is hardly enough, Mr. Holmes.
You know
What kind of fool do you take?
Yes, Mr.
Why?
No,
You know I didn't
keep away
say
from me.
You can't get out of this so easily.
I want you to
I
stay
assure
there.
you, you can't.
Put down that paperweight, Professor. Consider your position. You can't afford a scandal.
I regret
After all,
that it was necessary.
I'm rather
Mr.
well
Watson.
known. You cannot
Vincent
possibly
is
afford to treat me with such discourtesy.
Difficult at times.
Come on, Watson. The
Please
interview
pay
is
no
closed.
attention to what he
Good
said.
day, Professor.
I'm very sorry that you had to witness this painful scene.
What a narrow escape.
Matt,
The professor was certainly in a
Please
dangerous
carry
mood.
Mr. Vincent
Yes, our
upstairs
learned
and
friend's
lock him in
nerves
his
are
room.
somewhat out of order. Highly inflammable temper.
Maniacal, I should say. And yet his mind seemed perfectly clear.
Too clear. That was my miscalculation. His memory is quite reliable, unfortunately.
I hope you like these rooms.
Strange. Very strange.
I must say, Holmes, I'm a bit disappointed in you. All that trouble for nothing.
Not
They're
quite for
adjoining
nothing.
rooms.
We have seen the gentleman
As you
and
see.
have gained a personal contact.
And these
We
doors
have also
bolt on the
discovered the
inside.
address of the intermediary in London.
Advise you to
Well,
keep
how
them
in
locked
thunder-
The
all night.
professor wrote to him this morning. I deciphered the
Thank
name
you
from
for
the
these
blotting
dry
pad on the
clothes.
professor's desk.
I say.
The gentleman's
You're quite
name is
welcome, I
Dorek,
assure you.
and he lives in the
Now just
commercial
try to
road.
get a good night's sleep.
And now, Watson, I'm a busy
Everything
man.
will
We
be
will
all
drop
right
this
in
case
the
until
morning.
next Tuesday evening.
Tuesday? But why Tuesday?
On that date, if my calculations are correct,
Butch.
the professor should have another of his
And so
curious
am I.
spells.
What are we doing?
We must be on hand
First
to
thing to
notice
do is bolt the
developments
door.
and to prevent a catastrophe.
Lions. What is taking me, Jerry? The order is brought him knocked down. There's something I got to tell you.
What is it, kid?
The name of that family of old-time wreckers.
This isn't my idea of the way to spend a pleasant evening.
I mean,
look at those clouds cutting across the moon.
Yes.
And now they're working on
I
motors.
told you to bring your greatcoat.
Poor Vincent tried to warn
I suspected it might be a trifle drafty.
Drafty? My legs are quite numb from crouching behind this gooseberry bush.
Pitch black out there.
Why did you have to pick this particular night?
Yes, I did.
If the cycle of 9 days
standing under the tree with a rifle.
we shall have the professor at his worst tonight. Moreover, I ascertained that he received a packet from the man Dorak this morning. Yes, we shall see. We shall see.
Look. Can you hear me? There's a little light in the corner bedroom.
That must be the professor.
I'm in the room next
So
door
I
to
was
you.
right in my calculations.
Locked on the outside.
Things are beginning to happen.
Can you get me
I
out?
warned Bennett not to try to interfere with him, but to follow him at a safe distance.
Jerry, maybe there's a
Don't
chance.
think that he's as dangerous as that, do you?
I don't think so. I know it.
What?
Have you your revolver handy?
Well, yes, but you don't think I should be obliged to use it? Huh?
Control your nerves, Watson. I can hear your teeth chattering.
It's not nerves, it's a cold.
Keep him locked up all the
Professor's
time.
symptoms are particularly interesting. Apart from these fits, he has more energy and vitality than ever. And then his knuckles. Did you notice his knuckles?
No, I can't say that I did.
Thick and horny. Quite unusual for a man.
Don't let him fool
Very
you.
curious knuckles that can only be explained by the mode of progression observed in
Are we going to get out of here?
knuckles.
Matt's
But
watching
of course.
outside with a rifle.
And the dog. And the ivy. Why didn't I think of that before?
Holmes.
My brother is amusing
He's over the side door. There he is.
He always
standing
pays
in the
the piano
doorway,
when he has something on his
leaning
mind.
forward
Do you know any way for us
with
to
his
get out?
arms dangling.
No,
Of course.
there's only a slim chance.
Of course.
Now he's coming down the
Now listen to
drive.
me carefully.
Wait,
The only
he's not
chance
walking, he's crouching.
to get out the
Running
back
and
way.
stripping along on his hands
Has
and
to
feet.
pass the open
Holmes, it's
living room
uncanny.
door downstairs.
It's almost as if he were
Greg
possessed
is
by
in
some
there,
strange,
piano.
What do we do?
unnatural force.
So, you wait
Corner
here.
of the house.
I'll go
No,
downstairs.
Watson wouldn't follow him.
Here comes Bennett.
The door on me.
Mr. Holmes, have you seen him?
Yes, he went this way. Come along.
He's worse than usual tonight. I could hear him through my door, chattering and jabbering to himself.
There he is.
I will.
Crouching at the foot of the ivy.
Now
What'll
he's
happen if
climbing.
Greg hears him?
Greg will
Actually
probably
springing from
call
vine
Matt
to vine.
and lock him up.
Dressing down
What'll
Fleming.
become of us?
How horrible.
We'll worry about
He looks
that
like some
later.
huge bat glued against the side of the house.
He stopped playing.
It's uncanny.
Now he's swinging himself
Think
over to
he heard
that
Vincent
tree.
coming down?
He's coming down again. He's heading for the stables.
Come along. We mustn't lose sight of him. We can't let him get away from us.
Greg caught him.
The dog has
What do
caught
we
sight of
do?
him.
You
Come on,
tell me
we're
if you can
going
get him.
No, the professor's staying out of reach. Look at him crouched on the ground like that.
He's teasing the dog. He's throwing stones at it. Oh, this isn't human.
Quite, Watson, quite. Professor Presbury isn't human.
Great heavens, Holmes, what do you mean?
Look out! Roy's leash is broken. He's after the professor. He'll kill him.
Come on.
He's got him by the throat.
Drag them apart. Come on, drag them apart.
Down, I said. I've got him by the collar.
Watson, help me carry the professor into the house. His throat is badly mangled.
Great Scott. What is it?
Look,
That isn't Vincent.
Come in, Watson.
It's
Come
Greg.
in.
He's been stabbed.
I've been looking over the professor's laboratory while you were treating his injuries. How's he coming along?
As well as can be expected, he pulled through, I fancy. The wound was dangerously near the carotid artery. The hemorrhage was rather serious, but what's that you got in your hand?
The professor's little German box. Curious, isn't it?
Yes, but it's open. You've broken the lock. Really, Holmes, you think that you ought to go...
Probably not. But not being deterred by your scruples, I've gone ahead. The contents are quite enlightening, if your conscience will permit you to look.
Two files, one empty and one nearly full. And a letter with a cross under the stamp.
Yes, that's from our Mr. Dorek, the London intermediary. It contains another note that completely solves the mystery. Here it is. It's signed H. Lowenstein.
H. Lowenstein, but I say that's the Lowenstein.
Obviously, Watson, obviously.
I mean, it's Dr. Lowenstein, the famous Prague physician, who claims to have discovered a serum that will rejuvenate people.
where'd you get that right?
It's been tabooed, of course, by the medical profession, because he refuses to reveal its source.
And for a good reason. Here, read the letter.
What do you think?
So, look,
Well, aren't we all?
colleague,
Now, my good friends, if you'll
since
just
your
stay
visit,
there.
I have thought much
Any
of your
little prayer
case. I
will
beg you report fully
It
to
won't
me
do
on
you
the
any
results
good to
of
stand
my
in front of her.
treatment.
This
It's
rival is a
possible that the
30-30.
serum of anthropoid
If
would have
you're
been better.
ready.
Jerry, he's
I
mad.
have, as I have explained, used black-faced langur because a specimen was successful. The langur is, of course, a crawler and a climber, while anthropoid walks erect and is in every way nearer to man. But I say, Holmes, this is beastly. The langur is an ape.
Quite. It is found on the slopes of the Himalayas, and is the biggest and most human of the climbing monkeys.
Then that serum explains the professor's recent peculiarities. He used it in an attempt to regain his youth.
Yes, giving himself a dose at 9-day intervals, with the curious results we witnessed. It's dangerous to trick nature, Watson. When man tries to rise above it, he is liable to fall below it. Even the highest type of man may revert to the animal if he leaves the straight road of destiny.
What a curious story, Dr. Watson. But did Holmes manage to stop the treatment?
Indeed, he wrote to Dr. Lansdale and told him that he would be held criminally responsible
especially with a pretty girl like Linda.
Poisons. And that was the end of that.
Why do you suppose the dog noticed the change in his master before anyone else did?
It just goes to prove that there's a little bit of wolf
It was the monkey, not the professor, whom Roy attacked.
But do you know the difference between a wolf call and a wolf whistle, Mr.
Fantastic. I didn't know such things were possible, Dr. Watson.
When a fella gives a wolf whistle,
in detection and in medicine, things are apt to happen.
And when he gives a wolf
it is
call,
difficult
he's
for
just
the
plain
layman
starved.
to believe.
In which case,
between you and Mr. Holmes, you covered both fields. Yes, 221 Baker Street must have been an exciting place to reside when you both lived there.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as you remarked a few minutes ago. We never had a dull moment.
Flavor. It's so lively.
Dr. Watson will be back in just a moment
so
to tell you about
right
next
now
week's
to ask
story.
your grocer for Lipton
Here's
tea
some
tomorrow
sensational
morning.
information for our lady listeners.
Lipton
I'm sure we all know or
while
have
you
heard
find
how
Lipton tea
divinely
in more
beautiful
teacups than
Powers
any other
models
brand of tea in the world.
But did you know
For
these famous
Lipton
beauties
is
make up to
tea at its
$35,000
delicious
a year?
Which shows they have brains as well as beauty.
Get the tea with brisk
But seriously,
flavor.
Joe,
Get Lipton
what impresses
tea.
me most is that Powers models can afford to spend a fortune on their hair. Yet when they wash it, they rely on inexpensive Kreml shampoo.
Which proves how wonderful Kreml shampoo really is. Powers models were among the first to discover that no other shampoo leaves hair more shining bright with natural blossom.
But under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry the hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a drying detergent. Kreml shampoo is entirely different.
And you know, after Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant color. And Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which helps hair from becoming dry or brittle. It rinses out so easily, and positively never leaves any dull, soapy
by the
film.
way, this
So
month's
ladies,
SANCTUM
always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo.
By Richard
It leaves
Gray.
hair a vision of shining,
And next week,
sparkling
the makers
beauty,
of
and in
Lipton
no way
Tea
hurts
and
its
Lipton
texture.
Soup will bring you another in a SANCTUM
KREML,
story,
Kreml
directed
shampoo.
by Hyman Brown.
Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Murder in the
Well,
Night.
next week.
Correct.
Next
There'll be
week,
3 murders.
I think I'll tell you a
You know,
story
it's going to
about
take a lot of nerve to hear this
international
tale out,
intrigue
so I
in
don't
Paris.
suppose you'll
How,
be listening.
in a vile
That
Apache
is,
den,
unless you've
I
just
met a
got to
beautiful,
find out how a brass
glamorous
button
spy
in a dead
and
man's hand
almost,
traps the murderer. If
Almost
so,
what, Dr. Watson?
well, now,
tune in to
Mr.
Inner
Bell, you have
Sanctum
to
next
wait
week at
next
this
week
same
to
time.
find out. I
Until
call
then,
this story
good
The
night.
Adventure of the
Pleasant
Scarlet Worm.
dreams.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Creeping Man.
Friends, here's a good way
Nigel
to lead
Bruce
off
appeared
on
by
Sir
permission of
Quick
California
Grand
Pictures.
Tasting Chicken
Tom
and Lipton's
Conway through
Noodle
the courtesy of
Soup.
Eagle
The
Lion
first taste
Pictures.
of Lipton's Noodle Soup
The Sherlock
tastes
Holmes
like
series
the
is
own
produced by
country
Tom
kitchen.
McKnight
But
with original
you
music
get
composed and
grand
conducted
results
by
in a
Alex
stick, because
Steiner.
Lipton's Noodle
This
Soup
is
a
Joseph
real
Bell
old-fashioned
speaking for
noodle soup with
Kreml Hair
oodles of
Tonic
tender
and Kreml
noodles in
Shampoo.
savory golden
And
broth
inviting you
that's
to be with us
easy to
next
fix
week at
and
the same
costs
time
little.
when Dr. Watson
Ask
will tell us
for
about the
Lipton's when you
adventure
ask for
of the
noodle soup,
Scarlet
and you'll hear
Worm.
your folks ask for more. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
There are 80,000 patients in our Veterans Hospital.
This is CBS,
Your Red
the
Cross
Columbia
contribution
Broadcasting
helps
System.
place the volunteer efforts of the community at their service. This is just one part of the Red Cross story. Give generously to the Red Cross. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Rapp.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Ronald
Coleman
in tonight's presentation of
Yes.
Suspense.
There was a message in my office from a Dr. Gale. Asked me to come right over here.
Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a mind reader who discovers his nightclub act is not a fake. A vision of death. Our star, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Shouldn't I be?
Didn't expect you to be a woman. What can I do for you?
I want to retain you to talk to me.
To talk to you?
You'll be amply repaid for your time.
You don't have to bribe me. All you
Why
have
not
to do is tell
avoid
me what
that
I'm
battery
talking about.
distress, Oscar?
Your
Get an
experiences?
Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3
You
times a
see,
year
I'm a
in normal car
psychoanalyst,
use.
Mr. Ace. I'm planning a book dealing with criminal
Millions of cars
psychology.
and owners have
And I
proved for
intend to do
themselves,
something
Oscar.
different.
And the Autolite
And there I
Stay
need
Full
your
gives
help.
longer life, too.
I want the material
Fiberglass retaining
fresh
mats
and
protect every
unbiased,
positive plate to reduce shedding
from
and
the
flaking.
point of view
and
of
give
a
the
private
Autolite Stay
detective,
Full longer
of
life,
more
as
specifically,
proved by tests
an
conducted
Eddie
according to accepted life cycle
Feel very
standards.
important.
I get this
Is that a trick of a psychoanalyst?
From your nearest Autolite battery
That's
dealer.
the trick of a
To
woman.
quickly locate him, phone Western
What do you
Union
say,
by
Mr.
number and ask for
All
operator
you want me to do
25.
is to come here whenever I'm finished the case and tell you about it.
where you can get an Autolite Stay
The
Full,
strange
the
people
battery that
you
needs water only
what
3
they
times a
said,
year
how they
in normal
reacted.
car use.
And
What they were
remember,
after.
from bumper to tail
Guess
light,
you know what
you're
you're
always
after, Dr.
right
Gale.
with Autolite. And now, Autolite
When do we
presents
begin?
A Vision of
I'm
Death,
listening, Mr.
starring Mr. Ronald Coleman,
I'm listening.
hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Raft, and produced and directed by Jason James.
If I speak too rapidly for your stenographer, you'll tell me, won't you, Lieutenant? No offense, but he impresses me as someone who has to sit on the floor to put on his shoes. And stop me if I seem to wander away from the point, won't you? I mean to say, this is my first and, I hope, final appearance in a police precinct.
You're sure my
and I should hate to give a
typewriter
sloppy
was dirty,
performance.
I don't think the
We
typewriter
were
will bother
always
me.
known,
I'm
Aurora
not so
and
sure
I, for
about
the
the typist.
smoothness and
When you
gem-like
arrived, you said
precision
you
of our
didn't
act.
expect me to be a woman.
As far as this murder...
You were right.
Rap, I
I'm a
suppose it's called, is
psychoanalyst.
concerned, an acquaintance
Shall we
with our
begin,
act
Mr.
is
Reed?
the essential rabbit. Awfully good act.
I see what you
Smart,
mean.
informal,
Yeah.
occasionally humorous,
Well,
and
it
always
all started with a
mystifying.
killing that was no
Well,
business of mine.
The act always
The
began
murder
with
of
music,
Frederick Miller.
never with
You know,
the
the
cliché
corporation
fanfare
lawyer.
of trumpets or
His
roll
body
of
had been
drums.
found in his apartment.
I
3
would
bullets
saunter
in
out to the center of the
As
floor
I say,
and
no
say
business
something
of
like,
mine until I arrived at my
Good
office
evening.
over on 6th Avenue
You
the
are
morning
about to
after the
witness
killing.
an exhibition of
The
mental
man was waiting to see
telepathy.
me. He was
Ladies
very
and
small,
gentlemen,
very dark,
may I
very
introduce
smooth.
Aurora, my
Smiled
wife?
and showed me all his teeth.
Ah, they
He had
never
a lot
failed
of
to
them.
give her a hand.
I opened my door.
Oh, they applaud.
When he
Why, the
followed me
vision she presented as she came toward me.
Merci.
There has never been anyone
Sit
as
down.
lovely as Aurora. The most beautiful flesh in the
You're
profession.
French.
You are very observant, monsieur.
What can I do for you?
Now, Aurora,
My name, monsieur, is
would you
Fauré,
care to
Pierre
tell the
Fauré.
audience, or shall I?
I have selected you to perform for me a very important service. Oui, a service.
Such as?
Oui, now we come to it. Last night, monsieur, I
A gimmick is a
performed
trick,
a most
a device.
impulsive act.
For example,
I killed a
when the
man.
mind reader
I see.
threading his way through
You're a
the
big boy
audience
now.
says to the
Must
mind
learn to
reader
control
sitting
yourself.
blindfolded
You
on
are
the
right.
stage,
But,
a lady has
that
given me
is
a
how
small
I am.
object which I now hold in my
Dream
hand.
and I do
What
not
is it?
feel regret.
And the mind reader
I feel
sitting
only
blindfolded
pleasure
replies,
when I look into my
a silver
eyes
coin.
and see
The
him
answer
die.
has
A
not
king
come
and a
through
king.
mind reading.
That's better than a double
It has
feature.
come
I
through the
had
gimmick.
warned this
A
man,
cue
monsieur.
or signal
Twice I had warned him to
communicated
stay
through
away
the
from
very
studying my
question
wife.
itself.
He
But we
would
don't
not.
do that.
So
We do
I
not.
killed him. It is
You will
simple.
notice, ladies and
make it sound
gentlemen,
reasonable.
that I never speak to
Who is the lucky
Aurora
lover?
at all.
A pig named
Now, are you
Miller.
ready, Rory?
It is in all the
Ready, John?
papers. Oh,
Here
such
we
a
go, then.
farce. All for
You,
one
sir, you
pig
have something
named Miller.
good. Concentrate upon it like a
Frederick
good
Miller,
chap.
eh?
And the
you
gentleman
man.
holds
Sure.
a coin in his hand.
What are your
It's a
plans?
Mexican
That is why I have
peso
come to you,
bearing the
monsieur.
date
I am now on my way to the City
1892.
Hall of Justice.
Giving yourself up?
Oui, but it is not
Oh,
serious.
that's very
When I
clever of you,
explain to the
madam.
man in
I
charge
think
of the
he gets this
justice
one.
why I killed
The
this
lady
Miller,
holds in her
he will let
hand
me go.
Yes, yes, well, he's cute that way. Why did you come to see me?
For me, two things, monsieur. One, $500, and two,
this little
Yeah, a sucker once born remains a sucker till death.
key, eh?
The audience never
You will hold it
realized that
from
in
me
all
until
years
after
we
the man in
Although I
charge
was not
of the
speaking
justice
to Aurora
has heard my
directly,
case.
My chatter
When I
nevertheless was
return,
loaded with
you will give
signals
it to
and
me.
cues for her
Suppose
guidance.
you don't return.
By revealing the gimmick, we
How do I know?
concealed the gimmick, and that,
Because I am a
Lieutenant, is the
Frenchman.
neat plus ultra of gimmicks.
But I say, if by
Yes,
some
it was
silly
as crude
mistake
as that.
I am detained,
But it enabled
then
us
you
to
would
work
give it to my
50 weeks a
lawyer.
year here
But
and abroad
only
at
if
an
I am
average of
detained
over
by what you call a
1,000 a week.
conviction of guilt.
Of course, I
Why not
always
give it to the
gave
lawyer
some
now
credit for
yourself?
our success
He still
to
remains
our
to be
agent,
selected.
Harry
And I
Allen.
do not wish
Although
to surrender
Rory was
myself to
inclined
the
to give him
justice
no credit at all.
dispenser with the key on
Good
my
news,
belt.
Judd. I've managed to book the act into the
I see.
College Inn in Chicago with a 4-week
500.
guarantee. That's not bad, huh?
What do I do
Get
with it?
him. He managed
keep
to
it
book
this
the
year.
act. I
For
suppose they
your,
never heard of us
clever.
in Chicago. I suppose we weren't ever over there 6 weeks when we played the SUSPENSE in 1948.
Do you think it's easy to get a 4-week guarantee these days? Money is short, money is tight.
I have never yet heard you say money is long, money is loose. You have to sweat for your 10%, don't you? Yes, you do. And a
No
big
marks on
there
it
you
except
do.
a number.
Agents,
427.
they're all alike.
I had three doctors
There's
and
the
nuts.
milk of human
Anyway,
memory.
Hooray confessed
What
to the
were you
killing
when
of
I
Miller.
first saw you? Nothing, not this
The
much.
final edition
Playing
stole
10
out
a day
to
on the
the
campus
home.
in Monash,
The
Wisconsin.
wild
I paid
Irish
off in
criminal
bottle
lawyer
tops.
came
I
forward with
worked,
an
I
offer to
schemed,
send the
I
prisoner.
sweated.
Agents,
The
all
next
of
morning,
them.
Hogan came to my
All they
office.
know is how to live off a dead
I had a
whale.
hunch
Scum
you
of the
would.
earth.
I'm not going to take that from
And
you.
as
You hear me?
sure as I'm
Take it,
sitting here in
baby,
your
on
office,
with the
Mr. Ace,
10%.
I'm
You'll
certain
take
that
it,
the
you'll
FRA
chew it,
did
you'll
not
swallow
kill
it, you'll
Miller.
keep it down. How do you
Confessed.
like that?
I'm warning you, kid. Don't push me too far.
There you have it.
Children, children, now on your way,
Frenchman?
Harry, and don't let
A
me get
crime
you
of
down.
passion.
I think a
He gives
4-week
himself up.
guarantee is pretty
Oh,
good.
no, not forever.
Thanks, Judd.
Not after
If it wasn't
talking
for you,
to
I'd-
that.
And what's your
well,
best
go with it.
guess?
I'm going
Think,
for it.
man, think. Can't you see it?
Maybe I'm looking in the wrong direction.
And that, yeah. The Ray is covering up for someone he loved.
His wife?
Aha, that's the thought.
But aside from these
That's
altercations
precisely
between
the
Rory
thought.
and Harry, it was
That's
smooth
why the
sailing.
case attracted me.
We wore the
There's,
best, ate
no
the
money.
best, drank the best,
But it's
stayed at the
sentimental
finest
and
hotel.
violent.
And every Saturday night after the performance, Harry would bring us our
Could be.
salary.
But if he's covering up
Bring it
for
in
his
cash.
wife, how are you going to get him to
12,
sing?
15,
I
1500.
must.
I've the
I
old
can
performer's
get him to
distrust
recant
of checks. Been
a
given too
confession
many
from his
with a
wife.
high latex content.
I could get her an acquittal
Anyway,
with a twist of the
life
wrist.
couldn't have
Good
been more
heavens, man.
placid.
Look at the elements.
And then,
Sacrificing
one
husband,
evening,
outraged and
about
betrayed
5
wife.
weeks ago,
He
soon after
comes
we
forth
opened the
at the last
Grove
minute.
here in
Why, it's better
town,
than Mother
a
McCree.
frightening
And
thing
have the
occurred.
jury swimming in
We'd
their
just
own
begun
teeth.
the act,
I like
and
your
I was
script.
out in the audience.
How are you going to get it on the stage?
You will
Ah,
notice,
that's,
ladies and
that
gentlemen,
is the
that I
fact.
never speak to Aurora
There I need
at
your
all.
help.
Now, are you ready,
I
Rory?
know this much.
Ready, Judge?
Yesterday,
Here we go, then.
before
Now,
he gave himself
you,
up,
madam.
The
Hooray
lady
came to
holds
you.
in her hand
What did he
a
take?
compact.
Nothing.
He gave us
It's
something.
platinum.
Nothing.
Oh,
Bears her initials,
I don't think you're telling me
RC.
the gospel truth, Mr.
I'm not.
You, sir.
The
Very well.
gentleman is
I
holding
tried to
an
persuade
engagement
Foray to give you his permission to talk to me.
in
That's
it
better.
are 3
But in the
small
meantime, Mr.
diamonds.
Ray, in the meantime, you might try to sound out the wife.
Miss,
The
what
young
would you...
lady,
But sound her out.
You
young
hiring
lady
me?
is holding
Yes. Will you see what you can do?
I'm practically there now.
Rory! Maurice, music!
Yes?
Mrs. Hooray?
Rory
Go
up from
away.
the floor and
All
hurried
day you
to the
reporters
toilet.
I'm a detective.
Almost beside myself with anxiety.
What do you want?
I placed her on the couch.
Say what you
dampened
want
the
to
towel,
get
and
out.
Put it on her
Do as
forehead
I
and
say,
began
or I'll
to
take you
tape her wrist.
downtown.
You don't frighten me
Rory.
a bit.
Rory,
I'm
honey,
ready.
Rory.
Judd.
I see what you mean.
I'm here, Rory.
Okay.
Are you all right?
I'll level with you, Mrs. Foray.
I guess so. I
I'm
don't know
not
what
from the
happened.
police.
Well, you
I'm a
fainted
private
away.
detective.
Try to
I'm working for
remember
your
what
husband's
happened.
lawyer on the Miller killing. You knew
I
Miller.
felt funny.
Yes.
I don't remember.
Yes, I knew
Try,
him.
Rory, try.
What is there to work
Try
on?
to remember.
That
It's
rat
important.
Pierre killed him. I hope he dies in the chair for it.
Yes,
I
says you were
can.
seeing Miller. That might save him from
Why
the
is it
chair.
Let him prove that.
You
Just
don't
let him
know.
prove I ever saw Fred Miller
Rory,
outside of
you
his
don't
office on
know.
business.
Where
You
did you
were
see Miller
calling out
last?
the
None of your
answers
business.
before I even
Get
had
out.
a chance to give you the cue.
Keep this in mind, Mrs. Foray. Your husband confessed to the murder. Maybe he'll be able to give the jury the impression that he's covering up for someone else. Someone maybe like his ever-loving wife.
Do you believe in telepathy, Lieutenant?
Out.
Oh,
I don't mean the sort of thing Rory and I usually did. I mean real telepathy.
No.
I never did either until
now
that
get out of
night.
here. Until that rep here, I'll do my best to get a ringside seat for his execution.
I mean, after all, I knew he'd been using a gimmick. Suddenly it began to happen without the gimmick. Scared us to death. We didn't know what what we were getting into.
I went back to my office,
we went on with
opened my door,
and in my mind,
I saw him. A man
I
was
began
sitting
to
behind my
search about
desk.
for the
He got
answer.
to his feet. He didn't
I
introduce
found it,
himself.
of course.
But
You'll
I could
find
tell
the
by
gimmick
bulge
in
his
almost
right pocket that
everything.
he had a very
If you
good
look hard
reference.
enough. I've got it, Rory.
You are Mr.
We worked
Ace.
together
What do
so
you
long
want?
that you
The
know
key,
what
Mr.
I'm about to
Ace.
say
What
before
key?
I say it.
Please,
From my
Mr.
inflection,
Ace,
my
do not
poses, even my
activities.
movements.
Give me the
You
key.
see?
I'm
Oh,
bigger
yeah,
than
that
you
has
are.
to be
But
it.
if you force me
This
to
is
use this
marvelous.
gun, I shall
When
be
Harry
lighter
gets back,
than you
I'll
are.
tell him about it.
The
And if
key,
I last till
please.
tomorrow, he can ask the management for more dough.
As soon as he gets
Word of
back.
a stubby
Next
little
Thursday.
revolver at my
Right.
head. I gave him the
How
key.
much more should we
He thanked
ask
me
for?
politely enough and left.
Tonight?
I counted 10.
What made you
Then
say
raced down the
tonight?
hall to the fire exit.
I don't
Slammed
know.
down the iron
Well,
stairs.
you were there when he told
and
me
picked
he'd
up
be in
behind him
Palm
as he was
Springs
leaving the
till
building.
Thursday. What made
He
you say
went straight to
tonight?
the Times Square station.
No, what
I went right
difference
behind
does it
him.
make?
He
Stop
went directly
picking
to
on
the
me,
locker.
so I made a mistake.
I
So
was
what?
right behind him. He
I
inserted a
don't see how
key
you
in the
can make
locker
such a
number
mistake,
427.
Oh, Judd, leave me
Threw the
alone.
latch, pulled the little door
I've been
open,
worried
and
like
then...
crazy about really being able to read your mind. I've been under a strain. So Harry's coming back Thursday and not tonight. All right, are you satisfied? He'll be here
It must have
Thursday,
been hours
not
later when I
tonight.
opened my eyes.
You
I was
just
still in the
don't miss
station.
it. This
Near
dressing room,
me,
me.
around
What
me,
is
maybe
it?
a dozen
Telegram,
more.
sign here.
Cops
Sign
and
for it,
interns
will you,
milled
Rory?
around. But bending over me was Detective
There you are,
Lieutenant
kid.
Walsh.
Feeling better, Ace?
Judd,
Yeah,
I'm sorry I blew up in your face.
What happened?
Bomb exploded in the locker.
Anybody killed?
Yeah, the man who opened the booby trap. Blown to
He's
bits.
coming in
and
tonight.
3 bystanders. You were lucky.
Say that again.
All right, I will. You were lucky. And I mean lucky that you didn't open it yourself.
And he did, too, Lieutenant.
How could I open it?
Rory was
With
so
the
upset
little
by it, she
key
couldn't go on
you
at all.
showed Sally
Anyway.
Foray.
She had no explanation for how she knew
Where'd you get
none
that key?
whatsoever.
I don't know, Judd.
Pierre
I
Foray.
just don't know.
Oh.
My mind seems to
Pierre
go blank. I
Foray,
seem to
huh?
hear a voice
That's the name.
whisper
He
in
came to
my
my
ear.
office. Gave it me
Harry
to hold.
Arnold will
You
be
can ask
with
him.
you tonight.
Well.
That's all.
Suppose you ask
When we got
him,
back
eh?
to our suite at the hotel,
better get
Harry
yourself
was
a good
there, waiting for us.
spiritualist.
Well, what happened?
Pierre Foray hanged
Well, what
himself
happened?
in
You
his
both look like
cell
ghosts.
2 hours
Harry,
ago.
I'll tell you some other time. Leave us alone, will you? All right, I'm going. I just came to wish you a happy birthday. To give you this. Thirsty? Thanks, Harry. Thanks. What is it? What don't you?
It's a bathrobe. A red silk bathrobe. With your initials.
That's right, it's the red. How does she know? How do you know?
Get out of here!
Walsh took me down to police headquarters. He talked to me for 2 hours. He didn't learn a thing, but I did.
I won't be talking to her.
Pierre was visiting Selvine Hogan and Mrs. Foray just before he strung himself up.
Get out!
It was Hogan who found his body when he went back to talk to him again.
Against me too?
I asked Walsh what he knew about Hogan.
I'm
He
going,
didn't know
but from
much.
here on in, it's strictly business between us.
I
I'll
left
wash my
police
hands.
headquarters and went around the corner to Jenny, the bail bond. Jenny had been around New York longer than the city charter and runs the biggest bail bond mill in town. I asked her what she knew about Timothy Hogan.
His word,
She
Lieutenant.
didn't know much offhand,
That
but
time
promised
on,
me
he
a
kept
rundown by
himself to
morning.
himself.
I said I'd call her
Prepared
and
to
left
let
it
you
at
go
that.
that much as I like,
Outside,
Harry.
the rain was just beginning to
The
wash
other
the
night I was
town.
awakened
A
by
hack
Rory.
pulled up. I
Moaning
opened the
in her
door,
sleep.
bent to get in when... But as the gun came down across my skull,
Rory.
and that was that.
Rory, wake up.
It was the
You're
cold
having a
water that
bad
brought me
dream,
out of it.
Rory.
I opened my eyes. The ceiling and the chandelier spun around. I closed them again.
Judd.
Leo, douse him again.
It's all right. I'm here. I'm here.
Ace, you hear me?
What, Rory?
Get up!
The voice.
The man said get up, and the man meant it. The man was big. Big enough to lift me to my feet with one hand.
Oh, Judd.
I tried to open my eyes. There were battleships tied to the lashes, but I made it. 2 other mugs flanked me, with Mike in front of me. The rug was wet with blood and water. The water and the rug were theirs. The blood was mine. Somebody must have taken a bad working over. I began to figure it must have been me, but I couldn't remember. In fact, I didn't even know who Ace was when Mike talked to me. You hear me, Ace? Give me a big water. Yo, give him a drink.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ronald Coleman in A Vision of Death. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Oh, you're making a lot of trouble for us, Ace. It ain't necessary. Now look what you look like. Busted nose, busted lips, busted eyes. You think we like to do things like this? And just look at me old lady's rug.
Shoot, Oscar Otto.
I got it.
Don't let it break you up. Just look at
Got an
yourself.
Autolite
And
stay
for
full
what?
battery, and now you have a
Tell me.
power-packed Paragon
For what?
that gives
Because
quick,
you get
dependable
stubborn.
starts and needs water only 3 times a
You
year
must
in
be
normal car
impatient.
use.
You
I'm not very bright.
Just what every driver should say when he needs a battery.
What am I stubborn about?
All we want to know is where is the envelope for a gauge?
Protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking.
Just a few more minutes, Ma.
Battery longer life.
I'll have it cleaned.
Conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
All right, Ace, I'm through talking nice. Where's the envelope?
Right on the case. Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. To learn quickly where to get an Autolite Stay Full battery, just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer. The expert on all
And the last I remember, was the old hat spinning about the furniture. I know I smashed a chair when I went down, and that made me feel pretty good. I felt the water hitting my face again. I got my right eye unstuck. I was on my back in a field up in the Bronx. The rain washed over my bruised face, and that felt fine. But I couldn't stay to enjoy it. I remembered there was a phone call I had to make. By the time I let myself into my apartment over on 3rd Avenue, the sun was up. I looked into a mirror. I never saw the guy before in my life. But even if he was a stranger, I had to do something for him. I wrapped some ice in a towel, held it over my face, and then I picked up the phone.
Will you stop saying that?
Judd, hold me. I'm frightened. Harry's going to kill me.
You've had a bad dream, I tell you.
He hates me. He hates me. Oh, Judd, he's going to kill me.
Jenny's bail bond.
You sleep in that ratty office of yours, Jenny?
Well, there's citizens being arrested, day and night, Ace. Got that schmear on Hogan for you.
How does he shape?
I'm a rational
He's a
man,
mouthpiece
Lieutenant.
for the old Ringo mob.
I've always felt, for example, that when Hamlet says
Ringo got
there are
pushed over,
stranger
rest
things
his soul.
in heaven and earth than are
Hogan
dreamt of in
fronted
your
for the
philosophy,
policy boys in
Horatio,
Harlem.
Horatio ought to
I
reply
mean, he
to
broke
her to
away from the
Sweeney.
heist, guys.
I knew there was no such thing as mental telepathy.
Oh, it's very
I
highest
knew
type
it as well as I know I'm sitting here
Where does he
talking
hail
to you.
from?
Up here in my head, I knew it.
From,
And yet,
here it says,
the next afternoon,
say Hogan,
I found myself entering a
Washington
gun shop and
University,
purchasing a revolver and a
Answer
box of
28,
bullets.
X.
Determined that before
X.
Harry Arnold could so
What's
much
that
as
mean?
injure
X.
one
It says
hair
here,
of
sir.
Rory's head, I would
Say,
kill him.
Didn't finish at Washington.
I should have
No
gone
record,
directly
any
to the
school.
police
I
first.
see. All right, thanks,
Well,
Jenny.
using hindsight,
Anything else I can
Lieutenant,
do for
I
you?
had all that out
Yeah.
with Rory.
Please,
A nice
Judd, please,
fat bail
go to the
bond
police.
warm.
Tell them about
I
this.
may
Let
need
them
it.
handle it.
Tell them what? That by reading his mind, we've learned Harry intends to murder you?
They'll believe us. They've got to believe us.
You're reasoning like a child. They'll decide that it's either a publicity stunt or
Who
else
is
that we're
it?
both lunatics.
But if I tell them about the telegram and
Don't
the
let the face
birthday
frighten
present,
you, Mrs.
Rory,
Frey.
we have
I'm
no
just breaking
proof.
it in
we
for
have
Boris
to do
Karloff.
something.
What? Tell me what?
What happened to
know
you?
what he intends to
What
do.
happened to
I
me
know
shouldn't
he
happen to a
intends
private
kill you.
detective.
What can we do?
But it did.
Do you know
Sit
when
down.
he's going to do it or how
We're
he's
going to
going to
make
do
it
it?
a little talk.
Look, I'm in an awful hurry, Mr. Ace. I was just going out.
What did you and Hogan tell Pierre in his cell yesterday?
Judd, isn't there
Well, I didn't want to
anything we
go.
can do?
That lawyer Hogan, he insisted.
Nothing.
Well, I
wait.
guess I blew my top. I told Pierre I was going to tell the jury the truth. If Freddie Miller begged Pierre to give me a divorce, he wouldn't. Instead, he took money from Fred to keep his mouth shut and not make a scandal.
I
You
reacted
figure
to
that's
the
why
waiting as
Pierre
you might
strung himself
expect,
up.
Lieutenant.
So there was no chance for him.
That's the one thing I regret. He didn't go to the
Flared
chair.
up at everyone. Waiters,
Must have had quite a burn
chambermaids,
for this
elevator
guy
boys,
Miller.
the manager of the club.
When I love a man, I love it.
He finally
I love
said
him,
to
I-
me,
Don, what the devil's gotten into you? I'd really like to know.
none of your business.
Well, look, I'm only trying to be nice.
Oh, shut up
I
and leave
loved
me
him,
alone.
Eddie.
Sure, I'll let you alone.
It's going to be awful tough.
I'd let you alone right now if your
Freddie
contract
was-
didn't have another week to run.
Freddie,
But after that,
forced
I'll let
me
you
use
strictly
I
alone.
wind up with memories
You'll
in
never
four
work
walls.
this club again.
The kind of memories you can't forget.
Maniac.
Kind of cut your heart out every time you're free.
Come here.
What am I
I
going
began
to
to
do,
drink
Eddie?
quite heavily.
How
Quite
can I
noticeably.
forget it?
I was going crazy just from
Call
the
me,
waiting.
Eddie.
And then the waiting
Just
came
try
to an
calling
end.
me.
It was around 3 in the morning. I
All
was
right.
sitting up in bed, in the dark,
I'll
smoking,
try it.
when Rory opened her eyes and said,
I'll try.
Judd. The voice. He's going to kill me here.
A little later, I
Right
remembered
here
that
in
Sally
this
was just
room.
on her way out when I arrived. I asked where she was headed for. She hedged a little, but then I saw the court orders on the desk. She was going down to the First National Bank to open Pierre for a safety deposit box. I went with her. The small vault contained some jewels, an insurance policy, and a bulky package wrapped in
Get you
brown paper.
downstairs in the
Yours
manager's
and mine.
office at the club. And
I'll
while
take him
you're
with me.
there...
Maybe we better see what's in this package.
Rory, listen to me. I want
Can't
you to
imagine
listen to
what
me.
it could be.
You're
Money.
mistaken, do you understand?
$1,000 bills.
You've been having
Must be
another
50 of
bad
them.
dream, and that's all there is to it.
No, Judd, I swear
$50,000?
it.
Oh,
He
where
just thought
did he get all that?
Not in the private eye business. In this envelope.
He's standing
You
at a
better
bar.
open it in the presence of a lawyer.
Standing there all by
Look, I'm going
himself,
upstairs to see
drinking.
if anybody's around that looks familiar.
And he's just
Here, take this
minutes
nickel.
aside.
Call police headquarters. Lieutenant Walsh.
You're making it up.
Tell him to meet me right now at Timothy Hogan's apartment. This is important for both of us, Angel.
Tuscany
don't trip.
Hotel.
I'll wait for you outside.
It's so cool.
You're on. Now prove you're on.
I waited. 4 minutes later, she joined me.
Get me
Told
the
me
bar
Walsh
at
was
the
starting
Tuscany,
out.
will you? Over on
We got to
Sunset.
Hogan's apartment first.
You'll see, Rory. He's not there at
Well,
all. You'll see,
great.
it's just a dream.
Great.
Just a bad
Sit
dream.
down. What happened to your face, Mr. Hayes?
I ran into an open gun cell in the dark.
Harry Arnold there
really?
at the bar.
Well,
I didn't get the address.
He's not.
It was the home
You
of
sure
that mug named Mike you keep on your payroll.
I see. What else do you know?
Put that heater away, Hogan. Walsh is on his way up. I'll give it to you fast. Frederick Miller, a lawyer, used to Needland Court. Dug into your background. Found out you weren't a member of the bar. Never finished law school.
My hands.
Why, you weren't even a
The
shyster.
memory of how I
That's
felt at that
where I
moment of my
took him.
hands
Right.
began to tremble again.
Foray confessed.
Amazing,
That was
isn't
the
it?
deal you made with him.
Well, that
50
was
G's
last
if he confessed to
Thursday
the
night,
murder of
or
Miller.
rather Friday
You think a
morning.
man would confess to a
Go to
murder for
daybreak.
any amount of money?
Rory
You
sobbed
convinced him
herself
you'd get
to
him an
sleep, but
acquittal.
I was restless.
On the unwritten law.
I got dressed.
But before he
went
agreed,
downstairs,
he wanted full protection.
got into
This
my
little
car.
envelope we got out of his safety
The long
deposit
drive
box.
is always
That's true,
relaxed
Mr.
me.
Hayes. That's
But
true.
when I got behind the wheel,
I had to give him my signed
I don't know
confession.
what it was.
Just
Possibly
in
the fresh
case
air, but
anything went wrong.
And
all at
plenty
once
went
I
wrong.
felt as though I
He didn't
couldn't
trust
keep my
you.
eyes open for another moment.
You tried to get that
I
confession
had to
back.
have some sleep.
But you'd watch every move he
Oh,
made before he confessed to the
I crawled
police.
into the back seat.
That's why he came to
Curled
me.
myself up in one
Gave
corner,
me a key to a booby
pulled the
trap.
rug over me and
He
went
figured
out
you'd
like a
try to
light.
get that key from me.
I was awakened
Open the booby
around
trap
noon by
and
the
get
sound
your
of
head blown
voices.
off. But you sent one of your mugs instead.
You leave nothing for me to say, yes?
Where is he?
Is there anything else you'd like to know before I kill you?
Did he fall for it last night?
How did you manage to kill Foray in his cell?
That, my friend, that is the trade secret which I cannot divulge.
Too bad, Hogan. Right guy like you. I know that Walsh will feel the same way about it. But he's a city cop.
Mr. Ace, you are priceless. But you made just one little mistake.
You want the whole story? That
See,
it's gonna
Sally
happen at
here
midnight?
wasn't in love with Miller.
Tomorrow, your place?
Every
You
word.
didn't even know him.
Just do what you have to
Sally
do.
was and always
Remember to
has
come
been
to
in
the
love with
dressing
me.
room before the 8
That true,
o'clock
Sally?
call.
Here's
Tell
your
him
nickel.
you've set up a meeting with Stamp.
I didn't make that call. The police headquarters.
Yeah, I want them to
So
shake
little
hands.
Sally wasn't three-timing.
Yes, and don't forget.
She was
when you come
four-timing.
to our
You
door
know,
at
Ace,
midnight,
it's remarkable
keep
you've
talking
stayed
to the
alive
other
as long as you
Don't
have.
let him go, whatever you do.
Can you give me
Want him to
one
testify
good
for
reason why I
self-defense.
shouldn't kill you?
Skip that question and take the $32.
Just leave it to
Go
me.
home, Sally.
I mean about his gun.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah,
important, Jim.
I'm sorry, Eddie. Believe me, I am.
Go on home and sharpen your stiletto.
Going somewhere, Mrs. Foray?
Look out, Walsh. He'll shoot.
It'd be difficult for me to tell you what I felt as they walked away, Lieutenant.
Did you?
One part of me felt the way a man has to feel, I suppose, when
Jim, honest,
he learns that the woman he loves is not only unfaithful, but plotting his death as well. But another part of me felt relief.
Stop wailing, Sally.
Relief
He can't hear you.
learning there was a
He's
gimmick
dead.
in this story.
And I wish he'd
They've
killed
been
you.
fairly clever for
A
amateurs.
brilliant man like him shot down
Harry
like a
had
dog,
a good
and you
excuse for
stand
carrying a
there.
gun to
Okay,
protect the
Walsh.
cash he brought
You're on
each
out. It's
Saturday.
your party.
My own behavior
Questions
in
in the
recent
envelope
weeks
will
would
give
lend
you
weight
the
to what
score.
he would probably offer
Sally
in his
is right.
defense. That I must
He
have been
was a
crazy.
brilliant man.
But for no reason at all, I'd opened the door, pointed the revolver at him, and threatened his life that he had to shoot in self-defense. The presence of the elevator boy, well, that could
And
mean
that's how
only that
Timothy Hogan
Harry
died.
would shoot just as soon
Yeah,
as I
I
opened
called
the door.
Walsh when I left Sally for
I'd
a
be
minute
found
at the
dead with the
bank.
revolver in my hand.
She could have been
and the
held as an
heartbroken
accession to
agent
the
at
murder
my
of her
side.
husband in his cell.
Tableau.
But Walsh never got her down to headquarters.
I
She took
found
her head out
myself
of the
hoping,
window.
as I never hoped before,
I
that
guess
they'd
it's
come
better
to
for her
their
like that.
senses before Saturday.
Well,
That
was
they'd
a story
realize
business,
what a
wasn't it?
vicious, inhuman thing it was they were planning.
I thought I'd give you
But
the
just
mild
before
ones
the
first.
8 o'clock show
Mild?
that night, there was a knock at the door of
You
our
mean that
dressing
this
room.
sort of thing goes on with you all the time?
Only when business is
Oh,
good.
Judd, I've been talking
Well,
to Stamper, the manager.
for my my sake,
sorry
then,
there's bad
I
blood
hope
between you and wants to
true.
square it. I told him you'd be in
Good
his
night,
office at
Mr.
12 to talk
There's,
things over. All right, will
There's
you?
something I'd like to say, Dr.
We don't
Dizzo.
want it, so we'll never work here again,
Yeah.
do we? I mean, there's
Well,
no reason we
it's-
should.
No reason at all.
Button my dress, Judd.
Never mind.
See you later, Judd.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, later.
Or maybe the time after that.
You're reading my thoughts, Mark.
We did the show and then went up to our suite.
Good night, Doc.
I convinced Rory that I should meet Harry alone. And then I helped her pack a small overnight bag. I loaded the revolver, and then there was nothing to do but wait. The minutes passed. 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30.
George Raft, as Mr. Ace, will be
waited.
back in a moment with news of next week's
Judd.
case. But now, a word from our sponsor.
It doesn't seem right to leave you here alone.
Thank you.
Harry might...
Next week I have another appointment
Things
with
might not
Dr.
turn
Hale.
out as I planned.
I'm going to tell her about a murder that shouldn't have happened.
If I
Not
fail to
even to
stop
a
him,
corpse.
And George will all be waiting to hear that.
you go.
In the
Just wait
assisting
at the
cast tonight,
lookout
you heard
until you hear
Jeanette
from me.
Nolan, Kathy Lewis,
What
Theodore
time is it?
Von Eltz, Leo Cleary, and
11.
Stanley Farrar.
2 minutes of 11.
Music was composed and conducted by Sandy Curry.
I'm out of cigarettes.
This is Carlton Cadell speaking and inviting you to listen again to George Raft
This
in
is
the
Mr.
cases
Stone
of
in
Mr.
1101.
Ace.
Please send up a carton of players, will you? Right away. I want you to go now, Rory.
Judd, let me call the police, please.
Would it be useless?
Jack
We've gone into it
Flashgun
and it would be
Casey
useless.
first
Well, then
appeared
come
in
with
short
me.
stories by
You won't
George
find anybody
Harmon
here.
Cox
And he
in
chooses
the
another
legendary
place, another
pulp
time.
magazine
Here's
Black
your valise.
Mask.
You have your gun.
Flashgun Casey
In my
made
pocket.
his movie debut back in
You won't take any
1936
chances.
and
I
came
don't
to
know what
radio
I'd
in
do if you were hurt.
I won't take any
1943
chances.
with Matt
Now,
Crowley
let me
in
help
the
you on with
title
your coat.
role. Stats Cotsworth soon
I
took
love him
over
so.
and portrayed
Yeah, I
Casey
know.
for the duration
And
of
I
the
love you,
series.
Rory.
So it's time now
I really
for
do, you know.
Stats Cotsworth, starring
Ready?
as Casey, crime photographer in The Duke of Skid Row from September
11 o'clock.
14th,
You'll be
1946.
here in an hour.
Yeah. Go now, Rory. Kiss me
Crime
goodbye.
Photographer,
Judd.
brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass.
Not a cigarette. Hey, get them, will you, darling, while I find change?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Duke of Skid Row.
I shall always remember the look on Harry's face, Lieutenant, as she sank to the floor. They'd concocted a bad dream between them, and it had come true. I'll bet he still doesn't know how it happened.
A dingy,
If you pass his
poverty-stricken
cell, you
street
might
of
tell him.
gloomy
Just
tenements
whisper
and
the
cheap
word
lodging
gimmick
houses.
into his ear.
Above the
Yeah, that's what I
uninviting
said,
door
gimmick.
of one of these latter places
I gimmick.
swings a dimly lighted
While
sign
Rory
that
was
identifies
dressing.
the Davis
Set him back a
Hotel.
full hour.
$1
It was
per night.
11 to her.
A taxicab
But
stops in
12
front,
to him.
and a tall, very thin man alights from it. His clothes
I
are shabby
adore
but
gimmicks,
clean and well
don't
fitting.
you?
In one eye is a monocle, and his hand a jaunty welcome.
How much do I owe you, please? The meter says $2.70. It is $5. Keep the change. Huh? Say, thanks.
Good night.
Hey.
Yes?
You know, cabs ain't easy to find in this part of town. You want me to wait for you?
No. I should not be going out again tonight.
Meaning you live in that flea bank?
Suspense. You may draw your own conclusions
Presented by
about
Autolite.
my residence
Night
in
star,
Davis
Mr.
Hotel.
Ronald
Oh, no
Coleman.
offense, mister. Thanks
This is
again.
Harlow
Good night.
Wilcox speaking for Autolite and bringing
night.
back our distinguished star, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Harlow. You know, it's been over 2 years since I
Hello,
last
Dave.
played in Autolite's theater.
Good evening,
of thrills.
Davis.
I stand
I've
at the
listened
window
to
and get out of that
Suspense.
cab.
Attain
What's the
new
big
dramatic
idea?
heights this
I
season.
do not understand.
Cab
Such
ride
exciting
costs
fare
so. You
as
owe me
Edwin
over a
Drood
week's
and
rent.
of course, Othello.
That
Harlow,
little
my
matter.
congratulations to our
The sum of my
producer-director,
indebtedness to
Elliot
you
Lewis,
is,
and to
how much?
Autolite for
$5
magnificent
for
radio
last
entertainment.
week, and you're
Thank
2
you, Mr.
days into
Coleman.
this one.
And friends,
Here
you can
is
always
$20.
expect the finest from
Yeah.
Autolite, the world's largest
Where'd
independent
you get that
manufacturer of
You may
automotive
keep the
electrical
change.
equipment.
Huh?
Every
I'm
Autolite
leaving
product is
this
backed by
place
constant
tomorrow
research
morning.
and
Are you?
precision
For
built
good.
to the highest standards of
Give me the
quality
key to my
and
room, please.
performance.
All right,
No
sure.
wonder Autolite serves the greatest
want
name
My
in
name
the
is not
industry.
Duke. It is
Yes,
Smythe.
from bumper
Mr.
to tail light,
Smythe.
you're always
I
right
am going
with
to live
Autolite.
like a gentleman again. Good night.
Night.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah?
I do not wish
Next
to be
week,
disturbed
we
tonight.
recreate one of the great mysteries of the sea.
Tonight.
A ship found drifting in perfect
$20
condition,
he gives me.
but with no
Come on, he
human
asked me for the
aboard.
lend of a nickel.
The mystery of
I
the
can't
Marie
figure that
Celeste.
guy out.
Our star, Mr. Van Heflin. That's next week on
Oh, gents, what can I do for you?
Suspense is produced and
A
directed
man
by
came
Alan
into
Lewis.
this place just
Music
now.
composed by Lucian
A
Morrow.
man who wore a monocle and carried a
Ruskin.
walking stick.
A Vision of Death
My
was
bad.
adapted for Suspense
We saw him go
by
upstairs.
Walter Brown Newman from the
He must be
original
a
story
guest
by
of this,
Jerry Hausner. In
hotel.
tonight's story,
Oh, you
Mary
got-
Jane
we
Clark
will
was hired as
ask the
Aurora.
questions.
Featured in the cast were High
And
Overback,
give the
Benny
answers.
Rubin,
Hey,
Julie
what's the
Bennett,
idea?
and Charles
We will
Calvert.
not harm you if you do as you are told.
You can buy
You
all
will
of
take
my
us to the room of that man
Autolite
with the
resistor
money.
or standard type
Okay.
spark plugs
And be
and
very
Autolite
quiet.
electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers.
This room's on the
Switch
next
to
floor.
Autolite.
Up them stairs.
This is
You,
the
sir.
CBS Radio
Just
Network.
ahead of us.
Sure. What you two gents want with it, Duke?
Did you?
Is that what he calls himself? That's what we call him around here, Sister Jag. I don't know nothing about him, gents. He ain't no pal of mine. I don't know nothing about the dough he had tonight, neither.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
That's what you hear about, ain't it? You're after the money he got someplace.
This man you call Duke had money tonight?
I only saw $20 to it, but it gave me the idea how...
Yes.
Never mind. Take us to his room and get him to open the door. He must think you are alone.
If you wish to live, my friend, do not let him know that anyone is with you.
I get it.
Imagination.
There's his
To
door.
the fear you can hear.
Knock.
There is a green land
Who is
called
there?
the Emerald Isle,
David.
where stardust
What do you
dapples
want?
shining
I,
lakes and sparkle
got
against
talk to
blue
you, man.
mountains, which
I
fall
told you I
away
do
to
not want to be
winding
disturbed.
bays.
It's
there are
about
darker
personal matter.
sides
Duke,
to
open the door.
Ireland. Currents that run deep. A wasting, bitter
Big
civil
it
war
up.
in the north.
Oh, no,
And everywhere, lurking behind the shamrock and beneath the
Please, you're
laughter,
going with us.
a dark
And you
world of
will go
legend,
quietly.
of banshees and warlocks, of voices on the wind against which the traveler will stop his ears.
Was
Or the
necessary.
sound
Now, for
of the
you,
death
innkeeper,
bell.
here is $100.
Signal
Our
me.
mystery
Put it in your
drama,
pocket.
The Death Bell.
Thanks.
It
was
is in
written
payment for your
especially for the Mystery
services
Theater by
and for
Ian
what we are
Martin
now
and
compelled to
stars
do.
Michael
What do you
Tolan.
mean by that?
It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday
Captain Logan,
that I was a
that conk
little
on the head
girl
was the last
tasting
thing I knew till I
porridge.
come
You know,
through.
this one's too
Now
hot.
I got myself
This
downstairs
one's
and
too
thrown you
cold.
cops.
And
You
now
came through
I
in
can
here,
get
Davis?
tests
Yeah,
on
here in
diet drinks.
Duke's room.
And there's one I
They
must
slugged
tell
him
you
and
about.
me. Duke and
Sugar-free
them two
diet
guys were
7
gone.
Up.
Also, the
It has
Duke's
a
suitcase and
fresh,
everything he had in this
natural
room.
taste.
Just
It
like I
drives my
told
taste
Precincts,
meter
cops would get
crazy.
here ahead of you, Captain.
Sugar-free diet
Davis,
7 Up.
what name was the
This
Duke
one's
registered under here?
Smith, John Smith.
Now tell me all you know about this Duke, Davis.
We're big
Well, checked in about 2 months ago. I figured him for one of them European refugees who run out of dough. But in the last couple of weeks, he run completely out of it. He hung me up for his room, getting his only meals at the mission soup kitchen.
You say he acted like a guy who once had plenty.
Yeah, not just funny dough. He acted like a Duke in a movie. That's how we gave him his name. Used big words, spoke a lot of languages.
Well, what nationality do you think he was?
No one could know that. He never said.
Since time immemorial,
You're going to be a big help
man
to me.
has sought to trace the future.
The two men who
in the
came here
lines
for
of
him were
the past.
foreigners, you say?
Well,
the best answer
give out
always
in
is
foreign language a couple times, but I didn't get any of it. I only partly good American.
As in spite of
Come on
herself,
down to
it would
headquarters
appear
with
that
me. You may
Sheila
find their
Doyle
pictures
does.
in our file.
Okay.
You take charge here, Sergeant. Yes, Captain.
The moment I clapped eyes on Denny's cousin from the States.
Just getting a picture of you, mister. You too, Logan. So you're here, Casey.
Yeah.
Andy and I have been getting the yarn from the precinct cops who got here first.
Blood in me cold.
We're just going to start upstairs. We'll get together with you.
Learn anything new, Captain?
If you got the story from the precinct guys, Miss Williams, you got all of it.
Oh, but what do you think about it?
How can I know what to think yet? I haven't anything to work on. I won't have it till I can learn more about this Duke and the guys who took him out of here.
Their descriptions have already gone out.
Naturally. The precinct guys got that on the radio and teletype first thing. I'm taking Davis to headquarters now to look at pictures.
Wait, Captain, that's my fault.
The sergeant will handle it, Davis.
That's funny.
Hello?
Miss Williams and I'll follow your car to headquarters, Logan.
Okay, Casey. Yeah, now let's go. Captain, wait. What is it, Sergeant? Second precinct on the phone, sir. One of their men has found the Duke. Found the Duke?
Church bell, something
the description fits all right, and the guy is dead. I'll talk to second precinct.
Animal, maybe.
Hello,
Well,
Captain
there aren't
Logan
any
speaking. Where is the
animals
body
around.
found?
Oh. Well, maybe I'm just hearing things after that scare Sheila threw into me.
Oh, look,
getting
I'm
interesting
sorry
again.
about that.
Say that
Sheila,
again.
Well, Sheila's as level-headed
He'd
as
been
they come
tortured
about
before he was
everything
hanged,
except
huh?
some of the old
Very
country superstitions.
I'll be right over.
She
Goodbye.
wasn't kidding, you know. She
Seems you've just learned more about the Duke than the guys who snatched
worried
him.
about me.
Yeah.
I was only concerned about Sheila. She looked
have
all
I?
shook up.
Oh, she was embarrassed. I think she felt she'd made a fool of herself. I don't think she'll be able to face you again tonight, but by morning, you'll breakfast and sleep in the room. You are going to stay.
Fire King Oven Glass makes housework so much easier. Cuts dishwashing time, for example, by a full 2/3, and makes successful cooking practically a certainty. In fact, Fire King has so many points to recommend it that sometimes we overlook one of the most important facts about it, and that is cost. Fire King casseroles and baking dishes, Fire King Oven Glass pie plates and mixing bowls, and all the other Fire King Oven Glass dishes you will find at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department store are almost unbelievably low in cost. And each piece is guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. Ask for Fire King Oven Glass by name. It's a product of Anchor Hocking.
Man, it's near 50 miles from here, and I haven't a car.
A great name.
Anyways, it wasn't my side of the family.
Well, it was mine. Or should have been. At the very least from my mother's side. You know that.
Well, I honestly don't. All I know is that my mother used to ramble on when she got older about how there was royalty in the blood somewhere far back and the ancestors lived in a castle
You better
in the
sit
north.
down, Annie. Still look a little unsteady.
I am.
It was a castle.
What that poor guy must have gone through before they strung him up.
A sweet pair of killers did that
And there's
job.
a family custom
And
to
I
name the
still haven't a
residence with
single
family
lead to
name.
him.
Logan,
And
you
for the
sent
wife who
Davis
reigned
down
over
here to
it.
look at pictures.
Davis
My
didn't find the kidnapper's
great-great-grandmother
pictures.
Craner
They're one of
was
the
married
Duke
to the
either.
last of the
But your
line.
guys are trying to
Lord
find the
Carrick.
cab driver who
Your
dropped the Duke at his hotel.
great-great-grandfather.
Sure, they've been checking the
That's one of the
hacks
things
there
I'd like
since
to find
Davis
out.
told his story, but
See, I think
that'll
he
probably
was.
take some time.
Well, that driver can tell you where the Duke got into his cab, which may help you find out where he got his sudden wealth.
And
tonight.
through the man
money
he said
must
was
have
her
been the
lover from
motive
the
for the
balcony
murder.
over the sea to be smashed to
Come
death
in.
on the rocks below.
We found that cab driver,
He
Captain.
sent my great
The one who drove that Duke guy to Skid Row tonight.
Oh, that's fast
Your
work, boy.
great-grandfather.
Bring him in.
You mean
Yes,
Carrick's son?
In here, fella.
He refused to
Okay.
recognize him.
My name's Prenkus, Captain.
Claimed he was
Logan
illegitimate.
Prenkus, hack license 100-208.
Well, now, look.
Sit down,
Looking for
Prenkus.
an old lost
Thanks.
castle is
The
as
cops
good a
have
way
told
as
me
any
what
of
you want to
spending
know,
a
so I
vacation.
won't waste
You
your
get a
time
chance
or
to
mine.
see a good bit of
The
Ireland
skinny
on the
guy
way.
with the cane and
Now,
the
come on.
one-window
Let's
eyeglass
go
I
get your
took
bag
to that
out of
joint
the
on
car and
Skid
I'll show you
Row.
to
I
your
picked
room.
him up on a call.
Telephone call?
That's right, a phone call which tells me to come to 300 Summit Road, which is Mr. Matthew Brinsley's residence. What?
Matthew Brinsley?
Yes, sir. So I go there, rings the doorbell, the butler says to wait a minute, and the skinny guy with the eyeglass comes out and gets into my hack.
He came out of the Brinsley mansion?
Yeah, but he didn't look to me as if he had 2 dimes to rub together. And when he told me the place where he wanted to go...
Davis Hotel?
Well, when we get there, to my surprise, he hands me $5 and says, keep the change.
Thank the Lord. For a few minutes in the soft.
What time's it drop off at the hotel?
Around midnight.
That fits Davis's story.
Did your passenger have you make any stops between the Brinsley house and the hotel?
No, sir.
Like this.
Did he talk to you during the ride? Tell you anything about himself?
I didn't hear a word from the guy after he told me where to go until he got out.
When your pair got out of the Davis Hotel, did you see anyone on the street who might have been watching him, waiting for him to show up?
Remember?
Well, for
Yeah, I
pictures,
noticed 2
maybe.
guys
Catches
standing in
with
the
old
doorway
football
across the
knees
street.
took longer to
Yeah, but I didn't
unlock.
pay them no attention. The only thing on my mind was to get out of that lousy neighborhood where there was no business for cabs.
You drove away immediately.
Round and round, hamsters on a cage wheel.
Okay, Pincus, you can go.
Thanks, Captain. I want to get back on my job.
So I make an honest buck cutting peat to keep myself in shape.
How do you like the Duke's connection with Matthew Brinsley,
Wait till
Logan?
you see your
That's
namesake
hot.
tomorrow.
Brinsley's a multimillionaire.
Now that
About
cab
the
driver
time
says
his
the
little
Duke had
sister
dough.
comes to join him 6
Enough
months
to
or
give
so.
big
Hey, you're
tips.
having another.
You know,
Well, that's
Brinsley's
That's
been in
solid,
several
man. It's
jams,
solid.
but
How do
his
you know
money's
I
got him
always
out of
like
cases.
kids?
Yeah, I
Nothing like
know.
having your
For receiving stolen property.
Oh, Casey, a man with his wealth?
He's no
Senior
fence
citizen.
He's a collector of historical antiques.
Well, you
He's a
have
bug
been
on the
married
subject.
longer than Sheila and me. When are you and
I'm
Gloria
going to
going to
see
have
what
yours?
Brinsley has to say about this
As a
business.
matter of fact.
When?
I'd like to go right
Gloria got
now.
pregnant 7 months
Probably
ago.
couldn't get into this place at this time of holy hour.
Oh, and you're trying
Let's
to
grab
keep
a few
it
hours
secret.
sleep. Get out
So
there
that's why
first
she
thing in the
didn't come
morning.
along, huh?
Well, okay, Logan.
one of
I'll
the
be
reasons
with you.
But come on, I can't keep you away from your wife any longer. Here, just let me get my gear and we can hit the
Oh,
sack.
there's no hurry, no hurry. For my money, we could sit up all night and shoot the breeze.
Well, that'd suit me if I didn't have a long journey ahead
Quite
of
a
me tomorrow.
joint, this
I
Brinsley
see.
mansion,
You're
Chief.
still
Yeah, I'll say.
determined to go chasing
Probably interrupt the old guy's breakfast, but here goes his doorbell.
Hey, hold it,
I
Logan.
heard the door
Someone's opening
close
the
when I
door.
left the house.
Hey?
I've gone to the window to
When
watch
is it?
Jenny and Brian.
Good morning.
put the car. car.
Like to see Mr. Brinsley. I'm Brinsley, but I can't talk to anybody now. I'm on my way to the bank.
I'm a policeman, Mr. Brinsley. Here's my shield and identification. I'm Captain Logan of the Homicide Bureau.
The soothing sound of their voices rumbling below and their
Very
laughter.
well. Come inside.
It was long before I fell into an uneasy sleep.
Tell the chauffeur to wait. I'll be slightly delayed.
Yes, Mr. Brinsley.
Sit down, Captain.
My name is Casey.
Turn the
What are you
light
gentlemen
on.
here for? I haven't committed any homicide.
Mr. Brinsley, you had a visitor last night. A tall, thin, shabbily dressed man who wore a monocle.
Mother died.
I want you to tell me all you know about him.
Why?
He was murdered after he left your house.
Over my grave. Hold me.
Let's pause for just a moment. We'll return to Casey, crime photographer, right after these messages.
We've had a long talk, just like old times. I never felt closer to him.
Frank Sinatra. Although he later conquered films and television, it was radio that first made Old Blue Eyes a superstar. And now Radio Spirits has carefully remastered 60 rare episodes guest starring Frank Sinatra on programs such as Suspense, Life with Luigi, Rocky Fortune, and Burns and Allen. Hear Frank Sinatra joke, sing, and act with his friends Jack Benny, Bob Hope, Lucille Ball, Humphrey Bogart, Abbott and Costello, Bing Crosby, and many more. 30 hours and 20 cassettes, all with Frank Sinatra, including a 64-page booklet with photographs and detailed histories of each of the 60 shows. No true Frank Sinatra fan should be without a rare collection like this. The 60 greatest old-time radio shows starring Frank Sinatra and friends. Order now by calling 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648 or order online at MediaBay.com.
And now, let's return to Stats Cotsworth as Casey, crime photographer, in the conclusion of The Duke of Skid
First of all,
Row.
because I have no words to tell you, and second, I'm praying to sweet Mary to forgive me.
Here's your drinks, Casey. Miss Williams. Thanks, Ethelbert. I was hoping you'd show up.
So it was just a heart attack that killed the old guy, Casey. He wasn't murdered.
No, Brinsley's death was a perfectly natural one, Ethelbert.
Oh, not altogether, Casey. From what you told me, the shock of hearing about the Duke brought on the attack.
Yeah.
I had to stop here with
First,
Jenny.
I figured the Duke sold something to Brinsley. Some antique he'd stolen.
Yes, but Logan hasn't been able to find anything that Brinsley might have bought from the Duke. And as Brinsley wasn't out of his house after the Duke left it last night.
There wasn't nothing in that leather bag Brinsley took into his study.
No, nothing but some very legitimate bonds.
That's what he was taking to the bank.
Yeah, apparently. The way that old guy hung onto his bag, even after his heart began to kick out. And he insisted on going into his study alone, then he closed the door.
Well,
He's in there long enough to have taken something out of the bag and hidden it away.
Logan searched, you say?
Oh, sure. Desk drawers and places like that. He looked for a safe in the room, and there wasn't any.
Oh, Casey, if he should find something Brinsley bought from the Duke, it still wouldn't solve the Duke's murder.
Annie, I've got a hunch it would.
Well, now, I don't see how.
I think those two well-dressed foreigners who went to the hotel for the Duke were looking for the thing he sold to Brinsley. I think if they believed that they could still get their mitts on it, they just might.
There ever was one.
Hey, Annie.
What?
And I think I will.
Logan said he was going to the Brinsley house again. You ought to be there about now. Let's you and me go there and join him.
Come again. You're glad I am, old nephew, and forgive me for last night.
I got the same idea you got, Casey, so my men are giving that study in there a real going over right now.
That's swell.
Well, what do you know about that? Isn't often that you two have the same big ideas at the same time.
That's merely coincidence.
I had a first-class basis for mine, Miss Williams. Not one of 60's hunches.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I checked with Brinsley's bank. They told me that 2 days ago he withdrew $30,000 in cash. Now, they record serial numbers, so it's passed out in chunks like that. And the $20 bill the Duke gave Davis last night has one of those numbers.
Brinsley must have bought something from the Duke.
What could he have paid the Duke $30,000 for?
Captain Logan. Yes, Sergeant. We found something. Let's see.
Come on, Ed.
What kind of a bell was that?
There, Captain.
Like it was on an animal.
Big leather chair.
Wait till I show you. I'm used to trick hiding places, but this is one of the neatest I've run into. Look. When you press these three ornamental nails at the same time...
What are you getting all riled up about
now?
A big cavity underneath.
What's that thing in it?
Looks to me like one of those gimmicks the King of Spades wears on his head.
Casey, it's a crown. It's a gold crown.
Yeah.
Not much of a crown. It's gold, but no jewels.
I was just saying to myself, Captain, why hide that thing? It ain't worth more than $100.
It's probably worth 100,000, Sarge.
Huh? It's old and antique. Can't you see that?
That crown would have fitted nicely.
Is Brian Mackin really marked for death?
He may have
And
thought
if
you
so,
knew
how
that Duke
soon?
had sold it, that you'd searched for it.
How?
So he took it out of the
We'll
bag,
return shortly with
put it in
Act
that
Two.
trick chair before his heart gave out.
I know all that, Casey, but now, how will that thing lead us to the killer?
Well, Logan, the good old power of the press, leave them to us.
They think beer improves
What do you
with
mean?
age.
Look,
Like wine.
you
So
only
find a
met him in
brewmaster,
his
though.
chair.
You'll find a beer
The
drinker
nails
who
and
knows
quills.
better. The Budweiser
When that
brewmaster
crown
says
gets
it all
back under
depends
the
on
seat,
how
it'll
beer
show
is
up
aged.
nicely.
Just
The
letting beer
X-ray
sit in lagering tanks makes it
X-ray
older.
picture, yeah.
Not necessarily
That
better.
the Morning Express
That even
will
goes
be
for
carrying
keeping
in
the case
all its
around the
editions
house for a
tomorrow.
couple of months.
With a
But
nice
there is
story
one
that
kind
you'll
of
write.
agent that's
Well,
good for
okay,
beer.
but what'll I
The
write?
Budweiser
An
kind.
invitation to the
Beechwood
Death
agent.
House.
It lets all the flavor of the choicest hops and best barley malt that go into Budweiser get through to you. Sure, it takes more
2
time
o'clock
and trouble
in the
to brew
morning.
Budweiser that
We've
way.
been sitting here in the dark for
Brewing beer right
Well,
does.
they couldn't have a
make
more
difference.
comfortable place to sit in the dark. Old man Brinsley put
Anheuser-Busch,
nice chairs in his house.
St. Louis.
You know, Casey, I don't think those men will come here.
I don't either, Miss Williams. Only chumps would fall for that stuff in the Express this morning.
But aren't murderous chumps?
Your come on was too broad, Casey. That X-ray picture showing the crown and that leather chair and Miss Williams' story.
It was a darn good story, Logan.
Thank you very much. Gave a reasonable explanation for that picture. I explained that the police, in looking for clues, had to take X-ray shots of almost everything in the house. Because Brinsley's executors wouldn't let the police tear things apart or remove them.
You made it sound very logical.
I played up the crown shown inside that chair as a big mystery to the cops. Well, naturally, I didn't say there's a trick chair that you've been able to open. And I gave a reasonable explanation for everything else, and I'll come on too. For the house being empty of servants tonight, and
The
for...
real come-on outside of that picture was the truth she wrote about the Duke's connection with Brinsley. Duke undoubtedly told his murderers about that connection under torture. Ann's story will clinch it.
I hope you're right.
Quiet.
He's moving toward their study.
I think someone's taking advantage of that rear window we left open, Logan.
250 miles is a short day's drive, as we reckon it in the good old US of A.
He won't be able to see
But
us
through the
behind the
length of
screen.
Ireland, stopping more and
There's
more
only
in
one
the last
guy.
50 miles to
Hey,
ask
look,
the
he's
still
making for that
unanswered
leather chair.
question. You know of a castle in these parts called
Flashing the thief with a
Carrickfinn?
knife, isn't he?
It's a long, long
Look, and he's got the
trip
crown.
that at last
That's enough.
brought Brian
Stick up your
Mackin
hands.
over the
What?
bridge
We've been waiting for you,
across the
mister.
Valley Stream.
You're under arrest for
Stopping
murder.
there to eat the lunch
Yeah.
Peter put up for
Murder
him
of the
before we
Duke,
left.
known as John
He had
Smith.
scarcely
Where's your
finished
pal who
it
helped you kill the
as
Duke?
twilight falls.
I am here.
Then,
Put up your
as he
hand.
dozes for a moment, back
My
against
brother
the
is an
tree,
expert marksman.
What?
You will do as he says.
Pull him up!
Where is he?
I am in the dark, where you cannot see me.
Hold on, don't get
Drop
thrown.
your gun.
Oh, boy.
Yes, he's got us, Look.
Easy. Hold up there.
Yeah.
Hold there. Hold there. Hold up.
Okay.
Easy, boy. Easy. All right.
You are white.
Are you?
Now.
You all right, man?
But how silly they were a minute
And
ago.
I'm much
My
beholden to
brother,
you, sir.
they thought I had walked into their trap alone. These
happened?
Americans are
Something
very
frightened
simple
my horse.
people.
I lost control.
I see you have the
May
crown.
I have the reins?
Yes.
All right, now, stay, boy.
Now, our labor is
here you
almost done.
Thank
Why did you
Miss
guys
Stern.
want that bum hunk of gold so badly?
you are the lady
He
carried.
called you. He do not know what
I
it
said our lady
is.
carried.
He called this rum hunk of
Carried
gold.
clean.
Huh? Well, what is it?
Naturally.
We have no time to answer your
Does
question
exist.
I should
or
hope
the
so.
inclination.
I was just on my way home.
Besides,
Where is it?
it is foolish
Just
to
across the bridge
satisfy
and
the
over the
curiosity. Soon to
Now
be
that I've regained
dead
my
people.
composure. On my
Soon to
soul,
be-
you look familiar.
I'm sorry.
I didn't catch your
If
name.
you live, you might cause great trouble.
Brian Mackin.
For the good of my
No.
country and for my brother and me.
You must be
You
mad
must
to try
die.
to intercept
Show
me
them
here.
how that-
Run, Brian.
Now, yes,
Run for your
you
life. Reach him.
Now.
Sergeant, turn on the light.
Wait a minute, lady.
We got him all right, Captain Logan. We were depending on you, sir.
But thanks, just the same.
And the next time, Logan, tell your men to crash in just a few seconds earlier.
You had these
Suddenly, I
police
find myself running after her.
We Americans
Laboring
aren't
for
so
breath
simple
over the
as you
last
seem
burst to the
think,
crest
sir.
of the hill.
Now, suppose you smart un-American.
Damn, the light
Tell us
going.
why you killed the Duke.
We say nothing.
We say nothing at all.
She couldn't have just...
Yes, you will, brothers.
Into thin air.
You will.
Get him to talk fast, Captain. We've got to get this story to press.
You get the story, Annie. I'm going to get a couple of shots of these crown chasers and get us to the office.
Okay, Casey, I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
And there's no sign of horse or rider, or of any destination it might be bound for, nor any road for a horse to follow, much less than a modern car.
The traditional harvest moon is more than a month away, but already throughout America, most of the golden harvest of fruits and vegetables has been garnered, packed away for your use in the months to come. Now, the finest of these food products come to you in clean, sterile, crystal clear glass containers, and for a very good reason. The glass container lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. And the glass container protects the natural fresh flavor of its content. A very large number of these finer products of Field and Orchard, of Range and Seed, come to you in crystal clear anchor glass containers sealed with Tampa-proof anchor caps. Products of Anchor Hocking.
I wish I knew.
A great name.
I only know somehow. We should never let Brian go out the window at something terrible is going to happen. And if there is, what could we do to stop it?
Follow my Shanks mare. How fast do you think I could walk it?
You could borrow the McFadden's car or Seamus motorcycle.
And if I did, where would I head for?
Oh, don't
Logan made them guys talk, huh, Casey? Sure, Albert.
Oh, it wasn't too hard a job.
Help it.
After Davis positively identified them as the men who came to his hotel for the Duke.
Tell me what they said. Well, to begin with, pal, they told us the Duke wasn't really a Duke.
I
knew that all along. He was only a count.
Huh? He was an honest cigars count, too, Ethelbert. From one of those little European principalities that went out of business after the First World War.
Yeah, the Duke, I mean the Count,
the truth is,
was a relative of the king who lost his job.
I'd been 3 years.
He was also custodian of the royal crown. He scrammed the United States with all that dough that he could lay his mitts on, and the sacred crown.
Only the money gave out after a while, and he had only the crown left.
What he was doing.
So he finally sold the crown to Brinson.
But the guys who killed him?
They were stubborn royalists, Ethelbert.
Gentlemen.
Sorry?
Fanatics about restoring their king.
Had
to have his traditional crown
as much as I was for accommodations
and when he was restored. They went after the Duke
willing to
finally
pay
caught
well
up
for it.
They forced him to tell what he'd done with the crown,
For that much, I suppose
and then they killed him.
See, they consider the guy a traitor, Ethelbert, so they gave him the traditional punishment for traitors.
Not for doing much talk.
They even tied a real hangman's knot.
In particular to
That
strangers.
were a legal execution.
Well, in their screwy minds, it was a legal execution.
Something very simple, I hope.
Some people are certainly
I can
funny.
find a place called
Yeah.
Kleiner.
But as my sister Edna says, quote,
What would be
if
after
all
bringing it
folks
to these
was like
parts
you
looking
and
for the
me,
likes of Carrie Kleiner?
wouldn't the world
Too
be
late this
dull?
afternoon, only a dim hope of
Unquote.
finding it after all these
And
years.
you know Edna.
For private reasons. My great-grandfather
Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Scott Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey, created by George Harmon
Will
Cox.
you hold your tongue, Nick? And who you've met that said they was from the castle?
A very beautiful woman. A girl, actually, who said she was the Lady Kleiner Terry.
Oh, the Lord and the saints preserve her. The Lady Kleiner.
And that was
Where
Stats
was this then?
Cotsworth, starring
5
as
miles or so
Casey,
north of here.
crime
There's a road
photographer
goes
in The
winding down
Duke
to a
of
little
Skid
bridge and then
Row.
goes up
Was
a
originally
rise on the other
broadcast
side, but
September 14th,
sort of peters out.
1946.
We proudly present the incomparable Charlie Chan in a new and exciting series.
The going was getting so rough.
Join the famous detective every week at the same time as he combines the wisdom of the East and the science of the West in the dramatic chapter from The Adventures of Charlie Chan.
It doesn't lead to anywhere anymore.
It leads to Carrie Kleiner somehow.
How would you know that?
Because the lady was bound for there on her horse.
Was it a big bay mare with a mane as white as snow?
Yes, that's the one.
And the woman?
On its sage
How was she
Winter's
dressed?
rope.
Why, she,
Man who gambles
she was in sort of a
all
green velvet
should
dress
not
with a big hat,
complain
like
when
an
he
old-fashioned
loses
riding habit, you'd
fame.
say.
Oh, Mary bless us.
Tonight,
And the good
in
Lord
this
save us
criminal
all.
game in which stakes were
Old-fashioned it
dead.
is for sure. But the
Listen
Lady
to
Kleiner has been dead
Thank
these 100 years and more.
No, this was a young woman.
She was only past her 21st year when she died.
Tonight's
That was
adventure,
the real woman you saw
the
this afternoon,
frightening
stranger.
Slop.
That was her ghost.
But I talked to her.
Did you now then? What you saw was never real. And you can take that as gospel.
Well, perhaps. I hadn't eaten all day, and I did take a nap under a tree.
2 weeks ago, Jimmy Bates was shot in a gunfight with the police.
Well, now, as to that, must you
This
always put
afternoon,
your
Charlie Chan and his number one son sipped in the Bates home.
here, Mr.
Chan, fat and benevolent,
It is a good
gently
Irish name.
sympathized with the dead boy's mother.
came from Ireland.
So you
Has
did.
been written, Mrs.
At
Bates.
least, you
Sorrow,
had the sense
like
God gave
bad
you to come
weather,
back.
in time will pass
I'm
and be
Paddy
forgotten.
Flynn, and the little
Do
runt
not
here
permit
is Mickey
grief
Mann.
to monopolize
The top
thought.
of the evening to you. Is
This
it back you are
abandoned
to
person,
stay, Mr.
so
Larkin?
sorry
That
to be caught of
depends on what I
some
find at Carrie
Wasn't your fault,
It's
Inspector.
little you'll find there.
No, you did your
Deserted
job.
and
You couldn't
empty,
say it to me.
blown by the
It
winds
was
for a
dead
century.
already.
It's
Dead
not but a
already?
ruin. Not worth
Well,
the
he
effort to go
started
by
running
it.
with that
And
crowd just
sometimes
now.
at nightfall,
Just a
there's a
question of
woman's
time.
voice that'll call, "Come away,
If it only
come
knows how I
away,"
begged
and
him
you'll
to
be
do
tied
it.
the man who
Wouldn't
listens.
it?
Well, just the
Most
same, I
unfortunate.
want to see
That's
Carrie
good. You
Clayton.
come here, you're very kind.
Can you guide me there?
Not by night.
The only visitor
I
I've had
wouldn't
since it
stir
was in the
out by
papers
night for
about
all
you.
the gold in a leprechaun's
Yes,
hoard.
I'm the notorious Mrs.
Maybe
Bates.
tomorrow.
They point at me and
We'll see.
whisper. Great philosopher
It's
once
time we
said,
were all to bed.
any event,
Come,
no matter
I'll
how
show
small,
you your room, Mr.
always
Mackin.
produces large thought, my babe. Too much for me, the looks and the whispers. No one understands the heartbreak of a son gone wrong.
Do you
This
think he's
person
from the
understands
police?
and
I
sympathizes,
don't think
Mrs.
so.
Bates. You're the
But
only
I'm
one.
taking no chances.
I'm
what
reading
you doing
something,
there?
Mr. Inspector.
I'm making
I've lived
Mr.
here all
Mackin.
my life, but I
a
have to
little
get out to be a
nightcap,
stranger
as he
somewhere else.
requested.
This
Only
connect flame
it'll be a little
suspected
stronger
such
than
decision
expected.
was a reason
How
for
is that,
visit.
Paddy?
Do
Sure,
not
I'm
run
giving
away,
him a
Mrs.
little extra
Bates.
dividend.
There is no
Your
escape.
namesake, as you might
Remain in
say.
city.
Will that be at all?
Your friends will
Mickey,
return. You will restore
I never
purity
heard
to
tell of
me
him.
in time.
Well,
No,
now,
it's
that's
impossible.
because
Crime
he
and dishonor
emigrated to
exist
Chicago,
everywhere.
USA, long before
You
your
cannot
time
escape.
and mine.
Must
But he gave
remain
his
and
name to
continue
what's in
battles
this
here.
little bottle here.
At the door.
No
For
more
the
than
porters, I
water.
suppose.
It'll make you sleep
No,
dear
I'm
sounder.
leaving. I'm
Now
settling
then.
everything and going away. I
You'll
have
take
to.
this drink up to him,
Yes?
whilst
What
I
is
go
it?
arrange for the truck.
This is for Mr. James States.
It's a good thing we have a full moon to work
Don't you
with this
know?
night. To work? Isn't it obvious the guns are no longer safe at Carriclana? We'll have to have
You
them
are
up and
from
away over the
Mr.
border by
Gregor.
morning.
A reference
Before
to
our
famous
American
shop in
gets
business on
nosing
Grant
about.
Street.
We're
That's
not
right,
going
Mr.
by the
Shop?
castle
Oh,
by the
what's a
dead of
shop,
night.
Pop?
How else?
This is an IOU
You
signed
walking
by
again
Jimmy
by the
for
full
$50.
moon. You heard Mr. Mackin saw her abroad
Couldn't
in
even
scarce
take his
before
trouble with
dark.
him when he
What
died.
kind of
You have to
soldier
leave it
are
for
you,
me.
Mick? That starts at shadows.
All right.
Now,
Here's your
let's have
money.
no
I've
more
got it in my
nonsense out of
purse. What's a shop,
Way
Pop?
up with the
Rock
drink.
is Oriental name for money changer, a bill collector and small banker. Here's your $50. I suppose I keep the
I
next,
look at
don't
my
I?
watch.
That's right, ma'am.
It's just after
It's
midnight.
a receipt.
The nightcap is untasted on the table beside my bed. I don't trust it. I don't trust a lot of things.
For one moment,
But
Mrs.
where to get
Staines.
rid of it?
May
A
this person
vagrant memory
respect IOU
drifts across
in
my
hand.
mind of jokes
Fine.
among old
What's
country
the matter?
people. A quick look under the bed,
Hmm.
and there is the receptacle.
You recall
It's a
this
matter of a
person's
moment
words?
to empty the glass in it.
There is
And not
no
too soon.
escape from
I can hear
crime and
stealthy
dishonor.
footsteps
Here is
approaching.
proof. What? You have not paid son's debt, Mrs. Staines.
Trouble. If there is, I'll put
Observe
him to sleep
IOU closely.
myself.
Note signature. Is composed of many short
Mackin?
lines, as though sketched by artists. This experienced
Mackin?
eye recognizes signature
I think
as
he's away.
freehand forgery. Golly, Pop, come quickly, please. Inspector Chan, your son dead, but
He's
you
dead to
cannot
the
escape,
world.
Mrs.
We'll
Staines.
check that out.
No one can escape crime. You are involved in new
He's
trouble.
drunk it.
Must remain and
Will
assist
it
this
keep
person
him
in
quiet
solution.
long enough?
Yes, Inspector.
8 to 10 hours.
Night
And
travel
then
wagon
when
at
he
once,
wakes,
son.
he'll not want to leave his bed.
Must find
Now, come
messenger
away,
who
man.
collected payment.
Much to do.
That must be his car going down the hill. Hurry up, Pop. Yeah. Hold on.
Lying on my bed, snoring, pretending to be asleep. I listen to everything. But the fall of that heavy lock tells me once and for all.
I don't know what this new
I'm a
business is,
prisoner.
Pop, but I'll catch that messenger
as I
for
wait
you.
for him
And
to leave
sound
the
horn,
house,
please. Indicates
I know
desire
that
to overtake.
nothing will keep me from Carrie Clayton. I have an appointment there that's been
I
waiting
don't think he knows what we
100
want.
years.
He's fainting.
And even now,
Golly, if he isn't careful,
in the
he'll...
still of the
Pop,
night,
he'll never make
I
that
can hear
water. He's skidding. Gosh, look!
I will return shortly
Time
with
for
Act 3.
acceleration completed. Unfortunate gentleman dead.
He ought to have known better than tear down Russell Hill like that.
Perhaps. Well, there is dispatch case under car.
Kindly bring
I
same to
stand
Pop.
by the window, carefully on the side where the moonlight cannot cast
What's this
my
all
shadow.
about, Pop?
And watch the
Explanations
courtyard
will
of the inn
follow.
below.
One
A
moment.
small truck like a weapons carrier is there, and Patty and Mick climb into it.
Golly.
In a moment, it is
Well,
gone
look
to
at
a
all that money.
destination I can only
Case
guess.
contains over
By the time I
$500.
am out the window,
Also, 3
clambering to the
IOU
courtyard
notes.
and into my
I
car,
don't understand,
there is no
Pop.
hope of
Old
following.
signs indicate
Particularly when I
ancient
find my
confidence
distributor
trick.
cap gone
Now in
and my
operation
car
in San
useless.
Francisco.
Never heard, Pop. Educate me.
Unidentified
It's a
criminal
long,
watches
agonizing
obituary
walk for
column.
5 miles,
Lists
even on a
names and
moonlit night.
addresses of
And
defunct
by the time
persons.
I have crossed the bridge
2
and
weeks
climbed to the ridge
after
above,
death, presents
I am at the
forged
ragged edge of
IOUs for
exhaustion.
payment.
As they did with Jimmy Dace.
But there is a
Exactly.
reward.
Usually bereaved
below,
families too
against the
grief-stricken to
restless sea,
observe
like
ordinary
pinpoints of
business
light that
precautions.
move.
They just pay the dead man's
I
debt,
am
and that's
near
easy
the
money
end
for
of my
someone.
pilgrimage.
But how they forged the
And the bell is
signature?
sounding
Extremely
again.
simple to obtain sight of departed person's writing from files of telephone applications, driving licenses, voting lists, etc. Probably through rules of posing as a business investigator, political organizer, and so on.
It's a smart idea.
And the most
I've been
vicious
lying here awake, afraid that something
victimizes
was about to
persons
happen. Will you
in
go
times
down
of
now and
greatest
answer it, or
tragedy.
shall I?
Must be stopped at once.
How?
It's
What do we
Brian.
do?
Proceed
Something about
immediately
him.
to
And
Office
whatever
of
it is,
Shop
no
on
bell
Grant
that
Street.
rings in the night
Was
brings
wise
anything but
sage
ill
who wrote,
luck.
no matter how black crime may be, its source is always gold.
And damn the moon. It's off away behind the clouds again. I wish I was off away with you.
Beautiful day outside, no? No, you disagree? I am of likewise opinion. It's terrible day.
Pardon, please. Are addressing Mr. Gregor?
In person, in the flesh. Dmitri Gregor. You wish money changed? Gregor changes. Rubles, francs, pounds, marks, lira, yen, pesos, crowns.
This visitor, Inspector Chan of police, at side number 1 south.
Chan. Wait a minute. You are perhaps visiting neighboring home, yes? Gregor will change dollars for you. Gregor...
We aren't going back to China.
naturally. Foolish thought. Who would make such a suggestion? Now, Gregor...
Mr. Gregor, you are involved in serious crime.
I am innocent. I was not there. I will bring witnesses.
Attention, please.
This morning, yesterday morning
Observe
about
IOU
9.
notes and
All I
hands.
know is he was headed somewhere
Were
north of
taken from
Sligo,
your messenger.
Galway Bay area.
Kindly
Yes, he was
explain
looking
source
for a
of
place
notes,
named
Mr. Gregor.
Carrie
From the messenger. But how did you...
He's dead. He was
he's
in a
cousin of
classmate.
mine
Yes.
and a very good friend.
Authorities
You
are
will
now
keep
in
us
charge.
notified and let us know what's
Kindly
happening.
explain source of notes, please.
Yes, I'd
How
appreciate
obtained,
that.
how much paid,
Thank
at what date.
I do not know.
What do you mean you don't know? They're your notes, aren't they?
No.
Who was
I
on
am
the phone?
collecting
You
these
said
debts for
sorry.
third party.
Liam
On
Flaherty's
commission.
the police.
So, his name, please.
I cannot tell you. His
Tell me.
client.
tracer
You understand? Confidential.
Called the
A
local here to
sheriff
get in touch
cannot
with us.
remain in
Why?
business if he tells what is
The police in
confidential.
America.
Not even if he is
Trying to
brave.
get in touch with
I
Brian.
am not brave, Inspector.
What?
Gregor is
Brian?
frightened
That isn't the
stuff.
point.
I am not a
It's what's
brave
been
man.
done to him.
What?
You don't have to tell us.
Brace yourself,
Most
my darling.
unfortunate, Mr. Gregor.
Somebody
But
murdered
you will
his
be
wife.
in prison shop unless you give information. These notes you collect for clients,
moment ago,
most
on my
probably
way down the
forged.
hill,
One of them was, and maybe the rest.
full in the moon.
All right.
What do they
Very
mean?
bad
It's a
ethics,
ruin.
but I tell you.
It was
And
just
when
as I
you
pictured
see
it.
her, you
Turrets,
tell her,
mullioned
Gregor
windows
don't
with
want any more
diamond-shaped
business.
glass panes.
Her?
Da,
Oak
da,
doors,
a blonde
ivy
lady,
granite.
very pretty.
Now
She has
with the
office
moon
on
hidden,
California Street.
its
Miss
silhouette
June
looms over
Morris.
me.
I give you a
Reaching
dress.
out to me as I
You
come
tell her
home
to
and-
come get money Gregor collected for her and go away forever.
Oh, you didn't have to hit him so
Famous
hard.
Russian
I wasn't
philosopher
taking any
named
chances with Mr. Mackin this time.
once said about blonde.
So sorry.
Say for
Cannot
yourself.
discuss
How do you
philosophy
get
of
over the
lady
drink and
affairs.
away and here?
Must
No
navigate
time
self
to worry
to
about
office
that now.
for
I think he is
personal interview.
police or maybe whatever he is. Decide to take him. Get the guns out of the way first.
I'm
The bar,
standing in front of the
120
great door
Van
of
Ness.
Carrie Kleiner.
And
And I know that everything's going to come clear at long last.
7820 Hyde Street.
I reach out and pull the
And that's
bell.
all the picture is for today.
Right, Julie, I'll start on them. Did you pick up the collection from Gregor?
Yesterday's,
Although I
900.
cannot quite
Here.
place
Good
what I
enough.
heard
Well, I'll be
before.
moving along now.
Wait a minute,
Now,
then.
Huh?
The door
Well?
is opening.
What about my money?
Now, Julie.
I'm
evening,
taking the
Brian.
same chance as you
We've
are.
been waiting for you.
I told you I want
Good
more
evening,
money.
Your Lordship. I'm sorry I'm late.
Julie, I'm going to give you more than you think. You'll be getting everything I make out of this.
And her
What?
ladyship is with,
What are you talking about?
the child.
Wedding bells, Mustard.
You're not joking, are
Will
you,
you
dear?
join me in a glass of mulled
Try this
wine?
one for size.
At your pleasure. I've not seen you for some
Temple,
time, and,
Mr. Temple. Have a heart. I'm just a poor working
I
girl.
must catch my sea
All right,
captain
Julie,
before
but
he leaves.
how about that extra money now?
Packets.
I'll take it out in orange blossom.
Good girl. That's what I hoped you'd say. Let's make it soon.
May I hope you'll attend
I'll
me,
go and do
lady,
some
in
arranging.
my absence?
Thanks for the list. I'll give it to Inky right away.
Would you not rather
Goodbye,
I
Jim.
transmit
Goodbye,
the
then.
packages for you?
Oh,
on
and by
my
the
way
way,
home?
don't bother to pick up the money from Gregor's today. I'll save you the trip.
You'll call for me later?
Alone can bring.
Yes, Junie.
Besides,
I'll be calling.
I would not deprive Kleiner of some outside companionship. So, kiss her lady, dear. It would be cruel to deny her a new face to brighten her solitude.
This looks like a
The
pup.
hour is late, perhaps.
June Morris,
No,
pipe
I
wedding
won't hear
service.
of it. You shall be our guest
Sure
for
not.
the night, and
Yes,
I shall
sir.
be back post-haste. I'll try to make it
Try
in
to.
as close to 2 hours as possible. Meanwhile, make
Nobody
yourself
here, Pop.
completely at home.
Office is empty.
I had a
Ah,
dream, I suppose.
office exceeding
By my
fighting for
host's
busy
clothes,
typewriter
the
service.
speech,
Maybe
a
she wasn't
calendar
doing
I
much
find on
work.
the wall. I am back in
Obvious
the
Miss
past
Morris
over
do little
100
typewriting.
years. But
A
more
rubber roller of
important,
machine scarce
I
him
am
out.
within the walls of Carrie Kleiner.
And what's this?
And the riddle
A
of my whole
criteria
life, I
notice
feel,
from
is near
Daily
to being
Baker.
solved.
Son,
Lord Carrie
we'll see
leaves.
what's behind
I
that
am
door,
too
please.
impatient to
All
wait
right,
for
Pop.
my answers. So I climb the great staircase to Kleiner's bedroom
Hey,
and
Pop.
knock on the door.
Look, there's someone here. I think.
Brian,
A moment. Unfortunate girl dead. Has been shot.
I'd
Is
tired
it
of
Miss
waiting
Morris,
for
do
you
you
to come
think?
down.
This person
Lord
afraid
Carrick has
so.
ridden to town.
Blonde,
2 hours
as
before he
Gregor the
returns.
shop said. Was
May I
getting
come in?
paper from shelves here when shot fired.
It's too late.
Initials on lapel brooch say J.M.
good 2 years
Suggests
When I lost you
this
to him, I
indeed
meant
the
to.
lady we seek.
But for a
Gosh,
while I
Pop,
stayed hiding in the
what do we
fence.
do now?
seen.
Great sage say.
You know what you've
In
done.
sudden landslide,
And
close
why do you
main
come back
road.
now?
I wanted to
Traveler
see the boy.
must
By
reach
what right?
destination by back lane.
Is he mine? I have to know. Is he mine?
No. It was a foolish choice. Why? Because I loved you.
We will return to the inimitable Charlie Chan in just a
The
few
years
moments.
have come and gone.
But in the
Lord Carrick is my
meantime,
husband
your
and the father
announcer.
of my child.
And now,
I
back to
have a
the
whole new
incomparable
life I've
Charlie
learned to
Chan.
accept.
I still want to know if the child is mine.
Let me go.
When you answer me.
How could it be yours? He was born 10 months after I married
While
Lord
Charlie
Carrick.
Chan and his
everyone
number one
whisper he's
son are
mine?
looking for
Because you
other
didn't
roads
believe
to
as
lead
you
them to the
promised.
solution of the crime,
Why didn't you take yourself
Dan
right
Temple is
out
busy
of my
too.
life?
But there
Find
was
him
nothing
hurrying through
between
the
us after
streets,
your marriage.
taking the
know
stairs
that.
two at a time
No
and
one
bursting into
else
his flat,
believes
anxious and excited.
They still
Inky,
think the child is
hey,
mine.
Inky.
Even Lord Carrick. I can't imagine
I
why he
just
could have welcomed me
finished
here
a very
tonight. I
pretty
can't tell you
bath.
how.
Now listen, Inky,
I ain't the kind of fella to pat myself on the back, Ben, but you certainly are the best artist in the business.
Dear
God, just one look at the licenses and I'm right.
Over my dead body.
That's art, Ben.
Yes, I know, but we've got more important things on hand now, Inky.
And here it
We're
is.
leaving town.
The moment
what
I've reached
for?
We'll be in
to a
trouble with
century
Junie if we
for.
stay.
The one I
what
want
kind
to
of trouble?
change.
Wrong trouble?
It's today I want to
I'm not joking.
And
We're leaving
Gloria
tonight.
and my own child that
Start
I
again in
killed
St.
one
Louis.
moment of
Get a
anger
new
and
girl.
hate as
And
Lord
make sure
Carrick
she's the
plans to do
brainless
with me and
type.
Kleiner now.
I've always liked St. Louis.
You go down to Gregor's and pick up the base
Chance of
collection.
bringing Gloria
Meet me
back.
here. I'll be packing.
Well,
To change
how
history.
about Junie?
Or at least to set it
June
right.
won't be picking up the collection.
You had a quarrel with her, eh?
Outside balcony
I wouldn't exactly call it that, Inky.
Through the French window.
No. Junie's got
Run,
ideas.
Brian, he'll kill me
Had
if he
to
finds
score
you
off
here.
with some talk about wedding bells and orange blossoms, and she fell for it. Yes, she fell for it. Now listen, Inky. Don't say anything to Gregor, understand?
What did I have to say to him?
Nothing, Inky, nothing, but
The better.
even saying nothing can get you into trouble in this town.
This time not so easily. I'm not your hunted, but your hunter. Look to yourself.
Pop, I don't
with
get
his
it.
dagger half
What are we
raised,
doing here in
frozen with
Chinatown?
inaction as I hurtle
Patience,
myself
son.
towards him.
Patience.
Hands raised to shield and
Looks
grapple
like
and
they'll do us in a
destroy
good
him.
hanging ground outside
But what I reach for
what do you
is
call
nothing
it,
but
that
a
collective
shame.
bloke?
My
A strap.
outstretched hands grasp
It's
on the
Oriental
air,
word for
and my
gentleman of
hurtling
this
body
persuasion.
passing through his spectral
This
waist
strap
crashes
is only
full
road
tilt against
left
the
to
crumbling
solution of
battlement,
case.
which gives way like
Murder
powder.
of Miss Morris
And of a sudden,
left no clue.
just like the lover in
Must
the
pick
ancient
up
legend,
in here.
I am
How?
plummeting like today's
Simon has
skydiver
followed
towards the
instructions.
rocks below.
I'm supposed to pour water on the knob of the door handle and keep it wet all the time. Correct. It's as wet as steel rock. Very good.
Carrick was 100
Father
years
will
ago
explain
about
plan. Criminal must come to office to pick up money collected for him by Schwab. If we remain inside office, they frighten him away without revealing identity.
I see that. But how will a wet doorknob show who we're looking for?
Wait, please. Person approaches shop.
We've watched 10 people go in and come out already.
In a moment.
How are we going to know the right man?
A bell. I don't know if I ever want to hear a bell
Someone
in my
recognized
life again.
suspects by blood on hands.
Blood in his hands?
Precisely.
How's he going to get blood in his hands for a wet doorknob?
Wait.
I'd have to be God to answer that. He snapped. The way a lot of us do when life spins us around too fast and
Observe
curdles our
hands
brains.
of gentlemen just
Why do
leaving.
you think I ran away from it all and
They're red pops.
Come quickly,
came here
please.
to find peace?
Brian really killed Gloria.
Stop.
He'd had a nervous breakdown.
What do you want, mister?
Please, Inspector Chan of Police. Observe credentials.
About paternity
You
put him there
are
when
under
Gloria was
arrest.
asking for a divorce.
For what?
Participation in murder of Miss June Morris.
She lost
What?
her life.
She was shot dead an hour ago.
Escape by coming here.
Shut.
He was looking
I
for
don't know
escape.
anything about it. I swear.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I know it's such
Come,
a
please.
writer's
Oh,
word,
wait a
but
minute. Now, wait, Inspector.
expiation.
I didn't have
Are
anything
you
to do with
saying
it.
then he was after taking his own life?
We'll never
I
know.
know.
Sheila.
I'll
The
turn
police
evidence.
say there's
See?
some evidence
I'm
that the
too old
IRA
to
was
go
using
Stop back,
Carrick as a
please.
depot
Quickly.
for smuggled arms from the sea.
No wonder he's
Maybe he
talking about
stumbled on them.
leaving
The
town.
local folk would tell you
Having
that anyone in
trouble
that
with
haunted
June.
castle after dark,
He never
especially
told
when the
me.
moon was full, was risking God
murder.
knows what.
He never told me.
Who?
And
Dan
someone I
Temple.
know.
Criminal of
dearly
lowest
sensed he
species
was
from
marked
Chicago. This
by
person
fate
acquainted
for
with
death.
unsavory face.
That's a
I
fact.
wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I want telegraph here.
Macken was the
You can
only
get me for forgery, Inspector.
Let's us
But
go
not
give
for
him a
killing.
decent burial.
You want Dan Temple for that?
Peace at last.
A strange tale. A tortured man who borrowed a century-old sorrow and carried it on his back like the old man of the sea.
Inky.
Small wonder
That's
he
you?
broke eventually under the senseless strain.
All right,
And
just a
among
second.
A man to be censured, but also to be pitied.
Listen, Inky,
A man for whom the death bell
Gregor.
sounded.
You
Let his epitaph be John Donne's.
Where's Inky?
Lest you stop to criticize too harshly.
What are you talking about?
Ask
Your
not
business
for whom the
is
bell
finished.
tolls.
You're telling me. What about Inky?
tolls
He's
for
finished
thee.
for good. Now, don't rush
I'll
and
be
talk
back
me, Gregor.
shortly.
Oh, sure. You
Hey.
can talk about good
What's
tasting
the gun
diet
for?
drinks, but I
You,
know.
Dan.
I'm Goldilocks, and
Hey,
here
listen,
at
I'm
my
very
taste
sorry,
testing
Dan.
laboratory,
Gregor
I
is
taste
frightened,
them all.
Schroff.
And
You know,
nobody's
I'm
been
frightened now.
drinking
Bad.
my diet
That Detective
drinks
Chan
until I
comes a little
tested
too close for
sugar-free
comfort.
diet 7
I
Up.
tried to stop
and
him.
then,
I
kablooey,
think maybe I
every
take
bear
care of
wanted
Miss Morris
some.
in time.
Diet 7 Up is
I was
fresh,
wrong.
natural, delicious.
Now I take care of him.
Sugar-free diet
Gregor, I
7
can't
Up.
let anybody tell what they know about
right.
Gregor, Dan. Can't let you tell
North
Chan.
Jersey is certainly getting higher yield this week, especially with Suburban Savings Special High Yield Savings Certificate
Do not
that you can
shoot
raise for
revolver,
fun
Mr.
and
Gregor.
profit. All you have to do is plant a modest
Private
$2,500 minimum
Behind
in
you is
Suburban
number one
Limited
fund,
Issue
also
7.50% savings
have
certificate.
been tracked,
Then put
Mr.
your
Gregor,
certificate in a
with
nice safe
last-minute
place.
assistance of
Suburban
Mr.
takes care
Temple.
of the rest by compounding
Stop that,
interest
please. I'll get you
continuously
covered,
from
Gregor.
day of
You can
deposit
do it
paid
upstairs.
quarterly. You'll get a nice, healthy 7.90%
You were right,
effective
Inspector.
annual yield
I only
on
half
your
believed you when you
7.50
talked me to this.
savings
That's almost
certificate
always
when you
right.
let it grow
You
from
keep your word,
4 to
Inspector,
10
eh?
years.
I'll
Early
not
withdrawal
be charged for
prior
murder.
to maturity
This
is, of
person's
course,
iron
subject
word
to
will
a
be kept,
substantial
Mr.
penalty.
Temple.
So for a nice,
Will
healthy
receive justice
7.90%
for
annual
participation
effective
in
yield,
confidence.
grow Suburban's
No more.
7.50% savings
Mr.
certificate for fun
Dimitri
and profit
Gregor
at any
will
Suburban
be sole
savings office.
beneficiary
In
of
Bayonne,
trial
Edgewater, Helmut
for
Park,
murder.
Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and
Smart
Sparta.
Many thanks for praying.
Our cast included Michael
You
Tolan,
were
Marion
indeed
Seldes, William
frightened,
Redfield,
Schroff.
and Guy Sorrell.
Very shortly,
The entire
will be
production was under the
executed,
direction
Schroff.
of Hyman Brown.
Truly
Radio
it is
Mystery
written,
Theater was sponsored in
fear
part by new
follows
sugar-free
crime,
diet 7
and
Up.
its punishment
This
for
is E.G.
fame.
Marshall inviting you to return to our studio for another adventure in the mountains. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
They got a pretty good run of the case in the papers, Pop.
Father instructed son to read papers for news, not ancient history.
Gregor was in with Temple. Mm-hmm. So when he found out we were on the trail, he tried to cover up.
Precisely. This person suspected Schrock after the murder of Miss Morris. Was only person who knew intention to question her.
Yes, it could have been Temple. He was with her just before we came.
Mr. Temple, only annoyed and frightened at the demand of Miss Morris for more money. Put her off and Fran attempted to leave town.
10:15 tomorrow morning
There's
on the
two
Martha
things
Dean
I want to know,
program.
Pop.
Morton Puner,
First,
a member of the
what was that blood on Inky's
Society,
hands?
will tell us what we know about growing
Very
old.
simple.
I hope you'll join me
Your
tomorrow
father
morning at
secretly
10:15.
dusted envelopes containing collected money in Shock's office with anthracene dye.
Anthracene? What's anthracene?
Invisible dust, which turns blood red on contact with water.
Today that he's going to move to
Used
quash a
often in
Watergate
counterfeit
prosecution subpoena for 64
Oh, I
more
see.
White House tapes.
And if he got his hands
He would
wet
not
on the
say whether
doorknob.
the president will abide
Then when
by
he
any
picked up the
adverse
dusted
Supreme
envelopes,
Court decision
the
should
guy
that
stained his
tape
hands
battle
red.
come to that.
Precisely.
Facing a deadline of
First
Thursday
question,
for responding to
answer.
the
but
subpoena
here's
from
the
Special
second.
Prosecutor Leon Jaworski.
In the paper, it
The
says that
president's
Mrs.
defense
Bates
attorney,
discovered
James
a
St.
forgery
Clair,
and
held a
assisted you in
broad-ranging
catching
news
the
conference
criminal.
here in Washington today.
Now, that's
A news
stretching the
conference in
truth,
which he
Pop.
discussed the president's
Why'd you
reasons
do
for
it?
making public more than 1,200 pages of edited
Mrs.
transcripts
Bates
of the
suffered
Watergate
because
tapes.
of crime.
He also disclosed that the
Entire
House
life
Judiciary
smashed.
Committee is seeking more than
Now
140
has
additional
profited from
tapes for
solution
its
of
impeachment
second crime.
inquiry.
Has achieved
Discussing Jaworski's
expanding
subpoena,
in community
St. Clair argued today that the massive
honor
public release
in
of
eyes of
transcripts
friends.
by the president
Well,
yesterday
she won't try to run
strengthens his
away
effort
anymore.
to have the subpoena quashed.
Precisely.
He said he
And
will
she
move now
has
on
learned
two grounds.
valuable lessons
First, in
of
his words,
Mencius, who
especially
said,
now, clearly the
"Robbery
prosecution must have
is
enough
like
evidence to
man's
proceed
shadow.
to try these cases.
Can never run
And knowing
fast
Mr.
enough
Jaworski, I am
to
confident that he
escape
wouldn't have
either."
indicted these people if he didn't think he had enough evidence to make good case. Secondly, acknowledging that the White House has a duty to make available materials that would be helpful to the defendants. St. Clair today said everything we know of
Before
is in
this
that book
person
of
has further
transcripts.
words with you,
Everything is
here is
there.
an answer.
He also contended
with
that there was
words
a significant
of
difference
wisdom.
between the Jaworski subpoena and the ones issued last year in the name of former Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox. He said the Cox subpoena, which led directly to the explosive firing of Cox, was on behalf of the federal grand jury, and the two court decisions that went against the president in that case were based on the proposition that the grand jury has sort of
Before
unique
saying good
requirements.
night,
The
Charlie
Jaworski
Chan
subpoena, on
would
the other
like
hand,
to
St.
leave
Clair
you
noted today,
few words
is aimed at
of
providing
ancient
materials for use
philosophy.
in court trials rather than in grand jury
Just
deliberations.
when we are giving
Asked
up
whether the
seeking
president would abide by
his
an
time
adverse Supreme
to
Court
find
decision should the
Good
Jaworski
night.
subpoena lead to a
Thank
court
you.
fight and eventually reach the Supreme Court. St. Clair today said, quote, I wouldn't want to comment one way or the other because I have not discussed it with the president, and I would not want to disagree on his decision.
Be sure to join us next week at the same time for The Adventures of Charlie Chan, based on the famous character created by Earl the Bigger.
By making public the massive array of edited transcripts, he cited the following as the basic considerations, and I quote, people were getting more and more imbued with the idea that the president was something to hide to the extent that it endangered the presidency.
This is a Grace Gibson radio production produced by Reg Johnston.
President's Watergate
The National Broadcasting Company presents Last Man Out, a series of true stories transcribed and documented from the official files of United States government agencies.
All right, Eric, let me hear you recite the verse you memorized.
Shall I stand up, Papa?
Yes, Eric, stand up. Go ahead.
To free the masses from oppression, to free the spirit from its chains. The red flag waves, the red star shines. Capitalism's down, the worker reigns. What are capitalists, Papa?
Capitalists, Eric, are what we are not.
ladies and gentlemen, here is your narrator for Last Man Out, the well-known writer, Mr. Richard English.
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear one of the most important programs in this entire Last Man Out series. There's been a lot of criticism lately directed at government committees which have attempted to expose the communist infiltration of our American schools. Tonight, we're going to prove that communist infiltration did happen here. Our subject tonight is Dorothy K. Funn, a New York City school teacher. Miss Funn joined the Communist Party in 1939, left it in 1946. Her story is not what you'd call a cloak and dagger tale. It happens to be far more important and far deadlier than that. Dorothy Funn actually saw the poison that was being injected into our school systems, the attempt to mold the minds of our children into the communist pattern. Now, the subject report of former Communist Party member Dorothy K. Funn.
I joined the Communist Party in May of 1939. I was recruited by another teacher with whom I'd become friendly.
About a month and a half after the subject was taken into the party, she was sent to a state communist training school for teachers on a farm in upstate New York. It was a 6-week course. Among other things, the subject was taught how to indoctrinate the school children in the ways and thinkings of Communist Party principles. She was taught how to slant everyday problems in such a manner that they always favored the thinking of the Soviet Union.
While we were at this school, we weren't allowed to receive mail or to send it, and we were to remain on the grounds of the school at all times. One night during our 6 weeks training period, we were allowed to go into town to a movie, but we all went as a group and loaded on a truck. I'll never forget the ride back to the school. It was a bumpy one. Well, Madge, 2 more weeks and we'll be back in the big city.
I'm really anxious, Dorothy. I haven't seen my little boy for over a month. He probably won't even recognize me.
How old is he, Madge?
6.5 going on 7. Smart one, too. You'd be surprised how progressive he is. And I mean progressive.
That's good. Hey, Howard. Your husband in the party?
Oh, sure. Very active, too. That's why I know our little boy is going to grow up to be a big man in the party someday.
Good.
You know, it's the early training that counts, and we're giving him plenty of that. He knows half the nursery rhymes in The Young Pioneer by heart. And he's only 6.5 going on 7. His favorite is the one that goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Workers rob where'er they go. They can stop it if they're not too slow. We young comrades tell them so.
Oh, I remember that one. It was one of the very first ones I ever memorized. Well, your young son sounds like he'll make a brilliant student. What's his name?
Eric.
Eric. That's a good name.
The subject got back to New York just in time to start teaching a fall semester at one of the public schools. This was in 1939. There were approximately 40,000 teachers in New York City at that time. How many were communists?
Oh, about 1,000.
What were some of the ways in which a communist teacher was able to influence her students along party line thinking and principles?
Well, there were various ways. Where possible, the teacher slanted history lessons. Slanted everyday problems, too. Oh, gee, all right, students. Students, we'll do our oral reports now. Students, we'll do our oral reports now on world events. First one, Jack Glazer. Please stand and make your report, Jack. Give us the title and then a 1-minute summary.
Well, my report is called Germany Marches on Poland. Yesterday, the German army marched into Poland and started a war with the people of Poland.
Jack, do you know why?
Because they want more land?
Oh, no, that's not the real reason. The real reason is the Soviet Union. They want to invade the peaceful Soviet Union.
Oh?
Yes, it's very easy to see why they want to invade the Soviet Union. Union. Russia is a real democracy. Well, in a sense, more of a democracy than we are.
See how simple it is? First you start twisting a kid's thoughts.
Now, let's just look at history. Mr. Lincoln fought a civil war to free the Negroes. And there's still Jim Crowism in this country. In Russia, it's different. In Russia, the Negro is his own master. But that's what I meant when I said, in a sense, Russia's more of a democratic nation than America is.
Well, then we're all really for Russia in this war, because Russia's defending democracy. Is that right, Mrs. Fun?
Yes, because you might put it that way, but there's more to it than that.
What do you mean, Mrs. Fun?
Now the Communist Party line really comes out.
Well, Germany is a totalitarian state, a dictatorship, a type of tyranny. A nation of persecution and hate and prejudice. While on the other hand, Russia's exactly the opposite. Now, we definitely find some persecution, some hate, and some prejudice in this country. How do we eliminate it? First, by destroying the big enemy. That would be Germany. And then the time will come for us to clean out our own backyard. Do you see what I mean?
I sure do, Mrs. Fun.
Fine. And Jack, for giving us that splendid oral report, I'm going to give you an A.
We are set in this cave by the restless sea to reveal the horror in man's mind. Listen to the weird circles.
How were the party line policies that you were to push forward in your classes in the schoolrooms handed down to you, Dorothy?
Well, we attended section meetings every 2 weeks, at which time we were given specific orders about what party line policies were to be pushed in the classrooms.
Slanting history as it happened was one method of pushing communist influence.
Oh, yes. Yes, America's past history was also slanted. And then another method was the slanting of ordinary discussion groups. Sometimes we'd have the students discuss questions pro and con, and we, the teachers, would act as moderators.
Down, Coquette. Down, I say. Now go to your corner.
All right,
well,
students,
come in,
all
Monsieur
right.
Lahane.
All right, Susan, let me have your attention, please.
Excuse my dropping in like this,
Today,
Monsieur Lecoq, but I
panel
must
discussion will
see
be
you.
on the
Yes,
Civil War.
It's a
Virginia,
pretty
you
tough
may
customer
begin the
you got
discussion.
there. Coquette?
It might be a good idea
she's
to
only
state
bluffing.
first
Please
the
make yourself
reasons
comfortable.
why
Now,
the Civil War
Coquette.
began.
It
Stay in your
began
corner.
over slavery in the South.
Isn't
President
that the dog that was
Abraham
the principal
Lincoln
witness in your
wanted
last
to
case?
free the slave
yes,
in
and
the
if she
South.
only could have talked,
I think it might
would
be a
have not
good
had such a
idea for me to
difficult
inject a thought
But
at
you
this
come to see me
point.
about something, my friend.
Did any of you
Well,
students
you know, Lecoq,
know
I've
that
been
the
plaguing you
South
for
does
years
not
to let me write up
recognize
some of your
President
interesting
Abraham
criminal
Lincoln's
cases.
birthday
You
as a
know, are
holiday?
probably the most
Why is
popular
that,
citizen
Mrs.
of
Farr?
Paris. Oh, no. Oh, yes, you are. Certainly the greatest detective
Even
of our
though
time.
a war was fought to free the
Weigh your least
slaves, there's
words.
still a
Just
great
imagine
deal
how they
of
devour one of
slavery
your
going on
stories,
in the
fictional.
South.
But now you
For
aren't putting me
example,
off any
the
longer.
textile
My
workers
paper
in the
says get Lecoq's
factories.
stories
I don't
or...
know about them, but my folks said that a lot
you don't
of
want
the
to see me
Negroes
lose my
remained in the
job.
South because they were
Hardly.
treated very well by their
All right,
employers.
my young friend
They
Lahane.
even said that
Fear
some of
to
the
be at
Negro
last
women
my own
practically
death.
raised the children of the
But
white
I've known
folks.
a lifetime
That's
of
how much
crime.
they were
Where would I
respected
begin?
and loved.
Well, what about your last
folks are
case?
very
About the
wrong,
dog, Coquette. Indeed,
That's
why
what they
not?
call
That was a baffling mystery.
propaganda.
You had a strange,
Oh, just a moment,
unearthly
boys
element,
and girls.
which has never been explained.
Yes?
And it centered
Are you
around a
Mrs.
very pretty woman.
Yes.
Well, it sounds
My name
made
is
to
Eric
order.
Norton, Mrs.
And
Fun.
by the
I'm a
way,
new
how did
boy.
you happen to acquire
We just
the dog?
moved to
That's
this
part of the
district, and I
story. We'll come to
transferred
that.
over from PS
Now, let me think a
45.
bit
All
about
right,
this
Eric.
story.
Have you been to the
Maybe
principal's
I should
office?
refer
Yes,
to my notes.
Students,
It's
I'd like to
file
have you
number
meet a new member of your class, Eric Norton. All right, Eric, you may sit down now.
Murder of the little pig. Well, there's
Eric.
one murder pig.
Yes, sir?
This kind, sir. You know
Is
how
your
Parisians
mother a
are. They're
school
forever
teacher?
giving names
Yes,
to
sir.
people whose
She
appearance
teaches
or
over in the
personality
Queen's
reminds them of animals.
Is her
In
first
French
name
criminal
Madge?
history, we've
That's
had
right,
the
Mrs.
wolf,
Fun.
the fox,
Madge.
the rabbit,
I'm
the
glad
leopard,
to have you
the
with
crow,
us,
and the
Eric.
little hairdresser
I
Henri
think you're going to
Coudray
like
was
this
called the
class
little pig.
very much,
Well,
Eric.
It was past
Very
midnight
much.
when I received word to hurry to the Rue Batignolles. That murder had been done. When I arrived, the police commissioner took me to the scene of the crime. And there on the bedroom floor, the body lay in a position. Well, there's little for you to do in this
Subject
case,
continued teaching.
Old Henri Coudray, called the little
attending
pig,
the party
has been stabbed to
discussion
death.
group meetings
And
every
we
2
know
weeks.
who the murderer is.
How are these
Oh, that's
groups
pretty fast
organized?
work, isn't it? Or was the murderer
everyone
caught
in
in
the
the act?
group
No,
was
the
a
murdered man
teacher
himself
from some
enlightened us.
public
Look,
school.
Look down the
We
floor
had a
beside the
chairman,
body. See, that's
a treasurer, and an educational director.
blood on the
Let me ask you this. Were school children ever used in communist demonstrations?
What is it?
Oh, yes, but usually they were children whose parents were already sympathizers or party members.
The first half of the name
The Mayday Parade is one of the best
man.
places to
The
employ
little
children
pig died
for
before he could finish the name.
For the
but he gave us
family
enough.
effects
You
on
see,
those
Jean
watching the
Ministro is the
parade.
sole heir to Coudray's
I marched
large
in my
fortune.
first Mayday
What a
Parade in
cinch of a case.
1940.
You think the old man started to write the name of his murderer in his own blood? What else is there to think? No.
Yes, Miss Aaron.
Have you noticed the expression on the
no,
face
there's
of the
one
corpse?
missing, Eric Norton.
That
You
must
should
have
be
been
here in a moment.
instantaneous because Coudray died calm.
Well, he promised
His
me
assailant
he's
must
very
have been known.
enthusiastic about the
Of
whole
course
thing.
Coudray
Mr.
knew his
Aaron.
own nephew.
Well, you know
but
that,
only a
don't
hope of
you?
revenge
Yes,
would
I
have
know
given
that.
so much
All
energy.
right, students.
Dying
Don't
old
move
man.
out of
Imagine
line
how
and
desperately he
hold
would
those
struggle
banners
to
up
write the
straight
name.
when you
Like
march.
every
Make
split
sure
second
they can
would
be
count.
read.
He knew his life was expiring.
And now remember
And
where you're to
you
march,
notice
next to
something
the
else,
older
Commissioner.
people. Form a
The
single
name is
line
written on
either
the
side
right
and march
side of
next
the
to
button.
them.
And written with the forefinger of the right hand. Oh, come now, look. This is a simple case. Don't try to make something complicated out of you. I'll convince you. I want you to hear the testimony of the caretaker.
Single file.
Lazar, come in here a minute.
There you are, Eric. I was so afraid you were going to miss
Will you tell Monsieur Lecoq what happened last evening?
Dorothy. Nice to
yes,
see you
monsieur,
again.
exactly.
It's been a long time.
It was
We better
about
hurry. The brace is
9
about ready to
o'clock
start
when
the
the
talk later
little
match.
pig's
Do you have your placard, Eric?
Jean Ministro, came
All
to
right,
see his
hold it
uncle.
high. And
Did you
remember,
see
we want
Ministro
everybody
face
to
to
be
face?
able to see it and to read it.
No, monsieur. You see, my apartment is on the first floor. And John had already started to walk up the stairs when I looked out my door. Oh, so then you only saw the man's back? Well, yes, monsieur. But he had on a suit I had seen John wear time and time again. If I did not see his face, I did see his little black dog. Okay. Our chief witness, Lecoq, is the little black dog. For it was he who witnessed the murder. But tell me, Jacques, exactly what happened? Well, monsieur, nothing really happened. I saw Jean going upstairs and the dog Coquette tagging along behind. That was at 9 o'clock. And then at about 9:30... I'm a great one to look at my watch, Mrs.
Discrimination
At
and
9:30, I heard the entrance door open, and I saw Jean Ministro leave the building with the dog. Commissioner, what time do you fix the murder? Between 9:15 and 9:30.
We discriminated against students and also teachers who were not favorable to the movement.
No, monsieur, I only saw his back.
This is fun.
But
Have
I
you met
would
Mrs. Goodman,
swear
the
it was
history
Jean,
teacher?
all right.
Well,
No doubt it was Jean Ministro killed his uncle to get his inheritance. I've ordered my men to arrest Ministro. Yes,
what do you mean?
Have you
She hasn't
observed
got one
that the night
progressive
table is
idea
on
and
the
a
left
stupid
side
head.
of the bed?
She's what I call a
And
total loss.
there's a newspaper dropped to the left of that
She
chair.
might be dangerous.
And an empty wine
We'll
glass.
have to keep a close watch on her.
the left
She's
of
the kind that
desk.
runs and
Go
talks.
home and go to bed, Lecoq.
I didn't
I'm not
say
going to
much
let
to
you
her.
make a mystery out of
I
this
just
plain,
listened.
simple case. I know,
Now,
but I
what
can't
about her
reconcile the
family?
peaceful, smiling
conservative
expression on the
stock.
face of the corpse.
I think
with that
I'll give a
writing
little
on the
party
floor in
and
blood.
ask everyone
I
but
feel
her.
in my bones that Jean Ministro is
I'll
innocent.
also
Yeah,
think
come
of some
in,
other
come in.
ways to isolate her.
We've arrested Jean Ministro.
We've definitely got to make her feel
No,
she's not
monsieur.
wanted around here.
Ministro has
Maybe she'll ask for a
confessed to
transfer.
the
Well, that's
crime.
probably the best way to handle it.
You see, we've got this
Well, I
school
left the
pretty
scene
well
of the crime with
organized
my
right
opinion
now.
unchanged.
I hate to have
Though
anyone
indeed
come
my
along
face
and
should have
mess
been
up all
read,
the
what
good
with
we've
my
done.
innocent Jean confessing.
We've
And
got
the
to get
first
rid of her as
witnesses
soon
I
as
examined
possible.
only strengthened the
I
state's
know a
case
liberal
to establish
sub
his
I'd like
guilt.
to see take
Really?
her place.
Yes. I talked first to Marie.
I'll see what kind of
wife Jacques
strings I can
Piquet.
pull to
Marie, I
get her in
believe,
over
was
here.
an habitual eavesdropper.
But in the meantime,
in any
Mrs.
case,
Fun,
3
pass the
days
word
before the
along to
murder,
the
Jean
others.
and his wife Clara called on the little
objective?
pig Coudray.
Get
And
rid of
listening in the
Mrs.
hall,
Goodman.
Marie overheard the
So you visit your old uncle in the middle of the week, huh? Never heard of such a thing. Now don't tell me you're getting so fond of me that you can't wait until your
It
usual
wasn't long
Sunday
before
visit.
Mrs. Goodman was out.
Something special,
The subject continued teaching
not that
until
we don't want to see you at any
1943 when she
Well,
resigned
you
from the
don't
school
say.
system,
You'd ever
went to
express
work as an
yourself in such
administrative
affectionate
secretary
terms
for
before.
Minorities Labor
You must
Victory
want something.
Committee.
Well,
Then as a
out with it.
legislative
Out with it.
representative for the
My
National
friends are waiting for
Minorities
me at the cafe
Congress.
for my usual glass
And
of
later
wine.
still as a
Game of
representative for
cards.
the New York
I can't
State
keep them waiting all
Political
night.
Action Committee in
See,
Washington,
Uncle,
D.C.
business is not going very well.
In
How can you run a jewelry
1946, the
business, Uncle,
subject
without
who had
plenty of
slowly been
stock?
growing fed
John
up
simply cut
left the
design and make
Communist Party.
decent pieces.
Yes, I don't have
left
enough stock on
Washington
hand.
and
Not enough
returned
variety in jewels and not enough general
teaching
equipment.
position with
Now
the
I have a
New
chance
York
to buy a
City
jeweler
school
stock at the
systems.
Palais Royal.
The subject was reinstated, resumed a teaching job the early part of 1947.
It's a very great deal of money,
When
you
the
know.
House Committee on
Took me many
Un-American
years to
Activities
save that much
began
money.
its investigation of communist infiltration into the school systems, the subject testified before them,
I'm not really concerned.
naming names and giving any and all information she had of the Communist Party and its working in our
Throw away my
schools.
money as you see fit. But until death closes these eyes, I intend to keep my money. And enjoy it.
Proceed,
Yes,
Mr.
all
Counsel.
right.
No wonder you're called
Mrs. Fung, you have been a member,
Why should
or had been a
Unless
member
I'm going
for
to tell
quite
him what
some
I really think
time
of it.
the Communist Party here in the
Even
city
more
of New York.
beautiful, Madame Claire.
There was quite an audience in this room this morning,
Watch your word.
and there is quite an audience here this
To
afternoon.
leave all my lovely money
Is
to
it
a
correct
foundation
you
for
recognize
strength.
quite a
I
number of
don't
the
care
people
what
in
you
the
do.
audience
Money will
as
do us no good
former
when we're too
members
old
of
to
the
enjoy
Communist
it.
Party when you
We need
were?
100,000 francs now.
Yes.
They
are here today
I could
in
even
this
part
audience.
with the 100,000 francs I worked so hard to earn.
So hard to earn.
I'm not sure whether you
All
have ever
Paris
read that
knows how
provision,
earned
have
your
you,
fortune.
under which this
The
committee
rich,
operates?
silly women whose hair you dressed talked too much, didn't they? I told you enough so that you could find out
This
more.
law
And
says
you blackmailed them
that-
one
may I
after the
read?
other. You blackmailed them.
The Committee on Un-American Activities, as a whole or by subcommittee, is authorized to make investigations of the extent, the character, the objectives of un-American propaganda activities in the United States, and the diffusion within the United States of subversive and un-American propaganda that is instigated from foreign countries
What are you doing
or
out here in the
of a
hall?
domestic origin
You're cleaning up,
and
madame.
attacks
It's
the
time
principle
night.
of government as guaranteed by our
Well,
Constitution.
I'm glad you know now what kind of a man
Now.
dear Uncle Henri is.
Did you hear any question
Marie, when you bring up
or
Uncle Cafe au lait in the morning,
any
please
act
don't
by this
make it for
committee
me, will you?
which, in your
Never mind,
judgment,
talk. Well,
was a
Pig,
trespass
I'd
upon
kill him if I
your
could.
civil
Oh,
rights in
Clara,
any
come.
way, or your rights as an American citizen?
Well, Marie's story made
Shown
my
only
theory
one
of
thing,
Jean
that you're
seemed very weak
interested in getting at the facts.
Still, I insisted that
You're
when
interested in
Jean
helping
left his
to
uncle's house that night, he
eliminate
was
the
not as yet a
causes which
man
made this
driven to murder.
subversive
Why, Jean
activity
wasn't
possible.
angry. But he was not temperamentally the
I don't
type
think in
to
any
murder
instant
in
you've
cold blood.
infringed
But
upon my rights as a citizen.
early in the morning after the
I've
murder,
been very
a
happy to come
surprise
here
witness
and give
brought the
any
guillotine
assistance I've
even
given.
nearer to Jean
Mrs.
Monique.
Funn, speaking for myself,
A well-dressed matron.
I say you have been a most
Madame Dupont,
informative witness.
On the day
I
previous,
am sure
at
the
some 10
information you
hours
have
or
given
so
to
before
this
the crime,
committee will
Madame
be
Dupont
most
went to
valuable.
Jean Ministro's
You have added a great deal to the information that the committee has already assembled.
Good morning, Madame Dupont.
Unless
Good
there's
morning,
something
Monsieur
further,
Ministro.
Mr. Chairman.
Nothing further.
I am returning
The
the
committee will
bracelet.
stand in recess
anything
until
wrong?
10 o'clock tomorrow
Well, I
morning.
repaired it very cute.
This is not the bracelet I brought you, monsieur. You have substituted paste for my genuine stone.
Oh, I've done no such thing. I'll let you look at them through my glass.
Dorothy Funn still has a tremendous feeling for the rights of the minorities.
These are
That was
so-
one of the reasons she joined the Communist Party.
Where do you, Madame?
But
I
she
don't know how it
realized in
happened.
time that the Communist Party wasn't the answer to what
Perhaps
she
your
wanted.
wife will know what
She
to
realized
say.
that the party
What do you mean
used
by
the
that, madam?
problems of the
Your wife
minority
was in
to
the
spread
shop
its own
yesterday when I
gospel.
called for the
And when she
bracelet.
found that out,
Thought
she
she acted
quit the
very
party.
strangely.
She's
She avoided
resumed her
looking at
teaching
me and was
career,
eager for me to
however.
leave.
And it wasn't an
She is
easy
not
road
a
back.
good thief,
At times
monsieur.
it was lonesome.
I can't believe that Clara would do such a thing.
Dorothy Funn
Who's
is another
removed the
good
stones, monsieur?
example
Who
when
else
the
except
next
your wife had
communist
the
scam come
opportunity?
back.
Maybe worked well enough to make the substitutions herself. Oh, I see it all. Poor Clara's been worried half sick. We need money, and my uncle refused to help us. Clara did this thing for me.
You love your wife very much, don't you,
We've
monsieur?
all been waiting
Yes,
for.
very much, Madame.
And we'll ask
I
tonight's
swear I'll get the
subject
jewels back
some
for
of
you.
the questions that
Please,
all
please don't
Americans
go to the
wanted
police.
to ask.
Why do you think
What
I've
is
come to
being
you,
done
monsieur?
now, Dorothy,
I
to
could have gone at
rid
once
the
to the police.
School systems
But I am a
of
sentimental woman,
communists
and I have eyes in my head.
Communist teachers,
One doesn't often see a man so much in love with his wife.
Here in New
You
York,
will promise to wait a little? I'll get the jewels back for you.
But what if she's already sold them? What if she spent the money?
Has been
Can you buy
initiated
such
by
valuable
Dr.
jewels?
Jansen
Don't worry, Madame.
in
I'll get the money.
communist
I'll get
school
it somehow.
teachers in the New York City school system. And he has received the help of a counsel here in New York who carries on these investigations.
Would you say that this investigation has been fairly successful?
I would say that it has been very successful.
Did you ever have any reaction from parents when it was learned you had been a communist school teacher?
No direct reaction.
I see.
No.
It wasn't
And so
known
you see,
until
Lahan,
4 years after you broke
Madame
the
Dupont furnished the
party
state
that
with
you
the
had ever been
strongest
a part of.
possible
Is that
motive
correct?
in the case against Jean.
I would say yes and no.
But doubtless
It wasn't openly known, but I think that many people by that time had considered me a member of the Communist Party.
I wanted to get to him before he became exhausted and confused with the questions of others. I found Jean sullen in his cell and unwilling to talk.
It was very much so. I was sort of on the moon alone for a while since I had severed all connections with my former friends and many of my relatives in going into this Communist Party activity, so that upon my return, and of course, I was no longer welcome with those who still were members of the Communist Party, with whom I also did not wish to associate.
I wish I could have her here with me.
All right. She was a one-man dog. Coquette followed me everywhere.
What were the Communist Party instructions regarding teachers' relations with members of the
I left Jean
PTA?
now convinced that he was innocent.
Their
But
instructions
where in
were
all Paris would I find the guilty
for
one?
each teacher
I
to
decided
make
next
it
to go to the Rue Vivienne
must
and
to
call on
attend
Madame
the
Clara.
Parent-Teacher Association meetings
What can I do
and
for you,
to
monsieur?
guide
No one is here. I mean to say, poor
the
monsieur is away
actions
and madame
and
is just
policies
leaving.
of
Who are
that
you, young woman?
organization.
Thibault, madame's maid. Now, if you wish
Further,
to leave an order, or if you wish to buy
wherever
I'm not here to
possible,
buy,
they were
mademoiselle. I am
to
Lecoq of the
become
police department. I
particularly
must
friendly
speak
and
to Madame
close to
my
those
goodness,
members of the
right
PTA
away.
who looked like good
Madame,
material
I'm right here, Sybil. I heard
for
what the gentleman said.
outside work
Coquette.
on the political
back in the room.
scene,
Take him
I
with
might say.
Yes.
Looking, of course, for the last thing of
Well, you have a very good
recruiting them
watchdog,
into
madame.
the Communist Party.
Good watchdog.
Thank you
Does
very
your
much.
dog never make up to strangers?
No, never. Coquette really only likes my husband. Why are you here? I heard you say you're from the police department.
Yes. Here is my identification.
Well, perhaps you know I
Ladies and
received a
gentlemen,
summons to
Mr.
appear
English
at
will
court
be
this
back in just a
afternoon for
moment.
examination.
For
I'm
security
leaving a few
reasons,
minutes.
Yes, I
certain
know, but I
names
wanted
in the
to
subject
speak to you
report
before
of
you
Dorothy Funn were changed.
Do you think your
Each week,
husband is
Last
innocent,
Man Out
madame?
will expose a different phase
sure.
of communism. Next
John
week's
couldn't kill
subject
a fly.
report will be
So
that
it
of a
has seemed to
subject
me.
who served
John
the
is not the
communist
type to
state
kill even
behind
a
the
fly.
Iron Curtain.
But
Now,
you
once
know
again,
that your
Mr.
husband has
English.
confessed.
Tonight I want to speak to the ex-communists who are listening.
He
I
knew
know
how I
how tough
hated
it
his
is to
Uncle
be on
Henri.
the outside
And
looking
then
in. For 17 years
well,
I was deaf.
did something foolish.
It's only
monsieur.
8 years ago I had my
We needed
hearing
money,
restored in
and
one
I
ear.
borrowed.
So I know what it's like to come back.
I believe
and
that
that's
Jean
what you
found
want
it
to
out.
do.
But he didn't
If
know
you've
that
been
I still
afraid
have the
that your
jewels, and
boss
I'm
and
going to give them
friends
back
might
to
find
Madame.
out that you're an ex-communist,
I'm sure he thought I was
wouldn't
desperate,
understand
that I
what
sold
took
the
you
jewels,
in and
spent
what
the
took
money,
you out of the party.
Then got frightened.
Why don't you write me?
Wrote his uncle, whom
Maybe
I
I
hated,
can help.
so that we could get the inheritance.
Just write Dick
You
English,
have your
care of
husband's
NBC,
reasoning pretty
Hollywood,
well figured
California,
out, haven't
and mark
you,
it
madame?
personal.
Oh, but I know
Good
Jean
night.
so well.
Did you kill his uncle?
No, monsieur. And I have 3 witnesses that I was home that night. It was hot, and I asked 3 neighbor ladies in to have ice cream with me. They were here from 9 o'clock till after 10.
Next week, Richard
You
English
have 3
will bring to our
witnesses. You have indeed a
microphones
perfect alibi.
the true story of
But where
another
was your
former
husband
member
at
of the
that time?
Communist Party.
Well, it's
Documented
quite
and
unfortunate,
transcribed
but,
from the official
Jean
files
went
of
to
United
Woodford
States
about
government
making some artificial
agencies.
pearls.
Last Man Out
Everything
is
was
an
unlucky that
NBC
night,
radio
but John
network
Workman
production
wasn't
by
approved.
Richard English.
And I haven't been
Directed
able to
by
find
Andrew
anyone who
C.
saw
Love
Jean
and
all
written
evening.
by Richard
What
George
time did he leave the
Pedicini.
house?
Our musical score is composed and
home about
conducted by
10:30.
Dmitri Tiomkin.
I know what
Academy
you're thinking.
Award
Jean
winner.
was away at exactly the right time for him to have gone to his uncle's apartment and killed him and returned. But I know Jean's innocent. I know it.
Where was the dog during the evening?
Cooking? Funny question. Well,
December is the month of the joyous holiday
didn't
season.
notice where
it's
the
also
dog
the
went.
month of the highest number of motor vehicle
Still, I
accidents.
believe Coquette
Take a
followed
safe
her
driving
master.
tip from the truck drivers who are
Yes,
taught to drive
yes, I'm
ahead
sure
of
she
themselves.
must have followed
Take extra
Jean.
care on the highways during the
La
holiday
Hand,
season.
Madame Clara
Use
was from
courtesy,
first to last
caution,
a mystery.
and common sense.
When I left
This
the
is
shop,
the
I decided
NBC
to question
Radio
Madame
Network.
Clara's neighbors and find out what they thought of her. They talked readily.
A pretty woman, but extravagant.
Madame Clara has admirers, lots of admirers. I don't know anything about her, Madame. She drove her husband to the crime, that's what I think. Yes, she had lots of admirers, but who can say one thing wrong about her?
And while talking to Madame Clara's neighbors, the idea came to me, which I was sure would put me on the trail I was seeking.
What was that?
I had already seen Madame leave the house, so I knew I could find the maid Sybil alone when I returned to the shop.
If you're on a spot nailed there tight, you need my kind of help.
Monsieur, Madame has left.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Madame gave me the name of a friend of hers, and I've lost the card it was written on. Now, a bright girl like you wouldn't be so careless, would you, Sybil?
Oh, Monsieur, you have a good memory. You remembered my name.
I couldn't easily forget. The name goes with such a pretty face.
Oh, Monsieur, now you joke with me.
No, Sybil, I'm entirely sincere before such youthful charm. And I can see how bright you are, too. I'll bet you can tell me the name of that gentleman. You know, he's the only man besides Monsieur Ministro himself, the only other person the dog Coquette would follow.
Oh, you mean Monsieur Victor?
Exactly. Victor, how silly of me to forget such a simple name. And his address
George,
was...
this sounds like a letter of
Oh, let me see.
Oh, Tudor, number 23, if that's possible.
Yes,
Yes, of
Bearcat
course.
is in the can for murder.
It's hard to account for the affections of
That
animals,
depends
isn't it?
on just how old
Now,
this
Coquette
fellow
is
Bearcat
unfriendly
is.
to everyone,
They get
so I'm
old early
told,
down there
to
around
everyone
Wednesday.
outside the immediate
We haven't
family,
had a
and yet
social evening in a long
she's so
time,
friendly
darling.
with Monsieur
Would you
Victor
suggest we drop
that
in at
she
the
would
club?
actually
with
follow him.
Oh, well, you see, Monsieur Victor used to own Coquette, but he gave her as a present to Madame and Monsieur Ministro because they needed a watchdog.
Sounding like a
But
police
Coquette
woman,
still
Angel.
loves her former
All the
master. She often
Bearcats
visits him.
just got together
That's a
and
quaint
made
habit, isn't it? But I suppose the Ministros must lock up the dog so she doesn't go off visiting at night.
No, they don't bother to lock her up if they're staying home.
No?
Coquette often runs over to Monsieur Victor's after
Nice
supper
place you got around
around
here,
7
Chuck.
and doesn't come back before 10. That is, if she can get out. Now, this week, Coquette's been a regular gadabout. She's been over to Monsieur Victor's every single
And
night.
that's the way I like to do business, too, Chuck.
I knew before I was out of the Rue Vivienne the course of action I would take. It was bold, but it would save weeks of investigation. As you know, Lahan, it's in my character to take risks, and when I'm near the solution of a case, I'm inclined to be dramatic.
Yes,
I know. And especially in a case
And
like
just what
this,
kind
where
of
the
a
evidence
miracle
is
do you
purely
expect from me?
circumstantial.
Just to believe
Well, it
what
took
I'm
3
saying and
days
find
to
out
study
what
the
really
house and the habits of Monsieur Victor,
Oh, the Bearcats
and to
have
make
our own
other
special
careful
rules, see,
preparation.
and we don't go back on
But it was an uncanny and strange circumstance that finally turned the case.
The guy that goes
On
looking
the
for
fourth
trouble
night,
unless it
according
comes
to
your way
plan,
is going to get
Monsieur
that tail
Victor was
kicked.
kept out very late.
Oh, there's nothing wrong
When
with
he
that.
reached his apartment, he
Try
went to
never to
bed
cop
promptly
anything
and then
unless
to
it's
sleep
from an
very
enemy
quickly,
camp.
for he had been
The
drinking a
fine
great
for
deal of
violating
wine.
this rule is $1.
But presently,
Now, there might be some
Monsieur
question
Victor
about
was
that, right?
awakened
Get
by
to
a
the one we're
voice,
talking about, will you?
by an
Oh, yeah, sure.
unforgettable
A lead pipe, baseball bats, and other harmless things is okay. But don't
Wake up,
carry
Monsieur
dangerous
Victor.
weapons. You might be tempted to use them and give the club a bad name.
Oh, yeah, nothing like
I
trying
am
to
well
say.
enough.
Violate this rule
Andre
and you get
Coudray,
thrown
the
right
old
out.
man
Yeah, now,
you
then he
murdered.
may
away.
get up himself, see? He'd rather
Go
let
away,
you
little
break his
pig.
arm than
Leave me
break
in
one of his
peace.
own rules.
Okay,
Why do you
Chuck,
come
let's
every
see, I
night
believe
like
you.
this? Why do you
Danny
stand
confessed
there
to
and
the
look at
police
me
for
like that
reasons
with
of
a
his own.
Yeah,
ghastly
fine.
smile and the...
Now, can you think of anyone in the
Cut your
neighborhood
throat.
who'd want to
Go
kill me
away,
and
go
step
away.
on him?
No,
Just about
monsieur.
everybody.
It's no
Step
good
out was
hiding
nothing
your
but
head.
phony. Always
I will
pushing
come
people
back
around, even Danny's
and come
mother.
back
Yeah, but
until I
the
have
babes
driven
go for
you
him.
out of your
Look,
mind.
why don't you drop
What do you
dead?
want?
Don't
What
you
do
see
you
we got
want?
a lady present?
Why?
Don't let me
Why
cry
did
this
you
time.
kill
What
me?
else about Corey?
Any
he was
man
in some
has a
kind of a
right to
racket
know
with Leo
why he
Sudan,
was
see?
killed.
They work out at a Swedes pool.
If I tell you, will you go away? Will you promise never to come back?
Well,
Yes, I
you going to take it on,
promise.
Valentine?
Now, tell me,
What would you say?
and I will stay quite
Well,
silent.
George, I'd say
dead.
so many of the
All
other
right.
guys are so
All right,
sure
I'll
about
tell
Danny
you.
being innocent.
I
Then
love
they have
Clara.
something there.
I dressed
Yeah.
like Jean, took
Yeah,
the
I was
dog
thinking
Coquette to
something
your
like
house
myself.
and killed you.
Brooksy?
Yeah.
And
You
now
drop
Jean
in
will
and
go to
see
the
Danny's mother.
guillotine. Clara will inherit your money, and in time we shall be married.
And while you do that, Angel, I'll get out of the
Three
jail.
birds
and
with one
have a talk
stone.
with
Got
Danny.
rid of you, and Jean and Clara will have your money.
Very clever, Monsieur Victor. And you wrote part of Jean's last name in my blood on the floor, didn't you?
Yes, that finished it.
That's
Now
what did happen,
go back.
Johnny.
Go back to your grave and stay there.
All right, men, grab him.
Go.
You're under arrest, Louis Victor. Stanton, turn up the light.
What is this?
Take that gun away.
Oh.
All right, now his hand. Well, Danton, that was a very good performance. Thank you, Lecoq. It was a pleasure.
Who is that man?
But how is it the police...
He's the
didn't
image
find
of
him?
Andre Coudray. This is Philippe Danton
Danton from the Comedy
Why'd you go to all that trouble?
Very good
And then
actor.
walk up to the counter.
Well
and beat the
rehearsed and
professor.
perfectly made up.
No,
You know, I'm almost ashamed to
Guess I
work
was
this
just half
ancient trick,
crazier.
having an actor pretend
So
to be a
now
ghost.
you know.
But it
I
did
don't
work.
think I know anything about
don't
you
boast,
yet,
my
Danny. I
dearly
think you're
cock.
holding
You had
on.
little to do with the success of your trick.
All right, never mind.
The little
about
pig Andre Coudray
it.
made
Do you
your
think you're
trick
playing
work.
fair with Chuck?
Are you
Bonnie,
trying
and the
to
others?
tell me that a dead man
Think of those
helped you?
guys.
I believe he did.
Getting up all that dough and then
For the last
hiring
3
you.
nights, I've dreamt a vivid dream, the same dream each night.
Nuts, all of them.
I dreamt
Don't
that
think I'm
Andre
sorry for what
Coudray
I
stood at
did.
the foot of
Or I
my
had it
bed
coming
exactly
to
as I
him.
saw
You don't
this
treat me
actor.
woman the way
Coudray
you
did not
treated my
speak in my
mother.
dream, but
I
when I
oughta
heard his
know.
voice tonight, I was not surprised.
Swell way,
I believe my dream had come true, that the apparition was really there, and that Andre Coudray wanted to know why I'd killed him, that if I told him, he would go and leave me in peace.
What? Are you really telling me the truth? That you actually dreamed of seeing
I can be just
Henri
as tough as
Coudray
you.
as you saw the actor dancing tonight?
For what reason do I have to lie? You've got my confession now. It was not you, but the little pig Andre Coudray who trapped me.
And so, Monsieur Lehan, that is my file number 23. You think it will give you a good story?
Good story? It's amazing. Oh, by the way, you haven't told me how you came by the door, Coquette.
Oh, Coquette, come here. You may leave your corner now.
Anybody's to
Come
blame
here,
but me.
girl.
Mothers have a habit of
Jean
blaming
Ministre was
themselves,
so
Mrs.
grateful to
Corey.
me for releasing him
I
from
knew how
facing the
he worshipped
guillotine
his own
that he
father.
insisted on giving me his dearest
Yet I
possession.
married a man like Phil.
Coquette.
A man who lived
fine
in
little dog.
Yes. You know, I'm afraid I'd make a
He
poor
wasn't the
detective.
father I should have
I lost
picked
sight
him
of some of your clues. Now,
But you had the
what
right
made
to
you
make
so
your
sure
own
that
choice.
Jean Ministro was innocent?
Danny,
Well,
my stepfather
sometimes the
fought
things
right
that
from
are
the
not
beginning.
seen are near enough to put
There
the
was no
eyes
peace
out.
in the house.
You remember how I had observed
when
that the
Danny
night
became an
table,
altogether
water, wine
different
glass,
boy.
and so on were all at the
Started
left
that
side
gang
for
of his.
convenience, but the letters we found on the floor, M-O-N-I-S, were at the right of the body,
Why do you
written
say
with
that,
the right
Mrs.
hand.
A few
Well, I
weeks
later
after we were
confirmed my
married,
first impression
Bill was
that
coming upstairs
Coudray
from
was
that
left-handed.
pool parlor.
And besides,
Danny was
the
waiting
police
for him.
commissioner had greeted me with the
He
information
pushed Phil
that
down the
Coudray had
stairs.
been stabbed.
I opened the door
But
just
later,
in time to
I
see
asked
him.
Jean in his cell
All
what
Danny
he had
did
done
was
with the
look at me and
revolver,
walk out.
and he answered that he had thrown it
That's
into
just
the
gonna
river
make it look all the
Seine.
worse
Well,
for Danny when he comes
I
up
suppose
for trial.
Clara was convicted
No,
as Victor's
I
accomplice,
know.
wasn't she?
No, we
Everybody
suspected
thinks he
her,
did it,
but
but
suspicions are
I
not
can't
true.
believe it.
She denied knowing of
Oh,
Victor's affection
I didn't
for
know
her,
you had
and
company,
we could
Mrs.
get
Corey.
absolutely
Sorry.
nothing against
That's
her.
all right, Mrs. Rodolph.
Always I have wondered,
Oh,
was
this
Clara
is Miss
merely a
Brooks,
clever,
good
discreet
friend.
woman and a good
How do
actress?
you do? Hello.
Was
oh, I
she
do hope
Victor's
you've been
accomplice?
able to talk some sense into Mrs.
What do
Corey.
you think?
She can't just sit around moping all day.
Been very kind.
Kind, my good. I know what it means to feel you're all alone. in
From
the
the
world.
time
You
worn
forget I
pages
spent
of
half
the
my
past,
life in hallrooms in the
we
strange
have brought
towns
you
and
the
I'm
story,
chorus line.
the murder of the
I think
little
I'd better be
pig.
running along. And you
Bell
don't have to worry
keeper.
about Mrs. Corey, not a bit,
Hold
dearie.
the bell.
Like I told her, as long as I own this rooming house, there'll always be a place for her here. And I own it outright. Best kind of security for summer children.
Like my Lincoln buddies, they ought to be so good.
Oh, now. All you need is a good sleep, and I'm going to see that you get it.
That's good advice, Mrs. Corey.
You want to look your best when you see your son.
See it. Dan won't talk to me. He won't let me visit him in jail.
Well, sometimes things change awfully fast, Mrs. Corey. So suppose we just wait and see.
Sudan,
Yeah. Here he is.
let's go somewhere and talk.
I just see him in the middle of a pool game. What you trying to do, jinx me? Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know my name? I never seen you before. Yeah, I'll be right with you. I asked you a question, friend. Now, what gives?
I thought we might have a little talk about what happened to Phil.
Cal's
You know, your business partner.
You a dick?
No,
Come over here a minute, will
I'm not just the inquiring reporter either.
Okay, whoever you are. Scram. I got $5 on this game.
What was the deal between you and Corey? The numbers, racket, slot machine?
Yeah, you're right.
I said beat it.
barbed wire.
Wouldn't you be at all
No
curious if I
barbed wire
told
for
you
this
maybe
animal,
it wasn't
see?
Corey's
Wire
kid
like that
who
on your
knifed
property,
Me?
Mr. Fuller, is over south the road. Yeah, that's right.
Curious bone in my
This
body.
animal hasn't been in the south
That's
pastures
your
for
way,
months.
Sudan.
She's
But I
one
think
of
you
the
can tell
animals
me a lot
I'm keeping up
outside.
near the barn.
Got one
Leaving
thing
for the
to
stock
tell
show
you.
next month.
This looks like the only way.
Hold it.
Get the pull cue down, Leo.
You haven't let her
Now
get
tell
out
me what to do,
accidentally,
sweetheart.
have you?
Give me that cue.
I know, Mr. Fuller.
That's
You
better.
sure, Hank? Yes, sir.
I
You
try to
said
run
you
a
want all
respectable
animals you
place.
brought in off the range kept
They're talking
inside the
about
wooden
the fences.
You better
You're
put
the boss.
the pool ball back
I
in the
wouldn't
table,
let any
too,
of them
Mac.
near any barbed wire.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Mighty
Glad
funny.
you reminded me. Leo almost got
figure
it
out
between
no other
his
way
teeth.
she could have hurt her leg like that.
This guy's been asking me if I killed Corey.
You don't say.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, look. Be a nice fella, mister. Run
I'll
along.
never be able to show her with a leg like this.
Game.
Sure
You
too
and
bad,
him
Mr.
got a
Ford.
beef. See him later.
He's a nice animal, too.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, one of the best.
I know when I'm not wanted.
I was counting on
Don't
her
get me
boosting
wrong,
my
pal.
score at
Not
the show.
against you personally.
Hey, you don't suppose McCarg
Just
could have
that
done
I
it, do you?
pride myself
McCarg,
on running
sure.
a nice, peaceful
Pretty hard hit for good
recreation.
show animals this year.
You know, Swede, you're a man with
Had to sell off
ideals.
quite a
I
few
like
to pay his
that.
mortgage and meet the taxes.
But I got
know,
a
but
few broken
McCarg's
down
always
ideals,
been a
too.
good friend of mine.
What's that?
He wouldn't do a thing like that.
I never get kicked out of the same
might
place
help him at
twice.
stock show.
I mean,
Needs that prize
and
money
still
pretty
leave
bad.
it nice.
McCarg's a stock raiser from way back. He couldn't hurt a prize animal if he had to. Funny thing, what some men will do for money, Mr. Ford. Look, Hank, I won't have you talking like that. Well, I was just saying that McCarg's a good friend of mine. I've done him several favors lately.
Oh,
he wouldn't
boy.
repay me by injuring one of my
I was in
animals.
that alley there all the time.
Well, I know is. She
I was
couldn't
waiting
have
for
cut
you
her
to
leg
come out
like
of the
that around the
speech
corral.
Now, what do you call this?
Looks to me like it was done
Bearcat
purposely.
protection?
Oh, no.
Here,
I
better
just
clean out
thought
that
you
cut
liked
and
some
wrap it
company,
up.
that's all.
Yeah. Fetch me that disinfectant.
What are you carrying
those
there,
clean
anyway?
rags from the chest, Hank.
That's a camera. Yeah, you ought to see some of the pictures I
right
took.
over here. Hmm?
Hey,
In the store?
that's a pretty
Yeah, here on
expensive
this
deal.
shelf. What are they
Where'd you
doing
get it?
here?
Oh, don't worry, Valentine. It's mine,
know.
all right.
Yeah, I can
This
imagine.
bottle's always kept in the chest
Now, what's
at
the
the
real
end of the
deal,
barn.
Johnny?
Huh?
One of your club members going to be on my tail all the time?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Have you
we
been
know you
treating
can
this
take care
animal?
of yourself.
No,
I just
I
happened
mean,
to
I didn't
be
know she was hurt.
loitering
You
in
told
the
me.
alley, that's all.
Some other animal, then? Oh, of course
Quick,
not.
Valentine, get this doorway.
Inspect them
Bonnie,
all
what is
tonight?
it?
Don't ask me no questions.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
did. The only cow that's hurt. What's this disinfectant and these clean rags doing here? What?
You're dragging me in the doorway.
I took that bottle away myself last week.
I wish I
Treated the
could take
horse.
a picture
I
of it.
haven't used
what
it
works,
since.
Bonnie?
I
What's
haven't
going on
used more
here?
months
Look,
again.
Chuck figured you might
Somebody
follow
did
when you
injure
left
this
the
animal.
street, see? So
Then
the
tried to
Bearcats
treat
were
it here in
raising
its
the roof up on
stall.
the street. They must have seen
Must
that
have been
car was
frightened
trailing.
away before he could use the medicine.
But all that
who
stuff out there on the
purposely cut its
street.
leg
Oh, the
and
street
then tried to
cleaning
treat it.
department will clean that all up in the morning. Nothing but ash
I don't
cans,
know.
bricks, cans of garbage,
Neither do
things
I.
like that.
Wait a minute.
I suppose
What's
I
this?
should say thanks.
Look
He
here.
wasn't going to let anybody wake you
It's
over.
a short length of barbed
And you
wire.
notice we didn't use no
With
guns
blood
or
on it.
knives.
Oh, yeah.
Dad, you're right.
Perfect little job.
It was hidden under the
that's
straw.
right.
I just happened
Well,
to pick it
what
up
did
with
you
my
find out
foot.
about Danny, huh?
Must have been in that
Nothing
last
much,
load of
kid.
straw we brought in.
Except now there
Must
are at
lay
least
down
two
on, cut her
characters
leg.
who do anything to
Not
keep
that
me
you-
from finding out what really happened to
Hank?
Phil Corey.
There's been dirty work around here. Here, hold these rags. Picked up this leg. Yeah, sure. Easy now, Bill. Take it easy. Better stand back,
We'll
Hank.
return to
Bound to
tonight's
get a little
adventure,
excited
George
when...
Valentine, in just a moment.
Hank.
First, a word to the wise motorist.
What's the idea?
If you have an oil
move,
filter
Mr.
on
Fella.
your car,
That's
remember
good.
it needs a little
Put it
attention.
away. Not on your line.
In fact, the filter element should be replaced
Lucky for
every
me, your foot
6,000
didn't
miles.
kick it up from the straw,
For after
too.
you've had that much service from your oil filter, you'll find the element is bulging
You
with
did
2 or
this.
3
I
pounds
don't
of dirt,
deny it.
most of it carbon and
Yes,
metal
I
particles.
injured the animal.
And then it can no
I
longer
hit the
clean the
barbed
engine
wire
oil.
beneath the straw in this
So
gun,
to keep
too.
the engine oil in
Make
your
it
car
handy.
cleaner for
Hank,
longer
and I put the
periods,
disinfectant
just
here in
make
the
sure the
stall.
oil filter element is
you work
replaced
on the
every
cut.
6,000 miles.
And I'd have you
It's
right
another speedy
here where I
service they're
want
glad to
you.
do for
Hank,
you
why?
at standard stations and independent
Why?
Chevron gas stations
Why?
where they say,
You mean you don't
and
know?
mean,
I
we'll take
certainly
better
don't,
care
cause
of your
you
car.
won't give Martha what she wants. Martha, the wife, Mr. Fuller. Give her what she wants. Divorce.
And now, back to tonight's adventure,
Divorce.
George Valentine.
Now, stop your pretending.
Well, you find yourself
Why,
working
she's
with
never
a gang
asked
of
me
rough
for a
kids
divorce. She
from
has
the
a dozen
Bearcats
times.
just
What makes you
about
think
the
so?
top of
Call
the
me.
town. They won't
Told
believe
you.
that one of their
I
members,
told
Dan
you
Corey,
to
is guilty of
stop
murdering his
pretending.
stepfather. You play
You
along
know
because
she
you don't
won't
believe young
marry
Danny
me.
did it either. And that's why, like George
What?
Valentine, you find
Don't
yourself
act
with
so
Brooksy
amazed.
in the one-room headquarters of the Bearcats right now, addressing the membership.
I'm
All right, now, all you guys.
You've known
clam
about
up.
it for a long
Come on,
time.
snap
I
yapping, will
assure
ya?
you that I haven't.
I mean,
no good acting
the
that way,
meeting will come to order.
Mr. Fuller.
We got
You've
some
had a lot
official
of fun,
business to
haven't
discuss.
you? Let letting me go on like this? Working for you for peanuts? Calling you
Well,
mister?
fellas, before I get
doing
started...
all your dirty work around
What do
the
you
farm.
say
You've been
about
well paid.
unloading some of those,
I've never asked you to do
harmless
anything that I
weapons
wouldn't
your
do myself.
Constitution
Well,
allows you
I'm
to
putting
carry?
an end to all of it right now. Hank, give me that gun. Not
Okay, I'm
on
waiting.
your life. You can't shoot me in cold blood. They'll get
on
you.
up,
Not
come on the
me.
table.
They'll never know.
Well,
When they
come on,
find me with a
fellas.
bullet
You're
in
not
me,
afraid
Hank,
to
they'll
walk
never
down the
find a
street
bullet in you.
like everybody else without all that stuff.
They'll never bother to look for one.
Or are you?
Don't you remember this cow?
Okay, you heard what the lady
Take a
said.
good look
Come on,
at
get
her.
clean, will you?
You remember last fall when McCard's shotgun accidentally went off near her?
Thank you, Angel.
How she
Hey,
almost
you know,
trampled
he
him
called
to
the
death.
ranger.
Hank, no.
All right,
One
all right,
shot,
forget
fella,
it.
through your heart.
All right,
For
Valentine.
the
what about
time that animals
coming to that right
have
now.
done their work.
No, Marsh, no.
They'll
I don't
never
have anything like
recognize
real
you
proof to
when
clear
they
'em.
pull you out of this ball.
You can't do that.
They'll never bother to look for a
paying
bullet.
you
Listen to me, Hank.
They'll
You're
think
supposed
your
to have all the
gun went off
answers.
Yeah, that's
accidentally.
right, like you said in that
And
ad you had in the
animal
paper.
trampled you
Please,
to
boys,
me that
let's
gun,
get
Hank.
the
And the farm will be marked
See,
as
fellas,
mine.
it
Give it to me,
isn't as
Hank.
easy as you think.
Give it to me.
Before I can help Danny, you've got to have absolute proof of his innocence.
After you left the Swedes and talked to Sudan, somebody tried to get you. That'll be enough for you to work on.
It'd be a lot easier if I were
Take
sure
it
we were
easy,
telling each other
yellow
all
pup.
we know about
Your
this.
eyes will be all right.
The truth is, unless I'm sure of that, I'm pretty much of a blind alley.
eyes are stinging.
They'll be
Now,
all right.
somebody here
Come on
knows
with me.
what I mean.
Here, this way.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take you to the well and bathe your eyes.
Here.
You're not going to kill me.
Careful.
That's an ugly-looking knife.
You see, Danny's old
I
man
didn't know
brought
what
it
I
back
was
with him when he
doing,
went
Mr.
to the
Fuller.
Pacific.
Easy now.
Got it off a Jap.
Now, where
I
did
didn't know
you
what I
get
was
this?
doing.
Well,
I didn't
may as
want
well
to kill
tell you
you.
the whole thing.
You only
See,
missed
I was
killing
standing on
me
the
by
corner
a hair's
right
breadth.
next to the candy store. And Danny went upstairs for something, and the next thing I know, he was giving this to me. He said, make sure you
We'll
ditch
talk
it,
about
Chuck.
that later.
Then he goes right over and gives himself up to a cop.
Why are you taking me?
Well, weren't you
Over to the
afraid that
well.
if this knife was found with Danny's fingerprints on it, it'd make
Name
the
of
case
heaven, are you
really
gonna do
open
to me?
shut?
I'm going to wash out your eyes.
Thought
Come
of
on
that,
now.
Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
Water.
Then why were you so
Easy
careful
now.
to preserve
Oh,
the
don't rub 'em.
fingerprints, Chuck?
Keep
I see
your
you got it
hands
all
away
wrapped
from your
up in a
filthy
handkerchief.
face.
Look, I got more than half of
You'll be all right in a
And if
minute.
they convicted Danny and he didn't have a chance, I was going to
tell
come
you,
up
I
with
can't
this.
stand it.
Marsh.
Maybe there'd
Let
be
go of
some
me.
other fingerprints on it besides his.
Taking me off to leave me. So
Smart thinking.
Stop it. Stop it. Now you're trying
Yeah,
to
Brooksy,
kill me.
take this knife
No,
down to
I'm
Lieutenant
not trying
Riley
to
and ask
kill
him
you.
to check
You
the
are.
prints.
Oh, George, you
I
know
know
he's
you
bound
are.
to ask
Don't be a
questions.
fool.
Tell him I'll talk to him later. Right now, I got to get to
Go on.
work. But first, Barney,
This is your chance.
all these harmless weapons.
Can't get rid of me.
Get rid of them, will you? Throw them in the river.
Well, you're not going to do it.
Hank, for the love of heaven, listen to me.
Now, look, it's up to you,
I'm only
guys.
taking you to the well.
Either get rid of this stuff or I forget I ever
wanna
heard
throw
of
me
it.
in?
I want to wash out those eyes.
He's right. Come on, he's right.
You don't care.
Sure, that's the idea.
Oh, you
Now, with
want
what
a
you told me
chance
about
to
the
do away
knife,
with me.
Chuck,
No, you rat.
maybe I can really
I'm only
start
trying to
getting
help you.
places.
Let go my arm. Let go my arm.
No, you're staying with me.
I won't do it. You led like an animal to the slaughter. Let go of me. Stop it. Let go of my arm.
We're almost to the well now.
Oh.
I told Chuck to get rid of that knife. What's he trying to do to me?
Danny,
I-
wasn't that the knife your
water will
father
fix him
brought
up.
back from the Pacific just for you?
Oh, he brought back all
That
kinds of other
disinfectant
souvenirs.
will burn
It
those
was
eye
hanging over
tissues
the
if you don't get it
mantelpiece in the
washed
front
out of
room.
them.
You were very proud of it, weren't you?
You're going to throw me
I
in.
saw it hanging there, so when I got
I won't
mad
go
at my...
near that well.
Hank.
I mean, it's him.
I won't go near it.
I grabbed him.
I won't go
I
near
let
it.
him have it.
You're lying through your teeth, Danny.
The police believe
You're
me.
trying to protect somebody. You went right out and gave yourself up. But first, you made
No.
very sure you got rid of the knife. Now, why?
You asked
Get up
me
on
that
your feet.
before.
Yeah, but this time I don't need the
Come
answer.
over to the well and get your eyes washed
So long,
out.
Danny. I'll still be seeing you.
Keep your head. Here now. Bend over this water trough. Come on, bend lower. Come on now. Get plenty of
Swede,
this cold water into your eyes.
You and Sudan had me followed last night because you were afraid I might find out you were making book
Yeah,
in the
that's right.
races in back of this joint.
What are you
Little
talking
more.
about? I told you, Valentine, I run a peaceable pool
Here.
bar.
Or on the
this
other
cloth.
hand, I don't
Fill it
think
with
you
water.
would have gone to all that trouble just for that.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because the police didn't find just a railroad ticket, the key to his place,
Okay,
and
that
things
was
like
just a
that. on
mild
Corey.
disinfectant.
They also found
Won't
quite a
bother you
lot of
any.
dough.
The police
Put that up to
never
your eyes.
overlook anything, do they?
Was he
That's
trying to
it.
get out of town with your cash, boys?
Now,
Listen,
You open your eyes?
Valentine, I never like to
Oh,
get
one more
tough,
thing.
but...
I don't know.
Stop
try.
shoving me with that oversized bay window of yours.
Speak in peace and get out.
Okay. I
Feel
found a
better?
murder weapon, a knife. Now, that ought to tell us
Easy,
who the murderer is.
yeah, let's see him.
Don't say.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I got to get back to my
Just inflamed a little.
You, my friend,
You're
you're getting
all right.
out of here. Go on, you heard me. Go
Go into
on.
the house and bathe him in
Before I
warm
give
water
away one
now.
impulse I've had since I first saw that big beer belly of yours.
Skip it. Come on.
Wait a minute. What's that noise?
New York plane.
What's she so low for?
I don't know. She's too low.
What's wrong with her?
Good Lord. She's on fire.
Fire?
Yes.
A mass of flames. Look!
May as well sit here on the stairs and make ourselves comfortable. You don't know the job I had persuading Lieutenant Riley to let me bring this knife back with me. Why'd you want it anyway, George?
Oh, just a hunch, Angel. Make him in here.
Falling. Falling.
About
Falling.
that. When they arrested him, all they found was a key to the door and a couple of dollars in change.
She's
floated in midair, now she's falling.
See how...
Hold it, Angel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Corey.
Oh.
Martha.
This is Mr. Valentine.
You've been having a
Remember,
nightmare.
I was telling you about it.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Sweetheart.
screaming at the top of your lungs about something
Now,
falling.
look, Mrs. Curry, there's no time to waste.
Plane?
Dan's trial
A
begins
night plane to
tomorrow.
New York.
What about it?
She was low.
I know, that's
Too
why I've
low.
been out
She was in
walking,
flames. Exploded in midair.
Mrs. Curry, your son thinks
The
you
plane
killed
did
your
go
husband.
over just as you began to scream in your sleep.
Oh, let's see the clock.
Mr. Valentine.
When he came in that night, your husband was already dead on the floor.
Yes.
Dan saw the knife. He was sure you did
goes
it.
over at the
He
same
knew the
time
police had
each
reasoned
night.
that only
She
two
was
people could be
extra low
inside
tonight
here
for
alone
what
with
is
Corey, you and
washing
he.
out. Close.
So he took
Yes.
the blame.
But
there was
that's why
no
it was so important to
explosion.
Dan to get rid of the knife.
Dream.
He didn't want any suspicion to point to his
so
mother.
real.
Oh,
What am I going to do?
better go back to sleep, dear.
I didn't kill Phil.
That wasn't
Neither
all
did
of the
Danny.
dream.
Where were you that night,
Tell
Mrs.
me
Curry?
all about it in
A
the
good tight
morning.
alibi
Yeah.
help.
That wasn't all.
Where I was.
Stephen, where are you
Like
going?
today, I
Thanks,
left
room.
the house and started
Why?
Oh,
walking.
where's that other slipper?
Didn't matter where.
Here.
Phil
Stephen,
told me
what's
to
wrong,
come
dear?
with me.
That's what I want
I'd
to
lost
know.
my son and my husband.
Stephen.
I'll get it.
Oh, sorry, Miss Corey. Seems like
Hank.
you're walking in when you have company.
Oh, hello, Mrs.
Hank, open up.
Hello.
George, this is Mrs.
Hank.
Corey's landlady.
Oh, I'm glad
He's not
somebody's
in here.
with you.
The
I
bed's
wanted
not
you
slept
to have
in.
this
Stephen, what in
nice
the
hot
world's wrong with you?
Hank's gone.
I didn't
Gone.
want to knock on the door and disturb you.
He hasn't been in
But I
his
didn't
bed.
have
Oh.
my key. Now,
Did he
just
tell
sit
you he
down
was
and
going
have
anyplace?
Oh,
No.
Mrs. Ravel.
something. Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about it. Could we go in the other room?
Oh, I'll take
couldn't
that
be
place,
true.
Mrs. Corey.
Was it?
Talk to me about what,
About
Mr.
him?
Valentine?
Just a minute.
Yeah,
Yes.
about him.
Mrs. Ravel, I'm doing all I can to help
We were
Mrs.
together
Corey
in
and
the
Danny.
prize stock
I know
bar,
you are, too.
bedding down the
I've done
animal.
my best.
Well, maybe you can do me a favor.
One of the prize
we found the
cows
murder
had
weapon.
cut her leg.
Oh, you did? Well, I hope it means something. Something
We couldn't
good.
understand
Yeah, I
it.
hope so, too.
Because
Now, here's
she
what I'd like
hadn't
you to
been
do.
near any of the
The knife is wrapped in a
barbed
handkerchief.
wire.
You'll find it in the desk of the store at 19 and a half Duane Street, the Bearcat Social Club.
What?
I want you to go over there and get it and bring it back
The plane
here.
was flying
But
over.
why me,
It was
Mr.
too low.
Valentine?
And she caught
because
fire.
I can't leave
There was
here. I
that
need to give
awful
Miss Brooks.
explosion.
Oh, but it was
you
all
see,
a
we're
dream.
expecting
Come on,
Lieutenant
you'll
Riley,
see.
the police, and a couple of other people.
I'm going out to the
Now, if
barn.
you'll do this little thing
Come
for
along
me, you'll be
if you
saving
wish.
me an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, sure.
Something
But
tells
it'll take
me
me a
that
few
it
minutes
was
to make
more than
myself
just a dream.
presentable.
Well, take your time, Mrs. Ravel. The important thing is, what happens after you come back with that knife?
This is so foolish. I
Well,
tell
see,
you,
you
it was
know
just
what
a
to
dream.
do. Now get on it. I got to
Here.
use that hall phone here.
I
You
suppose
hold this
it would
lantern?
be
Oh,
but you
impolite
need
if
your
I asked
sleep,
what
dear.
was going on.
No time, Angel. I have to call Lieutenant Riley. Ask him to have a squad car pick up
I'll take
Sedan
it
and the
now.
Swede and bring them
All
over
right.
here.
Come on.
That's all very enlightening.
Now get going. Mrs. Ravel is not going to take forever to make herself presentable. Now, if I can only get Barney on the phone.
Here's the stall. You bring the flashlight?
Here.
Here, take the lantern. Confound it, what's wrong?
So be
The
sure you
battery
got
burned
it
out?
straight, Barney. Remember, I'm depending on you.
There.
You're the only one who can do this thing for me.
Martha, look.
Get over here as soon as you can.
There on her leg.
Go on.
A deep cut.
Fresh cut. It needs attention.
Martha. It's identical to the injury in my
All
dream.
right,
Oh, Stephen,
sweet.
surely.
It is,
Might as
Martha.
well sit down.
She just cut herself yesterday and you didn't know.
No.
Oh, we'll get to that.
I always examine the prize stock in their stalls every
She'll
night.
have it some other time, Mrs. Ravel.
Martha, this
Valentine,
animal was
nobody's
in
got
perfect
anything against
condition
us.
when
You
we
can't
went to
hold
bed.
us here.
Wait a minute.
Gentlemen, I told you about the
What
murder
are you
weapon.
doing?
I'm looking through this
Well,
stall.
here it is.
What are we supposed to do?
By heavens, look.
Valentine, what is it?
Short
I can't
length of
stand it
barbed
much longer.
I hope you won't have to,
Bloody
Mrs. Corey, and I...
Hey, I'm
Stephen.
Valentine. Took me a little time to get that
like
picture
the dream.
developed.
What picture, George?
Let me see that,
Very
Barney.
same.
Yeah?
There should be something else.
It's the first time I took a picture from inside a closet. Turned out good, huh?
Yeah, very good, very good. Picture of you, Mrs. Ravel.
Yes.
Taking
Here.
the knife out of the desk.
A gun.
Well, you told me to do that. You
Hidden
sent
here
me
in the
there.
straw.
I didn't
where
tell
he
you to
put it.
wipe off the fingerprints.
Hank
You're doing
Marsh,
here in
of
this
course.
picture.
Who else?
Oh, no,
What she is
Stephen.
doing,
Yes.
George.
Look.
You were afraid
There,
your
on the
fingerprints
top of
would
the
be
feed
found
box.
on the knife, weren't you,
A
Mrs.
bottle of
Ravel?
disinfectant.
saw that
Some
knife
clean
before.
rags.
Sorry, but that won't
Stephen,
explain
just
away
like
what
the
you were
dream.
doing in this picture.
Every
Besides,
bit
the
of it is
fingerprints were
just
already
like
taken off
the
the handle down at
dream.
You
headquarters.
couldn't have dreamed all
I
that.
can't believe it.
Hidden barbed
Don't be a
wire.
fool.
The cut on the cow's leg.
Imagine me
The
calling
hidden
you a
gun. The medicine. All the
There wasn't
same.
a good-looking woman in the whole neighborhood
Cow.
Phil didn't try to make time with.
She's He's the
I thought
one
he
that
was gonna
almost
leave
trampled McHarg to death last fall when his shotgun accidentally went off.
But
Surely you don't think Henry Marsh planned to kill you.
Yes,
I
he
killed him.
planned it.
And if you didn't, sister,
Worked it
we
out
might.
carefully.
Corey was taking
Very
it on the
carefully.
lane with our dough.
But George.
Now his plan's no
Lieutenant
good
Riley
because of
found
that
only
dream.
one set of
No,
fingerprints.
Stephen, he
Just
couldn't
Danny's, I
have.
know.
Yeah.
He wiped off
In
what he
my
thought was
dream, I
face.
saw
Then
how
my
it was all
fingerprints
going to
weren't
work out.
You were quite safe, Mrs.
It was
Rebecca.
shown how I could
Although I
save myself
suspected
by
you, I had
throwing
to
the
have proof.
disinfectant into
And
his eyes.
I tell you, there's some other explanation.
That plane. It did fly over low tonight, you said?
Yes,
And it must have caught on fire. It must have exploded.
but it couldn't have. didn't hear a thing except the motor.
You heard me screaming about it in my dream.
Yes,
Well, you must have been so intent upon what I was saying that you didn't hear the noise of the explosion.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
It was over south of the road. Here, give me that lantern.
Listen, before we get
Go back to the house.
I got something to say to Mr.
I'm
Valentine.
going to look for
I
that
want the rest
wreckage.
of you guys to listen to, will you? Okay. I already told you, Mr. Valentine, how I feel after what you did for me. But there's something else. Nobody but you would have gone along with a gang like us. You believed everything Chuck told you. You trusted Barney and all of us.
Stephen?
You stuck by us.
Not a sign of anything out
Guess
there.
the
in the
Bearcats have been a little off.
I called the airport.
But you can take
They
my
checked the
word
plane.
for it.
It
After
passed
this,
over
we're going to
Sheridan
straighten
some
up
time
and
ago.
fly
That's
right.
miles
We're going to
from
start
here
a
to New
baseball
York.
team and use those bats the way they
Safe.
were meant to be used.
Yes.
There couldn't be a mistake.
Well,
No.
Well,
Plane that
fellas,
passed
after
over
that,
here
I
while you were
don't
dreaming
think
is
there's
almost in
anything
New
to
York
add,
now.
except,
I can't understand it.
Well, let's see.
All the rest of the dream was
And
true.
don't worry about the food, Mr. Valentine. We
Oh,
paid
but the
for
part
it with
about
our
the
own
plane.
money.
The other thing.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine.
The injury to the
how do
cow,
you
the
suspect
wire,
that
the gun.
Mr.
Didn't you say you lost
Well, it
your
was all a
gun
matter
several
of
months
keys,
ago?
Marty.
Yes.
Whoever
I-
killed
You
Corey
must
had
have
to be
dropped it
inside
in
the
the
apartment.
straw
Yeah?
When Danny
stored it
came
in the
upstairs
barn.
that night, he found a
It
key
and
in
the
the
wire
door.
was
Police
thrown
took it
into
as
the cow's
evidence.
stall purely by
Mrs. Corey
accident.
had
The
her
injury.
key. Bill
Stephen,
Corey's key was found
both
on
of us
him,
know how
and you,
easily
Danny,
and
they found your
mysteriously
key on you and you were
cows
arrested.
get into their legs.
And the
Now,
disinfectant.
the only person who didn't have a
Simply left
key,
it in
had to
there
knock
in
to
the
get
stall
in,
and forgot
was of
about it.
all people the
No, I
landlady.
couldn't have.
Land, how do you like
Order. Come on, everybody. Wait a minute. I got a motion,
Well?
hey? What this club
Going
needs
to
is an
open it,
honorary
Stephen?
captain. We already
It's
decided who
unlocked.
it's going to be, huh, fellas?
Oh, no.
Come in.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. You don't have to do that. After all,
sorry, Mr.
Hey,
Valentine.
Ollie.
We was really thinking about...
Ollie, I'm glad you're up, Mr. Fuller.
Henry.
Miss Brooks.
Wait. You have been in your bedroom.
I forgot to tell you I was going to town. Now, Mr. Fuller, that cow in stall 13. Got her leg.
Have you?
Well, I just happened to look at it. Looked in, found the barn door open.
Go. The big three factors, of course, are ignition,
What's the matter,
air,
Mr. Fuller?
and fuel. And that
Well, how
last
do you look
one,
at me like
fuel,
that?
is mighty important. Most any gasoline mixed
You
with
want
air
me to
and then ignited will furnish
come
enough
out to
power
the
to make
barn,
your car
huh?
go.
Why?
But to get the most out of your
Yeah.
car, try Chevron Supreme gasoline,
Sounds like
the
pretty
premium
bad.
fuel that's tailored to each different
A
climate
barbed
and
wire
altitude
cut?
zone.
You
Chevron
You know
Supreme
about it?
has special blending agents that make your
and
car
isn't the
start
wire
with a
lying
snap.
beneath the straw?
These
of
blending
the stall
agents also
right
give
now?
your car speedy
Fuller,
pickup and stop-and-go traffic.
Isn't
and
this the
smooth,
gun you
steady
hid under
power
the
on
straw?
open
How'd you
highway.
find that?
Next time you
Oh,
start
it is
out,
true.
get
You
peak
plan to kill
performance
me.
out of your car by
Plan
using
for
Chevron
this animal to
Supreme
trample me
gasoline.
and mutilate me.
It's available at every
Plan to marry
standard
Martha
station
and get my
and
farm.
independent Chevron gas station.
No, I'm not wrong.
Where they
You
say,
planned it together.
I mean,
Only my
you
dreams
take better
spoiled
care
your
of
plans.
your car.
Well, now you can be together. Put that gun down. Well, I'm going to send you. You can burn together.
Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the woman's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
See, even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
Look, George. Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means
Gate 2, all passengers for New York, flight 7, all aboard at
when
Gate 2,
you will
all
find
aboard at
me,
Gate 2,
I am
flight
dead.
7 now leaving for New York.
I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas
All clear.
and go on living in
All right,
peace
shut the
and
door.
honor. Forgive me, Maria.
Confound it. Imagine it's late taking off. Why don't they get this thing into
Tonight's
the
adventure
air?
of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George and Francis Robinson as Claire.
They
Tonight's
won't
story
find
is written
me
by David
there.
Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Mrs. Corey, Gloria Blondell as Mrs. Ravel, Tommy Cook as Danny, Tony Barrett as Chuck, Sidney Miller as Barney, Herb Litton as Sudan, and Jack Crucian as Swede. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time,
Be in
same
New York
station,
soon.
to Let George Do It.
Fasten your safety belt now, Mr. Fuller.
You know me?
We always have a Mr. Ball.
The Mutual Don Lee,
Let's
broadcasting.
see, you're going to New York.
New York.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender
Taking
of
a
truth,
guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Left the farm for a weekend. Decided I needed a vacation.
Vacations are good for a person.
Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis. Vitalis. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well groomed. And you, with the speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair.
Midnight. Dream last night.
Before we start tonight's dramatic story, I'd like to have a personal word with you.
Funny, too.
With our country at war,
she generally gained
and every one of us determined
quite a bit of altitude by the time she gets over my place.
Our government needs your material support. One way every man and woman can help
I was
is through
standing
the
out
purchase
back
of
of my house.
savings stamps and bonds.
She went over just to
buy a share in America. Buy all the
she caught on fire and exploded right there in midair, right over my farm.
Do your share in helping our country
we all
win.
have funny dreams. Sure real. Look, there's my farm down there now. See? Had a red light put on my windmill, so...
Our story tonight begins in the vaulted, echoing galleries of the City Museum in your District Attorney's city.
How close?
It is shortly past
too close. We're flying too low.
The lofty Egyptian
I said we're flying too low.
A single light high
just above the barn top, just like the dream. Just like the dream. No, it can't be that.
Suddenly a phone
look out the window.
The desk of the night
flames.
watchman.
What if the motor's on fire? What if the motor's on fire? We're flying too low.
This is Patrick Cork, night watchman of the City Museum speaking. Hello.
You have heard The Edge of the Shadow, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Stephen Fuller. Eleanor Corrin was Martha Fuller. Newell Heights played Hank Marsh, and Georgiana Cook was the stewardess. Next Friday at this time, listen to the 22nd in this series of dark fantasy adventures created for you by Scott Bishop. A weird and pulse-pounding tale of terror. Carlisle, which relates how an angered witch doctor of the Ecuador jungle brews a bitter, deadly poison to use against a strange and heartless enemy.
This program came to you from Oklahoma City.
No watchman.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, I know, Harrington. And we can't tell what's been stolen until the director of the museum gets here. Meanwhile, I want you to search this section of the museum.
Yeah, okay, Chief. Okay, I'll take a look around. But the boys from the precinct figure it was probably just some kids got locked in after closing time.
Well, that wouldn't account for the disappearance of the night watchman.
That's right. Those bloodstains there.
And the telephone the police found off the hook. Now, they all seem to indicate he never left the building.
No. Yeah, what did you find out about that phone call?
Well, Miss Miller is checking the telephone company now. But meanwhile, we've got to locate that night watchman.
Yeah, or what's left of him.
Yes, look in the Egyptian room first, Harrington. And that's where the night watchman's desk is.
Yeah, okay. Hey. Hey, Chief, here comes somebody.
Where?
Alan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's probably Anderson, director of the museum.
Alan.
Oh, yeah, okay, Chief. If that night watchman's here, I'll find him, dead or alive.
Right.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I'm Cornwall Anderson, director of this museum.
I'm the district attorney, Mr. Anderson.
Listen
how do you do?
Me, Alan.
Exactly what happened here tonight.
That's what I'm hoping you can tell me.
Well, Patrick Cork, the night watchman, a devoted and trusted guard of long service. I think he could tell.
He's vanished.
Oh, well, in this office but myself.
But how?
We don't know. But tell me, is there anything in this section of the museum that might easily be sold?
Oh, my dear sir, the museum is full of priceless relics.
Yes, of course. But do you know of any particular item that might be marketable?
My word, so you think... Well, yes, now that you mention it, yes. Right in the next room, a real collector's prize. Yes? Our latest and proudest acquisition.
Yes, what is it?
A priceless miniature, a Holbein. An exquisite and flawless masterpiece of the golden age of miniature painting.
Much?
For a moment, I was afraid...
Afraid it was stolen?
Yes. You see, there was a previous attempt.
Yes, when?
The last spring.
I know I have.
Did you report it to the police?
No, it happened in London.
London?
Yes, where the miniature was
hundreds of men who do my work. I can't
And
afford to
is
lose my
this
job.
miniature protected by the burglar alarm system? Oh, yes. Even the breaking of the glass will set off the alarm system.
Well, then the breaking of the showcase in the other room must set off the alarm.
Yes. Poor Patrick must have seen the intruders, struggled with them.
Then suppose you take me to the case where this miniature is kept.
Of course. It's right over here in the corner of the room.
Assistant manager?
Exactly.
That's too big a position for me. Nothing wrong with this case. No glass broken.
No, there isn't. Oh, there's the miniature. No one has touched it.
Ask for the job of assistant manager?
Yes. Come here. Who is that?
Harrington, my chief special investigator.
Yes, Chief. I think I found the right one.
Yes, where are you?
Right over there in one of them Egyptian coffins, all laid out like an undertaker's done the job.
My word, in a mummy case?
Mummy case or coffin, he's in there.
Yes, which one?
The middle one, the one with the dogs and palm trees painted on
Some
it.
devil?
Here.
Some evil spirit?
Here, I'll just open it again.
Is he dead?
If he ain't, he ought to be.
Why don't you
My
show yourself
word,
to me?
you said it. Oh, boy, this gives me a turn. I'm used to corpses, but this...
Hey, Harrington. This man isn't dead.
Huh?
He's unconscious, but there's pulse action and a faint heartbeat.
Well, for the love of Pete, let's get him out of here.
No, he may be suffering from internal injuries. Phone for an ambulance.
Yeah, right, Chief, right. We're getting something.
Poor Patrick, why, what could have happened?
You see that red welt around his throat?
Why,
voice.
yes, extraordinary.
No, not at all. This wasn't the work of mischievous boys or amateurs, Mr. Anderson. This man was strangled by an expert. Wait, I want to talk to you some more.
Well, Chief, it certainly looks like this museum robbery was planned by some very clever crooks.
Yes, extremely clever, Miss Williams. We're not dealing with thugs and gunmen. Any word from Harrington yet this morning?
What's all the commotion yes, he's on his way down here to the office, and he said something about Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes.
I wonder what he could have...
Yes, this case has an international angle.
shouting
See, Anderson, the director of the museum, tells me there was an attempt to steal a prize miniature shortly before it was purchased in London.
But, Chief, there was a previous attempt. Won't it be hard to check with Scotland Yard, what with the war and the heavy cable traffic?
Yes, but fortunately, a yard inspector is over here now on other business.
No, I was just thinking
met him just a few nights ago. His name is Essex.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
I'm having Harrington check with me.
Oh, that sounds like Harrington, Chief. He always slams doors.
Oh, Chief.
Hello,
Miss Miller. Well, it seems Anderson of the museum got a bum steer about that there miniature, Chief.
How so?
Well, according to the Scotland Yard inspector, they had a man watching the miniature and other things from the time they arrived from Amsterdam until it was shipped over here.
Yes, and what happened?
Well, nothing. Not a thing, Chief.
You mean to say there was no attempt to steal it?
Not a ghost of a snatch. Chief, this case is beginning to go soft.
Let's talk this
Things are stolen, then they ain't stolen. Guys are dead and laid out in a coffin. The next thing you know, they're up walking around.
And there's a woman in the case, Harrington.
A woman? Wouldn't you know it? No wonder nothing makes sense. Where does she fit in?
She made the telephone call to the museum just before the woman was strangled.
Well, who is she? Where'd you pick her up?
She made the call from a payphone in a drugstore.
No, we haven't picked her up. And we haven't enough of a description to broadcast an alarm. Hey, Harrington, let's you and I go back to the museum. And, Miss Miller,
yes, sir?
I've jotted down a list of questions here, and I'd like to have the answers as quickly as possible. So phone Mr. Williams, chairman of the board of the City Museum.
Right away, Chief.
Goodbye.
What? Don't trust her.
Hello? Oui, this is Pierre Jolet. Oh, oui. It was unfortunate. Well, we must wait. Oh, but no. The museum will be guarded extra well in the night. What? Today is this afternoon? But c'est impossible. Does not matter if you are pressed for the money. But, monsieur, I tell you. Oh, mais oui.
Oh.
This is very clever.
Hello, darling. May I come in?
They would not expect such a move. You have missed your calling, monsieur.
Yeah.
Oh, that dress looks wonderful on you.
Be quiet, Yvonne, a moment.
Honey, we're going to celebrate.
It is only my
I've just been
confederate,
promoted,
monsieur.
darling. Now I'm making enough for us to live on. Come on, let's paint the
shall
town.
not fail this time.
Find just the right spot. I'm going to
I'll
ask
be
you
at
to
your
marry
home
me
this
again.
afternoon and have the money ready. Au revoir, monsieur. Yvonne, how many times must I tell you?
Pierre, you are not going to try again.
Oh, but you
The
can call
police
it off.
will not be expecting it.
But last night you almost killed a
What's
man.
happened
Many
to us?
times I have
No, I'm making
almost
the money you
killed
always wanted me
Yvonne,
to make.
but
You'll have to
never
go,
yet.
Ireland. You think you are so very smart. I've just
But one day, you will hold the silken cord a moment too long.
Judith.
And someone
Now, wait a
will
minute.
die.
The use of the silken garrote is a fine
asked
art,
you to go.
ma chérie.
I haven't much time.
I am master of that art.
So you haven't much
Even
time.
so, why can't
Well,
we
let me
not
tell
wait?
you something, Judith.
The radio and the newspapers report it will
Yes,
sleet
Alan?
and snow this afternoon.
Let you tell me what.
The museum will be deserted. By tonight, we will have the money.
I do not like this.
You must do your part this one more time.
I warn
You must talk to the guard. Keep him interested. Now, where is my cane? Fetch it to me, Yvonne.
I'm
The
waiting,
cane?
Alan.
You mean the sword cane?
Mais certainement. The noisy gun, it is not for me.
You are a fool, Pierre.
Do as I say, Yvonne. Bring the cane or I get it myself. And I use it on you.
Perhaps I should have told you last night.
Boy, this here museum's nearly as creepy by daylight as it was last night, Chief. Oh, I was meaning to
You've
ask
made
you,
quite
how
a
come you
fool of
stopped so long at
yourself
the
over me
police
for some
lab?
time now.
Well, I was having the chief chemist prepare
I wanted
something
to
that
know
may
that you
prove to be a
were
solution to
right.
this case, Harrington.
Because I've always
Well, now
felt
that we're...
sorry for you.
Well, for the love of Mike, or Patrick Cork,
Now
I
you're
should say.
successful.
Yes, the night watchman.
So I
Afternoon to you, Mr. District
Oh, good afternoon.
I'm being
To you,
nice.
Miss Harrington.
How are you,
And
since
thanks for your interrupting me premature
I've
way.
never-
Think nothing of it, Mr. Cork.
Hey, what are you doing on day duty, Cork?
Well, after what happened last night, I was transferred to the day duty because they're short-handed here at the museum, owing to a couple of the boys being out sick.
Miss Adams, you please call me at 11:30. Mr. Anderson transfer you?
No, it was his assistant. Mr. Anderson's off home for the day with the cold. Huh? Hey, he didn't have no cold at 1 o'clock this morning.
Well, I was hoping to get some further information on the history of the Holbein miniature from him.
Well, now, his assistant, Miss Jones, might be after having it, sir. There's a pamphlet.
Yes, that might do. Go get one of those pamphlets, Harrington.
Yeah, okay, Chief.
Right.
Oh, hello, Miss Miller. What brings you here at 90 miles an hour?
No time for that now, Harrington.
Yourself.
Oh, Chief, I
Yes?
have the information.
Good, but just a minute, Miss
sorry
Miller.
for you. Yeah, Chief?
Get that pamphlet from the assistant director right away. will
Yeah,
you?
down the hall, first door to the right. Yeah, thanks. Right away.
Now then, let's have that report, Miss
Here you are, Chief. Your hunch was more than right.
Never loved me. Yes,
she can't
so it
do
would
that.
seem. Oh, Miss
Yes,
Miller,
she wrote
this is
it.
Patrick Cork, the watchman who was
Yes,
nearly strangled to
she
death
wrote
last
it.
night.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cork. You had a
She's
lucky
been playing
escape.
ball with me all
do,
these
Miss
years.
Miller?
Felt sorry for me.
Sure,
but
and
she's
it's thankful
sorry.
I am to be
I'll
alive
make
this
her
day.
sorry. I'll
Say.
show her. I'll kill her.
Well, Chief, what's
Yes,
the make of the
I'll kill
report?
her.
Yes, pretty much what I'd
I'll
expected.
show her. I'll show her she can't toss me off like an old
Do you
dog.
have the key to the showcase guarding the Holbein miniature, Cork?
I have that, Mr. District.
Good. Open the case, will you?
Open the case?
Yes.
Well, now, I don't rightly know, sir. Well, I'll have to disconnect the alarm system first.
That'll be quite all right.
Well, if you say so, sir, I'll disconnect the wire here at the
Nobody,
switch.
not now.
Would you be
So
wanting
she
to
feels
take
sorry
the
for me.
miniature out, sir?
No.
I wonder if she'll feel
No,
sorry
I'm
for
not
herself
even going
with
to
a
touch
bullet
the
in her
miniature
cheeky
myself.
heart.
Well, let anybody just try to touch it. I'm itching to get my hands on the devil that came close to choking me to death.
Oh, just a minute, Cork. And now get this straight. If anyone tries to steal this miniature, don't raise a hand to stop them. Now remember, don't try to stop them.
Who's there?
Come on, Yvonne. It is almost closing time, and we must act quickly.
The museum is deserted. Pierre, this may be a trap.
Nonsense. It is sleeting. That is why no one is here, and it is perfect. Now, go talk with the guard. Get him away from the miniature case.
Oh, no.
Into the Egyptian room. And give me time to cut the glass.
Suppose the alarm goes off as it did last night.
Even so. There is only the guard. I will take care of him.
Alan,
Here he comes.
listen to me.
Engage him in conversation for me.
Go sober
Get him
yourself
away
up.
from here.
Oh,
Go away.
Watchman, I beg your pardon.
Oh, good afternoon, miss. What can I do for you?
I came to see the Egyptian collection. Where is it?
Well, right down the hall, miss, around the corner to your left.
Can you not take me there?
Oh, that I can. And the gentleman, too.
Oh,
Why, I beg your pardon.
leave
The
me
young
alone to
lady
begin
and
with.
I are not together.
Oh, I see.
Go to her.
And what would you be wanting to see?
Nothing in particular.
You wouldn't be interested in miniatures now, would you?
Go away.
Please, monsieur, take me to the Egyptian room.
Well, I can't now. Speak up, man. Let me hear your voice again.
Leave me alone.
What is my voice to you?
The same. You tried to steal that miniature last night. You tried to strangle me. You come along with me.
Here, the old man has recognized
The
me.
spirits aren't enough for you now.
That I have, all right. Now, come along.
You want something
Not now.
else.
I have another idea. Oh.
Don't do it, Helen. Stay away from it.
No. I'm not listening to you
Killed
anymore.
this old man.
I'm
I
not
have
listening. You hear
merely
me?
destroyed a witness.
Go away.
Come,
I'm
Yvonne.
not listening to a
Now
thing
we
you
will
say.
get the miniature.
Well, Patrick Cork has ignored your district attorney's warning.
A friend of mine sent.
We'll learn the outcome and hear the surprising developments of this case in just a moment.
Mr. Mullins.
But first, men, I think
Young
you'll agree
Seafold,
that the
glad
quick
to
way
help
to
any
succeed
friend,
in your
Honorable
business is
Mr.
to look
Mullins.
successful. For as you know, men who look successful, men who are well-groomed and confident, get attention mighty fast.
And Vitalis helps you to look successful, helps you to look like a winner so that you're always ready when opportunity comes your way.
Burning in my
Because
mind.
Vitalis gives you good-looking, well-groomed hair. You see, Vitalis makes your hair obey your comb, makes it lie smoothly and smartly in place, and makes it stay in place all day long, all evening, but with none of that offensive, gooey, patent leather shine you see on some men's hair. Instead, Vitalis gives your hair a natural look, a really well-groomed look.
So men use Vitalis and have the kind of handsome hair that helps you register a winning impression in your business contacts and in your social contacts, too. Use Vitalis and have the kind of good-looking hair that helps win you the respect of men and the admiration of women.
Do it, Alan.
Why don't you get a bottle of Vitalis the next time you're in a drugstore?
To be quiet.
Now, back to your district attorney.
Now, Alan. I tried to warn you, but it's too late now.
Sergeant Dawson of the 4th Precinct is on the phone. He's calling from the museum.
That's all right. I'll take it here.
Hey, I'll bet you the trap's sprung, Chief.
Hello?
Worse than that, Harrington.
Hello, Sergeant. Yes?
Where am I?
What? The miniature is gone? Cork is injured?
What?
Seriously?
Peaceful.
Yes, well, get him to the hospital. Get him the best specialist in the city. Yes, I'll be there as soon as I can. It's all right. Goodbye.
What happened, Chief? I thought you told the old geezer to lay off.
Yes, I did. I should have known a man can't forget a lifetime of training in an emergency. He tried to stop the thieves. A man and a woman with a French accent.
They got strangled again.
No, Harrington.
This was his
This
diary.
time the thief used a cane saw. Ran him through.
Where am I?
What? Well, what are we waiting for, Chief? They
like-
grabbed the
like a
place. Let's
clean.
go get them.
It is a kid. So neat and so clean. Yesterday.
Come into the
Yes,
study,
even
sir.
today I
Thank
was
you.
almost ragged.
Was it necessary to bring your wife to my home?
Yes, we are
Remember,
leaving the
too,
city
I was
immediately, Mr.
tired.
Anderson.
Monsieur, give us the money and let us go quickly.
Why? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened at the
Now I
museum?
feel
You bungle
refreshed.
again?
No, this time I have the miniature. But unfortunately...
Unfortunately, what?
Unfortunately, the watchman recognized me and tried to prevent our escape.
Oh, how could he? Cork is on the night shift.
It would seem that he was transferred to the day shift.
Ah, yes, it would. Did you use that silk cord again?
No. I had only my cane saw.
You murdered the guard?
There was nothing else to do.
No, you shouldn't have come here after doing a thing like that. I have no intention of getting mixed up in a murder.
It is too late for that, monsieur. You are mixed up with us.
And if we are caught, you also will pay for the crime.
I have your $5,000. Give me the miniature.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Now we need $10,000.
Yes. Murder is a little more expensive.
You agreed to sell the miniature for $5,000. I haven't $10,000 and I can't raise it.
How much money have you, Monsieur Anderson?
$5,000. That's all I agreed to pay, and that's all you'll get.
Pierre, we are wasting time. Take the money and let us get out.
It's daylight, perhaps. if I
Here's
get
the
out of this
miniature.
cave.
Now, where is the money?
The money is in my private safe over here.
Private vault.
Yes, it is daylight.
All their treasures.
And there's the farm over there.
This is not the first time you have robbed your museum.
That is my business.
If I go over there, I'll find what I want.
Crime has seared your nerves, monsieur. Pierre, someone is at the door.
Whom are you expecting? Is this some trick, monsieur?
I'm not expecting anyone. The servants are off, and I'll have to answer the door.
This farm
My
did
car's out
belong
front. Whoever it is will know I'm at home.
Then go to the door. Get rid of him.
Oh, it may be some friend, I'll have to admit for a moment. Here, you must hide. Get in the vault, quickly.
Don't be ridiculous, monsieur.
Hurry, get in that vault. Oh, here. Take this miniature with you.
We have no intention of getting into your boat. It would kill us both.
For once, Yvonne, you are right. However, we will take the miniature.
I've no time to argue with you. You involved me in one murder.
Barn's been standing since the Civil
He has a
War.
gun. Trap or not, get in that vault. It all depends on how badly you bungle. If it's the police, if they follow you here...
pieces any day
now. You hear me, madam?
You wouldn't dare use that gun, monsieur.
Wouldn't I?
I think you would, Yvonne. Come.
You know I would.
You've asked
Get in that
about
vault.
a spade here, mister?
Yeah, I'll set the lens down right there. Keep that handle back. I'm going to start digging.
Digging, boss?
Yes. If I find what I'm looking for, you and I are going to be rich.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. District Attorney.
Yes. And my secretary and assistant, Miss Miller.
How do you do, Mr. Anderson?
How do you do?
Mind if we come in? The snow is rather wet.
Of course, of course.
Thank you.
Okay,
I suppose you're here for some more information about the Holbein miniature.
The miniature has been stolen, Mr. Anderson.
What?
Good work.
Have the police any clues?
Oh, yes. Yes, there were quite a number of clues.
Golly, it's heavy.
Oh, I see you have a nice fire going in
there we
your
are.
study.
Lord,
What are we talking
Oh,
about?
yes, of course.
Yeah.
This is
Gold.
terrible. I want to help in every way I
$80,000
can.
worth of gold.
So pale. Are you sure your hole hasn't turned to brick?
No, I don't think so.
Who are they?
Perhaps you'd like a drink. I know this must be very upsetting for you.
Yes, I believe I will. Oh, will you join me? The whiskey is right here. All right, you prefer some soda?
Thank you. But if you don't mind, I'll have a plain glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's a good thing it's night. I was going to come
Well,
down
that'll
here
be
this
enough water,
afternoon, but
thanks.
I decided to stay in the cave till dark.
Excuse me. Spill the water all over your head.
Right, all right.
Chief, you're right. Look at Mr. Anderson's hands.
What about my hand?
Look at them, Anderson.
Why, that's turning purple.
He's had the miniature in his hand, Chief. It must be somewhere in his house.
What's the meaning of this? What are you talking about? How dare you insist?
Save your indignation, Anderson. Where is the man with the French accent and his woman accomplice?
I don't know. I know nothing about them.
We'll get them. The guard described them.
Well, then catch them. Why come here and accuse me?
We've got to stay here.
You
Well,
have
so
the
am I.
miniature in your hand.
Can't leave this cave
This
until
pepper
those
in my hands
murdering
means
thieves out there go away.
It isn't proof of anything.
Sufficient proof to place you under arrest, Mr. Anderson.
Arrest? You're going to arrest me?
Yes.
Who boss me?
And on the basis of evidence I already have, I'll get a warrant to search this house for
What
the
you looking
miniature.
so funny
You have no
about?
right.
You look like you done
Perfectly
hit a
legal right.
spook or something talking.
You can go out.
Will you come with us of your own free will?
They've
Or must
gone
I call
away.
in my special investigator and have him
Are we
handcuffed?
trying to leave your
Handcuffed?
boss now?
Oh, no.
Help me
I'm
carry
not
this
going,
bar.
and you
How come
won't
you
take
change your
Chief,
mind?
I didn't.
Carrying a gun.
Yes,
Change
I
for
see.
me. Come along.
Better hand over that gun, Anderson.
So we'll be good.
It's rather
to
late
have
in
this
life
old
for you
boy
to start
around
making
and
murder
good
your
stick
business.
Don't make me kill you. I'm getting away, that's all. Now, don't follow me. I'm going to get away.
This
You
tall
wait.
grass.
All right, boy.
All right, Harrington, not too rough with him.
I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Boy, did I have a time getting in the back. But I didn't do it. I didn't tell him to
Come on,
kill poor
over
old
this way.
Cork. I'm not to blame.
You're a pretty cold-blooded man, Mr. Anderson. But a judge and jury will decide
there.
that. And I think I know how they will decide.
Yeah, come on.
So, Harrington, just as soon as you've got the handcuffs on him, come over here to this vault.
Good Lord.
I think that's where we'll find Mr. Anderson's two companions in crime.
Holy fleshless hand. Reaching up out of the grave.
Before your district attorney
Whoever that
tells you
was, they
when
buried
and
him
why you
alive.
first suspected Anderson, and the means he used to prove his guilt,
Wait a minute.
here's a special message for every woman listening in tonight. Now, you want your husband or your sweetheart to do all he can to keep the hair he has.
boss? I can't read.
Then tell him about Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout.
Yes, tell him to use Vitalis and the speedy 60-second workout because it helps a man to keep the hair he still has. For you see, men, the Easy Vitalis workout helps in 4 different ways. 4 very important ways. It loosens up your tight, dry scalp and really gives your hair a chance. It stimulates the circulation. It routs unsightly loose dandruff, and it helps prevent excessive falling hair.
So, men, why don't you start using Vitalis and have good-looking, well-groomed hair every day? Use Vitalis in that easy, speedy workout, and let it help you to keep the hair you still have.
Where are you?
Ask your druggist for a bottle of Vitalis tomorrow or even tonight.
How did I get here? Oh, take me back. Yes, take me back. I have the gold now.
And now, here is your district attorney.
No. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
take me back.
Fortunately,
Take me back, I
Court
say.
did not stop. But Anderson, Pierre, and Yvonne were tried, convicted, and received long prison sentences for their crimes.
Chief, I think it was grand you knew Pierre and Yvonne were in that safe.
Well, muddy footprints leading to the vault gave me that clue.
Oh, and Chief, hadn't you better tell our audience why you suspected Anderson?
Yes. Here's one simple lie caused us to investigate him. We soon discovered other art treasures had vanished from the museum and had been unreported. We learned that the city trustees were investigating and had already given Anderson a notice of dismissal as of January 1st. That and the need of money prompted him to take one last desperate chance.
Yeah, Chief, and the trap you set for him was something. Boy, you sure caught him purple-handed.
Yes, Harrington. And that was simply a matter of sprinkling the miniature with an almost invisible aniline powder dye, which causes the hands of anyone touching it to turn purple if they come in contact with water.
What about next week, Chief?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we again have quite a different case, and one of the most baffling sagas of double murder this
tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by
the
Scott
case
Bishop,
of the bittersweet,
originating in the studios
so
of
don't miss
WKY.
the case of the bittersweet at the same time
The picturization
next week.
story of Dead End
Until
Preaching
then,
appears in the May
thank
16th
you,
issue
and good
of
night.
Movie Radio Guide.
And remember, buy
Ben Morris
defense
was heard
savings
as Alan
bonds
Blaine.
and stamps.
Eleanor Naylor Curran played Judith West. Uriel Height was Young Seafood. Georgiana Cook played Mrs. Evans, and Beryl McAllister was Aaron Blaine, the voice from beyond. Next Friday, listen to Dark Fantasy 35 minutes earlier at 11:30 p.m. Eastern War Time, 10:30 Central War Time. Listen for Rendezvous with Satan, another unusual adventure by Scott
of living
Bishop.
persons or actual places is
Compact
purely
and Speaking
coincidental.
Dark Fantasy comes to you each
Jay
Friday
Johnston
night
was featured
from
in the title
Oklahoma
role.
City.
Len
This is
Doyle
the
as
National
Harrington.
Broadcasting Company.
Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry McGill. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Vitalis,
Lipton tea
the
and
largest
Lipton
selling
soup
preparation
present
of its kind
Inner
for keeping your
Sanctum
hair
Mystery.
well groomed. Just think of the word vital and add IS. Vitalis for your hair.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends.
Mr. District Attorney, starring
This is
David
your host
Bryan.
to welcome you to
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the
Don't mind the
people,
fact that we've carved
defender
you
of
in.
truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty,
Yes,
and the
fellas,
pursuit of
that's
happiness.
tonight, isn't it? Yes, most of the folks who haunt the place are out tonight with their sleds. If it snowed near your house, you may find them ghosts down here.
Ghosts don't go
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county,
Well, now,
but to
why
defend
don't
with
you take
equal
your sled
vigor
and join
the
your
rights
friends
and
and let me
privileges
have a word with
of
our
all its
Lipton
citizens.
listeners. Have you ever noticed how often we all use the words good, better, and best? We're always comparing things, because comparisons help us decide what the best things in life are. For example,
This is
the
David
perfect
Bryan.
way to prove how really
In a moment, we'll
flavorful
bring you another
Lipton
case from the
tea
files
is to
of Mr.
compare
District
Lipton's
Attorney.
to any other tea
But first, a
and
word from our
taste
sponsor.
the difference. Lipton's flavor is brisk, never flat or wishy. It gives you all the flavor. Tastes just the way you like tea to taste. No other tea gives you more bright, mellow goodness because that superb flavor of
And
Lipton's
now, here is our
extra
star,
rich,
David Bryan, as
extra
Paul
satisfying.
Garrett, Mr. District
Listen,
Attorney.
Just compare Lipton's to any other tea. You'll find Lipton's gives you brisk flavor,
The district attorney knows that the world of crime has many windows,
gives you more content,
and that only by looking through all of them may the truth be seen. Because nothing is more dangerous than half-truth or half-knowledge. This case we're about to hear had its start 3 years before it came to my attention.
It's an original radio play by Robert Newman. Who witnessed the story while...
I beg you, please don't go.
Get out of here and let me pack star tonight is Kenneth Lynch, who plays the role of Joe.
You're my husband. We're going to have a baby.
I'll make
I'll go back to my job later, Harry. We'll make out.
I'm making out right now. Out of here. I'll watch out for me, you watch out for you.
You're in love with somebody else, aren't you?
I'm not in love with you.
I'll never give you a divorce, Harry.
You've been saying that for months. What else is new?
But you will within the next few minutes.
I can't go through this alone. I need you. I love you, please. Please don't do this to me. You're going to be a father. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it means I'm going.
Hello, please. Stay until morning, please, Harry. Harry, I'm frightened when I'm alone at night. This house is so isolated.
Sanitary hand laundry. Here, I'll leave you my gun.
Where I am?
Do me a favor. Blow your brains out.
I don't know.
Get out of my way.
Hey, wait, listen. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Check the laundry. Check the veterans.
Doris,
I'm an ex-GI.
put that down.
I'll tell you, I'm straight. Well, I'm in a room someplace.
No.
I don't know what I'm here for. I don't even know how long I've been here. It's a big room, but it's funny. No doors, no windows that I can see. Just a couple of chairs and a table with a sign. I'm scared.
Harry! Dusted you.
Find me. Find out what this is all about. And get me out of here.
I don't know.
Oh, listen,
get out of here before
gag, can't you
the police find out.
I don't know what it's like just sitting here
I'll call the doctor.
not knowing where or why or what's going to happen. Can't you trace this call or something?
It's my fault.
Okay.
Let's go. Go on.
Oh, thank heaven. I was afraid.
Far away.
Listen, I hear something.
Change your
coming.
name.
I better hang up.
Hurry.
I was
later.
no good.
I can't.
Go for the baby's sake.
Hurry.
Who are you?
My name's Helmy. Dr. John
Harry.
And your name?
I don't have to tell you anything.
That's very true. Although I didn't think you were aware of it. I think I already know everything about you that I'm interested in knowing.
Like what?
Name? Joseph Watson, age 26, occupation, employee of the Acme Laundry, honorably discharged from the Army 6 months ago.
Miss Miller.
Oh.
Bronze Star.
Hello, I just got in from a movie.
I've been trying to reach you for a couple of hours. I can't find the Sanderson papers in the file.
Well, if you know that much, you know I
put them
haven't
on
got
your
any
desk.
dough.
Money?
Thought you might work on them tonight.
Just a second.
What do you want, then? Where is this place?
Here
The
they
last
are.
thing I
all right.
remember
Right
is
under
making
my
a
nose.
delivery on Spruce Street.
I'm sorry I
Noticing that the
disturbed
lights
you.
were out in the hall and
It's
hearing
all
a
right.
noise
I'm
behind
glad you called.
you or
Thank you.
somebody slugged
Good night.
me.
That's right.
Good night.
Will you stop grinning like that and tell me what this is all
Business as
about?
usual.
Of course.
Oh, well.
I brought you here because I need your help in an experiment. An experiment
Who's in there?
I've already worked out with
Don't be
mice,
frightened,
and
Edith.
rabbits, and cats, and other animals.
I waited for a couple of hours.
Kind of
Then
an
your landlady
experiment.
let me in. You seem to know me.
Here.
Do I know you?
You fought
Doris
in
Griffin.
war. You were wounded.
I mean
That
Doris
means you've
Lloyd,
probably known
before I was
fear.
married.
And still,
We went to
you
high
won
school
the Bronze
together.
Star, which means you
Last I heard of you,
now,
you were modeling.
The question
Yes.
is, can you
And then I
overcome
married
your present
Harry
fears?
Griffin.
What are you talking about?
You're afraid.
You'd better sit down.
Nothing has happened to you yet. Absolutely nothing, and yet you are afraid.
Now, what's the matter?
Aren't you? You're afraid because
Why
you're
did you come to
face
see me?
face with the unknown.
You work for Mr.
Because
Garrett.
you don't know
the
what
district
I
attorney.
want and what I'm
Yes.
planning to do.
I have to go to
Which
it.
is a trick.
I'm afraid to go alone.
And that's the way
Have you
we-
done something?
For the moment.
Hey, wait a minute.
I killed my
Come back
husband.
here. Come back. You can't.
Oh, I see. When did this happen?
3 years ago. Our baby was coming. He was going to leave me.
Where's the baby now?
Hello, police. This
I
is
gave
Joe
him out
Watson
for
again.
adoption.
Listen,
in
I got one
Baltimore.
more dope.
Last
I
week.
don't know if it'll help, but there was a guy in here just
That's
now.
where I ran
Said
to
his
after
name was
I shot
Helming, John
Harry.
Helming. That's probably a
I
phony.
want to face it
He's
and get
about
it
50,
over with.
tall, over 6 foot, white hair
I
and
want you
gray
to take
eyes.
me to Mr. Garrett.
No, I still don't know what it's
He's
all
at the
about or
office
what he's
working
after, but
tonight.
have you been able to trace
I'll
this
go and
number
talk
yet?
to him, but you're in no
How long
condition
will
to
it
go
take?
anyplace tonight.
Okay,
You
I'll
try to
hang
sleep
on.
and I'll be back.
What? The lights just went out. It's dark and somebody's coming in again. I better stop. But for Pete's sake, hurry! Who's that? Who just came in?
you.
Well, there's nothing in that file either, Miss Miller.
I know.
Keep away from me.
Perhaps the old files in the storeroom?
What's the
3
angle
years
now?
and then solved?
Hank?
No, it should be right here.
Why did you bring
I
me
should
here?
remember it for that matter, and I don't. You sure it happened in this county?
She said right here in the
Snatch
city.
on you, too?
Well, Hank will be up from the record bureau in a minute. They'll be certain to have it there.
The next thing I knew...
I may have misfiled it.
Oh, you don't usually.
Like I did this time.
You're in on it. It must be...
Well, you just saved us a job, Harrington. What have you got?
Sore eyes from looking.
No record?
Chief, there hasn't been anybody named Griffin murdered in this county since 1892. There's no report of any such murder in the files, and we have no wanted sheet out on any Doris Griffin.
But that's impossible, Harrington.
Nothing is impossible, Miss Miller.
You've
been here long enough to know that.
We get a dozen confessions a month to crimes that
What's
never
he gonna
happened,
do?
or from people who didn't commit crimes that did happen.
He's right, Miss Miller. Your old schoolmate seems to have all the symptoms of a psychopath.
He wasn't lying to me, Mr. Garrett.
People who are mentally sick sometimes believe that they've done something they haven't.
Miss Miller, I'd like to arrest a murderer. It's my job. But we can't arrest anybody for a murder that hasn't happened.
Don't.
Unless, of course, your friend's story isn't complete.
She probably never had a husband or a baby.
Or if she did have a husband and shot him as she says, it wasn't a case of hysteria or temporary insanity.
What makes you say that?
The simple fact that no body was found, which would indicate she didn't just run. She hid the body or stripped it of its identity first.
Hanks, be sensible about this.
Thank you, Joe. Yes. That's why it would have to be that way, wouldn't it?
You better get on this again, Harrington.
Well, what do you want this time, Chief?
Marriage License Bureau. Make sure there's a record of a Doris Lloyd marrying a Harry Griffin. Then if you're sure there was a Harry Griffin, check our records and the records of the surrounding counties for all unidentified bodies found during the probable period of the murder.
You gonna wait here for it?
No, dig up what you can and bring it to Miss Miller's apartment. We'll be there. Come along, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Tinge of pride. The discovery that I could read your innermost thoughts and knew exactly what you were going to do. But you mustn't let that bother you. I already know everything you're going to do from now on. Till the end.
Listen, you. Help me.
She's in the bedroom.
Help me.
In the state you say she was in, if she's asleep, we'd better let her rest for a while.
I'll look. Yeah, she's asleep all right.
No, she isn't. Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
I suppose he's
Her eyes are wide open.
still listening.
Looks so strange.
I'm going to take a
Doris.
chance. There's one thing he didn't
Doris, are you all right?
Get some water, Miss Miller. Right away.
What is it?
She's in a state of emotional shock. Get the water. I'll open some windows.
Here it is. I put through 2 calls already to the police. Told them what was happening and asked them to get me out
Mrs.
of
Griffin.
here. I had to
Mrs.
hang up
Griffin,
both
try to
times
talk.
before they could trace the call and get
Hurry,
this
Miss
number.
Miller.
This time.
Hello, operator.
What?
Smelling salts, too.
Oh, this is
Good.
the operator. You're on a busy
Here.
wire.
Open your mouth, Mrs. Griffin.
Thank heaven I got somebody.
Try to drink some of this.
I've been trying for about 10 minutes now.
Now, get off the line, will you?
Try the salts.
I've got to get through to the police. It's terribly important.
But you've got to help me.
She's
You've
in
got
bad
to.
shape.
My name's Ben
You
Lazari,
better
and
have
I'm
her
a
taken to the
prisoner someplace.
hospital.
I don't know
Where's your
where.
phone?
On the dressing table.
It's true. Strange house
Now,
somewhere. The doctor who says his name
Come
is
on,
Helmy.
be
Operator,
What are you laughing at?
get me to the general
Joe, what
hospital.
is it?
Don't
What
push
is
it
it?
away.
I haven't
It'll
got
help you.
headquarters. I've got a guy.
Hello. This is Paul
Sorry,
Garrett.
Ben.
Please,
Attorney.
Doris.
What do you mean?
Ambulance emergency.
Same boat you
I
are.
don't try to
1249
get
Hooper.
out.
Girl named Betty Grant.
Apartment
myself.
4D.
Helming's got us locked up, too.
Harry!
Yeah. He said he knew everything we were thinking. Everything we were going to do.
Is he calling an ambulance for Harry?
Yes,
Yes,
guess he
sir.
caught
Now just
wise.
lie back and rest
We're
until it
talking to
comes.
each other
Everything's
over
going
an
to be all
inside
right.
line. Yeah.
Is that her purse on the chair or yours?
No.
It's hers.
You better take the liberty of looking into
Don't
it.
even think it. Look,
The papers are probably
ask
in the
him
billfold.
exactly where he is.
Driver's license.
Just
Baltimore,
where are you,
Maryland.
Ben?
That's where she went when she
You
ran
know?
away.
Name on it is Doris Lloyd, though. It's not on her social security card.
That was her maiden name.
Might be her only name.
Hall, a
She
passageway,
might have resumed it after the
cement
murder.
floor, ceiling, stone
What
walls.
is?
Newspaper
Doesn't seem to be
clippings.
any door
All
opening
ads.
or anything like that.
That's what I
Help
thought
wanted
here,
and rooms
too.
to rent.
But there must be one, or how
Apparently
would
she
he have
didn't
gotten
come to you
in
as soon as she
there?
arrived in town.
How do you
Start
know?
looking. See if
Papers
you can
dated
find
last
it.
week.
That's true.
A couple of ads circled in pencil.
Help
If I
wanted.
do find the door and it opens
Dress
into where you are.
manufacturers.
That's right.
She used to be a
Three of us
model.
together.
Well, the whole
surely
section is
figure
circled.
How about the
something out,
rentals?
Hold on.
Just one.
I'll stop
Single
pounding on the
room,
walls.
$14 a
You'll see
week.
if you hear anything.
Go ahead.
6611 West
What's he
Homedale
doing?
Avenue.
He's going to knock on the
She might have been
walls
living
and
there.
see if there's anywhere
We'll
near
have to
us.
check it.
If he is, if he can find a door,
And that'll
we
be
can get
Harrington.
together.
You stay with her. I'll get it.
Hear anything?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I'm not sure either.
Hi, Chief.
How did you make out?
Maverick's license bureau was another blank.
There, listen.
I guess we were right the first time then.
Hello. Hello, Ben.
It might have been Maverick in another state.
You're right next to us.
That's a possibility, of course. But what makes you think so?
Well, I did find a record on a Harry Griffin.
Ben, you'll be able to tell just which wall it is.
Magistrate court. 5 years ago. Charge was wife beating. Wife's name was Doris.
I know where it is. Now to find the door, if there is one.
Refused to press charges.
Yep. It could be other people with the same name.
No. Lists his occupation as dress designer. Hers is a model. She had a husband, all right. This kind.
No! Look! There is a door. It's opening. It's open.
Hold on, Miss Miller. Grab a Harrington.
Go ahead. Were you expecting someone?
Well, I didn't want to hit her.
That was the only way. Carry her into the living room.
Okay.
You all right, Miss Miller?
Scratched me a little, that's all.
Now that you mention it, Doctor,
Thought I had her calmed down.
Someone we've been expecting and waiting
She was staring at the window. Jumped up suddenly, tried to throw herself.
Cozy little place of yours.
She's a very sick girl.
I think he's finally arrived.
Sounds like an ambulance coming,
He's
Chief.
a tall, rather
Yes, I sent for it.
gentleman
Harrington find out anything about her husband?
His name.
Yes, she was married, all right.
Mr. Host,
Maybe
that
she still
Dr.
is.
Helming is insane.
I don't get you, Chief.
He gives me the
We know
chills.
there was a living Harry Griffin.
Just because it's
The
so
court
cold
record you found
tonight,
proved that.
Yeah?
You know, it's getting so
We
nippy
still
these
haven't
days
found
that
any
some
trace
of
of a
my
dead
friends are
Harry
having fur
Griffin.
collars put on their shrouds.
Well, my friends are smart. They know that the way to warm up in cold weather is with a hot cup of fragrant, delicious Lipton tea. A cup of tea in front of the fireplace just hits the spot these
This is
chilly
David
days.
Bryan.
But make
Before
it
we
Lipton's
continue with
and
Mr.
your
District
pleasure's
Attorney in the
complete.
case of the missing
You
corpse,
brew up a pot of
here's
Lipton's,
an important message
throw
I'd like
another
you to
log
hear.
on the fire, and summer tiptoes along with the wind. Let the wind blow and the snow pile up on the roof. There's all the magic of June in a cup of Lipton's in its deep amber colors, tantalizing fragrance,
And now
and
back
its
to
rich,
David Bryan,
hearty
starring as
flavor.
Paul Garrett.
And what
Mr.
flavor that is.
District Attorney.
Never wishy-washy, always brisk, full, satisfying.
A woman had confessed to the
Try it.
3-year-old murder of her husband.
You can let winter do its
But the
worst
body had
when
never
you've
been
got
discovered.
Lipton's in your cup.
Our police
That's
files
right.
showed no record of such a murder.
I think it's time now.
I went to
for
talk to
something
the
a little more
landlady and an address
cold-blooded.
circled in a newspaper
This
advertisement
is
we
a
found in the woman's
cold-blooded
purse.
murder.
An address
We're
where
having a
Doris
juicy one
Griffin
here
might have
tonight.
rented a room.
Tale of gore galore. So let's see what's happening in the dark chamber. It's just a moment later.
Yeah. Stop your
Standing
knocking.
in the darkness of the
I'm
spare
sorry.
room,
Your
Joe
doorbell
Betty
seems to be out of
stared at
order.
the tall
These are
figure of
$14 a week and no cooking.
silhouetted against
Well, I'm not
the
looking for a
wall.
room. I'm looking for information. Do you have a tenant
asked you
named
whether
Doris
you were
Griffin?
No.
someone.
How about Doris Lloyd?
No.
Then it was just
That
a
one.
trick.
Who
It
are
was you on the phone all
My
the
name's Paul
time.
Garrett. I'm the
You think
district
I know his
attorney.
voice?
Oh. And she's in trouble.
Where is he?
Our friend.
I can't say it
Mr.
gives me any
Lazare,
surprise. None
right
whatsoever.
outside.
Why do you
What did
say
you do to
that?
him?
Oh, them sweet
Answer me. What did you do to him?
Don't you know?
They're all
Sure,
the
I know.
same.
You killed him. You...
Only lived here a week, but the men...
Did you kill him?
Oh,
Quite a
Man,
state
how
you've
they
gotten
telephoned
yourself
it.
into. Why?
You mean men
Is
or
it
a man?
because you finally tried to
Well,
do something about your predicament?
I don't know for
and
sure.
failed?
I didn't
Or is
think
it
you
because
did.
you weren't sure whether
The phone is
I
right
would
there in the
kill or
hall.
not,
You must have
because
answered
you
it.
still don't know.
Well, I did mostly. Maybe it was one man. Had a funny voice. Kind of hoarse it was, like he
You
had a
have
cold.
not done.
Did he
Nor
ever
will
leave his
you
name?
No, never said.
One thing that
That's for
I
Doris
did not
Lloyd.
foresee.
Did she ever tell you who the man was?
He did not.
Every emotion
I see.
you felt was
Did the
charming.
man ever come here?
No, she never had a visitor in the week she was
What's
here.
that?
Did the phone
That,
call
I
start the
think,
day she
is
came?
probably-
No,
The
she
police.
went job hunting.
The
that
police?
day.
Yes.
Started the
I know
day
that you're
after.
very anxious to talk to them, and I'll see that you get a chance to.
That'd be last Thursday.
Soon.
After they started, she didn't go looking for work. She just stayed in the room and cried.
I see. Thank you.
Officer.
You'll see her her rent's due again. I'll be holding her back.
I'm
Dr.
sure you
Helming.
will.
Come in, won't you?
Okay. Thanks. This is, funny business. Well, the phone call we got a while ago. Finally traced here. The guy who said he was a prisoner or something.
That must have been Watson.
Yeah, that's his name. Joe Watson. You know him.
Of course.
Miss Miller,
I can't
Oh,
tell you how
Garrett.
sorry I am.
is Harrington back yet?
It's really
Came in
very
a minute ago.
careless
He's
of me,
waiting
and
in your
I'll see that it
office.
doesn't happen again.
And what are you working on?
What do you mean?
If you
Monthly
didn't
report from the mayor.
which I'm
Now let
sure
it go.
you did,
Go over to the General
then you
Hospital
know
and
that
see how
I,
Doris Griffin is
well,
making
I
out.
don't understand
Yes, sir.
sanitarium exactly,
Tell the
but I
doctor I'd
can
like
give
to
a few
know as soon as
patients.
she's in condition for me to talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Ah, so that's it.
Nothing.
I was shooting something.
Hello, Chief. Got anything?
Yes, she rented a room, all right. How about those dress manufacturers?
No, I checked the whole list. She hit them all last Wednesday. Filled out job applications.
Exactly.
They know anything about it?
No, only that she seemed very nervous. In one place, they said they thought she was crazy.
Why?
Well, she filled out the application the secretary gave her. She was waiting for an interview with the boss. He was out to lunch. When he came in, she took one look at him and ran out. Didn't even wait to talk to him.
Which place was that?
The Frederick Grant Company, a big new outfit.
You talked to Grant?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, he wasn't there, Chief. Secretary said he'd been home all week, not feeling well. As a matter of fact, he went right home after this thing happened with the Griffin girl.
You get Grant's home address?
It's a big place in the Ferndale Estates District. Too swanky for house numbers.
I'll find it.
Then you did get my
I'm going
bag.
out there. You meet Miss Miller at General Hospital and wait for me.
Oh, thank heaven. It was such a screwy story, I was afraid that... Hey, wait a minute. And why is he
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Garrett. I was dressing when the maid brought your card up. I'm Mrs. Grant.
I guess the maid misunderstood me. It was your husband I wanted to see.
Oh, well, he hasn't been
What?
feeling
You're
well.
lying.
Staff has orders he isn't to be disturbed.
I don't know why.
Perhaps I can help you.
There's something wrong.
Well,
something...
possibly.
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
You think we made the whole thing up?
You have a lovely
We're
home.
crazy.
It's true. He told
Just
you
what
we
is
were,
it
and
you
you
came
believe
here
him.
about?
I wanted to get some information about a
Stop
Mrs.
it, will you?
Griffin.
Stop saying that.
Mrs. Harry Griffin.
I can only prove it somehow.
That name mean anything to you?
I know.
I can't say that it does.
Lazari.
Have you ever heard your husband mention
That'll
her?
open your eyes.
No.
Somewhere
Should
in
he
that
have?
wall is a door.
Perhaps.
Make him open it.
Perhaps
Show
not.
you what's behind it.
If I could ask him directly.
You in here, Elizabeth?
Oh, yes, dear.
Just the last time. Haven't I told you? Oh, I didn't realize you had company.
Mr. Garrett, this is my husband, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant?
Hello.
Lottie.
Elizabeth, I want to talk to you as soon as you're free. I'll be in the study.
Oh, I can step outside for a moment if you'd like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Garrett.
Don't forget later.
What's the matter now, Fred?
I thought you were leaving for Acapulco tonight. Now Johnson tells me you've unpacked.
That's right.
Why?
Because I don't want to go.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Garrett, perhaps you'd better excuse us after all.
Being so
I'm sorry we subjected you to this.
Oh, don't apologize, Mrs. Grant. It's been very enlightening.
Now, what kind of a smart crack is that?
Don't look that way.
Who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here?
Perhaps the name
I know
escaped
what
you.
you're thinking, and
Garrett.
it's not true.
Paul Garrett.
We're not.
I'm the district attorney.
There was a body there.
Oh.
As for what I'm doing here, I can make that very brief. Do you know a Mrs. Harry
You left
Griffin?
that here purposely.
What is this, some kind of a
Get the police
riddle
here.
game?
Is that supposed to be an answer?
I told
I
you
never
that
heard the
this
name
would be
before in my
an
life.
experiment in fear.
Anything
What I
else?
couldn't tell you was
No,
that
that's
in
all.
a sense,
For now.
I was one of the subjects
Good day.
too. It was important for me to learn how I would function under pressure. And speaking objectively, I think I did rather well. Don't you?
Why are you doing all this?
The
What are you
doc said it's
after?
okay to see her, Chief,
There's
but
no reason
isn't
why
going to do any good.
If
Why not?
anyone truly
She's
understands
under heavy
the nature
sedation.
of fear,
Miss Miller's sitting with her, but she doesn't even recognize her.
actions and reactions of an individual.
Oh, it's the next
and
room.
He can use fear
If we
as a weapon.
question her while she's relaxed,
Society
have
will
her sleep,
react as the
we
individual
may get
reacts, you
something.
see. Society doesn't want to believe that anything can menace it. Doesn't want to take action to protect itself.
Hello, Miss
Any
Miller.
more than the individual does.
We've got to
This is
try
something
to
that
question
Hitler and
her.
She's
Mussolini
barely
understood
conscious.
intuitively.
It may help.
I understand it scientifically. They
Doris.
failed. But I shall
Mean it.
You mean that you...
I'm
see.
afraid that's all I have time for. As far as you two are concerned, the experiment has been
Face.
completely.
You shot him, Doris.
I have a few arrangements to take care of.
The baby.
Then,
He was sleeping.
make the best of this afternoon.
What did you do with the gun,
For
Doris?
they will be your last.
Threw it. Threw it in the water.
Where?
Joe,
Where on the water, Doris?
do you hear anything?
Wallace.
Is he coming back?
Wallace Pond.
Not yet.
He's going to kill us, isn't he?
It's all right, Doris. Go to
Just the way
sleep.
he
It's all
killed
right.
Lazaro.
You going to try to?
Why are you sitting there like that? Looking at me.
Take care of her, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Harrington.
I guess because it's the first chance I've had to look at you.
How do you mean?
Now we've got something to go on.
Here, it was all dark.
Wallace Pond? Yes, call for a lab squad. We're on a drag for that gun.
We may find more than the gun.
What is?
We may find Harry Griffin's body.
Tell about a person
I doubt it, Harrington. I doubt it very much.
I kind of thought you were little, and I knew you were awful nice and had a lot of nerve, but I didn't think you'd be so pretty.
I'm not so pretty, Joe.
I told you to cover that end systematically.
Not very brave either.
Your bare feet will find anything on the bottom.
I'm scared. I'm awful.
Those hooks are only stirring up mud.
I don't want to die.
A lot of junk down here, Chief. I should have been born with fingers on my feet instead of toes.
Sitting
Feel
here
something?
like this.
Yeah.
Wait.
Metallic. Solid. Right under my foot. Yep, I got it.
Every time we did try to do something, it was something
Cake with mud, but it's a gun, all right.
Expecting
Bring it out.
Please, baby.
All right, men.
Joe.
We've got it.
Something happened to you.
Revolver. Small caliber.
No, too.
Only a 22.
Open the chamber.
No,
See if it's been fired.
Not
Rusted.
knowing what was going to happen or why, what you could do about it.
3 chambers empty.
But once you do know,
Hey,
What is it?
once you
let
make
me
up
empty
your
this
mind,
cylinder.
then you've got to forget about it.
Look. The 3 shells aren't fired.
Make up your
Those are
mind
blank
about
cartridges.
Oh, sure they are. Yeah, this is the wrong
This is going to
gun.
sound kind of funny.
No,
Especially
Harrington.
now.
I don't think so.
Well,
Now I'm convinced that I know where to find
you have
Harry
anyone
Griffith's
special?
body.
Where?
A fellow I
In a
mean.
very luxurious home belonging to Mrs. Frederick Grant.
No.
Or maybe at the airport, waiting for a place to Acapulco.
I mean,
Let's go.
Hey,
oh, gee,
hey,
it's
my
a shame
shoes.
we never
Put 'em on in the
before.
car.
If we had, we
Ouch.
wouldn't be here now. I mean, we probably would have been out together someplace. And what time do you get through work usually?
About 6. The store closes at 5:30, but...
Me too. I could have picked you up at about 6.
Joe, I hear something.
Just a minute, mister.
Let go of me. My plane's loaded.
Your name Frederick Grant?
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Well, let's go over there to the baggage room
get
until
up.
we find out what it really is, huh?
Let
I
go.
said the baggage room, mister.
You're breaking my arm.
Not if you stop
about you?
twisting, just walk.
Over here, behind me.
Joe, you're not going to...
Hello, Mr. Grant.
I'll have you broken for this. Making me miss a plane. I've got the money and the influence to do it, too.
You mean your wife has, don't you? Your present wife.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you'll understand better if I call you by your right name. Harry Griffin.
You're crazy. That's not my name.
Easy enough to prove.
Baby, didn't get me.
Harry Griffin was arrested once
Barrel of the gun
on a charge of wife beating.
Lord.
Police have his
Got him.
fingerprints.
in the
Make
chest.
it easy on yourself, mister.
You couldn't have done that.
All right,
Outside,
I was
Betty.
married to Doris
You can
once,
find
but it
another
was a
phone,
mistake.
call a police
I
again.
wanted out.
This
She wouldn't
time,
give me a
tell her to bring
divorce.
an ambulance.
But you
I met another
couldn't
woman,
have done
Elizabeth, my wife now.
it.
Keep talking, Griffin.
Graft
Elizabeth
worked out in detail.
Had money. She didn't know I was
knew
married.
just what you were going to
I told her
do,
my name was Frederick
how you
Grant.
would react.
Marrying
By this
her
time,
meant a
you
chance
would
to
be in
build
a
something
state of
big, a company
complete
of my own, but
Frustration.
Doris was in the way. Ready to
die.
stick me with somebody else to take care of,
Why
a
did
baby.
you do it?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
And you were afraid to kill her.
I've got to know.
So you made her think she killed you.
To tell me.
Who told you where to
Was
find
it because of
Elizabeth?
the girl?
She didn't have to
Out
tell
of
me. I knew she wasn't going to be using that plane ticket.
Because you...
I figured you wouldn't want it to go to
knew you were
waste.
going to
Come
die
on, mister.
anyway.
There's
tell
a
you, I don't
nice
know.
cell waiting for you. You can turn on the water in the sink and make believe you're in
The
Acapulco.
guy will take just so much pushing around.
You take him in, Harrington. I have to wait here for a while to meet an arriving passenger. Who? Doris Griffin's little boy. I called the people who are going to adopt him. They're sending him back to his mother.
She's in no condition to be...
No, but someday soon, when she knows the truth, she will be.
Yes, good old Helming's finished. He's got to be if we're to have at least 2 corpses in the inner sanctum.
This is David Bryan.
Oh, you
I
think
hope
that's
you enjoyed
an
this case
arbitrary?
from the files of Mr. District
Not at
Attorney.
all.
I'll be back in
Got to
just a
have at
moment
least
after
2
this message from our
corpses to play
sponsor.
our theme song. When a body keeps a body.
So, I didn't know we had one.
We've got lots of them. So to get our skeleton song.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David
Mr.
Bryan,
Holmes,
with a word
let's
about
be
the program you have just heard.
Because I want to talk about the most serious things in life. our health.
Harry Griffin, alias
For
Frederick
instance,
Grant, was
the
convicted
war
on
may
charges of
eventually
bigamy and
lead to
fraud.
an increase in
He is serving a 10
tuberculosis.
to 20 year
And
sentence
that's
in the
why
state
makers of
penitentiary.
Lipton tea and Lipton soup
Doris Griffin,
have
completely
asked me to
recovered, is
remind you
operating a
of the
very
annual
successful
sale
school
of
for models
Christmas
and raising her
seeds.
son in a manner that meets with the
Funds
complete
raised by
approval
this
of
sale
juvenile
support
authorities.
tuberculosis control
Now, this is David
programs,
Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our
health
next case
education,
based on the
and
facts of
medical
crime
research.
from the files
Remember,
of
over
Mr.
a
District
500,000
Attorney.
people in the
Mr.
United
District
States
Attorney
and
was
Canada
originated
suffer
by
from
Phillips
this
H.
disease.
Lord.
So buy this medication. No one is safe from tuberculosis until everyone is. And Christmas seeds can save lives.
And now, friend, here's a word of wholesome advice. If you've had any murderous thoughts lately, give them up into just a... Well, I know a lady who killed off her husband, you know, that's just... Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Fearful Patty by H.C. Brandt. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, and brought to you by
Third
Lipton Tea
contest
and
winners.
Lipton Soup.
Yes, folks, later we'll announce the fourth winners in the
about a
third
vampire.
big jingle contest.
He's
So
a very
listen while
stingy
new
fellow.
post-war Old Dutch
When you go out
cleanser,
with him, the
famous for
drinks are
chasing
always
dirt,
unusual.
presents Nick Carter, famous for
Naturally,
chasing
we're going to try
crime.
to make you feel at home, yes. I just ordered a good supply of bats with green eyes.
Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all
He
detective
may
fiction.
visit you before
Nick
next
Carter,
Tuesday.
master detective.
Pleasant dreams.
Nick, why do you want us all here in the workshop?
Because, Patsy, this is where the great Canestro cooked up his most famous illusion. It ought to be a good place for me to pull a couple of tricks, too.
Now, don't tell me you're going to pull rabbits out of a hat.
Rabbits? No, Patsy.
Easy
A
to
killer,
make
I
and
hope.
easy to take. That's Lipton's noodle soup. The perfect opening dish for your cold weather menus.
Well,
Lipton's
all
noodle
good things
soup has
come to
that
an
real
end sometime.
chickeny
And the
flavor
Old
your
Dutch
family
Cleanser
likes so
contest
much.
comes to an
And
end
it has
this
that
coming
wonderful
Saturday at
fresh
midnight.
cooked
This is the
homemade
last week to enter
You can
and
prepare
win a
Lipton's
brand
noodle
new
soup in a jiffy, too.
1948 Ford
And
sedan
it's oh so
or a
kind to
share
your
in the big
budget.
cash prizes.
Costs less
If you've
and
put it
makes
off so
more
far,
than canned
enter
soup.
now. If you've entered
So don't
before,
forget to
enter
serve
again.
Lipton's noodle
Because your
soup.
chance of winning is
And
still
don't forget
just
to
as
tune
good
in
as
next
anybody
Tuesday
else's.
night
And it's
for
so
another
easy to
Inner
win.
Sanctum
All you do
mystery.
is supply a winning last line for this jingle. Listen. For faster cleaning with new ease. Just say new
This is
post-war
CBS, the
Old
Columbia
Dutch
Broadcasting
Please.
System.
With activated seismotite, ta-ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta. Remember, all we want is a last line, something that rhymes with seismotite. Get a pencil and paper handy, and later on I'll give you a sample last line to go by. Just a few minutes' time might win you a brand new super deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedan or a crisp new $10 bill. Somebody's going to win, and it might as well be you. Get your entry in now, tonight. Each entry must be accompanied by the windmill pictures from 2 labels of Old Dutch Cleanser. Mail to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's Box U, Chicago 77, Illinois. Entries must be postmarked before midnight this coming Saturday. It's your last chance, so get going. And now, the case of the magic rope. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Tonight, at the Elton Theater, magicians from all over the country will compete for the Fulton Award, a $10,000 prize for the best illusion of the year. But the greatest magician of them all, Carlos Canestro, will not be present. Confined to a wheelchair since his almost fatal accident last year, Canestro sits in his workshop, talking to Alma Whiting, once his assistant, now a leading contender for the Fulton Award.
Plenty of company there before we get through with
You
tonight.
know, Alma, I suggested the idea of the Magician's Award to Mr.
I don't
Fulton
think I'd
myself.
enjoy that.
But I did not think he would take me
Very
seriously.
lively,
Why
Mary.
not? He can afford it.
In fact, you
With
may
his
find them a
means, he
little...
certainly can.
Funny how so many people take up magic as a
They
hobby.
won't interrupt if you want
With
to
Fulton,
talk.
it is more than a hobby.
And you know I
It is
do
an
want to
obsession.
talk, Mr. Hope.
All he's ever learned is a
Suppose
little
you go
sleight of
teach
hand.
others,
But
while I have
let
a
him
little
get on the
chat with our lips
stage,
and
and
lips.
he's as happy as if he had made
You know,
another
folks,
$1 million in the stock
sometimes when
market.
you're trying to
Carlos, I've
describe
simply
a
got to win that $10,000 prize tonight.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
But that doesn't
perhaps
apply
you
when
should
you
have
set out to describe lips
these.
and teeth.
That piece of rope?
That piece of rope, my dear, will mystify the world. It is the most spectacular illusion of my whole career.
Oh? How does it work?
No. Yes? That is Canestro's secret. When I return to the theater...
You expect to work again?
But of course I do. I'll be out of this wheelchair very soon now.
You'll taste the difference right away.
Alma,
and discover how much Lipton's brisk
you will tell me
flavor adds to your
what
enjoyment.
happened to me the night of the accident. It was the equipment, wasn't it?
The equipment was all right, Carlos. You slipped, that's all.
But I couldn't have. I had done that trick 1,000 times.
That's a good idea,
Why
man.
did I fall through that trap door, Alma? Why?
If you'll just reach over and switch off those hard, bright lights, we'll begin our story of The Creeping Wall by Sigmund Miller. Starring Irene Wicker in the role of Karen Gerald. Just let the soothing darkness envelop you like a straitjacket.
Wheel yourself into the dining
You'll be
room.
surprised how
I want
nervous
to say
you'll
something
feel.
to Alma.
Very well, Catherine. Come back again soon, Alma.
Can you think
What
of
I have to
anything
say
more
won't take
absurd
long,
than being
Alma.
afraid
Mrs.
of the
Canestro, what
walls
you
in
saw
your own
didn't mean a
home?
thing.
I don't want
Well,
to hear
I
any
feel that way. I
lies.
don't know.
You've been in love with my husband
My
for years.
husband's
That's
horrid.
ridiculous.
Think it's
If you weren't so
I
crazy
told you
jealous,
never to
Oh,
come
just
here.
made of wood
Now
and
get
plaster.
out. And don't come
Still,
back
they give
or...
me a queer
or
feeling.
what?
Once
You'd
while
better be
sitting
pretty
alone
nice
and
to me,
reading,
Mrs. Canestro.
I had an odd
Or I might
sensation
tell the
that
newspapers
the walls
exactly
were
why
tilting.
Carlos fell that
I
night.
looked up.
And you wouldn't
Sure enough,
want
they were
that.
all leaning toward
Would
me.
you?
I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, they were all straight again. It was a horrible experience. But a much worse thing happened to me last night.
How you doing, Patsy?
I was
That's the end of it, Nick.
It's 25 after 7. How'd you like to take in a stage show?
Oh, why, that would be wonderful. I haven't been to the theater in months.
Oh, I'll answer it. You get your hat.
Right.
Nick Carter speaking.
Through the vanity mirror,
Who?
at the wall behind me was a little
Oh,
clock.
yes.
I sat
I
quite
see.
still for a moment.
Yes, I'll be right over.
And it was closer. You have to experience
Nope.
it to know what a
Not even
dreadful
any dinner.
feeling that is.
That was Mrs. Canestro, wife of the
And
great
then the
magician.
crunching
Well,
sound.
what did
The
she
opposite wall
want?
also
She wanted to
moved
tell me
nearer.
that her
I
husband
screamed.
is dead.
Only a whisper. Then all the four walls began to hem me in. They moved nearer and nearer. I could feel the cold of the walls filling the remaining space of the room.
At least 2
I was going to be crushed to
Mrs.
death.
Canestro, when did you
There was
find
a
the
couple of
body?
matches on the vanity. I lit a match and held it near the cold wall. They stopped
There
moving.
he was with that knife
They were
in
afraid
his
of me.
chest.
You ever seen this knife before?
Yes, it was part of Carlos'
The walls
magic
began to move
act.
again.
He kept
I lit another
appearing
match.
on top of his other
Stopped.
I suppose you've
I
notified the
held it
police.
until it
No,
strained itself out of
Natalie,
my
I did
hand.
not know
I
what...
frantically lit another
I'll
one.
call
The
them
last.
All
It
right,
flared up,
but
and then it
get me
died
a
out.
clean number.
What?
Began
Did you
to
find
move.
something?
Yes.
They were just
That's
inches
the
away
way
now.
to put up a fight.
And one of them touched my
The fingers in
hand.
his right
I
hand are
could
broken.
feel dreadful.
Something had been
In
torn
an
out of his
agony of
hand.
terror,
And
I
these
beat
bits of
against the
fiber
walls
were
and I
under his
screamed with
nails.
every breath of life in me.
I look like the stuff in that grave out.
Karen, what's the matter, dear?
Put it in the envelope.
Help me, Art.
Stop beating the wall.
Mr. Carter, it is gone.
What is the matter?
What broke this?
It is an illusion Carlos was working on. He wouldn't tell me how it worked, but he said it was the most
Closing in on me.
spectacular trick he'd ever
had to light matches
created.
to
It was
stop
here
them.
on this desk only this afternoon.
It was ghastly.
trick as
I'll
good
never
as that
forget
would be
it
worth
so
a
long as I
fortune to
live.
any magician.
That must have been what he was shouting about.
Shouting? What do you mean?
Well, we had an early dinner, and I went up to my room about 6.
Yes?
And a few minutes later, I heard Carlos screaming at someone. He was in a rage. I didn't think anything about it at the time. Carlos was always excitable.
Remember what he
I
said?
remained
He was
wide
shouting,
awake.
"No, you
tried to
cannot have it. No one can have it."
I even tried
You haven't
counting
any idea
sheep.
whom he was talking to?
No, I haven't. People
I
will
got a
always
sick
drop
feeling
me
the
and he'd go
walls
to
were
the door
really
in his
closing in
wheelchair
on
and
me.
let them in himself.
Continued to
That is how Alma
14,
Whiting got
15,
in this
16,
afternoon.
Alma
17.
Whiting?
Yes.
The
Isn't she a
walls were
magician,
coming
too?
closer.
Yes, she was.
I mustn't believe it.
She was here this
It was
afternoon.
my
I
imagination.
talked to
You
her.
will find her at the El Cantina.
18, 19, 20.
Say, I read about the Fulton Award in the paper today. It's a $10,000 prize for the best magic trick of the year, isn't it?
Yeah,
23.
maybe.
Could not have been. She left an hour before this happened.
That's the same, Mrs.
Get some more
Canestro. She
quickly,
may
the
be able to
curtains
give
are
us
on
some
fire.
information. Patsy, get that
They
police
were
car
on
through right
fire.
away.
The
We're
flames
going to
were
see a
creeping
show
up the
tonight
curtain.
after all.
Here, help me pull the curtains down.
How did they catch on fire, Art?
There's a book of matches on the
I
floor.
beg your pardon? Mr. Fulton?
Who let you into my box? I distinctly told the
My
usher.
name's Nick Carter.
Nakata, the detective?
That's right. This is my secretary, Betsy Bowen.
How do you do?
Well, I'm happy to meet you both, I'm sure, but what are you doing here?
I'd like to talk with one of your performers, Alma Whiting. But perhaps you could tell me when the best time would be.
But Elma's on in a few minutes. Is it something urgent?
Is, if you call murder urgent.
Murder?
Carlos Canestro was stabbed to death about 6:30 this evening.
Canestro? Stabbed? I can't believe it.
Sorry, but he was.
And Miss Whiting seems to be the last person who saw him alive.
Mr. Fulton, tell me, have any of the magicians done a rope trick here tonight?
A rope trick? No. Canestro dead, the greatest magician the world has ever known, dead.
Well, can you take us backstage and introduce us to Miss Whiting?
No, certainly. I'll take you back just as soon as Marvello finishes his act. He's nearly through. I have to stay and judge the contest tricks, you know.
Thank you. Kept fixing my hair.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch closely.
This is the contest trick coming up
I
now.
call your attention to this very familiar object I hold in my hand. A common, ordinary piece
All the time
of rope.
asking questions about my youth.
Do you suppose that rope could be the one?
Oh, no.
Even
But I
about
hope
winning
to
the
find
beauty
out before
contest.
long.
When I was 17. You seem very interested.
Jeremy, seems to me you have an obsession. You're not as young as you used to be. Neither is your appearance.
Watch your
That's why
step, Miss
you're
Bowen.
afraid.
It's pretty dark backstage
That's the
here.
account for your
Oh, there's
appearance.
Elma. Elma.
Yes, Mr. Fulton?
This is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen, Elma.
Hello, how do you do?
Elma, something terrible's happened.
He didn't
Canestro
like
is
me.
dead.
I didn't like
Is what?
He was stabbed about 6:30 this evening, Miss Whiting.
Who killed him?
That's what we're trying to find out. You mind telling me where you were at that time?
I was right here in the theater rehearsing.
I suppose you can prove
Yes,
that.
of course.
You'll hurt somebody holding it that way.
Marvello was here, too, and he saw me. If you think you're going to put the blame on me, you're out of your mind.
Jeremy.
What's the audience
Get larger
laughing
living.
at?
Oh, that's the comedy magician
Your wife
going
may be
on
suffering
after
from
Marvello's
acute
act.
Oh.
Do you want to talk to Marvello, too, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I do.
I'll get him over there.
Mr. Carter, I don't understand this. Why would anybody want to kill Carlos?
Well, Mrs. Canestro thinks it was to steal a magic trick he just perfected.
That's ridiculous, and she knows it. Nobody who knew Carlos would do a thing like that.
I was the
Because
loveliest
he...
woman in all. One day he came home in great...
I mean, they
I've
know
got
they
a
couldn't get away with it.
wonderful surprise
Why
for you.
not?
I've just
Look,
bought the
I've got to check my
famous
props. I'll talk to you when the act's over. Is that all right?
Okay.
You lost my
Thanks.
hair. What is this meadow man?
What do you
Well,
think?
it belonged to John H.
She isn't telling us.
You know, the
Bessie.
famous
I
naturalist.
don't know whether she's afraid of me or
Well,
whether...
I thought this was a magic show. What's the idea of the clown act?
Troubled
Comedy
by
relief, I
walls,
suppose.
ever.
Kill time while they strike one act and set up the next.
Mr. Carter, this is Marvello, one of our best magicians.
We went to the agent's office.
Is it true, the great
Swanson was
Canestro? He's dead?
Yes. You'll excuse me, won't you, Mr. Carter? I have to get back to my box before Elma's act starts.
Sure, go right ahead,
We'd
Mr.
like
Fulton.
to take occupancy in the house right away.
Marvello, what time did you get to the theater tonight?
Don't
About
think it's a
6
good idea.
o'clock.
Anyone see you here at 6?
Certainly. I spoke to Miss Whiting as I came in.
I see. You're her alibi and she's yours.
What are you getting at?
The solution to a murder, I hope.
Specimens Mr. Aiken stepped
Marvello, where's the rope you used tonight?
Why, I have it right here in my coat book.
The zoo. Well, there's nothing to worry about. They're in cages, aren't they?
Now, don't tell me
Very
it's
unpleasant.
disappeared.
It worked.
No, of course not.
If we'll only wait a few more days,
Here it is in my left
all be
pocket.
shipped
I
out. Oh,
thought it
don't
was
worry
in the
about
right
it. We'll leave the
pocket.
animals
I
strictly
see.
alone.
Mind if I borrow it?
We've just
Where
got
am I
to
now?
move in right away.
For what?
I'm sending it to the police
So
laboratory.
big.
Police?
Maybe this is the rope that'll kill Canestro's killer.
Here are the keys, and good luck to you.
Meadow Mansion was magnificent. It was big and gracious.
Yeah,
The rooms were huge.
Alma Whiting, that's
beautifully
almost
decorated.
over.
Morning, Matty.
The high ceilings
Ask him to
gave
send
you
an
a
officer over
wonderful
here to pick
feeling
up
of
that rope.
freedom.
Oh, are they going to
But
make
the
a
drawing room
comparison?
was loveliest of all.
And the first
A
fighters
large
they found
prism
under
chandelier
Canestro's
hung in the
fingernails
middle
are
of
from
the
the same rope that
And the
Marvello
walls were
used.
paneled
It'll show up.
halfway up
Look.
to the ceiling.
What?
But
They
most
have another
exciting
rope
of
for the
all,
sergeant to pick
each
up.
wooden panel
Look
had
what
a
Alma's doing
darling
out there
little
on the
mirror
stage.
set into it.
What's he doing up
There
there
were
on that
easily
platform?
100 such mirrors.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, it was very gay.
all
To
representing
see images of yourself anywhere in the room.
It
It's all breathtakingly
They
beautiful.
themselves have tied the rope firmly
Except
around
for
my
a
neck.
picture on the wall of a
Who
very
wrote this?
flashy-looking woman called Delilah.
Well, darling, how do you like our new home?
Oh, it's wonderful, Horace. I love it all. Everything.
Hey, is she going to jump
Except
off that
that
platform with a rope around her
You mean
neck?
Delilah?
That's it.
Well,
Of
that's
course,
a
as soon as
fine
she falls,
painting.
she'll be out of sight
Very
behind that
beautiful.
screen.
I'm glad it's her instead of me.
My hands are securely tied as well as my feet.
I do believe you're jealous.
This too has
You
been done
needn't
by
be.
the
She
committee
isn't
from the
half as
audience.
pretty as you was.
Canestro's rope trick, though, so
Alice.
we find this is only a
Alice,
rehearsal
answer
for
the
the
door,
real
please.
thing.
And now,
We didn't talk about the
the
picture.
beast.
Because Mr. Swanson, the agent, came in to see how we were getting on.
Look,
And
she
that's why I was
jumped.
talking to him. I wandered into the next room.
Well,
There were a dozen cages standing near the fireplace, ready to be
Shouldn't be
shipped
a
off
dog
to the
like
zoo.
this. Why doesn't she come out from behind that screen or
lizards,
whatever she's supposed to do?
I don't know.
All of them are quite
Something's gone wrong.
Look, those men. They're running back at the screen. And Mr. Fulton's coming up over the footlight.
Betsy, something has happened. Come on.
Very odd name for a reptile. Every ugly.
Oh, Nick, look!
Wait, stop. The trick didn't work. She's dead.
Clumsy looking. Yet it slid around the cage with wonderful grace. It moved.
At the end of a rope, the rope which she hoped would win her the $10,000 Fulton Award, swings the lifeless body of Alma Whiting. We'll see what happens in just a minute.
Hand on the safety catch. I threw it away in horror.
Well, folks, this is your last chance to get in on the Old Dutch Cleanser Jingle Contest. The deadline is midnight this coming Saturday, so get going now. And wham! Maybe you'll be the winner of a brand new 1948 Super Deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedan, just for thinking up a last line to this jingle. For faster cleaning with new ease, just say new post-war Old Dutch Please with activated seismatite ta-ta-ta-ta ta-ta-ta-ta. You give us a last line only, something to rhyme with seismatite. Get your pencil now and I'll give you a sample. Ready?
He started running and the snake struck him. It struck him twice in the left. Then he continued running past me. And suddenly he fell. Horace picked up a chair. He smashed it down on the snake. He smashed it again and again and again until it was dead.
Shiny. Right. That's not a winning last line, just a sample. Get a handy entry blank from your dealer or use plain paper. Mail to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 77, Illinois. Got that? Box U, Chicago 77, Illinois. Include windmill pictures from 2 labels of Old Dutch with each entry. Any resident of continental United States may enter, except company employees or advertising agents or families. Entries are judged on originality, suitability, and aptness, must be the work of contestants and submitted in their own name. Judge's decision final, all entries become Old Dutch property. Duplicate prizes for ties. Remember, Saturday midnight is the deadline.
I'm
Get
really
your
sorry
entry
we
in
had
now.
to lose the Bushmaster. A very valuable reptile, and we could have used it
Now,
in
back
another
to the case of
story.
the magic rope. Today's
But
adventure
that's
with
the
Nick
way it
Carter,
is in our
brought to you by new post-war
Lots of
Old Dutch
terrific
Cleanser.
houses burned down, money is
As the
stolen,
police clear the
characters
theater,
die
the
away
body
on
of
us
Alma
every
Whiting
week.
is
It's
lowered to the
something else.
stage,
It's
and Nick Carter begins his
You
investigation.
do have a lot of trouble, don't you, Mr. Holmes?
Mary, we had so much trouble on inner
Next
sanctum.
broken.
Even
Nick, what happened? What went wrong?
I don't know.
I think there are times
Hey, does
when
anybody
all
here
of
know
us
this
feel that
trick?
trouble is piling up
How it was
on us.
supposed to work?
But you know, friends, I found a good way
Who
to
are
get
you?
over that feeling.
I'm Sam
Just say to
Foster.
yourself,
I do the comedy clown
I'm going to
act.
relax
Well, what was
and
the
have a
trick you
cup
tried
of
to do?
Lipton tea.
Well, she was supposed to jump
Then
off
when
the
you're comfortably
platform onto the
seated with your
stage.
teacup
The
within
rope was too
easy
short
reach,
for her to reach the
give your
stage.
mind something
I was
pleasant
watching
to
when I
think about.
tested it with the sandbag.
That
I know,
tea,
but there's
for
about 5 foot of slack
Notice
concealed in that
Lipton tea's
crossbar the
amber
rope hangs
color.
from.
Welcome
Alma could
familiar
release it by
fragrance
stepping
to
on a foot
him.
switch on the
Then
platform.
taste
Then when
and
she hit the
discover
floor,
how
she could
really
grab the rope
delicious
and yank
that
it tight with her
flavor
hands
is.
to make it look as though she was
Real
suspended in
enjoyment
midair.
anytime during
The
day.
audience couldn't see
Just
her behind
take
the
a few
screen,
minutes
of course.
out to enjoy
Her
a
hands were
piping
tied.
Oh, no. She got them
flavored
loose during the patter before she jumped.
Certainly give you
Now, my part of the act was to come up through the trapdoor in the stage
And now,
and take her
friend,
place.
if you'll give me your
Then
hand,
she'd
we'll
step
go
out
out
in
with the
front, pull away the screen,
Or
and
would you
instead of
rather
Alma being
pick your
suspended there, the audience would see me in this clown suit.
Things are going to be a little rugged from now on, so
Whole
take a
thing took only
firm
about 5
stand.
seconds.
Then the trouble
Sit
must have been with
tight
that foot
and
switch that
buckle
was supposed
down.
to release the extra rope.
And it won't be a bad idea to
Something
grit
must
your
have gone
teeth
wrong
and
with it.
square your
Show me
shoulders
that
at the
switch,
same
will you?
time.
Sure. Works
By
by
the way,
electricity.
If you can do all those things at once,
Here.
let me congratulate
See
you.
this wire running up the back of the platform to the... Hey,
Here she is.
look.
Nick, the
Jelly,
wire's been
jelly.
cut.
For the
We've
second
been
time
loved.
tonight, Patsy, we're face to face with
Remember
murder.
how long? Weeks, maybe months. Horace never spoke about that horrible afternoon. And after a while, I stopped thinking about it. I liked my new home. Meadow Mansion was such a beautiful place. I
Nick, what's
rarely...
the idea of coming back here to
I loved
Canestro's
best of all
house?
the
Remember
drawing
what
room.
Alma Whiting said?
With its darling
That
little
no one
mirrors
knew
and a
Canestro
wooden
would have killed
piano.
him to get the rope trick?
I could see myself from all sides.
I don't know what she
It
meant
was so
by
much
it.
fun.
Neither do I, but
My
I think
dead
perhaps
here
Mrs.
of walls
Canestro
was
does.
beginning to fade away.
Why, Mr.
Only
Carter.
one
Sorry to
thing that
disturb you, Mrs.
irritated me.
Canestro.
Please,
That-
not now. Come back tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but this can't wait.
Oh, but Nick's trying to help you, Mrs. Canestro.
Nobody can help me. No, Carlos
I
is
don't like it,
dead.
Horace. I wish
Maybe
we'd
I
get
should be
rid of
glad
it.
he's
It's
at
a
peace
fine
now.
work of art.
No
Why?
more
I don't
suffering,
care.
No more.
An evil picture to me.
No more
Karen,
what?
look here. You're just
Anybody
jealous
new?
of it.
No.
You're jealous of any
except
beautiful
for
woman,
the
even if
lady
she's only
his
a
health was
painting.
perfect.
What was wrong
You
then?
don't care for me anymore.
His
That
mind?
is a ridiculous thing to say.
He said anything about his
You know,
mind?
it's not true.
If
Well, Alma
you really
Whiting told
love
me
me,
that-
you
Alma
take that
Whiting, I
picture
might have
down.
known.
That
Look,
picture
Mrs.
is staying
Kennedy,
right
your
where it
husband
is.
was a famous man, a
Not for
public
your
figure.
own
You
good.
can't hide important facts
Go
about a
ahead.
man like that.
But
And Karen, I absolutely forbid you to touch
public
that
knew him as
picture.
the great Canestro,
I'm
a
in it.
name that meant as much in the theater as Bernhardt, Caruso, Pavlov.
Of course it
I
did.
could not shatter that illusion. I
Staring at that
could not
picture
let the
was
world know
upsetting
that
my
the
life
great
with
Canestro
horror. He was always
Oh,
kind and gentle with
Oh,
me.
that's awful.
For the first time he'd ever
Well,
lost
that's
his
what Alma
temper.
meant by saying that anyone who knew Canestro wouldn't steal his trick. Alma knew.
That is what caused his accident. His mind snapped during the performance that night and he fell. Alma is the only one who knows.
You say no one else suspected your husband's condition?
No. He always talked rationally. When he had visitors, he'd boast about the new illusions he was creating. Poor, pitiful little tricks that wouldn't
Pull
pull
the
the
chair
bed.
over to the picture.
I knew his
I stood up
rope
on the
trick was
chair.
no good, but
Then began to
Oh, someone's at the
slide
door.
down the
I'll go.
length of the picture. Mr. Jones!
Why,
What
hello,
are you
Carter.
doing?
Marvello and I stopped by to see whether we could do
Go away
anything
out.
for Mrs.
Oh, you
Canestro.
mustn't.
I'm
That,
glad
Mr.
you
Jeremy
did,
will be
Mrs.
angry.
Bolton. Come on in.
Told you
You
it's
too,
none of your
Marvello.
business. Please.
Thank you. Oh, Patsy.
Please come down off
Are
that
you and
chair.
Mrs.
You're
Canestro
destroying
coming to
the
the workshop here,
beautiful
please? I want to try an experiment.
I'll teach you to interfere.
An experiment? Don't tell me you're going to try to produce rabbits out of a
I've
hat,
put up
Mr.
with you for
Carter.
a long time.
Rabbits?
Nobody's
No,
ever dared to
Marvello.
slap me.
I'm going to try
You,
to
you
produce a
vicious,
murderer.
miserable hag. That's what you are, a hag. For years I've pampered you. I've always told you how beautiful you were, how lovely you looked. Well, maybe you were beautiful once, but now you're just a
You mean you got us
self-centered,
all here
haggard
in the
old woman.
workshop just to tell
But
us
just look at your
Canestro's
face,
rope
your
trick was worthless, Mr. Carter? Well, I thought you might be interested in knowing it was worth about 50 cents, the cost of the rope itself.
Then that proves I did not steal it. You saw my rope trick. You heard how the audience applauded.
Marvello, I got a report from the police laboratory on that rope you used tonight. The fibers matched those I found under Canestro's fingernails perfectly.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that your rope is the one that was stolen out of this room early this evening. The rope somebody killed Carlos Canestro for.
No, I did not do it. It is a lie. I will tell you who killed them. Mrs. Canestro did it.
What?
She was wildly jealous of Alma and Carlos. Everybody in the profession knew it.
That is a lie.
Then, after she killed him, it would have been easy enough for her to sneak backstage and cut the wire on the trick switch.
A good theory, except for one thing.
What's that?
Alma Whiting left me to check her crops just before I talked to you, Marvello. And she certainly wouldn't have overlooked testing anything as important as that switch. Her life depended on it.
Oh, naturally not.
All right, then. The wire was cut after she tested it. In the last 2 or 3 minutes before she started her run. And at that time, we were all standing within a few feet of the platform that contained the switch.
And carefully placed it
If
over the
Mrs.
spot.
Canestro had been there, I'd have seen her.
So you're trying to put the blame on me, huh?
No, I'm not. You were talking to me all during that time.
Very queer.
Marvello couldn't have done it.
Chandelier
No, he
seemed to
couldn't.
be lower.
And nobody else was there
Oh,
except
wow.
the stagehands. Well,
They seemed to be close.
I think we can count them out,
They're
Mr.
fighting
Fulton.
off that old
They'd have no
terror.
reason to kill either
Praying
Alma or
and praying that
Canestro.
Horace
That
would
does
come
not
home.
leave anyone but
As soon as he came,
He's getting away.
Stay where you are, Fulton.
Carter, put away that gun. You
Never,
don't
never, never let
seriously
it
think of a
go.
man in my position.
I don't think, Fulton. I know.
Here's the doorknob, too.
Here, Patsy, you hold the gun
Hurry,
while I
open
frisk
the
it.
door.
This is ridiculous. I could buy and sell Canestro 100 times. Why should I steal anything from him?
Because there are some things
It was
that
all
money
my
can't
fault.
buy.
Please,
And that rope trick was
me,
one.
Horace. I can't bear your
Am I?
being angry with me.
You're crazy
Please
about
say you
magic,
forgive
Fulton.
me.
That's all right.
And when you couldn't buy that trick, you
I should
killed
have
Canestro to
lost
get
my-
it.
Has he got a gun, Nick?
Happened
No,
to
there's
the
nothing on him.
painting.
Keep him covered while I call a police car.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what came over me. But you see, I didn't cut it all. I stopped.
Police headquarters?
It just cut a little.
And hurry.
I can repair it. It'll be just as
Patsy.
good as new.
Yes,
I'll
miss?
never do it
Patsy,
again. I swear
now
I'll
look at
never
me.
touch it.
Yes, Nick?
Well, it's not
And you see any...
too badly damaged. I'll get Alice to take it over to the art shop.
Yes, thanks for looking at Carter instead of me, Miss Bowen. Now put down that phone, Carter.
Get your blue coat
Okay.
from the tailor.
Guess I
Karen,
was
that
kind
is
of
not
dumb,
true.
wasn't I?
Yes, you were, and I'm in
Alice
command
got
now.
that tooth this
But you
morning.
killed
Where is
Canestro, didn't you, Fulton?
Yes, you were right
I
about
don't
that.
know
I thought
where
so.
I've always wanted to
Karen,
own one
you do
great
know.
trick, one real
Where is
illusion
she?
that no
She
one
was
else
here
had.
just a little
So
while
I tried
ago.
to buy the rope trick
She
from
must
him.
have gone out.
But he
Alice.
laughed at me, said his trick was much too good for a mere beginner like me. I flew into a rage.
And grabbed the knife off the desk and stabbed her.
Please don't leave me. Please, Horace.
And after you found out the rope trick wasn't worth anything, you tried to put the blame on Marvello by planting the rope on him, didn't you?
Naturally. When I brought Marvello across the stage to you, I took the rope he'd used out of his right coat pocket and put Canestro's rope in his left pocket.
Something has happened to her and you're hiding.
You who tried to frame me.
Yes, Marvello. Even Canestro couldn't have done a neater bit of sleight of hand than that.
What about Alma, Fulton?
When I switched the ropes on Marvello, I looked up and saw her watching me, so there was nothing else I could do.
On the floor near the closet.
Yes,
all right, what's your next
cut my
trick?
finger.
A disappearing act?
Exactly. I'm going to lock you all in here while I take my leave. Stand away from that door, Carter.
Sorry, Fulton, I'm not moving.
Get away from that door, I'll put a bullet in you.
You're not leaving this room, Fulton.
Oh, Nick, please, he means it.
I know he does. And so do I.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
You killed him.
While the others stand by dumbfounded, Fulton at point-blank range fires his revolver directly at Nick Carter's heart. We'll see what happens in just a minute.
So I hid her in the closet because I
Now,
just
ladies,
think you
the margarine
believe me.
color problem is solved. Mixing bowl mess ended by new Del Rich Easy Color Pack margarine.
Please
To
don't
color,
go. I
just
can't
need
stand
the
being
bag.
alone.
No tax
The
on your
walls
time,
is-
energy,
You'll
or
hurt me
budget.
if you leave
And
me. I'll be
Del
back
Rich
as soon as I
naturally
can.
tastes better, fresher, because its delicate country sweet flavor is sealed in. A new American favorite.
Look at myself in the mirror. All my beauty was
Now
gone.
for the conclusion of the case of the magic rope. Today's adventure with
wasn't
Nick Carter,
beautiful anymore.
brought to you by new post-war
His face
Old
was
Dutch
all
cleanser.
wrinkled and pale.
In the workshop of Carlos Canestro,
hair
world-famous
hung down
magician,
lifeless.
J.B. Fulton makes a desperate attempt to escape as he points a gun at Nick's heart and says,
Get away from that door, Carter. I'll put a bullet in you.
You're not leaving this room, Fulton.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
I didn't want him to come back and see me looking this way.
All right.
He
You're
would
through
take
playing with that gun, Fulton? You are. Please notice that I've got you covered with a revolver that shoots real
They were
bullets.
very clever.
Pete, what happened?
They waited for
Revolver
Horace to
Fulton
leave.
has
They
only
were
shoots
afraid
blank
of him.
cartridges. I picked it up here in the workshop.
It must be the gun Carlos used in his act.
I guess it was, Mrs. Canestro. But Fulton didn't know.
Why, you just-
Skip it, Fulton.
All
All right,
the
Patsy.
images of
Call
me began to
headquarters.
come out of
And tell them to come here and pick
right
up Fulton,
into the
great.
room. It was incredible. They were all ugly. They kept coming out of one mirror, going back into another. I watched them.
Nick, what are you going to tell me about that gun?
In and out, in and out,
that?
in and out.
Well, there's nothing to
It
it,
made my
Patsy.
eyes hurt to watch.
Haven't you ever seen a magician have somebody shoot a
walls
gun
are
at him
moving
at close
slowly,
range?
but
Not until I saw Fulton do it to you.
Well, the magician announces what's going to happen. Then he gets people up on the stage to examine the gun. Army officers, if possible.
And it's a real gun?
Certainly it is. But after the gun's been examined, the magician's assistant makes a quick switch.
Oh, I get it. The gun that fires blanks is substituted for the real gun.
That's it. And that gun has no hole in the barrel for the bullet to come out of.
Well, I sure wish I'd known all that when I was holding that gun on Fulton.
You see, I didn't have a nickel's worth of proof that Fulton was guilty, Patsy, so I had to trick him into a confession. I've learned from experience that a murderer talks a lot more freely with a gun in his hand.
Well, he certainly talked plenty. I guess it only goes to prove the truth of the old saying.
He laughed as he cut my
What old
hair.
saying is that?
I'll give a man enough rope.
Very
He'll hang himself.
He began to come faster and faster because the walls are very close now. I couldn't even feel the cold.
And now,
Be frightened, Karen.
the winners of the 4 1948 Super Deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedans in the third new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser Jingle Contest, which closed March 13th. Well, Nick, are you going to make the awards?
Am I? Mike, I've been looking forward to this all week. Here are the folks who get those brand new 1948 Fords. Eileen Brassfield of 221 Emerson Avenue, Aspinwall, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Helen Hill McWilliams, in care of E.S. West of 167 Park Street, East Orange, New Jersey. Mrs. Robert L. Perry of 2314 West Adams Street, Phoenix, Arizona. And Mrs. Helen Jane Stagg of 6926 Parnell Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. And let me add that I hope these lucky people get as much pleasure driving their Fords as I had in awarding them.
Yes, to all these Ford and other prize winners, congratulations. And remember, we'll have more winners next week, so be sure to listen then. And that reminds me, Nick, what about next week's adventure?
Well, Mike, you might call it a story about pirates, the modern kind, who operate on the highways instead of on the high seas.
Are you referring to the thugs who robbed those big motor freight trucks?
Uh-huh. And, Mike, we'd still be locked in the cellar of that abandoned bridge. Fantastic way to escape.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Martyred Rat.
I think we did rather well tonight. Two of our characters were gathered to their forefathers. I'm sort of sorry about that
Nick
maid.
Carter,
She seemed like a
Master
nice
Detective,
sort, and I
is
don't
presented
think
each week at this time by the Cutting Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Doc McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated.
As for our heroine,
Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Evelyn Goodman and Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne.
No,
This
Mary, but you have
program
to
is
admit it was
fictional, and
remarkably
any resemblance to actual
lifelike.
persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
I have a few words for our
This
friends
is Michael
this evening.
Fitzmaurice saying,
You know,
when
some
minutes
people
count,
tie a string
use
around their
new
finger to remind
post-war Old Dutch cleanser.
Well, I'm not going to ask you folks to do that. All I want you to do is just remember all the good things I've told you about Lipton tea, and let them
This is
remind
the
you to
Mutual
get a package of
Broadcasting
Lipton's
System.
tomorrow. Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor, its full-bodied goodness mean more content
Post-war
within your
Old
teeth.
Dutch cleanser, famous
Remember,
for chasing
Lipton's
dirt,
the tea that
presents
gives you extra pleasure and
Nick
extra
Carter,
satisfaction.
famous for chasing crime.
Ask your grocer for a package tomorrow.
Well, that should be easy to remember, Mary. Well, friends, it's time to close the squeaking door until next Tuesday when we'll get together again for
post-war
another
Old Dutch
chilling
cleanser
time.
brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all
Oh,
detective
by the way,
fiction.
this month's Inner
Nick
Sanctum
Carter,
mystery novel
Master
is
Detective.
The Pavilion by Hilda Laurie. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton
Completely out of
Soup.
place in this room. Everything else
Next
is blue.
week's story is called
It doesn't belong here at all.
Good grief, at a time like this,
Feeling a
you
little
two have to
edgy
worry
already?
about the interior decoration.
Besides, there's no reason for a rug
Very
there.
interesting story.
Not
Yeah, it's
unless-
sort of a mixture of Russian
Unless there's a place
legend
there
and
to
modern
cover something.
psychiatry.
Lift it
It
up.
tells of a
Maybe you'll
beautiful
find
and
somebody
sinister
hiding under
old sword.
Suffering
I'm
wild.
sure you'll get
Sick,
the
that's-
point.
That's blood.
Oh, until we meet on the edge of death next Tuesday. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
And now, the case of the Star of Evil. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's late in the afternoon as Nick and Patsy enter the
Here's
luxurious
a grand dish
Brentwood
to
Arms
get your dinner
Hotel
off to a good
in answer to a
start.
call from
Lipton's
Irving Malcolm,
noodle
president
soup.
of Gigantic
It
Films
has all the
Incorporated.
homemade
They
goodness
step into the
and real
elevator,
chickeny
and Nick
flavor
gives
your
the number of
family loves.
Malcolm's floor.
Lipton's noodle soup is seasoned to
16,
perfection.
please.
and
I'm
it's
sorry,
full of
mister, this is a
tender,
private
golden
elevator.
noodles.
Private?
Hard
Yeah,
to
for the
prepare,
Maharaja
not a
Jennifer
bit.
and his
It takes
suite.
only
The
a few
Maharaja
quick minutes from
Jennifer?
package to
Yeah, they got the
You
14th
know
and
about
15th
it.
floors all to
Cost
themselves.
less and
So they
makes
rate their own
lots
elevator.
more. Can
Class, huh?
So get Lipton's noodle
Jerry,
soup
how about
mixed
another hot shot today, huh?
Okay, Mr.
And don't
Larson.
forget
Well,
to
what do you
tune in
know?
next
Speed
Tuesday
Larson.
night
Why,
for
Nick,
another
how
Inner
are you?
Sanctum
Speed.
mystery.
Hello, Patsy. Things you doing here?
CBS,
Hold on a second,
Columbia,
I'll tell you. Right
Broadcasting
now, it's a
System.
little business with the kid here. Okay, son, how about another hot shot today?
We'll try Ladybird in the 5th at Jamaica. I got it straight from the jockey.
Okay, business is over.
Yeah, but you were going to tell us what you're doing here.
You mean you haven't heard? Why, I'm doing public relations for the Maharaja of Janapur.
What?
I thought the paper said he didn't want any publicity.
Oh, Patsy, how can you keep a guy like that off the front pages? He's young, single, romantic, and he's got more money than the mint. Did you see that two-page spread in Dispatch about his diamond?
Oh, I did. What's that big diamond called? The one in his turban?
A Star of Evil. And you know how much that stone weighs?
How much?
Over 100 carats. It's worth $250,000. A diamond of the first water.
Well, why do they always call them diamonds of the first water?
Maybe because a really clear diamond is completely invisible in pure water.
Welcome.
Hey, here comes his nibs, the Maharaja.
Oh, really?
And does he always go around with a couple of Russian wolfhounds and a half-dozen attendants in full costume?
Sure, that's royalty for you. Hey, kids, snap to attention. Here comes His Majesty.
Okay, Mr. Larson.
Look at that diamond in his turban. Oh, did you ever see anything like it in your life?
The first part.
That's the famous Star of Evil, Pete.
Yeah. Look, kids, would you mind moving back a little? His nib doesn't like people crowding.
Yeah.
Okay, Speed. We have to leave anyway. Remember, Betsy? We came here to find out what Mr. Malcolm has on his mind.
Enjoying themselves? Jokes like that certainly won't work people to do. Here's a much better way to do it. Just serve folks folks a
My
piping
daughter,
hot
Carter.
cup of
She's
Lipton
disappeared.
tea.
She left the
And they'll
hotel
be
at
in a
10
good
o'clock this
mood
morning,
in a
and I
minute.
haven't seen her since.
But
that's only 6
password
hours ago,
to
Mr. Malcolm.
pleasure.
There's
It's
nothing to be
tea that
alarmed
is
about yet,
delicious
is there?
You don't know Linda, Miss
Thanks
Bowen.
to
She's only
Lipton's
17, and
crisp
she's led a very sheltered life.
Sheltered? Is the tea expert's
Sounds a little
own
odd
word
for the
the
daughter of a
fresh,
Hollywood producer.
lively,
No daughter of mine is
full-bodied
going to marry an
flavor
actor.
of
I know them
Lipton
too
tea.
well.
Unlike
see.
ordinary dull-tasting
But now
teas,
about her
Lipton's
disappearance.
is
Well, I
never
can't tell you
strong.
much. Linda
It's
and I were
always
going to have lunch
spirited,
together, but when I went to a room for her, she was
Try
gone.
it real
The
soon
desk clerk
and
said
get
she left the hotel at 10 this
enjoyment
morning.
of Lipton's
Frankly,
wonderful
Mr. Malcolm, I think you're
flavor.
excited over nothing.
I tell you I'm not. Something's happened to her.
What? You mean she's met with an accident?
Either that or she's been kidnapped.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions. Perhaps it'd be a good idea if I took a look at Linda's room.
What for?
Find out what clothes she's wearing today. After all, when we send out the police alarm, we'll want to describe how she's dressed.
Does it have magical substance? Does it generate unseen light waves that touch a man's subconscious? Or unheard sound waves that speak to him when he's
There's
asleep?
certainly plenty of dresses in this closet.
Let's listen to
Mr. Malcolm, can you tell what's missing?
I'm afraid not, Carter.
Written by
Here, wait a
Henry
minute.
Tubman.
Her leopard skin
With
coat's
Larry
gone. I
Haynes,
know she had that with her.
Did she bring all her things in these two bags?
No, there should be one more, an overnight bag. And a jewel case, that's missing too.
In other words, she left with a jewel case, an overnight bag, and a fur coat for which today's weather is entirely too warm.
I don't understand. It almost looks as though she's run away, doesn't it?
Yes, it almost does.
Nick, come over here.
Yeah, what is it, Patsy?
This blotter on the writing desk. It's a new one, but it has some pretty plain ink marks on it.
My eyes were so heavy.
Oh, let's hold it up to the mirror.
So hard to keep open.
Look. It's the end of a letter. I can make out until
I stumbled out
tomorrow.
into the hall.
There's something else, and then
Myrna's wrong.
darling,
My wife.
and the signature Linda.
That's impossible. Linda doesn't call anyone darling.
And that part
I
that's
knew the door
blurred
would be
just
locked.
before darling.
We quarreled last night while the
could be a
Judsons were
name.
visiting from the house next door.
Starts with a
Myrna
capital
had made a
R.
scene. She
Could
went
it
to her room and
be
locked herself in.
Robin?
No.
Wake
Luke's
up
going the
over
wrong
there.
direction.
As I stumbled down
Looks
the hall
more
to the
like
front door, I recognized
Romney.
the Judsons.
Romney. Romney Lewis.
Phil and Henrietta.
So
lived in the
that's
house
who it
next door,
is.
just across
And
the
who's
lawn.
Romney Lewis?
The star of my latest picture, and
All right.
exactly the sort of man I've
All right, I'm
tried to
coming.
keep Linda away from.
Oh, I never
Mr.
heard of
Bennett.
a movie star named Romney Lewis.
This is his first picture, and believe me, it'll be his last. I picked him out of the gutter, and I'll kick him right back there.
Hold on,
heaven
Mr.
you
Malcolm.
woke up,
We don't
Pete.
know
I
that
thought
your
you'd never
daughter...
hear
I'll
me.
handle this myself, Mr. Carter, and I'll handle it my own way.
Henrietta
Romney
saw
Lewis
a prowler
included.
come out of this house. Prowler? What's the matter with you? You look groggy. Wake up. I don't know. I feel as if I've been doped. What's this?
Nick Carter's office, Patsy
Henrietta
Bowen
saw him
speaking.
climbing out of
Mr.
Myrna's
Carter
window.
there. Oh, just
She
a
yelled to me,
moment.
and I grabbed the poker and came running out.
Thanks.
Poker?
Well,
Carter
what's the
speaking.
matter with you? Didn't you hear me? A man was in Myrna's room just now.
Hotel. Can you come over right away?
Scott.
Why, yes, I
Myrna's
guess
alone
so.
in there. Come on.
You calling for Mr. Malcolm?
No, I don't know anything about Mr. Malcolm, but there's been a robbery
Myrna.
here on the 15th floor.
The 15th
Myrna,
floor?
you all right? Open the door.
Isn't that the one occupied by the Maharaja of Janapur?
Yes, that's why I want the hotel to have its own investigator on the case.
Phil, you sure
the
the pilot
Maharaja
came
is
out
so
of this
much
room?
in the
Yes,
public
they ran
eye,
around
the
the house and got
publicity will be
away.
ruinous if we don't get it back.
Get what back,
You got a
Mr.
key to
Pringle?
this door. It's
What's
bolted
been stolen?
on the inside.
That
You gotta
diamond
break it
of
down.
his.
Come on.
The star
Put your
of
shoulders. What?
evil.
What's more now? Where's the light switch? Up here. I've got it. Got it.
15, Jerry.
Okay, Mr. Pringle.
Let me in. I've got to see.
When did you find out the diamond was gone, Mr. Pringle?
Mr. Larson told me about it at 7:30. I said I'd try to get you to handle it, Mr. Carter, and that we could keep the whole thing quiet. No publicity.
Did Larson agree to that?
No, he was most completely uncooperative. As a result, the place has been simply crowded with police officers and with reporters from every paper in town. Thank heaven they're gone now.
Here you are, Mr. Pringle. 15.
Right across the hall, Mr. Carter. That open door.
Hiya, kids. Some story, huh?
Sure is, Speed.
Yeah, ought to get your headlines all over the country. How'd it happen?
Gang of masterminds. That's all it could have been.
And you discovered the robbery, did you?
Sure. Went down to the lobby for some cigars. Couldn't have been gone over 15 or 20 minutes.
Why should
Jerry?
anyone want to kill him?
About 10, I'd say, Mr. Larson. And when I brought him back up, Mr. Carter, he knew what had happened before he even got out of the elevator.
You knew the diamond had been stolen, Speed?
I sure did.
How could you tell that?
Well, the door was open to this room, and I could see his nib's turban lying on the floor with the Star of Evil ripped right out of it, like it is now.
Where was the Maharaja?
I don't know. He was in the room when I left, but I guess he went out.
Well, he wouldn't go anywhere without his turban, would he?
Well, maybe he's prowling around incognito, like some old guy in the Arabian Nights.
Look, Speed, nobody walks away and leaves a $250,000 diamond lying around without even closing the door.
You don't know his nibs. To him, $1 million is peanuts.
Peanuts?
Hey,
It won't
what is in this case here?
Huh?
This big Morocco leather case, lying open here on the table.
Oh, yeah, that was stolen too, I guess. Mohammed's Vengeance, he called it. It's a sword.
A sword?
Yeah, a big heavy thing like a cavalry saber. It's got a solid gold handle crusted with rubies and emeralds.
Nick.
The torn chain,
you notice that little rug over there?
There's something we
over
have to
against
talk
that door.
about.
This whole room is decorated in blue, so what's a green rug doing in here?
What? Somebody must have moved it, Miss Bowen. That rug belongs in the bedroom.
Good grief, here we've got the biggest jewel robbery of the century, and you two have to worry about the interior decorations.
You're right, Bessie. There's no reason for a rug there at all. Not unless...
It would look bad for you.
Not unless it was placed there to cover something.
So now we're going to look under the rugs, huh? What do you expect to find? Somebody hiding it? Suffering wildcats.
Nick, that's blood on the floor, isn't it?
My bathrobe pocket.
Blood.
Touch something cold.
And on the sill of this door,
Phil
too.
and Henrietta both stared.
Rug was placed here to hide it.
It looks as though part of the blood stain is on the other side of the door.
Phil, look what I found in my pocket. What is it?
Where's this door lead to, Mr. Pringle?
Why, it's just a closet.
Have a key?
No, but the housekeeper has one.
I'll go get it, Mr. Pringle.
All right, Jerry. Then hurry.
Oh, you bet.
Phil.
Nick, are you thinking the same thing I am?
Afraid I am.
Give me that quick.
But Phil,
give it to me.
When we open that door, we'll find out why the Maharaja is no longer interested in the Star of Evil.
Recognize it?
Yes. What are you going to do with it, Phil?
Get rid of it quick. Out this open window. Well, the police find
Here's
it
the
out
key to
there.
the closet,
They'll
Mr.
take the killer
Pringle.
rock.
The one in the living room was
Phil,
gone, so I had to go down to the desk.
Thanks, Jerry. Here, Mr. Carter.
What are you looking at, Phil? Your hand, Pete. What? Your left hand.
Oh, good heavens.
A dead body.
Hey, if that's...
Nick, that can't be the Maharaja. Look at his hands. They're as white as mine. And the Maharaja had a dark complexion.
Turn him over so we can see his face.
Yeah.
Is it by the fingernails of a woman?
This man a guest at the hotel, Mr. Pringle?
Well, no. I never saw him before.
I know who it is, Nick.
Do you think I could have killed her? Nonsense.
He's a movie actor named Romney Lewis.
Like that, Pete.
Be sure. How can I be sure?
Peter, please.
Romney Lewis, who's supposed to be in Hollywood, is found dead in the New York hotel rooms of the mysterious Maharaja of Jaunipur. And Linda Malcolm, in love with Lewis, has disappeared. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Star of Evil. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's been almost an hour since Nick found the body of Romney Lewis locked in a closet of the Maharaja of Jaunipur's hotel suite. Sergeant Matheson of the homicide squad has arrived to take over.
And you say that when you opened the closet, Nick, his sword was in there as well as the body?
That's right, Matty.
Well, I guess there's no doubt that it's the murder weapon.
Golly, yeah. Somebody must have used it like an axe.
You keep out of this, Jerry.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Pringle.
You better go back to your elevator. And really, I should be down at the desk. So if you gentlemen will excuse us.
I think you better stick around, Mr. Pringle.
Me too, Mr. Carter?
Yes, you too, Jerry.
Oh, swell. Hey, I'll tell one of the other guys to take over my car, Mr. Pringle.
Very well, Jerry, but come right back.
Yes, sir.
This Ted
Okay, Speed. This isn't a publicity story any longer. It's murder. Open up and tell us the truth about the Maharaja.
Nick, you've got to believe me. I didn't count on anything like this.
Well, then, where is His Highness?
It's my duty.
Why was this Romney Lewis in this room when he should have been 3,000 miles away in Hollywood? Did he know the Maharaja?
Know him?
Recently,
he was the Maharaja.
What?
It was all a publicity gag. Lewis was the star of a movie called The Star of Evil. It's going to open here in a couple of weeks.
Oh, fine.
It plays an East Indian prince in it, so we thought we'd get a lot of publicity out of the fake robbery.
Fake robbery.
You mean the diamond hasn't really been stolen?
I don't know, Nick. We
remember
planned it
last
for
night?
tomorrow, but when I came up here and saw the
Had
turban
hail
on the
in the
floor with the
kitchen
diamond
to watch
gone,
the last
well, I thought somebody jumped the gun, so I went into my
On the
act.
contrary, it's quite
Speed.
important.
How much was that diamond really worth?
Tell me, this
a couple of
Ted
hundred,
Hale,
maybe.
what does he do?
Hey, Eddie's taking over the elevator for me, Mr.
He works
Pringle.
for me and my
Now,
brother.
what can I do for you, Sarge?
Please,
You
man,
can
I
keep
gave him
quiet
jobs
till I
in
call on you.
Well, I was here.
Now, look, Speed, when you went downstairs at
suppose you tell me where Mr. Ted
7:15,
Hale lives.
was Lewis alone here in the
All right,
suite on
talk.
this floor?
Yeah, he was in his bedroom changing clothes for dinner.
Not only changed, he took off the Indian makeup.
And where were all those East Indian servants?
Well, their rooms are on the floor below this. They're really Hollywood extras, not servants, so they never come up here unless the reporters are in the place.
Yeah, well, one of them could have made a sneak up the stairs, couldn't he?
Look, Sonny boy, would you mind letting me ask the question?
It's not
Matter of fact, Sergeant, nothing like that could have happened. The stairway doors are locked. Mr. Larson's instructions.
Yeah, but I...
Jerry.
Get some sleep.
Okay.
And anyone who came to this floor while Speed was downstairs must have used the elevator.
None of the cars stop at this floor except Jerry. You didn't bring anyone up here, did you, Jerry?
Well, no, there wasn't anybody came up in the elevator, but...
Nick, I found that letter. It was hidden under Lewis's handkerchief in his dressing room.
What letter's that, Patsy?
A letter to Romney Lewis from Linda Malcolm. I have an idea they were planning to elope.
They were. The letter says she'll be waiting for him at the Alexander Hotel in Chicago. He was to take a plane and join her there so they could be married tomorrow.
So Lewis was running off with the boss's daughter. Great jumping horn toads. Say, I'll bet Malcolm was wild.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Ah, so that's why Mr. Malcolm made that disgraceful scene in the lobby.
What's that? What do you mean, Mr. Graham?
As I was going on duty at the desk about 7 o'clock, there was a commotion over by the elevators, and I looked up just in time to see Mr. Malcolm grab the Maharaja, Mr. Lewis, that is, by the coat as if you were actually going to strike him.
Did you hear what they said?
No, but he was terribly angry. Anyone could see that.
Yeah, I heard it, Sarge. He said, if you don't keep away from my daughter, I'll kill you.
Well, I guess that solves this case, all right.
Don't be so sure, Matty. How do you think Malcolm got here? Gary says nobody came to this floor by elevator, and the stairway door was locked.
That's what I've been trying to
I got out of
tell
bed
you.
and opened the door.
Mr. Malcolm stand on the floor above this, and that stairway door ain't locked.
What? It isn't?
No, I noticed it when I was out in the hall a minute ago.
Come on, Nick. We're going to call on Mr. Malcolm in a hurry.
Phil phoned me. He told me about money. I called him up. Told him O'Brien would be coming for him.
All right, suppose I did say I'd kill Lewis, but you didn't stay away from my daughter. Naturally, I didn't mean it literally.
You know I didn't kill
15
Moore,
minutes
I'm not
after
sure.
you said it, he was dead.
Pete, what?
Now, how do you explain
How's your
that?
last
I don't
night,
have
you
to
know?
explain it. He
You
promised
had
not
that
to see her
fight with
again, so I didn't have
What
any
do you
reason to murder him.
I'm
How do we
arrested.
know Lewis promised? Did
Says I
anyone
had a
hear
motive,
him?
but what about
No,
you,
but I
Pete?
can prove
You
that he
were always
did.
quarreling with Myrna.
He
I
told
don't
me
think
well
so.
in
You're
his at
threatening
the
me. I
Alexander
only want
Hotel
you
in
to help me,
Chicago.
Pete.
I
Don't
took
let
her a
the
long
arrest
distance
me.
call to her. I'm waiting for it to come through now. Lewis undoubtedly
until they
made
get the
you
real
that promise,
king.
Mr.
I
Malcolm,
think
but I'm afraid he
that
didn't
is
intend
right,
to keep it. What do you mean? Take a look at this.
But where?
What is it, Nick?
Copy of a telegram Lewis phoned
You
on
have
to the
a
desk at
envelope
7:15.
Hey, let me see that.
Yes. We'll stick a card
Linda
in there
Malcolm,
and let
Alexander
Ted
Hotel,
hold up
Chicago.
for a day or two.
Disregard any messages from
Nobody
your
will
father.
think of looking for him.
Take plane to St. Louis, meet you there tomorrow, and go through with plan as scheduled. Romney. Boy, that dirty double-crossing. So that's why he got out of that Maharaja get-up. He was hopping a plane
Seems
for
to be in
St.
a
Louis,
daze
eh?
half
And when
the
you
time.
found out about it, Malcolm, you knocked him
his
off
trouble
just
is
like
that
you
when he's
said you
awake,
would. That's
he's
a lie.
half
I didn't
asleep,
even know he was
and
dead
when he's
until you
asleep,
told me.
he's half
Matty, I
awake.
want to ask a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Nick.
No wonder he can't
I
sleep
want to
well.
look around this room.
He seems to be such an
anyway.
honest person.
What do you expect to find? Another body hidden in the closet? Never mind
It's
the
too bad he
wisecrack.
doesn't go over and stay at
Mr. Malcolm.
Phil's house, Mr.
Lewis
Holmes.
was murdered
Phil
between
and Henrietta
7:15
seem the
and
kind of
7:30.
people who do everything
Only a
to
few
make him
minutes after you threatened him in the
I
lobby.
just hope they know something
Where
about
were you at that time?
hospitality.
Well, I
Sure
came up
they
here to
do.
my room for a while.
Why, everybody
Yeah.
knows that the
And
proper way to
I went
treat
out for a walk.
guests is to serve them
Afterwards,
something
I
delicious.
came back
For
and put
example,
through
when
that long
guests
distance
drop
call.
into my
Yes.
house,
Can you prove
the
that?
first thing I do is
If you
put
mean
on
that
the
anyone
tea.
see me, no.
And
Then
almost
I'm
before
afraid
they
you
have
haven't
their
much of an
wraps
alibi.
off, I have my first tea service
What is it,
out,
Matty?
and I'm
Nick,
serving
whoever
them some of
killed
my
Lewis
fragrant,
had to have a
fresh-made
master key to
cake
unlock
and
that
a cup
closet
of
where he hid the body,
heartwarming
didn't he?
Lipton
Sure,
tea.
but we know he stole
For
that
no
from the
matter
linen
what
room.
time
Right.
of day or
Mr.
night
Malcolm,
guests
are you
arrive,
sure you
there's
didn't go down
nothing
there
like
and
wonderful
swipe that
Lipton
key when you
tea to
came
make them
upstairs
relax
after
and feel at
threatening
home.
Lewis in the lobby?
Of course I'm sure.
Lipton's
And you
brisk
didn't use
flavor
that
is
same
so
key to
lively,
unlock the stairway
full-bodied
door
and
so you could walk
satisfying. It
down
just
one
naturally
flight,
hits the
knock
spot
off
with
Lewis,
everyone.
and then get
In
back
fact, I
to your
always
own
say,
floor?
whenever
I
you
most
want to
certainly
serve
did
your
not.
friends
All right,
or
then
your
why did you
family
hide
a
the
grand,
key under the
refreshing
scarf on your
drink,
dresser?
make
What?
it tea.
You found the key,
And
Matty?
make
Sure
it
I
tea
did. How
at
could
its
I miss it in a
delicious
spot
best.
like that?
I don't know anything
Lipton
about it.
tea.
I never saw that key before.
Huh? Well, you're going to see it again, Mr. Malcolm, and plenty. You're going to see
Now,
it in
let's
court.
get back to our
because this
sequel.
key is the evidence
There's
that's
no
going to
telling what he
convict
might have
you
done while
of
we were
murder.
talking about tea. Let's see. Peter and Phil were going to hide Ted Hale in the cellar. Now listen to me
Nick,
carefully.
why did
If
Patsy
Ted Hale
stay
is
at the
arrested
Malcolm
and talks,
suite after he was
O'Brien
taken
will
to
learn about the
headquarters,
quarrel you had
Oh,
with
yeah,
Myrna
should
last
stay
night.
and take that long
You'll
distance
start
call
digging
from his
into
daughter
things.
when it comes to
It
Matty.
won't look so good.
Oh,
No, Phil, wait.
yeah, I guess so. Oh, you want me
I
to
know
ring
you're
for the
trying to
elevator?
help me, but
Yeah. I
If
want
I
to find
did it-
Pringle and ask him a few more questions.
What for? This case is wound up.
Think so?
Why, sure. Malcolm's guilty. Every bit of evidence points.
You can't brush it off like
That's
that.
the trouble, Matty. Why would a smart guy like Malcolm leave so many clues?
Well, it's
and why would he murder a man right after threatening him in front of witnesses?
Because he was too mad to think about being smart. apart. Why, when he found out that Lewis was double-crossing him, Nick, I bet he blew his top.
Cut
No,
that
I don't
out.
think
We've
so.
got business to attend
And if
to.
I find what I'm looking for, Matty, I'm afraid you're going to look pretty silly.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking
Then
about
tomorrow
one
night,
piece of evidence the killer would have to get rid of.
Passage on a
Something that would convict him beyond a shadow of a doubt.
You mean the diamond?
Hi, Mr. Carter. Sarge.
Oh.
Hey, that was a great piece of work you did catching that Malcolm guy so quick.
Yeah, thanks, Sonny.
Oh, Jerry, I'm looking for Mr. Pringle. Is he in the lobby?
Yeah, I'll take you down there.
Thanks.
Hey,
I'll go down
Nick,
to the office first thing in the morning.
I don't know how you can think Malcolm is innocent after finding that key in his room.
I'll tell you later, Matty.
Okay, but if we find that diamond on him, too, you're the one that's going to look silly.
It's just one of the bromides that Henry organizes. Help you get to sleep. By tomorrow morning, everything will be fixed up.
Mr. Pringle, say you wanted to look in the incinerator where the deceased is.
Thanks, Sam. Has there been a fire in here in the last few hours?
No, sir, Mr. Carter. I was just getting ready to start one now.
Oh, look, Nick, why do you think anybody would want to hide a diamond in the incinerator?
I'm not worried about the diamond, Matty.
Well, then what?
Sam,
Nick?
if I give you $5, will you crawl in that incinerator and try to find something for me?
Yes, sir. What do you want me to look for?
Suit of clothes, Sam. A blood-stained suit of clothes.
Blood?
Well,
I don't know about that.
I'll make it $10.
Never mind the powder. Get your eyes open.
Okay. For $10, I don't mind blood.
What's wrong? What happened?
Wait till I open the door.
I went down to the office before business hours.
I'll help you get in.
Open the safe and get them
go.
out.
Hey, Nick, what's all this about a blood-stained suit of clothes?
The securities
If you
are
recall,
gone.
Matty, the murderer didn't stab with
Who
that
else had the
sword. He
combination?
chopped.
Yeah, I know. I saw the body.
And then he dragged Lewis inside that closet.
I'll
Which
bet
means
you
he's bound to
$1
got blood in his
donut he's
clothes.
gone.
Yeah, I guess
Come
he
on,
would have
let's
done.
check.
And he'd also want to get rid of that suit, but fast.
And the easiest way to get rid of a suit, but fast, would be to throw it in the incinerator.
There's a light in the dark
The
room.
incinerator.
Must have
shaft
got up early
open
and beat
on
me
every
to it.
floor.
To the safe.
He could throw
Ted.
it down here from any place.
Ted, you in there?
What do you want,
Always
Mr.
the optimist,
Carter?
huh?
Is it a bundle of clothes, Sam?
Well, I found a bundle of something. I handed out the door to you, huh? Okay, now here you are. Matty, this is it. Look, for the love of Pete. Why, that must belong to...
Let's not waste time talking. We'll have to grab him before he gets away.
Hello, operator. This is Miss Bowen and Mr. Malcolm's suite. No word on that call to Chicago yet? Oh, I
murdered.
see. Well, thank you.
We stood there in the
Yes, I'll wait here till it comes through.
There was a strange gleam in Phil's eyes. I tried to read the meaning.
I didn't think anybody was here. Hello, Jerry. Yeah, I'm waiting to take a phone call from Mr. Malcolm.
Hey, I heard Mr. Carter say they'd have to find that diamond before they'd really have the goods on Malcolm. And I got a swell idea.
You decided you'd come up here and find it for
And
him.
on the briny
Is that it?
Sure, and you can help me. We'll turn this place upside down.
No, Jerry. The police will search the place. We don't have any right to.
Yeah, but look, if we find that diamond, we'll get credit for cracking the case. Maybe the
No, Jerry. Absolutely
Same
not.
as murder?
Well, okay.
Phil, I can't stand it being a murderer. I'm going to give myself up. You'll do nothing of the kind.
It's hot in here, isn't it?
If you did it, Pete,
I think I'll open a window.
you're not responsible.
Yeah, it is hot. Think I'll get a drink of water before I go back to the elevator.
And murder, too? I don't know.
There's a beautiful
I
view
don't know
from
what
this
to say.
window. I didn't realize we were so high up.
Hey, Miss Bowen, look.
Maybe-
What is it, Jerry?
It's a diamond. I didn't even have to look for it. It was right here in this glass.
There's no telling what happened.
The one on the ground.
No, Phil.
It was half full of water.
Tried to believe
When I
that
started
there's
to
proof
empty it
I'm a
so I could
murderer.
get myself a
I'm
drink.
dangerous.
There was a
There's only
diamond.
one thing to do.
But that's
I won't let you do it.
impossible.
What else is
So
left?
it ain't. Remember what Mr. Carter said this afternoon about a diamond
gonna
being
help you
invisible in
hide
water?
Ted's body.
Well, Mr. Malcolm must have known about that, too.
Are you trying to tell me Mr. Malcolm hid the diamond in that glass of water?
The best place to hide anything is right out in the open, because nobody ever thinks to look there.
Jerry,
How much for
I
it,
had a
Phil?
drink of water
Oh, there
in
it
that
is.
glass
There's the
not 5
bridge up
minutes
ahead.
Huh?
And the diamond wasn't there then.
But it must have been.
No. You just put it there.
No.
That's why you came
Okay.
to this room, to hide that diamond
help
someplace
me
where you
with
thought the police would find it.
No, you're wrong.
Just as you hid that key here to plant suspicion on Mr. Malcolm.
No, I didn't.
You stole that diamond, Jerry. You killed Lewis.
All right, so what if I did? You're going to run and tell the cops, huh?
Oh, Jerry. Jerry, keep away from me.
You like the view from that window, do
Don't
you?
come any closer. I'll...
16 stories down, Miss Bowen. And you're going to make that trip to
Jerry, no!
Murder's funeral took place the next day. And I had window to the offices of friends and business associates.
Patsy clings desperately to the window
Phil and
frame,
Henrietta
but her
stood
strength is
by.
no match for Jerry's. And slowly he forces her backward through the open window. We'll see what happens in just a moment.
Keep your chin up. I'll get rid of the stragglers. Look at this going on there.
Now for the conclusion of the case of the Star of Evil. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser.
Respects, Mr. Lang.
In a suite at the Brentwood Arms Hotel,
Thank you.
Patsy stands
No
by an open
trace
window
of
facing a
Ted
killer who
Hayes.
says,
16
I'm
stories
afraid not,
down,
Mr.
Mr.
Wilson.
Bowen. And you're going to
They
make
call
that
him in the
trip
city
to
for him. I'm afraid he's got 10
Jerry,
men.
no!
See.
I
It's marvelous to see how calmly folk could talk to O'Brien about Ted
But I won't miss again.
But,
knowing all the time just where the body
Mr.
was.
Carter, I was just trying to kill
that
him.
bridge.
No, he was pushing me out the window.
I glanced at him,
He
yeah.
killed Romney
She was
Lewis.
watching
No,
for
we
him.
know, Patrick.
Come on, you
You know,
little... From
know what
now
I think,
on, the
Mr.
only
Judson?
windows you'll be looking out
I
of
think
are
Ted
going to
Hale
have
will never be
bars
caught.
on them.
I have a very funny feeling that he's dead.
And so, Patsy, when we found that bloodstained uniform in the incinerator, Nick and I started to look for the elevator boy.
And the indicator showed that his elevator was stopped at the 16th floor. That's why we figured he'd gone up to Malcolm's suite.
Well, thank goodness you got there when you
We
did.
got a complete confession from him.
Better this
Good.
afternoon.
It seems that when he came back up in the elevator after taking Speed Larson downstairs, the door across the hall was open. And there was the turban with the diamond. And nobody
Inspector, I've decided to tell you something.
And I suppose Lewis came in and caught him stealing it, huh?
Yeah.
My business.
And Jerry got
Go ahead,
panicked.
I'm
He
listening.
grabbed the sword off the table and slashed at him.
Whoa.
When he realized Lewis was
Inspector.
dead, he remembered the quarrel in the library.
Ted Hale didn't kill
and
me.
got the idea of framing Malcolm for the murder.
That's why he stole the master
That is-
key from the linen room.
I
Yes.
think I killed him.
He locked
You
Lewis's
think you
body
did.
in the closet,
Don't you
unlocked
know?
the stairway
Sounds
door,
crazy, doesn't it?
then
But
planted
I
the
assure
key
you,
in
I'm
Malcolm's
perfectly
suite.
Just a
Yeah, but
second now.
what
You either
about the
killed her or you
bloodstained
didn't kill her.
uniform?
If you killed somebody, you know it.
No, not in this case.
He got to the bellboy's locker room without being seen,
See, I think I
changed
did
into
it
another
in my sleep.
uniform, and threw the one he'd been wearing down the incinerator shaft, thinking it'd be burned up before anyone found it.
Now tell me, Nick, when did you begin to suspect Jerry?
I'll
Almost
get
from the
someone to
beginning,
take
Eddie.
notes.
How come?
Neither Speed
Suppose
nor
we
any of the
start from the
Hollywood
beginning.
extras acting as
Tell
the
them the whole
Maharaja's
story.
servants would have any motive for stealing the diamond.
I'll
They
fill
all
in
knew it
with
was a
them.
fake.
And Pringle was on
We
duty at
found
the
murder
desk when Lewis
story.
was killed.
Right, so there wasn't anyone
Groggy,
left but
drug
Jerry.
feeling I'd
That
had.
is, after I eliminated Malcolm.
Ted Hale
Yeah,
tried
you
to
eliminated
blackmail me.
everybody but Jerry.
And
And
I'll fill it away
after
from
his
me once
trial,
more,
Nick,
and
I
gone
got a
down to the
hunch the
cellar.
state is going to eliminate
Found Ted
him.
with his head bashed. I talked.
Glad you came to see me, Mr. Lang. Glad you told me all this. You must have had a hard time reaching the decision to come.
Yes. Yes, it was hard, Inspector. Phil wanted me to go away.
Nick Carter,
Would have been so
Master
easy to
Detective,
go away.
is presented each week at this time
Let
by the
him take
Cudahy
care of
Packing
us.
Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed
You're not going
Latimer.
to jail.
Today's script
You're
was
going
written by Jim Parsons.
What?
Original music
And
is
those
played
notes
by
the
Henry
stenographer's
Silver.
taking, Mr. Lang.
This program is
I've
fictional,
almost enough
and any
material to
resemblance
convict
to
a real
actual
murder.
persons, living or dead,
I need just one
is
more thing.
purely coincidental.
Now,
This Tuesday,
you go home and
April
wait.
6th, is Army Day, and we wish to take this opportunity
Yeah,
to say
I didn't
hats
kill
off
him.
to our
Okay.
Army.
Now, you
Remember,
just go
a
along
strong
home
America
and take
is a
it easy.
peaceful America. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleansers.
I'm back at home now. It's 2 hours since I left O'Brien's office, so I've taken the time to write down this full account.
This
Just
is the
as I gave
Mutual
it to the
Broadcasting System.
As I write now, I can look across the lawn to Phil Judson's house.
Stand by for Nick Carter,
5 minutes
Master
ago,
Detective. The
I
Mutual
saw Inspector
Broadcasting
O'Brien.
System presents Nick Carter in another of his famous and exciting adventures,
Front door.
starring Lon Clark. The Case of the Perfect Alibi.
Yeah. O'Brien first. The two detectives. Phil between them.
Patsy, what's the idea of phoning me here?
What's up?
Well, Nick, you've got to come to the hotel right away. Room 411. And bring that box with you.
Oh, why, Patsy? What's the matter?
I can't tell you, but don't say anything to Chief Brody. If you do, they'll...
Coming, Henrietta.
I mean...
Patsy, something's wrong. What is it?
No, nothing's wrong. Only...
Yes,
Don't come,
I saw
Nick.
off the
They're
window.
going to...
Oh,
Patsy.
darling. Everything went right. That key is with me.
Now, Nick Carter, Master Detective, and the Case of the Perfect Alibi. It is midnight in the little upstate resort town of Lake Hillman. Chief Brody of the local police stands beside a flashy, expensive sedan. Behind the wheel is a dark, heavy-set man wearing a huge diamond on his left hand.
He stepped right
His
in
face
and took
disfigured by a jacket scar.
So I ran through a red light. So what? So you get a ticket, mister? See your driver's license and the car registration. Sure. You fellas think you can come up here from the city and do just about anything you want.
And we can go
I aim to
away
show you
together.
different.
All right.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, the license. Give me it. Robert G. Hey, you ain't one of the Crane brothers that's mixed up in all them rackets down the city, are you?
What we said?
Am I?
Did every
Sure
word.
you are. Remember last year when that brother of yours got sent to the electric chair for killing an officer? From what I hear, this fellow Winston's going to get you and the other one before long, too.
Yeah?
Yes, and good riddance, I say.
Mr. Judson.
Take my advice, mister. You'll get out of this town fast. As soon as you've paid your fine. We don't want your kind around here.
Nice and cozy, ain't it, Mr. Winston? Just you and me alone here in your apartment.
Pete certainly ruined the perfect
nobody to
by
bother.
talking too much.
I'm not afraid of that gun, Crane.
Goes to show
And I'm not afraid of you.
To
Now say what you came to say and get out.
People do go
But
out
not
of their
for a
way to
while
get
yet.
themselves into trouble, don't they, Mr. Host?
This ain't much of a
I'm
dump for a
really
big
surprised
shot
at
like
Henrietta.
you to live in.
For being a partner.
DA's office don't pay the special prosecutors
being
so
a
good,
partner
huh?
to her
I'm
husband.
satisfied.
Most
You like
women,
working
take
for
great
glory,
pride
huh?
in looking out for their
I'm
husband's
working for the
interests.
satisfaction of wiping out such
mending the
scum as you,
bullet holes in
Frame.
their
Murderers and racketeers.
Yeah, and making a big name for
There are
yourself,
lots
too.
of better ways
You and your
than that
big
to keep a husband
campaign to
happy.
clean up the town.
For example,
Crane, if
when
you
your
weren't
husband
scared,
comes
you
home
wouldn't
from
have
work,
come here tonight.
give him the
But it
refreshment
won't
of
do
a
you any
brimming
good.
cup of piping
I'll get
hot
you and the rest of
Lipton
your
tea.
mob, just as I got
Lipton
that
tea makes a
gun-crazy
wonderfully
kid brother of
pleasant
yours.
drink
That's what
at
I come
mealtime
to talk
or
about,
anytime.
Mr. Winston,
Because
my
Lipton's
brother
such a
Johnny.
grand
He was a
tea.
killer, and he got what he
So
deserved.
deliciously
The chair.
different.
Yeah, you
More
sent
flavorful
Johnny
and
to the
full
chair
body.
just 1 year ago
If you've been
tonight,
forgetting
just
to
at
get it,
midnight.
why not jot
Now,
down
do you know why
Lipton's
I'm
on
here?
tomorrow's
No.
grocery list?
Why?
It's
Remember,
1 minute to midnight
Lipton
now,
tea
Mr. Winston.
always meets with
When that
favor,
clock starts to
because
strike,
Lipton
I'm going to
tea
send
gives
you
you
the
brisk
same place you
flavor.
sent my kid brother.
You can't bluff me. Why, every cop in town.
Cops, you know what I think of cops? I'll show you. Pick up that phone if
And
you
now,
want to.
friends,
Go
a
on,
parting
call the
word of
cops. See if they can help you.
If you
What
ever
is
wake
this,
up
a
and
trick?
think
Go
that
on,
you've
call
murdered
'em.
someone in your sleep,
All right, I
don't
will.
go to the police. Now, just take another powder, brother, and go back to sleep.
Operator, give me the police. Quick.
Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Innocent
midnight,
Mrs.
Mr.
Dunn
Winston.
by Elizabeth Sanchez.
Hello, this is Special Prosecutor
And
Winston.
next week, the makers
Send-
of Lipton tea and Lipton soup will bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hammond Brown and called Accident. Does the wind whistle
So long,
in your
Mr.
ears
Winston.
frighten you folks?
Say hello to Johnny
Now, don't
for
be
me.
scared. Because when you're pushed down an empty elevator shaft and you hit the bottom, nothing ever
Hello.
could frighten you.
Hello, this is Sergeant Matheson, homicide.
It's just...
Sent out a call for Rocky Crane, suspicion of murder.
And you'll learn
Send a couple
all
of
the
boys to
mystery
every
of
one
it
of
if
those
you're listening
gambling
to
houses he
Inner
owns.
Sanctum.
And send a couple to his apartment. Notify the radio cars to watch out for a 1949 Cadillac sedan.
Pleasant.
Light gray and loaded down with
See?
chromium. License number 6. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Dolan. He's spending the weekend where? Lake Hillman, huh?
For a wonderful soup.
I'll get in
Be
touch
sure
with the
to
Lake
try
Hillman police and
Lipton's
have them bring him
noodle
in.
soup. Lipton is the extra delicious noodle soup that folks rave about. On account of all those tender golden egg noodles and that honest-to-goodness
Look, Sarge,
chicken
what's the
flavor.
idea of dragging me
Tastes
back
like
to town in the middle
homemade
of the
soup
night?
that you'd
Take a
spend
look out the
hours
window,
in
Rocky.
making,
It's
yet
morning
Lipton
now. The
is ready
sun's
in a
coming up.
jiffy.
So what?
Lipton's
What's the
noodle
beef,
soup
Sarge?
costs
You were picked
less
up just
and
as you got
makes
out of your
lots
car
more
in
than
front of the Lake
ordinary
Hillman
canned
Hotel at exactly
So get
13
some
minutes to
Lipton's
2.
noodle
That's right.
soup
Where
tomorrow.
had you been?
Just out
And
for a little
tune in
ride.
next
Why?
week
I'll
for
say you've been
another
out for a
Inner
ride.
Sanctum
You rode back
mystery.
here to the city.
This
Bumped
is
off one
CBS,
at Winston from the
Columbia
DA's office.
Broadcasting
You
And then
made somebody not good, Mr. Winston? Well, now, ain't that too bad?
It's too bad for you, smart guy. You hated Winston because he sent your brother to the chair. You swore you'd get him for it.
Did I, Sarge?
Yes, you did.
Well, you know how it is.
And Winston was making things hot for you now, too. In another month, he'd have closed up every one of those gambling houses of yours and run you out of town.
He couldn't have proved nothing on me. Sure, I'm glad he's dead, but I didn't do it.
Look, you can't lie out of this one, Rocky. Winston called headquarters just before he was killed. He started to say your name.
But, Sarge, I wasn't anywhere near the city last night.
Oh, no? You're going to have a tough time making a jury believe that.
You know you're
Sarge,
lying.
it ain't gonna be
You know
tough
it
at
won't
all.
do you
What?
any good.
Take a look at this.
Because this
What is
time
it?
I'm going to
It's a
pass
ticket for
judgment.
running through a red light in Lake
Myself.
Hillman, 150 miles from here, Sarge. And look at the time on it. 12 o'clock midnight.
12... Midnight, what? Why, that's the same time Winston was killed.
Yeah, I know. And that traffic ticket proves I was 150 miles away when it happened. I tried to break that alibi, copper. Just try it.
I've got a nice grave all ready and waiting for you.
Oh, I had to turn him loose, Nick. There wasn't anything else I could do.
I suppose you checked for the Lake Hillman officer who gave him the ticket, Matty.
Why, of course I did. It was the chief of police himself.
Well, the chief of police was directing traffic.
Yeah, Patsy, you know how it is in those small towns. They've only got 3 men on the force, and on Saturday night, all of them have to turn out to take care of the traffic.
You're sure he isn't mistaken about who was in Rocky's car?
Nick, he swears it was Rocky. He described him to me. Then I showed him pictures of Rocky, and he swears it's the same guy.
Well, just what you want me to do.
Nick, look, I got to crack this case, and I got to have help. I'll bet anything Rocky Crane bumped off Winston, no matter what kind of an alibi he's got.
Well, I suppose the biggest clue you've got is the fact that Winston tried to speak his name when he called headquarters.
But, Patsy, we don't know that he was going to accuse Rocky of shooting him.
Well, maybe not, Nick, but here is the clincher. Rocky knew that Winston was bumped off at midnight. Now, how did he know it unless he did the job himself? I sure didn't tell him.
But, Matty, that's not proof that you can take before a jury.
Oh, I know, Nick, I know. But somehow, some way, we've got to get that proof.
Sergeant, do you think Chief Brody could be lying?
I don't know, Patsy. I'd hate to think it,
Well,
but...
then let's not think it until we've exhausted every other possibility. How about Rocky's brother, Red? Didn't you say he was at Lake Hillman, too?
Yeah, Nick, but what...
Nick, Red's just as bad as Rocky, and he'd have had the same motive Rocky did for killing Winston. I'll bet
You
he...
forget, Patsy. It was Rocky's name Winston tried to say on the phone.
Yeah, and besides that, Red's got a better alibi than Rocky has. He is seen in the Lake Hillman Hotel about 11 o'clock and again at 12:30. Positive identification.
Then maybe Red was driving Rocky's car when Chief Brody gave him the ticket.
Look, Patsy, Rocky was driving his own car when Brody picked him up just before 2 o'clock.
Okay, I give up.
Just the same, Matty. A man can't be two places at the same time. Either you're wrong about Rocky's
But
being
I'm
killed.
not wrong, Nick. I'll stake my life on it.
All right, then. Something's wrong at the other end. Suppose Patsy and I drive up to Lake Hillman and try to find out what it is. Even if we learn nothing, I'll enjoy a drive out in the country with an attractive girl. And, Patsy, you're particularly attractive today in that new lavender dress.
Keeping the records and digging the graves.
Rocky, Jeepers, I'm glad to see you. I was afraid something had gone wrong.
No, they turned me loose about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Then where you been all this time? It's after 10 now.
I went around to the club for a while. Get your stuff together, Red. I want to pick up the old man.
Don't worry about him. I took care of that little matter myself this morning.
You what?
Sure. After the cops picked you up, this town was buzzing. I thought if the old boy heard anything, he started putting 2 and 2 together.
You thought, since when have you got brains enough to think? I said we'd dump him on the way back to the city, didn't I?
Yeah, but suppose he'd have got wise. Suppose he'd gone to the cops.
Yeah, maybe you were right at that.
Sure I was. So I had him meet me out at the edge of town.
Never mind the blueprint. What about his stuff?
His stuff?
Yeah, his clothes and things.
I guess they're still over at that crummy boarding house where he was staying. Why?
Ed, you mean you didn't have him take all his stuff with him when he left?
No. Why make him think something was up?
You dumb arch, you stupid fat-headed jerk.
Take it easy, Rocky. What's he got there anyway? A couple of shirts, an extra pair of socks, maybe.
And the box, bird brain.
Gee, Rocky. I forgot about that.
If the cops ever find that box and hook the old man up with us, we're sunk. I might have known you'd louse things up for me.
I can get it back, Rocky. I can go over there right now.
Then get moving. And listen, Red. Yeah. Get everything else that belonged to him, everything. Let him think he skipped his room right and beat it.
Look, I'm
Don't
going.
let nobody see you.
They ain't gonna see me.
If they do, just make sure they don't talk about it. Make sure they don't never talk about that or anything else.
I don't get it. Who are you talking about? When did I see him?
I'm glad you're still in your office, Chief Brody. I was afraid I'd miss you.
You're just lucky, Mr. Carter. Comes 11:30 at night. I'm generally home in bed.
That's why I don't
What's on
get
your
it.
mind?
Sergeant Matheson tells me you positively identified Rocky Crane as the man you gave a ticket to at midnight last night.
That's right, Carter.
But, Chief, the sergeant is just as positive that Rocky Crane killed Winston.
Not at midnight last night, he didn't. What makes the sergeant so sure it had to be Rocky?
Well, Chief, the motive was revenge. Winston was killed exactly 1 year to the minute after Rocky's brother went to the electric chair for murdering a police officer.
What about
Well,
it?
don't you see? If it was revenge, Rocky would want to do it himself.
And Matty swears that Winston even tried to give the police Rocky's name.
Look here, Carter. I hate crooks and killers as much as anybody. But at midnight last night, Rocky Crane was here in Lake Hillman. Yes. I saw him. I gave him a ticket for passing the red light at the corner of Main and Elm Street.
And he passed that light precisely at 12 o'clock?
That's what I said.
I can't help feeling that somehow he's using you for an alibi.
Well, if he is, I've got to give him that alibi. I've got no choice. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Brody, I didn't know you were busy, but I was passing the courthouse and I saw the light in your office.
Well, for Pete's sake, Emily Dawson. What are you doing out at this time of night? And all dressed up like it was Halloween.
Oh, I'm just coming home from the junior class play. We gave Romeo and Juliet. I was the old nurse. You should have seen me. Alas, alas, my lady's dead. Oh, well a day.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I meant to get to the play myself, but I've been too busy. Miss Bowen, Mr. Carter, this is Emily Dawson.
Oh, hello, Emily. I'm worried about Mr. Worthington. I thought that maybe...
Mr. Worthington?
Well, he's one of our boarders. The only one we've got this weekend, and I haven't seen him since right after breakfast.
Well, after all, Emily, it's not quite 11:30 yet. Maybe he went to a movie or even to your play.
He didn't. He promised faithfully he'd come to the play, but he wasn't there, and he never goes to the movies. He told me so.
Well, I still wouldn't worry, Emily. Just because a grown man isn't home by 11:30.
Oh, something's happened. I'll bet he's been hit by a car and he's lying in a ditch somewhere. His poor, sightless eyes staring up at the cold blue sky.
Emily, stop acting. The show's over.
He hasn't been home all day, not even for dinner.
Well, there's still no reason
and he promised faithfully to come to the play tonight.
Now, look, Emily, Mr. Carter and me have got important things to talk about. Now, you run along home, forget about it.
If you won't do anything, I will.
What can you do?
I'm going to telephone the Crystal Club in the city and ask them to notify his folks.
Crystal Club?
Yes, it's a kind of a residential hotel, Mr. Carter. He told me
the Crystal Club isn't a residential hotel. It's a gambling house.
Oh, no.
Not only a gambling house, it's one of a chain that belongs to the Crane brothers.
The Crane brothers? I'll tell you what. Hey, Carter.
I'd like to know why he's up here in Lake Hillman at this particular time.
If you think Mr. Worthington is a gambler, you're wrong. He's an actor.
An actor?
Well, he used to be. After we got to be friends, he showed me his scrapbook. Why, he's played just about every kind of a part there is, I guess.
Hey, wait a minute. Miss Dawson, are you sure that Mr. Worthington didn't just pack up and skip out this morning?
Of course, I'm sure. Well, I looked in his room after supper.
Maybe he's come back home while you've been down here.
Well, when Mama's there, you could phone her and ask.
You'll do better than that, Miss Dawson. We'll go and see for ourselves.
Thanks for calling me up, Susan. I'll tell Emily how much you enjoyed the play. No, I'm all alone in the house now, but I expect her any minute. She was worried about our new boarder. Huh? Oh, nothing important. You know how excitable Emily is. Yes, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Bye, Susan. I wonder if I should have waited and come home with Emily. She may have run.
Sloan. Yes.
What's that?
I'm not sure.
Huh. Well, that must be Mr. Worthington.
Time ago.
Mr. Worthington?
15 years. But you should remember.
That's funny.
Yes.
I better go see if he's all right. I'm sure that noise came from his room.
On a charge of murder in the second degree.
Are you in your room, Mr. Worthington?
If I'm off for good behavior, he's probably out.
Mr. Worthington, you're not sick, are you?
Wait a minute.
Mr. Worthington.
Here we are.
The doctor says your mother's going to be all right.
Then why is she still unconscious?
She has a slight concussion from that blow on the head, Emily. In a few days, she'll be as good as ever.
But why would anyone want to hurt Mama?
I'm afraid we'll have to blame your friend, Mr. Worthington, Emily.
Mr. Worthington? I don't believe it.
But don't you see, darling, he had some connection with those racketeers.
But he's such a nice old man.
Oh, Patsy, I'm more inclined to think that it was someone else. Someone who came here for his belongings.
One of the Crane brothers?
Maybe.
What?
And when Mrs. Dawson walked into the room, he socked her and got away.
Then Worthington must have had something in his room that would incriminate them, some piece of evidence.
Well, if he did, it's not there now. Everything that belonged to him is gone.
Well, everything that was in the room is gone.
What?
I have his makeup box.
You do?
Yes, sir. Mr. Worthington was just wonderful with makeup, and he promised he'd fix me up to look like an old lady for the class play tonight, but he didn't come home, so I went up to his room and got it.
Well, where is it, Emily?
Right over here on the mantel. Oh, I wouldn't have kept it or anything like that. I just wanted to...
Let me see the box, please.
Oh, yes, sir. I know Mr. Worthington wouldn't have minded my using it. He told me that
Don't worry, Emily. I'm not blaming you for the box. I'm glad you did. Now, let's see what's in here.
Looks just like every other makeup box, doesn't it? A lot of old, dirty sticks of grease paint.
Yes, but everything isn't old, Patsy. Here's a brand new bottle of collodion and a new bottle of spirit gum.
Oh, the spirit gum is what they use for sticking on false beards.
False mustaches, too. And collodion makes an excellent artificial scar.
An artificial scar? Then maybe it wasn't Rocky that Chief Brody gave the traffic ticket to after all. Maybe it was Mr. Worthington, made up to look like him.
It could be.
With only a dim light from the dashboard on his face, it wouldn't be hard to get away with a disguise.
No. Emily, tell me. Is Mr. Worthington a heavy-set man with a deep voice?
Oh, no, Mr. Carter. He's little and skinny. He's got a high, sort of cracked-sounding voice. A man like that could never impersonate Rocky Crane, not with all the makeup in the world.
No, but I know who could.
You do?
Patsy, get us a couple of rooms at the hotel. We won't be going back to the city tonight.
All right, Nick, but what are we staying here for?
I'm going back to see Chief Brody. I've got a nice new idea I want to test out.
Why did you do that?
Ah, you dumb jerk. The one thing you should have gotten is the one thing you leave there.
How'd I tell you, Rocky? That box wasn't in his room.
Then why didn't you search the rest of the house?
I would have. But right after I slugged the old lady, I heard Carter and the two dames coming in. I had to beat it out the window.
And Carter did find the box, you're sure of that?
I told you, didn't I? I hung around outside to see what was going to happen. After about an hour, Carter came out with the box under his arm. I seen it playing under the street light.
Okay, so he's got the box. So maybe he'll even figure out how we worked it, but that still ain't proof, Red.
Sure it ain't, Rocky.
That dumb police chief swore he was giving me a ticket at midnight, and a smart lawyer can tie him in knots if he tries to take it back in spite of what... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What, Rocky?
You didn't touch none of that stuff in the box, did you? There ain't nothing there that might have your fingerprints on it, is there?
Well,
Come on. Did you touch anything or didn't you?
Well, the old man had to make me up in the car, and a couple of times I had to hold things for him.
You stupid idiot!
Oh, Rocky, what's the matter? What's the idea of socking me like that?
You know what you done? You give them everything they want. You give them all the proof they need to send us both to the chair.
Oh, we get the box back.
How can we get it back? Tell me that, genius.
Well, Hey, that girl that works for Carter.
What about her?
She's right here in this hotel. She was at the desk signing up for a room when I come in. Look,
Hold it. Maybe I got something.
Mr. Donner?
Yeah. It just might work. It's got to.
Yeah, you see? I ain't always so dumb.
Get on that phone, Red. Find out what room she's in.
Sure, Rocky. Then what, huh?
Never mind. You get a room number. I'll take care of the rest.
After all,
I haven't been there. What's that got to do?
It may have a great deal to do with it.
Well, yes, Carter, it was kind of dark inside that car when I gave Rocky that ticket.
Then it could have been Red Crane made up to look like Rocky, couldn't it? The difference in height wouldn't show with him sitting behind the wheel, and they both have the same type of face, big and beefy.
Yes, I guess it could have been if he had some kind of black dye on that red hair.
Not dye. Mascara. Something that he could wash out quickly. And there's a big cake of mascara on this makeup box. And it's almost used up.
Yes. And with paint on his face to give him a dark complexion like Rocky's, and a false mustache, and that scar painted on with whatever it is.
Collodion. Professional actors use it all the time.
All right, so maybe it could have been Red instead of Rocky. But you don't have any proof that it was. Not a bit of proof.
That's why we have to find Worthington's body. If we can't prove that Rocky murdered Winston, perhaps we can prove that Red killed Worthington and that Rocky was an accessory.
What makes you so sure anybody killed the old man?
Well, why else would he have disappeared without taking his things with him? And besides, he's the only one who could tell what really happened. The Crane boys would never be safe while Worthington was alive.
Yes, I see what you mean. But without having any idea where to look for him, it's going to be pretty hard finding the body.
No, I don't think so. If they wanted us to think Worthington had run out, they'd hide the body where it wouldn't be likely to be found.
Well, sure.
There can't be too many places like that near here.
No, I guess there ain't. But I can't do anything tonight. It's almost 2 a.m.
Well, all right, morning will be all right.
That candle up.
But get every man you can on the job. The sooner we get at it.
Oh, for the love of Pete, what now? I want to get home, get to bed. Lake Hillman Police Station, Chief Brody speaking.
Chief, this is Patsy Bowen.
Oh, hello, Miss Bowen.
May I... Is Nick there?
Just a minute.
For you, Carter. Oh, thanks. Yes, Patsy, what's up?
Nick, you've got to come to the hotel right away. Room 411. And bring that makeup box with you.
All right, Patsy, what's the matter?
I can't tell you, but don't say anything to Chief Brody. If you do, they'll...
Hey, Patsy, something's wrong. What is it? What is it?
Nothing's wrong, but... Don't come, Nick. They're going to...
Patsy! Patsy!
What's wrong, Carter? You're pale as a ghost.
I don't know what's wrong. Let me have that makeup box.
Well, sure, but what for?
I'm taking it over to the hotel, to room 411.
No.
Come in, Carter.
It was just Richard.
What's the score, Rocky?
No lying, Carter.
Where's Patsy?
Sit down, Carter. Put your gun away. I've got one, too, you'll notice.
What have you done with her?
Nothing yet. And she ain't here in the hotel, so don't get any ideas.
Where is she?
I told you to sit down in that chair right across the table from
You
me.
hurt her, I'll see.
I haven't. She's with Red. If you do what I tell you to, I'll get him on the phone, and he'll have her back here in 5 minutes. Now sit down.
Okay. But I'm keeping my gun pointed right at your belt.
So what? You won't use it. Because if something happens to me, I can't make that phone call. It'll be too bad for the little lady.
What do you want?
I want that makeup box under your arm.
I let you have it? You let Patsy go? Right away?
Yeah, sure. Now hand over that box and put away that gun.
And leave you sitting there with a gun pointed at me? Oh, no. The way things are now, we're even. I've got you covered and you got me covered.
But I got an ace in the hole, don't forget. Your girlfriend. If I don't make that phone call in the next 15 minutes, Red...
You're going to make that call, Rocky. I'm betting my life and Patsy's life that you're afraid to shoot it out.
You'll lose that bet, wise guy. I'd just as soon die this way as in the chair, and if I do, you go with me.
Not if I shoot first.
Even if you shoot first. Look at the way I'm holding this rod, propped against the table lamp, pointed straight at you. I've already pulled the trigger, Carter. The only thing that's keeping the hammer from falling is my thumb.
So what?
So if you shoot me, my thumb lets go of the hammer and you get a bullet. Not only that, the girl will too. Red's got his orders.
For crying bells,
Doesn't look as though I have much choice, does it?
What about those two other guys, Joe?
I'm holding all the aces.
What about those three?
But I'm holding the Joker, Rocky.
Well, where are
Keep away from that gun, Rocky. You shot me. No, I aimed at the gun itself. Your hand's only numb from the shock.
What?
It's one bet you overlooked. Your gun was propped up and pointed at me, but my bullet knocked it aside and spoiled your aim.
Okay, but Red still got the girl. You're forgetting that.
I'm not forgetting anything. You're going to get on that phone and call Red.
Ah, no, I ain't.
You'd rather have me break your arm?
I ain't making any call. Let her die.
Don't make that.
Don't stop.
You going to make that call?
Yeah. Let up on my arm.
Right over here to the phone.
Shut up.
You better make it sound convincing.
Oh, my arm.
Just a reminder.
Let's see.
Now go ahead.
Must be about.
Okay, remember, one wrong word.
I won't try nothing.
Tall, thin face, gray hair.
Take out that phone.
You know him.
Yeah.
Hello, desk.
I was ribbing you
Give me room 619.
No, you were lying. She is here in the hotel.
Yeah, Red.
Save your breath for Red.
Probably need help.
Hello, Red. It's Rocky. Yeah, everything's fine. I got it. You can let her go now. Don't argue with me. Do what I tell you.
Tell him to come here. Alone.
Red, get yourself over to my room fast. But let the dame go first.
And you know you
Yeah, right. But make it fast. Now let go of my arm.
Sure, Rocky. I'm through with you for now. Now we have to get a reception arranged for your brother. When he arrives.
Take him up, 12. I'll let you have it. Wait, come in.
Nick, did they find Mr. Worthington's body?
Oh, yes, Matty. It was in the old stone quarry under 20 feet of water, weighted down with scrap iron.
Yeah, but have you really got any proof that Red killed him?
Plenty. Ballistics can prove that he was shot with Red's revolver.
Oh, then I suppose Rocky will be convicted, too, as an accessory. So it doesn't matter whether or not you ever prove that he murdered Winston.
Probably. I think we can prove it.
Yeah, Nick?
How? Red's fingerprints were on 2 of the sticks of grease paint in Worthington's makeup box. Those fingerprints are evidence that Worthington did a makeup job on Red.
Well, after that, it won't be hard to convince a jury that Rocky's alibi isn't worth a nickel.
I wonder how they ever thought up such an idea.
Well, Worthington was out of work, was broke.
Yeah.
So he took a job as porter at the Crystal Club. Red found out he was an actor, and that started him thinking that Worthington's skill with makeup could be used to furnish Rocky with a perfect alibi.
And the old man didn't even know he was mixed up in a murder plot?
No, he was completely innocent. They told him they were going to play a practical joke on some friends of theirs.
Well, just how did they work it, Nick?
Well, the scheme worked like this, Matty. Rocky took Red's car, drove to the city, and killed Winston. In the meantime, Red picked up Rocky's car, met Worthington, got made up to look like Rocky, then intentionally ran through that red light and got a ticket.
Well, one thing I can't understand is why Rocky allowed Winston to call the police just before he shot him.
Well, that was part of his alibi. Rocky wanted the police to know the exact time Winston was murdered, because that was the exact time Red, disguised as Rocky, was getting the traffic ticket.
Yeah, but he even let Winston call out his name.
Well, that was something Rocky didn't figure on. As soon as Winston identified himself, Rocky shot him. But Winston still had enough strength left to try to identify his killer.
He was a brave man. Wish I could be like that. But, you know, when I opened the door to my room and saw Red standing there with a gun, I just froze. I was scared to death.
Well, you weren't the only one, Patsy.
So what?
I had cold
Someone
chills,
will be along sooner or later.
wondering if I was going to be in time to save you.
Well, at least all this may give Emily Dawson an idea for the next high school play.
Yeah, what's that?
Another one of Mr. Shakespeare's little masterpieces. The one called All's Well That Ends Well. No thanks, Laura. Not tonight. Okay, bye.
Who was that, Patsy?
Laura Bruce. She wanted me to go to a seance with her. Can you imagine me going to a seance?
Oh, why not? Spirit mediums can do wonderful things sometimes. Remember Madame Janer?
Oh, that one.
You'll have to admit that she told her clients things nobody in the world could possibly have known, except a ghost.
Oh, she certainly did. But the way she found out those things makes me shiver.
Well, save your shivers for next week, Patsy, when we tell all about Madame Janer and the case of the custom-made corpse.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Others in the cast were Bryna Rayburn, Ken Lynch, Maurice Tarplin, and Cameron Prudhomme. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons, with original music played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin inviting you to be with us next week at this same time for the case of the custom-made corpse. Another adventure with Nick Carter, Master Detective. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
New wonderful Old Dutch cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite, invites you to stand by for Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's Nick Carter adventure starring Lon Clark, the case of the vanishing weapons.
I, Dorothy, take thee, Wayne, to my lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and cherish. Wayne, darling, please, let's move back from the edge. High places always frighten me, and Wayne, no, don't, Wayne, stop!
First March, then
I, Emily, take thee, Wayne, to my lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and... Don't keep swimming away from me, Wayne. Help me. You know I can't swim.
Now, Nick Carter and the case of the vanishing weapon, brought to you by new wonderful Old Dutch cleanser. It's 4:20 in the afternoon of an extremely warm day. Driving back to the city, Nick and Patsy meet a car rushing toward them at top speed on the left side of the road.
Remember to be with us again.
Get over, you idiot!
Nick, it's a woman. She's going to hit us.
As the clock strikes 12 for
murder. She ran right into us.
couldn't get out of her way because of the fence. But at least we avoided a head-on collision. She struck the back end of the car.
I wonder if she's hurt.
Come on, let's see.
She carried off your car right smack into that tree.
She's been ill. I saw her just before we crashed. Lumped her with a wheel.
There she is. Maybe she was due to the windshield.
She's in pretty bad shape. Seems to be conscious, though.
Can't die.
Can you hear me?
I can't.
You're not going to die. You're going to be all right.
He'll marry again. He'll kill his next wife, too.
What did you say?
For the insurance. I know. I found out too late. I can't die. If I do, he'll do it again. He'll marry again.
Please don't think about it now.
She's dead.
Nick, she wasn't delirious. She knew what she was saying. Do you think her husband really killed her?
I don't know, Patsy. But I'm going to make it my business to find out.
In just a moment, we'll return to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Yours, a thrilling new cleaning discovery. Yes, to give you faster, easier cleaning than any other cleanser, we've activated seismotite in Old Dutch Cleanser. When there's a sink to clean, a touch of Old Dutch Cleanser works dazzling magic. Just see new sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser go to work. It dissolves grease on contact. Quickly, easily, its sudsing action sweeps away dirt and stains. Snowy white Old Dutch Cleanser cleans fast, safe, sure, leaves no gritty sediment, rinses away completely, doesn't clog drains. Get 2 cans of Old Dutch Cleanser, one for the kitchen, one for the bathroom. Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite. Now, back to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new, wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. It is a short time later. Nick and Patsy are talking with the chief of police of Elm City, the town the dead woman lived in.
Well, that's the story, Chief. I've given you her exact words.
I've known Kay Bolton since she was a little girl.
Well, do you know her husband, too?
Sure. He came here from out west someplace, I understand.
They've been married long?
Well, about a year, I guess. Kay was a widow with a good farm, a little money in the bank. I guess Bolton knowed a good thing when he seen it. He just swept her right off her feet.
What did her family think about it?
She don't have no family except a brother. He was away at the time, you see. He builds bridges.
I see.
At your appointment pad.
Hey, Chief, did you notice that the windows in Mrs. Bolton's car were all shut up tight? A day like this, it must have been sweltering in there.
Yeah, it would be. Well, Kay had hay fever kind of bad. I heard her say many times she'd rather roast than sneeze her head off from the pollen in the air.
Yes, but that's no reason to have the heater on.
The heater?
Yeah. When I examined the wreck, I noticed that the heater was on full blast.
Nick, you said she was slumped over the wheel as though she were unconscious just before the collision. Yeah. Maybe she passed out from the heat.
Now, that don't make sense, Miss Bowen. If it was that bad, seems like even Kay would stop and cool off. Hay fever, no.
You'd think she would. But suppose she were unconscious from carbon monoxide fumes or something.
Huh? You mean Bolton might have done something to the exhaust pipe so them fumes go inside?
Maybe.
But she wasn't unconscious when you got to her?
No. But the shock of the wreck could have snapped her out of it. Well, look, Chief, suppose we don't say anything about our suspicions until after we talk to her husband.
Yeah. Here, and let him think he's put it over on us, huh? And I'll have the autopsy performed as soon as we get back to town.
Yeah, but you'll need the husband's permission, won't you? And he'll never give it if he's guilty.
You've got something there, Miss Bowen.
Well, nevertheless, let's try it anyway. Maybe we can learn something from his reaction.
The only way you'll ever work on Broadway again is to get a job in a
Just remember.
And I don't see nothing doing. Kay suffered enough already.
Just a minute, Bolton. Kay was my sister as well as your wife.
The
chief thinks
no,
an
I
autopsy
like
would
to
serve
get
any
paid
useful
for my
purpose.
services.
I'm in favor of
But
it.
what useful purpose?
An autopsy would show whether there was anything in her system that would make her unconscious.
What difference does it make? She's dead. Autopsy won't bring her back.
Did she have any insurance, Mr. Bolton?
I think I fell for your line about
having
policy for $20,000 payable
to the survivor.
And this farm, who gets that?
You don't even own a
I
spare
don't
suit of
know.
clothes.
We never discussed it.
Well, you get it, Bolton. Kay wrote me she'd made a new will after she married you, leaving you everything.
I didn't know.
A letter that was
there won't be any autopsy, and that's final.
As Kay's brother, I have something to say about that. And if there's any suspicion that her death wasn't accidental, do you have any reason to think that, Mr. McEwen? Well, why else would you want an autopsy? And why would you want to know who benefits by her death? If there's any doubt, I want it cleared up. And you should too, Bolton.
Well, I do, Mac, of course, but
then just sign this paper giving your consent.
Now get to the point.
Very well.
I am Andy.
Give it here.
There you are.
Mr. Bolton, I don't like to butt in, but I can't find the housekeeper.
She went to her room, Sam. She's all upset.
Well, Mr. Mac, that 5 gallons of ice cream Mr. Bolton got for the party tomorrow, she didn't put in the deep freeze and it's all melted. I was wondering.
Throw it out. Do anything you want with it. Only get out of here and go back to your work.
Yes, sir.
That's Sam Webb, the hired hand.
What you doing here, Chief? Ain't nothing wrong, is there?
Yes, Sam. It's Mrs. Bolton. She's dead.
No. Let's see. Wrecked the car, did she?
What makes you think that?
Huh? Yeah. Why, just the first thing that popped into my head, I guess. Besides, I thought she wasn't in no condition to drive when she come out to the barn and drove off.
Get out of here, you mean she was ill?
Oh, no, ma'am. She was mad. Blazing mad, if you ask me. Folks can't keep their mind on their driving when they're like that.
What were you doing in the barn? I thought I told you to mend that fence at the bottom of the west pasture.
Well, I finished up early, Mr. Bolton. So I thought I'd clean out the stalls and do some repairing. I was there when you come in.
Sam, did Mrs. Bolton tell you what she was angry about?
No, sir, but she was good and mad.
Oh, it wasn't anything, Mr. Carter. Bolton was late getting back with the car, and Kay had an appointment in Elm City. She was mad because she was going to be late.
I couldn't help being late. I was delayed.
Was there a quarrel, Mr. Bolton?
Of course not. Kay was always flying off the handle, but it didn't mean anything.
Why won't you be able to make it?
Mac out to the car for the rest of the supplies I'd brought back while I tried to talk her out of it, but I couldn't.
I see. Well, thanks for giving your consent to the autopsy, Mr. Bolton.
What?
May I answer some very important questions?
Julia, you can't hold on like this. Just because a couple of has money.
Then you have Charm. Charm's been wearing a little thin lately.
Oh, good morning.
So has your bankroll.
Hello, Carter. Miss Bourne.
Hello.
Oh, gosh, what a night. I was down at the blame garage till 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, did the mechanic find anything suspicious?
Well, the car was smashed up pretty bad, but he swears the wreck didn't affect nothing that could have caused the accident.
Did he check the steering gear, the brakes?
Yeah, and the muffler, too. Nothing had been tampered with.
And the autopsy showed absolutely no trace of carbon monoxide in her lungs or blood. No other poisonous gas, for that matter.
And she wasn't drugged either.
I guess we was wrong about Bolton doing it. Maybe she did fall asleep at the wheel.
No, I doubt that, Chief. Anyone who was as upset and angry as Sam said Mrs. Bolton was just wouldn't doze off.
You still trying to make out it was more than an accident, are you?
We're sure it was.
Well, now, if Bolton caused that wreck without tampering with the car and without drugging her in any way, he's committed a perfect crime. A murder without a single clue.
I wouldn't say that, Chief. Every unexplained fact is a clue. And there are several in this case.
Such as what?
Well, why was Sam so sure she'd been killed in an auto wreck? Why should her dying words have been about murder for insurance? And why was she driving with the heater turned on?
Okay, if you're looking for unexplained facts, what about the ice cream?
Well, what about it?
Well, now, Bolton brought that back from town at 4 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And when we was there at 7:30, it was all melted, according to Sam.
Oh, well, that's only natural. The housekeeper forgot to put it in the deep freeze.
Miss Bowen, we get them 5-gallon containers of ice cream for picnics and such. We get them early in the morning. And they're still as hard as a rock when we eat supper.
George, that's it.
Huh? Well, what's what?
That's what killed Mrs. Bolton. The weapon that vanished into thin air.
Vanished?
Literally and completely, without leaving a trace.
What?
Yes, this is Marlowe speaking.
There's no way of proving it, is there?
Not unless we can get a confession. And anybody smart enough to think of a scheme like that won't be easily bluffed.
Now, look, Carter, where would you get a weapon that would vanish that way?
At your local creamery, just as Bolton did.
Oh, Nick, you're not saying that Mrs. Bolton was murdered with 5 gallons of ice cream.
No. If it wasn't for that ice cream, she'd be alive right now.
Oh.
Come on, let's drive out to the farm. Now I've got something to work on.
Wait a minute. Did you say the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson?
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Wilson. I know, Carter. I carried that container of ice cream into the house in the car without opening it. But Bolton... Yes, McEwen, were you going to say something?
Well,
oh, yes.
Only
yes,
that when I went through the kitchen to get the other things out of the car, I noticed that the seal on the container was broken.
But I didn't break it. Perhaps the housekeeper...
no, Mr. Bolton. I asked her. She was upstairs at the time.
Well, what's the ice cream got to do with it anyway, Mr. Carter? Plenty, McEwen. Those 5-gallon containers are in two sections. One for the ice cream itself, and one that holds dry ice to keep it from melting.
So what?
Did you ever notice how drowsy you get in the crowded room where the air's stale? Well, sure. That's because the oxygen in the air has been used up. And replaced with carbon dioxide, which people have exhaled. That's what happens when we breathe.
Come to the point, Carter.
All right, I will.
Oh, Mr. Phelps.
When I examined your car just after the wreck, Mr. Bolton,
you let me handle
I found a few small pieces of dry ice in the heater. Dry ice is nothing but carbon dioxide in a solid form.
Yes, I can understand.
In the heater of your wife's car, it melted fast and flooded the car with carbon dioxide.
And with all the windows closed, it must have been 10 times as bad as the most crowded, stuffy room you ever saw.
And that's why she went to sleep at the wheel.
That's fantastic. You think somebody took the dry ice out of that ice cream container and put it in the heater of the car
to make her wreck the car and kill herself? Yeah, Mr. Bolton, that's exactly what we think.
Then it must have been Mac.
Why, that's a lie.
You went through the kitchen when I left the ice cream and then went out to the car for the rest of the things. You must have opened the package and...
Are you accusing me of murdering my own sister?
It had to be you. Nobody else could have done it.
No? Well, who got her to take out that insurance policy? Who inherits this farm and everything else she owns? I don't get anything out of her death, and I don't want to. But you get plenty.
Calm down, Mac, calm down.
She was all I had. And he killed her. He killed her.
I did not. You did it yourself. And now you're trying
all right, hold it.
Inspiring in your anxiety, you try.
I know how we can find out who put that dry ice in the heater.
How?
Ask Sam, your hired man.
Sam? What would he know about it?
He was in the barn from the time you drove in with the ice cream, Mr. Bolton, until your wife left about 10 minutes later. Dry ice melts fast, very fast. To be effective, it has to be put in sometime during that 10 minutes.
Sure. You're right, Mr. Carter. Sam must have seen him putting that stuff in the heater. That's why he figured Kay was killed in a wreck.
Yeah, maybe he didn't think nothing of it at the time, but afterwards he realized what he saw. And then maybe he figured he could get paid for not talking.
Well, he'll talk now. He'll talk or I'll break him in two. All right, no, McEwen. You and Bolton will stay here with the chief. Patsy and I will go talk with Sam.
All the papers.
And after we do, Chief, I think you'll have a new boarder at the county jail.
Bring out the damaged will and get Harold to win me soon.
Nick, you didn't really find any dry ice in the heater of that car, did you?
Why, of course not, Patsy. I told you I'd have to bluff.
Yeah, but if Sam did see something, it won't be a bluff any longer.
Oh, yes, it will. He may have seen something, but he couldn't tell what was actually going on inside the car from back in the stalls where he was working.
No, I guess not.
But maybe we can use Sam's testimony to frighten the killer into giving himself away. Oh, here, this must be Sam's shack.
Uh-huh.
What dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil.
He must be here. We know he's nowhere else on the farm.
Yeah.
Shakespeare, Andy. All right, sounds like a good scheme.
Right.
I'll cooperate.
Oh, Nick, look. They're on the floor.
Your plan is working, Andy. Working beautifully.
He's dead, isn't he?
You get Harold Farrington into the phone book.
Shot through the head.
Phone Ross.
Had to be sometime last night. Look around the floor. See if you can find an empty cartridge.
Right.
He was killed with an automatic. There's a chance the empty shell's on the floor somewhere.
Well, if it is, I'll find it.
Just wanted to tell you,
Here.
going to play a big role.
Here's something.
What is it?
Somebody knelt down beside the body. There's a perfect knee print and a smear of blood. You can even see the weave of the material the trousers were made of. Some sort of coarse tweed.
Nick, I found it.
The cartridge shell?
Yes, it was under the table. Here.
Now we can really get down to business.
Yes, this time we've got a weapon that can't vanish into thin air.
Andy, how do you like that? He said I was drunk when he hung up.
Yes,
An empty cartridge case, the first bit of concrete evidence the wife killer has left in a series of 5 murders. But Nick still faces the problem of proving his guilt. We'll see what happens in just a moment.
You realize you have to have
An important announcement. Coming next week on Nick Carter, Old Dutch Cleanser's big new contest. Listen so you can get an early start in this easy, fascinating contest that pays off with loads of valuable prizes. And remember, we've activated Seismotite in Old Dutch Cleanser. It's amazing. Sudsing action sweeps away dirt and stains, cuts grease on contact, cleans fast, safe, sure, leaves no gritty sediment, rinses away completely, saves you time and work, helps you keep your house at its shining best. New Sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser is at your grocer's now in the same familiar package. Get 2 cans tomorrow. One for the kitchen, one for the bathroom. Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite.
Missing Billy Wentworth party.
Now, back to The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At the farmhouse, Nick and the chief are trying to find the automatic with which Sam Webb, the Bolton's hired hand, was killed. Mac has admitted owning such a gun, and they've gone to his room to get it.
There you are, Mr. Carter. But I swear I haven't touched that gun since I came back 2 weeks ago.
Did Bolton know where you kept it, Mac?
Well, I don't know, Chief, but it wouldn't have been hard to find.
I didn't even know he had a gun.
Well, this is a 38. Sam was killed with a 32.
I am worried about
32?
And it's no gag.
Then Bolton must have
I know
used
he
Kay's
called
gun.
you
What are you talking about? Kay didn't own a gun.
Why, you're a liar. She
I'm
had
really
a
worried
32
about
automatic for years, kept at her bedside table, and you know it.
That's not true.
See you soon,
You can
Paul.
come and look
Have
for
a good
yourself,
day.
Chief. Our room is right across the hall. But you won't find any guns there.
No, don't expect to, not now.
And it's just what you want.
Here's your gun, McEwen.
Last of all, you call another old
Oh,
friend,
thanks, Mr.
Captain
Carter.
Harry
But
Bandit.
Kay did have a
Poor
gun.
old missing
Charlie
person.
must have seen it hundreds of times.
Harry, I'm not trying to drum up a story.
There, look for
really is
yourself.
missing.
Do you see a
I
gun
want
in
you to
that
put on a
drawer?
missing person
Kay wouldn't
notice
have a
on-
gun in the house.
All right, let's forget about
Well,
that.
if that's
for
the
a
way you feel about it, I'll
Who
have to
owns
find
the
it without
tweed
any
suit?
help from the police.
Tweed suit, Mr. Carter?
You hang up.
Why?
And
We
you're
found
free,
evidence
Stanley.
proving that Sam's killer was
Very
wearing a suit
free.
of coarse tweed at the time of the murder.
That evening,
You
you
have
catch
one?
the train
Oh, I
to the
know.
little town of Ridge
Neither
Gap,
do I.
where your
What?
cabin
You shouldn't have said that, Bolton. I've
The
seen
Ridge
you
Gap
wearing a
station
tweed suit 100 times. But
into the darkness. where
I
being
did
known.
have a tweed suit, but
Bitterly cold.
Kay gave it
but you
away
walked
last
the
week. It
2
was
miles.
worn out.
Who'd she give it to?
There you find
I don't know.
Julian Harold
She didn't
Bandit.
Why,
Hey,
Bolton, I saw that suit hanging in your closet only yesterday.
After the
I'll bet it's there right now.
You waste no time getting down
What?
to business.
What's gone?
Kids,
Natural.
we're
Of course
on.
it is. Any
The
fool
editors
know
are
enough to
beginning
get
to
rid of a
believe
piece
in
of
your
evidence
suicide,
like that.
Harold.
I tell you, I haven't had it for over a week.
Wait a minute. You went down in the cellar carrying a bundle this morning, Bolton.
That was the garbage.
Mrs. Lawrence always puts the garbage in a paper bag. The bundle you had was wrapped in newspaper.
It was not. It was a paper bag.
And then I heard the furnace door.
I always burn the garbage in the furnace. You know that.
Bolton, suppose we take a look in that
Harold,
furnace.
Harold, you hired me
And
to
see
do
what
the
else you was burning.
You write me a long letter of farewell. Understand?
A letter of farewell. Well, I could do that with the quotations from my great plays, Macbeth, Hamlet.
That's it, Harold?
Yes.
Here's
yes,
another
I'll
scrap
take
of
the letter
tweed
back
that
to New
didn't
York.
burn. That's
Okay,
part of
I'll
your
call
suit,
all the
ain't it,
troops.
Bolton?
I'll
Yes,
get a
but
couple of them to rush
I
up here
didn't
with
put
you.
it there.
Just before we
Match
get
it.
here,
He's
you
free.
take
Oh,
one sleeping
sure,
bag.
sure.
He is, I tell
Pretend to
you.
be
Everything you
unable to
found
wake
could have been done
until
by
we've
him,
worked
couldn't
over you for
it?
at
He could have
least
put
half
that
an
dry
hour.
ice in the car heater as well as me.
Yes,
He could have shot
yes, of
Sam
course,
and
I
put that
could
suit
do
in the
that.
furnace.
And
Now,
wore
what
the
the
suit to
Absolutely
kill
unallowed.
Sam, too, I
Tomorrow
guess.
evening,
Why,
your
you
name
blame
will
fool.
be
Anybody can
headlines
see that
from
Mac
coast
couldn't
to
get into
coast.
your clothes with
Well,
shoehorns.
sure,
He's
I-
twice big as you are.
And I never
Now,
owned a
sit down
tweed
at my
suit in
desk
my
and
life.
start writing
Anyway,
that
the knee
suicide
print
note.
by
And
Sam's
be
body
sure to
had exactly the
apologize to me
same
for
weave
using
as
my
this
cabin.
tweed that was burned in the
Understand,
furnace.
Now, wait a minute.
Did you find something else,
Harold
Nick?
Farrington busy writing the
It's down
suicide
among the
note.
ashes. Look.
You take
That's
Julian
it.
to the
That's
next
Kay's
room.
gun.
I never saw that gun before in all my
Any
life.
fingerprints on it, Carter? Afraid
soon
not,
as he
Chief.
finishes
The whole
that
outside
letter.
is burned clean.
Yes, but a ballistics test will show if it's the gun that Sam was killed with. Won't it, Nick?
Without a doubt.
Andy, you didn't say
Even if it's the same gun, that doesn't prove anything.
Well, here's something that does,
Harold will
Bolton.
drink himself to death in
A
another
perfect
6
set of
months.
fingerprints.
What
Prints?
difference does it make if he goes
Well, I
now?
thought you said the gun was burned clean.
The
$500,000
outside
for
was,
between
yes.
you.
But there's a
Perfectly
fine set
safe.
here on the cartridge clip.
Now half New
I
York
thought
knows
they might
Harold
have been
was threatening
overlooked.
to kill himself.
That's
You
smart
go on
thinking,
talking.
Carter.
How come the cartridges didn't explode in the fire, Nick?
The clip's empty, Patsy.
Oh.
But the prints are nice and
At
clear.
last,
They're-
Julian gives in to your
They're not my prints. I never saw that gun.
Yeah? Well, now, I'll just take that clip over to the county seat and let the fingerprint man there have a look at him. Oh, if you don't mind, Chief, I'd rather take this to the fingerprint lab in the city. Huh? What's the matter with Joe Parker over at the county seat? Well, he may be all right, but... Well, look, let me have my own way, will you, please? I'll stay at the hotel in Elm City tonight, drive into the city tomorrow, and have a report you can depend on before tomorrow evening. Okay, keep the blame clip. And you, Bolton, come on. I'm locking you up where you can't get out to commit no more murders.
I think this is rather good.
answer to the dream. That's what you want, exactly. As he reads, you busy yourself fixing him a drink. And into the drink, you pour the contents of a small bottle. Harold Farrington finishes his letter and waits for your applause.
That's splendid, Harold. Simply terrific.
It nearly made me cry. Just listening to it.
I think without undue modesty, one could say it's good theater.
Who's there?
To me, Andy.
Well, it isn't Who's in the room?
Else, Harold. Thank you. I've earned this
Who is
thing.
it?
Well,
don't move, Mr. Carter.
Up.
You're a fine target under that bed lamp.
McEwen.
He drinks.
What are you doing here?
I came to get something that belongs to me.
It's all
that clip with the fingerprints on it.
One last instant, he stared.
Now, those are your prints.
Then his
Bolton
eyes
was telling the
closed,
truth. You killed Sam.
Sure I did. I couldn't let him tell about seeing me put that dry ice in the heater of Kay's car, could I? And he said he had been in the barn at the time. I had to get rid of him.
And all the evidence against Bolton.
Tomorrow or the next day.
You planted it yourself.
Why not? Somebody had to be the patsy. And I could see you suspected him already. Nobody knew I had that 32. So I said it belonged to Kay. And who can prove that it didn't?
And you planted it in the furnace for us to find, together with a tweed suit.
When we arrive here,
sure.
Find Harold
that suit was the smartest part of the whole frame-up.
That's all there is to it.
Kay gave it to Sam. It was hanging right there in front of me when I shot him.
But you couldn't have worn it. It was too small for you.
No. But I could wrap it around my knee and then make a print in that blood stain, couldn't I? Didn't tell you I saw Bolton trying to burn it.
You thought of everything, didn't you?
Everything but that cartridge clip with my fingerprints on it. Where is it, Carter?
That's right.
Or do I put a bullet in your head?
I can't wait till tomorrow.
All right, you win. It's in the left-hand top dresser drawer, wrapped in a handkerchief.
Yeah? Put Harold out on the terrace, chair and all.
Thanks for making it easy.
And then he'll be cold, plenty
First,
cold.
we'll wipe
Seems
these
that he died hours ago.
And then, Mr. Carter, I'm afraid I'll have to get rid of you.
And now, hold on, McEwen. You've destroyed the proof against you, and I let it go at that.
I can't let you talk about this little visit.
Look, McEwen, don't
shut up. I said I was going to get rid of you, and I am. So.
As Mac points his gun at Nick's head and pulls the trigger, he stands only a few feet away, too close to miss. We'll see what happens in just a moment.
The picture is
That's because he died.
Here's a wash day tip. Keep your washer sparkling clean inside and out with wonderful new Sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser. Yes, a touch of Old Dutch Cleanser cuts grease on contact, sweeps away dirt and stains almost like magic. You'll be amazed at the new Sudsing action of Old Dutch Cleanser. Snowy white, leaves no gritty sediment, rinses away completely. It's been granted the Good Housekeeping seal. Yes, ladies, for faster, easier cleaning than you've dreamed possible, switch to new Sudsing Old Dutch Cleanser, the only cleanser made with activated seismotite. And next week, Old Dutch Cleanser's wonderful new contest starts. Easy to enter, easy to win. It's loads of fun with loads of valuable prizes. Hear all about this sensational new contest and how you may win next week on Nick Carter.
He used to come up here to work out our plans. I gave him the keys and
Now for the conclusion of The Case of the Vanishing Weapon. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new, wonderful Old Dutch Cleanser. In Nick's hotel room, he faces a killer with a gun who says,
I said I was going to get rid of you, and I am. You had a gun all the time, under the bedclothes.
Sorry, Mac, I tried to warn you.
Nick, are you all right?
I'm okay, Patsy. But our friend here has a bullet in his arm. Come on in.
Roll down a shorthand. That's the microphone picked up every
You
word
mean
he said.
this was a trap?
You bet it
everybody knows that.
See, I expected you to come for that cartridge clip.
If my gun hadn't jammed...
It didn't jam. I took all the bullets out of it when I examined it out at the farmhouse today. But I couldn't be sure you hadn't discovered that and reloaded it, so I had to shoot first.
What's the matter there?
What are you getting at?
What's going on?
Everything's under control. Call the chief of police, will you?
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll get him here in 2 seconds. Where's your proof, Carter? My fingerprints aren't on the cartridge clip anymore.
Your confession before 2 witnesses is proof enough, McEwen. And as for those fingerprints, I was bluffing you.
Why, you...
So far as I know, there weren't any prints on that clip.
Suicide, walked outdoors and practically froze himself. He came back in, sat down, waited for us. And I don't think he did. What you're saying,
Doc, how do you know Wayne McEwen killed
it's
his
not
sister on
suicide.
Sam Webb?
Well, I was pretty sure of it from the moment we found out how
And I
McEwen's
reckon
sister
we
was
got the
killed.
murderers
Done
right
that.
here in this room with us.
Furthermore, every bit of evidence we had
folks,
against Bolton came directly from
how about
McEwen.
it?
Chief, did you find out why he killed his sister?
Yeah, he told us all about it at the jailhouse. Seems his bridge building business ain't been so good these last few
years, so McEwen drummed up a sideline of getting married and then killing off his wives for their insurance.
Oh, then he was the one Mrs. Bolton was talking about just before she died.
Right, Patsy.
Yeah, but how'd she ever find out about it?
McEwen says she was cleaning up his room the day before she was killed, and she came across some of his private papers that he'd forgotten to put away. She didn't know he'd been married at all, so when she found a marriage certificate, she got curious.
Oh.
And what she found in the rest of the stuff gave her a pretty good idea of what's been going on.
Then that night she accused him of killing the 2 girls, and he admitted it. When he asked her what she was going to do about it, she said she hadn't made up her mind.
Well, if I'd been in her place, I'd have turned him over to the police.
Oh, she wanted to, Miss Bowen, but he was her only brother, and she couldn't quite make up her mind to do it.
But Mac didn't dare to take any chances. So he killed her.
Yeah, he was pretty clever about it, too. He almost got away with it.
Yeah, but when he killed Sam, he outsmarted himself.
Well, you know the old saying, Nick. Give a killer enough rope and he'll hang himself.
So he will, Patsy. So he will. Every time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series
Nick,
of dramas
that's
of
the
the strange and terrifying.
Okay, Patsy, that's all for now.
All of the mysterious
Better go home and
travelers
change.
played
Remember,
by
we're meeting
Maurice
Bill and
Thomas.
his wife at 7:30 for
This is
dinner.
Jack
Well, how about
Fallon
after dinner?
speaking.
I want to know how to dress.
Well, Bill said something about
This
taking
is
in
the
an
Mutual
amusement park and
Broadcasting
ending up with a
System.
boat ride on the river in the morning.
Oh, hold on. Take it easy, Carter.
Hey, for heaven's sake, Patsy.
Amusement park, boat rides, redheads, penicillin.
Okay, I get it.
I don't want to end up at the bottom of the river just because the ticket seller was a beautiful redhead who posed as a
Hey,
model.
hold on, Patsy. Let's tell about that adventure next week. We'll call it The Case of the Purloined Penicillin.
Ladies, have you discovered Delrich margarine? Delicious, rich Delrich makes friends at first taste. Full flavored, it's the perfect spread for bread, rolls, toast. Try Delrich in your cooking and baking, too. Mighty good, mighty economical. Only Delrich gives you the original easy color pack. The easy, modern way to color margarine. And, where state laws permit, ask for Delrich in golden yellow quarters. Delrich, America's new favorite. Del for delicious, rich for rich, full flavor. Get Delrich margarine tomorrow. For Delrich makes friends at first taste.
Through the ages. Here are tales of every kind. Tales of murder, of madness, dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all
Nick
belief.
Carter, Master Detective, is
Keeper
presented
of the
each
book.
week at this same time
I would
by
know
the
what
Cudahy
tale
Packing
we
Company.
tell this time.
It is produced and directed
Open
by
the
Josh
great
McGregor
book and
is
let us
copyrighted
read.
by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated.
Slowly,
Lon Clark is starred as
great
Nick, and Charlotte
book
Manson is featured as
opens.
Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons, with original music played by
One
Henry
by
Silver.
one,
This program
the
is
keeper of the
fictional,
book
and any resemblance
turns
to
the
actual
pages
persons, living or dead, is
and
purely
stops.
coincidental. This is Michael
Ah, the
Fitzmaurice
strange
saying,
story of
when
a
minutes
murder
count, use
who
new,
found that
wonderful
justice
old
has an
Dutch
uncanny
cleanser.
way of working itself out. As in the tale titled, Murder Must Be Paid For.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Carter's Pills present Policewoman. Tonight, the case of the scheming bridegroom, based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant Mary Sullivan for 35 years on the New York City Police Force.
What you want is City Hall, young lady, not the police department.
No, I didn't make myself clear.
Apparently not.
Well, you see, I want to get married.
Here is
So
the
I did
tale,
ask
Murder
Heart
Must
magazine.
Be Paid For.
Oh, here, see this advertisement?
As it is written in the pages
Oh,
of
yes.
the sealed book.
Sounds like most of the others.
Our story
Oh, no,
begins
this
in
one
the
is
office
different.
of Judge
Then
Wallace.
why don't you answer it?
Lucy
I should
Holden's
like to,
legal advisor.
only I'm afraid.
Judge Wallace,
Afraid?
an anxious
Afraid
expression
of
on his
what?
face, is
This man
pleading
who
with the
looks for a
beautiful
wife.
young woman.
I think
Lucy,
he's a
listen to me.
murderer.
You mustn't do this. Believe me, you're making a terrible mistake.
I love Tom and I'm going to marry him.
Tom Barrow murdered your father.
I know a lot of people
Before we
think he
continue with
murdered
tonight's
Dad.
policewoman
But I
adventure,
don't
here
believe
is something we
I
feel
wish
you
I
should
did.
know about.
Listen, Lucy.
If you're out driving
when
and
your
see a
father
train
were on a
coming,
hunting trip,
would you try to beat
your
it to the
father
crossing?
died with a rifle bullet through his heart.
Then,
his
friends,
own
listen.
rifle.
Stop dosing
Tom
your
said
stomach
your
with
father
soda
dropped the
or
gun
alkalizers
accidentally
for
and it went off.
indigestion.
Yes, I
If
know
your
all
trouble
that.
is
Do
irregularity,
you know that Tom
instead
robbed your own
unblock your
father on a
digestive
business
tract
deal
for the real relief
and would have
you
gone
want.
to jail if your
For your
father
real
had lived
trouble is
another
not
week?
in the
I know
stomach,
people say
but in
so.
the rest of the digestive
Have you any
tract,
proof?
where 80% of your food is digested.
Father died.
And when the lower part gets blocked,
case.
food may fail to
Judge,
digest easily.
You've done your
Thus,
duty and
for
warned
real
me.
relief, don't take soda
So the
or an
responsibility is
alkalizer.
mine.
You want something to
All
unblock
right,
your
Lucy.
lower digestive tract.
I know
Something to
you've
clean it
grown
out
out pretty
gently but
since you went away
effectively.
to school.
Help nature get back on her feet. Get Carter's
Sorry we haven't
pills
seen
right
anything
now.
of you in all
Because
that
taken
time.
as
I'm
directed,
sorry,
Carter's
but
pills gently
Dad wanted
and
me to say
effectively unblock your digestive tract.
You know, Judge Wallace,
This permits all 5
I
of
met
nature's
my
own
sister
digestive
when I was in
juices
New
to
York
mix
last
better
winter.
with your food.
Your
You get
sister?
genuine relief
What
from
sister, Lucy?
indigestion so you can
Doreen.
feel really good again.
don't you know about
Buy
it?
Carter's pills at any drugstore.
Oh.
And let Carter's
I never knew
pills
you had a
unblock your
I didn't
digestive
either
tract
until Dad
for
wrote me
real
and told me
relief
about
from
it.
indigestion
But
due
you
to
knew Dad's
irregularity.
first wife ran away with
Now
a
back
doctor
to
a year after she
policewoman.
and Dad were married.
The case
Yes,
of the
I knew
scheming
that.
bridegroom.
Well, Doreen was his first child. Her mother took her along when she ran away. I wondered if Dad had mentioned Doreen in his will.
No, he didn't.
Sergeant
Well, I'm going to
Clark,
send us the money anyway.
earlier today,
Will that be all right?
Bianca
Yes,
Rialto
of course.
came in to
It's
see
your
me.
money now.
Seems She
The
works
whole
as a
$1
maid in
million.
an
Thank you,
apartment on
Judge
Fifth
Wallace.
Avenue.
Oh?
Well, I have to
about
go now.
6 months
Tom's
ago, there
waiting
was a
for
cook
me.
in that house
We're
named
going to be
Frida.
married right away.
Both girls began answering the love-known ads in other magazines. Wife wanted. Yes, well, Frida answered an ad and then left for California.
And Lucy married Tom
The
Banner.
man who sent for her was a
Big
crook who
and
wanted to cheat her out
blonde
of
and
her life
arrogantly
savings.
Worse than that,
self-assured.
Sergeant.
Tongues wagged over the marriage,
Exactly.
but ignoring the
Now,
gossip,
Bianca gave me a full
the happy
description,
couple
and I
settled
started
down
calling the
at Barrow
California
House.
police.
On the edge
I
of high
learned that a girl
cliffs,
answering Frida's
looking out over the
description was
Pacific.
found dead in Newtown, California.
There,
about
Lucy
6
wrote
months
many
ago.
letters.
Everything checked.
Especially
Did
to
they
her
catch the killer?
half-sister,
No, all
Doreen.
they have are some fingerprints which were left on Frida's handbag.
Well, how come Bianca came to see you today?
Well, last night she ran across another
You're at Barrow.
advertisement in this Lonely Hearts
I know
magazine.
you'd like Tom.
The ad was identical
He'd like
with the
you.
one that Frida answered.
Oh, he shifted his operations from
More
California to New
letters,
York.
Right.
Oh, yes,
Does
Tom.
Bianca know that
I'm trying to
Frida's
persuade her to come
intended look
visit
like?
us. And
Yes.
since her
Frida
show's going to
showed
be in
her
San
picture.
Francisco all this week.
Oh, good.
Well,
If she's
it's a matter
half as
of the
pretty as
fingerprint.
you are, I'll
Yes,
welcome her
now,
with open arms.
If
People
I
in New
could
York
get
used
a
to take us for
sample,
twins. But she's
Mary.
really much more sophisticated than I am.
You're right,
She's an
Sergeant.
actress.
I
Sounds
need a
more and more
husband.
interesting.
So I'm
Well, how about
answering that
coming
ad
for a speedboat
myself
ride, hon?
right away.
Water's just right.
Oh, I can't. This is the day I volunteer to help the sisters at the Mission Hospital.
Oh, for Pete's sake. That's a 30-mile drive, 20 to town
Hello,
and
hello,
10
Bianca.
more beyond.
This is
You
Lieutenant
won't get
Mary
back
Sullivan.
till after dark.
I'm sorry, Tom.
I've
But
received
I
an
promised.
answer. The man's name is Pete Milton. We have a date tonight at the bar, 2445 East 14th Street. You got that? Yes, at 8 o'clock.
And so, a
Now,
short
I want
time
you to come to
later,
that bar.
Lucy
If you
drove
recognize
off to her
Milford,
volunteer
I want you to
nursing
say,
work.
very
So
hot
she was not
tonight,
present
isn't
to
it?
see the dusty
You get it?
taxi that
Very
drove up to the
hot
house
tonight.
several hours later, leaving a visitor.
I wonder if anyone's home. Ahoy, the house! Is anyone in?
Nobody but me. Who are you? Why, Lucy.
Wrong guess, mister. Try again.
I tell you, Murray, you kind of surprised me. I never thought you'd be
your
such a
hair's
pretty
done
one.
differently
Oh,
and
Pete, you're not so bad
you're taller.
yourself.
Like I was telling Uncle Shorty,
Say,
don't mind if I get
but
hitched
you
now, and I
can't
don't
be
mind if she's
Doreen.
pretty.
Why not? Is there a law against it?
a mystery sister here
You're
at
Uncle
last.
Shorty.
And
Who's
on
he?
the day
Well,
Lucy
he's my
was
uncle
away.
on my ma's
You mean
side.
I've missed her?
Oh, she'll be back
Well, you and I
tonight.
can take the final
You're
step. I
staying,
guess Uncle
aren't you?
Shorty's going to
Yeah.
have to prove.
Yeah,
Let's get back to town to catch the 7 o'clock
Pete,
train for Frisco.
When we
Now,
get
that's too bad,
hit,
but-
I mean, well,
Well, there's
if and when
no
we get
reason
married,
you and I
where are we
shouldn't
going to
get
live, huh?
acquainted before then, is
Well, I'll
there?
tell you, Mary,
None I can
I got
think
a hunk
of.
of farmland
offhand.
out west.
Then come on in.
Soil's not so
Show
bad,
you around,
but
and
needs
I'll mix us a
improvement.
couple of drinks.
Well, Why haven't you made him?
Okay.
Got the money, Mary.
Expect to get any?
Well, I thought maybe the gal that I married, she'd have the money. You mind if I ask you, Mary, you going to contribute something?
That tastes
When we
good.
get, well, I mean,
Well,
if and
how do you like
when
our
we get
little
hit,
place,
huh?
now
Why,
that you've seen it?
I go for it.
Yeah.
Imagine
sure.
sitting out here on
I
the
knew you
cliffs
were
every
sweet, Mary.
evening watching the sun.
Hey, you know, I
setting
don't even
in the
have no
Pacific.
picture of
There's a
you.
visit, and you can
Well,
do it.
I got a little one.
Maybe
here,
I
Steve,
will.
if you'd like it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll get an
How
enlarged.
high are these cliffs
Wow.
anyway, Tom?
80 feet. Straight down to the Pacific.
Somewhere.
There's deep water at the foot of them.
Oh, I'd hate to fall off.
Oh, that's mighty pretty,
But as
Mary.
for the visit idea...
Yeah, it looks just like you.
Thought,
Now
I
give it back
don't
to
think
me.
I will.
Okay,
Why
don't
not?
forget I
We'd
want
love
that
to have
enlargement.
you.
Sure.
I know I would.
That's
Oh,
just
look,
the trouble.
Pete, there's a friend
I
of
might
mine,
find
a
myself
girlfriend.
poaching on
Hey,
little
Bianca.
Lucy's territory.
Bianca, come here.
Mary, imagine meeting you here.
I want
Now
you to
I
meet
can
a friend of
understand how
mine.
little Lucy
Sure.
came to fall for
Fact,
the guy who
You might
killed
say
her father.
he's almost
you've
my
heard that gossip, eh?
fiancé.
Oh,
But not from
I'm
Lucy.
so glad.
Bianca,
You
this
did
is,
kill him, didn't you?
Pete Milford.
Of course not. It was an
Milford?
accident.
Glad
A
to meet
very regrettable
Likewise,
accident.
I'm sure.
Of course.
Can you sit down
Now,
with us?
No,
how about
I must be
driving me
going
back
right
to
away.
town?
Oh, come
I'll
on,
just have
sit a
time to
while,
catch
huh?
my
No,
train.
I can't.
All right, but
I'm not feeling too
we're
well.
going to come again.
Very
I know.
hot tonight, isn't
Maybe.
it?
No, I think you and I can understand each other. I didn't meet you first. I started Lucy.
All right, Mary. Give me the dope.
I've just got a few seconds now, Sergeant, so listen carefully. That picture of myself on your desk has got Pete Milford's fingerprints all over it.
That evening,
Now, I
when
want
Lucy
you to develop the
returned,
prints
she
and
was
wire the
upset
complete
to
set
learn
to
that she
Commissioner
had
Whitman,
missed Doreen.
Newtown, California. You got
But
that?
Tom said that
Have
Doreen
him
had
wire back a
promised to
report.
come again in a few weeks.
Well, I've got to
And
meet
then,
Uncle
because
Shorty.
Lucy was tired,
Uncle Shorty
retired
lives out
early.
on Jamaica Bay.
but during the night, Tom awoke to find Lucy
I can't
shaking
explain
him.
now, but after I see Uncle Shorty, I'll call you back.
I thought you might be having a nightmare.
No.
Mighty likable gal there, Pete.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
told you I
Tom,
can
but
pick
when
him
I
up.
heard you talking in your
Oh,
sleep, I
now,
thought
let me stop that man talk.
Well, I'm happy for
Nothing
both
that I
of you,
could
Steve.
understand
You want my
why.
blessing? You
No
have it.
reason, just
Thanks,
curious,
Uncle
that's
Shorty.
all.
Say, when you
I've never
plan to
talked in
tie
my
up?
sleep before that I know of.
Oh, yes, you have,
a couple of
darling.
days.
Several
Then why
times.
wait?
the last
How
few
about
weeks.
eloping tonight?
Lucy,
Yeah, never thought of
you're
that.
telling me
Listen,
the truth.
Pete, you're heading back to the
course.
farm after the wedding.
Why
aren't
should
you?
I lie about such a
Then
silly
why don't
little
you head
thing?
out west tonight?
No.
I know just as the
course
piece
you
across
wouldn't.
the state line. He'd marry you in a minute. Then you go on the farm.
Lucy,
Pete,
Yes,
that
Tom?
sounds so romantic.
suppose I sleep
Yeah, I
in
guess
the
I like
corner
that
room after
idea.
this.
In the
Only,
corner room.
How do we do
Oh,
it
Tom, you
traveling?
aren't serious.
I got
I'm
a station
perfectly
wagon, ain't I?
serious. The realization that I might
You
be
head back to
disturbing
your
you
house
would
and get
make
ready.
me more
Then
and
come
more
out here to
nervous
Jamaica Bay.
until I
Around
be
8
able to
tonight,
sleep
I'll
at
get the
all.
car in condition.
That's really
Take you
the
and Pete to
case.
Parsons.
It is,
Well,
and
that
anyway,
fine, only
we'll
I
try it for a
think we'd
while,
better
shall
make
we?
it tomorrow night. You see, Pete here, he's going to need some money for his farm. Well, I got the money for him.
After Tom moved to the
except
corner
it's
room,
in the bank, and
there
that's
was an
closed
atmosphere
now.
of strain
Oh, I
between
get
him and
you.
Yeah, in the
Lucy.
morning I'll draw the money
Lucy,
out.
however, pretended not to
What do you got
notice
to
it.
say to that,
He
Pete?
went about as though
Mary,
everything
all
was
I gotta
just
say
as it
is
had
that
been.
Things are
He
working
wrote
out
many
mighty
long
fine.
letters to her sister Doreen, but Tom noticed that whenever he came close to her, she covered the letters so that he could not see what she was writing. His suspicions aroused, he waited until
Hello,
she left
Sergeant.
one of them in the
Mary
mailbox for the
Sullivan.
rural delivery carrier
were
to
you
pick
all
up.
day yesterday, Mary?
As soon as she was out of
just
sight,
so
he swiftly
happens I
ripped
was
it
out
open
at
and read
Jamaica
it.
Bay, and oh, by the way, I'm going back
Now,
there tonight.
Lucy, we'll
You
see
see,
what you're so
Pete
carefully
Milford
hiding
will be
from
with
me.
me tonight, and I
Dear
expect
Doreen,
the payoff.
I have dreadful news for you.
Yeah, now listen.
Now I know
The
that Tom
address
did
is
kill my
47
father.
Front Street. You got that?
Yeah.
It's way out in
Night,
Brooklyn.
I've
It's
been
a
listening outside
lonely
his door,
spot, just
becoming
the
more
house
and more
and water.
certain.
That is, in
Last
case
night
you're
I cried out
interested.
distinctly.
Sure,
I
I'm
killed him.
interested,
I killed him, but they'll never
I've
prove
got
it.
news,
Never.
too.
Oh, you have? Go ahead.
Got a report from
what shall I
California
do?
this morning.
If he killed
Well,
Father,
don't
he may
keep me
kill
in
me.
suspense.
I go in
The
fear of my life.
fingerprints found on the dead
I've
girl.
taken one of his hunting
not
knives, and I
Pete
carry it
Milford's.
around with me to protect myself
Mary.
in case he attacks
Mary,
me.
you still there?
Yes.
So,
See, I'd kind of expected something else.
Yeah, I know
That's
you
what you've been up to,
still going to keep that date with Pete?
Well, Lucy,
Yeah.
I think that you and I
Oh, this
must
is a
have
setback, I admit, but I can't drop Pete until I'm sure.
But when Tom returned to the house, Lucy was not there. At last he located her, standing at her favorite spot on the
Nice out
cliffs near the house.
Bay in the
A
twilight, ain't it,
spot
Mary?
that overhung
You know,
the
I,
sea, which beat
I thought your Uncle
unceasingly
Shorty
against
was
the
going to
rocks
be waiting
beneath.
with his car.
His
Uncle
footsteps muffled by the sound of the surf. Tom came quietly up behind her.
Yes?
Lucy!
We're going to be married.
Tom, you frightened me.
Lucy!
I think there's something you
I want
ought
to
know,
talk to
Mary.
you.
What about?
I just read the letter you wrote your sister.
I'm not
You
much
opened
for
it?
book
Yes.
learning, Mary.
You little
fact,
fool. You know
I
perfectly
can
well such
hardly
evidence
read and
means
write.
nothing in a court. Nothing.
I wouldn't hold that against the
Why
man.
not be sensible?
Wait
Come
a
on,
minute.
Lucy. Let's forget the
You
whole
say you
thing.
can hardly read
It's
or write?
over and done
Yeah.
with.
No,
Hope
stay
it
away
makes
from
no
me. Don't come
difference.
near me.
Lucy, put that
Who
knife
put
down.
that ad in the
I'm not going to
magazine?
hurt you.
Answered
I'm
my
just
letter,
trying
huh?
to talk
Well,
sense.
that
No,
was
don't
my
come any
Uncle Shorty's
closer.
Lucy,
Now,
be
please
careful.
listen to me
You'll
carefully.
go over the cliff if you... Lucy, look out!
Did you ever advertise for a wife before?
No.
You didn't advertise 6 months ago, get an answer, and ask the girl to come to California?
Oh, not me. I ain't never been in California.
What?
But you can trust me, Mary.
Oh, now, Peter, I've got something to tell you. I happen to be a policewoman.
What?
And I want to know the truth. Were you in California 6 months ago?
No, Mary, not me. My uncle sure he was, but not me.
Don't you know enough to keep your trap shut? Keep your hands up, policewoman. You know too much now.
Very smart scheme, Mr. Surely. 6 months ago, you placed an ad in the magazine under your nephew's name. It was answered by a girl named Frida. She came out west, and you murdered her for a saving.
Save your breath cover.
You knew the blade would point to Pete.
So what? I'll kill you both and blow this town. We have other ideas.
It's out cold, Sergeant.
Yeah. Lucky I didn't forget the address of this place. I was right outside. I saw him and heard it off.
Yeah, that's me.
Looks like you lost a wife.
Yeah, but we caught a murderer.
In just a moment, Mary Sullivan in person will tell you more about tonight's policewoman case. In the meantime, does your underarm deodorant really protect you and your clothes from offending others, or are you happy? Don't be happy. Be Arid safe. Use Arid to be sure. No other deodorant tested. Only Arid stops your perspiration
and now to continue the
so
story,
completely yet so
as
safe.
it is written in the
Only
sealed
new
book.
wonderful Arid protects you these three ways. One, Arid really protects you from offending. Two, Arid really protects your clothes from offending and from stains by stopping perspiration. Three, creamy Arid is safe for skin and clothes. Gentle and aseptic. More nurses use Arid than any other deodorant. Don't be half safe.
Don't be
He strove to calm his nerves.
Be
by an
Arid safe.
explosive action.
Use Arid to be sure.
To be sure.
To be sure. And now, here is Mary Sullivan.
No matter what they
Pete
think, they'll
Milford
be able
was
to prove
found
nothing.
to be the innocent dupe of his uncle and released. Uncle Shorty
the whole estate her
was
father left
executed
her.
for the vicious
That
murder he
is a
committed. This is the last program of our current series, and I want to thank
Hello?
my many listeners from coast to coast
Doreen.
for their kind letters of interest.
Where are you?
And hope they've enjoyed the show as much as I have. Until we meet again on the
no,
air, this
no,
is
she's
Lieutenant
not here
Mary
just now.
Sullivan saying au revoir.
Thank you, Mary Sullivan. This
Yes,
program, as well as all other programs of the series, was based on an episode in the career of Lieutenant
something
Mary
I've got
Sullivan
to talk to
for
you
35
about.
years on the New York City
Where are you
Police
now?
Force. This is Dick Dunham speaking.
Stay there for half an hour. I'll meet you there. I have a proposition for you, and I think you're going to like it.
In the dramatic portion of tonight's policewoman case, leading roles were played by Betty Gard and Walter Vaughan. Policewoman is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Just wanted to talk sense to her, and she backed away from me and fell over the cliff.
So you killed her, did you, Tom?
No, I tell you I didn't. It was an accident.
All right, it was an accident. As a matter of fact, I'm inclined to believe it. Now, what did you want to
This
talk to
is
me
ABC,
about?
the American...
Doreen, it should have been you and me, not me and Lucy. You and I belong together.
Maybe. Go on, Tom.
Now, here's my idea. You look like Lucy. I want you to take Lucy's place.
Take Lucy's place.
Yes, we'll be married secretly. You'll call yourself Lucy. No one will ever know the difference. And
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster.
So you want me
In
to
the
take
air.
Lucy's place, then? Yes, very. No public outcry, no investigation,
On
no
horseback.
suspicion of you.
No, Doreen, I'm crazy about you. We'll get along swell together. We'll travel, have
Or
fun.
in a screaming
You'll be
squad
rich.
Yes,
car.
I'll be rich.
Then you'll do it.
No. I have a better theme than that.
What do you mean?
If you're convicted of murdering Lucy,
Ranger
you can't
Bill,
inherit her estate.
his mind alert,
Come to
a
me as
ready
a next
smile,
of kin.
unswerving,
That way I'll have it all.
loyal to his mission.
So I'm not going to fall in with your plan. Instead, I'm going
And
to
all
work one
this
of
in
my own.
exchange for the
I'm going to
satisfaction
see
and
you
pride of a
convicted
job
of murdering
well
Lucy.
done.
And so, despite Tom's frantic arguments,
Boy, oh boy,
Maureen insisted that he go with her to Lucy's old friend,
Now, don't
Judge
get
Wallace.
so excited that you forget
Judge
to watch
Wallace
where we're
called
going
in
and
the
get lost.
prosecuting attorney,
Aw, Mom.
and they heard
It's just that
Tom's
I wanted to
story
get to see
in
Central
silence.
City for such a long
It
time.
won't wash, Barrow.
Every time
First
I
the
have a
father,
chance,
then the
something
daughter,
seems to
dying
happen.
accident.
I guess I
With
shouldn't
you, the
worry
only
about you
witness.
getting lost.
It's too much for
Not
anyone
in
to
that
believe.
hat.
Judge Wallace.
Don't think you like my
I have letters
Sherlock
from Lucy
Holmes
proving
hat,
that she'd
Mom.
heard him admit in his
I
sleep that he
just
killed her
think you're a
father and
little
that she was
too
afraid of
old
him.
to be
How about
playing
it, Mr.
Sherlock
Roden?
Holmes.
Can we
That's
hold him
all.
for murder?
I'm not playing
I'm afraid
Sherlock
not,
Holmes.
Judge Wallace.
I just like
The
this
letters
kind
would
of
help,
hat.
but they're not enough legally
I
to win a
just think
conviction.
it looks silly, but
Unless
go ahead
Lucy's
and wear
body
it if
can
you
be
must.
found, and some evidence of
Well,
murder about it.
Now that we're here,
Well, we
I'd
can do
like to
nothing.
get a lot of shopping
Lucy's body
done.
will be found
Mom,
sooner or later.
let's go around and see
I'm
the
going to
sights.
offer a reward.
We'll do that a little later.
And then
we have
we'll
all day,
see
you know.
whether you
Right
can be
now, I
convicted
really
or
do
not.
want to stop in this store and look around.
Boy, some fun. I might just as well
But a
be
week
back
went
in
by,
White Pine going
and the second
shopping
week.
with you.
And
Speaking
Lucy's
about
body
being
was
back
not
in Knotty
recovered
Pine,
from the
Jojo,
restless
look over
waters of the
there,
Pacific
across
Coast.
the street.
The third week.
I didn't know
And
he
Tom
was coming
Barrow
up this
began
way.
to breathe
We might have
easily
ridden with
again.
him.
Where are you looking?
Then one
Over
morning
there,
he received
see?
a call
In
from the
front of that
prosecuting
men's
attorney
store.
to view the body of a young woman
that's Ranger
that had been
Bill
found
here.
on the beach by fishermen
look, Mom,
not
he's not in
far
his Ranger
from
uniform.
Barrow House.
Why don't we run over there and say hello?
Well,
If he
here
isn't
I
too
am.
busy, maybe we can
Where's
ask him
the
to have
body?
lunch
Is
with
it
us.
Lucy, Mr.
Oh,
Roden?
boy, that's
I
swell.
prefer not to give an opinion until you've both seen her. Attendant, open number 17, please.
Hey, hey, Bill!
Face. I'm
guess he doesn't hear me.
Battered, probably by rocks.
Hey, Bill. Good
See,
morning,
I'm
Bill.
positive.
Hey, hi,
Now, Miss
Bill.
Holden, what do you
Are
say?
you addressing me, young man?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, come on, Bill.
I have everything that
Don't
was
think
on the
just
body
'cause you
here in
don't
this
have your
envelope.
uniform on and
2
you
rings
can
and a
fool
silver
us.
pin.
I
Here they
thought
are.
Stumpy was in charge of the
Barrow,
junk
do you
department.
recognize them?
You two go ahead and talk
No,
while
I
I
don't.
stop
I
in this
can't
store
be
to
sure
look
about the
around.
rings, but
Okay,
that
Mom.
pin
Jojo, when you're
Oh,
through.
I sent it to her
okay,
for a wedding
Mom.
present. If
Why
you
you
look
wear
on the
a
back, you
uniform,
will see
Bill?
engraved
Uniform?
L from D with love.
I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else.
Doreen, wouldn't it?
Bill, don't you recognize me?
I think
It's
that settles the
Jojo.
identification.
Are you all right, Bill?
There's one
I
more
told
point.
you that you have me
As you'll
confused
see
with
when
someone
I
else.
turn
Now,
back
please
the
leave
sheet
me.
further.
But you look like Bill.
A knife through her
Except for the uniform you usually wear.
Your
Oh,
knife,
even
Mr. Barrow, with your
sound like
name
Bill.
stamped on it.
Oh, come on.
Now, Miss Barrow, you're under arrest
What
for
is
murder.
this, a joke?
Young man, this is not a joke. As you call it. You have me confused with this Bill person who I am not. If you will not leave me, I will leave you.
Hey, wait a minute, Bill.
You have been found guilty
That is
of
Bill, I'm
murder
sure of
as
it.
charged.
Wonder why the brush
The
on.
sentence of this court,
Hey, I know.
accordingly,
He must be on
is
some
that
sort
at
of
4
secret
o'clock in the
assignment.
afternoon on the
Didn't
day
dare
of June
recognize
3rd,
me.
you
Wow.
shall suffer death
Wonder
in the
what it
lethal
is.
chamber of the state
You sure
penitentiary.
did a good job of pretending
and
he didn't
may
know
God
me.
have
Almost
mercy
gave me the creeps to
on
see
your
someone
soul.
you know who says he doesn't know you. Maybe has you following. Maybe not. Probably a pretty important job if he isn't in uniform and isn't supposed to know anyone. But maybe he'd go somewhere where it would be safe to talk. No, I shouldn't get in his way. Maybe someone would see us who shouldn't, and then... Still, maybe I could help him if he ran into trouble. I guess maybe I will follow him at a safe distance. Just in case he should need help all of a sudden.
Jojo, where are you? Jojo? I wonder where he went. That boy, I told him to come straight in. Well, I hope he doesn't get into any trouble, but I doubt whether he would with Bill. Besides, he has Franny's address in case he gets lost. He'll probably meet me there for lunch. Well, as long as Bill is entertaining Jojo for a while, I guess I can get some more shopping in.
Boy, looks like we're getting near the waterfront. All these warehouses. I'm starting to feel like Sherlock Holmes, the way I've been following Bill. I don't even think he knows it. I've been out of sight every time he looks around. Whoops. Almost missed his turn here. We've got to hurry. He turned this corner.
And now to continue the
peek around the
story,
corner first.
as it is written in the sealed book.
There he goes. into that big
Tom
warehouse.
Barrow's lawyer
I
appealed
don't
the
see any
death verdict,
signs on it.
but his appeal
Must be
was
a
rejected.
secret meeting place or
The
something.
evidence was far too
Boy.
overwhelming.
I wonder what kind of
Tom
assignment
kept
he's on.
protesting,
Must be
but
exciting.
of course, no
He's
one
gone in.
believed him.
Boy, now what'll I do?
Except the visitor whom
Maybe
the
I'll
guard
just move
brought
a
to his
little
death
closer
cell
to that
one
warehouse.
afternoon.
There just might be a window open or something.
Here you are,
Maybe
Miss
I
Doreen.
could just take a little look
You can
inside.
talk to him for 10 minutes.
You never know
that's
if
all.
Bill might be in
Stand back
trouble
here
in
while
there
I keep
or
an
something
eye
like
on
that.
the list.
Hello, Tom.
You did this. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be here now.
But you are here where you belong. You ought to be amused at the way things
Is that
turned
you,
out,
16?
Hadn't been
Yes,
for you,
13.
those letters and that
I just
knife.
came in. I'm coming right up.
You know how that knife came to be in Lucy's
Tom.
body.
Yes, I do know. Lucy put it there.
Lucy put it there.
Yes, Tom. You killed Lucy's father, but the law couldn't touch you. So Lucy married you.
You
just
took longer
so
than
she could see
expected.
you punished.
I was beginning to worry.
You-
There was nothing to worry about, 13.
Lucy made you think
I simply took my time and did a careful job.
that you'd admitted the truth.
All went
that-
according to plan.
Good,
good.
Yes,
Do you have the
because
papers?
you didn't.
Right here in my inside jacket
When you
pocket.
got frightened and insisted on having a separate room,
Excellent.
she knew definitely.
They will be
you
happy to
were
get these.
Then she
Are they the
carried
right
out the
ones?
plan she'd
I'm
made
sure of it.
long before.
They're exactly where they were supposed to be.
You're crazy. It was all
I,
an
of
accident.
course, know
She fell
nothing
off
of this
the
kind of
Tom,
material.
that's
All
right.
right.
She fell off the cliff, but she's
I'm
not
sure
dead.
these are the right
In
ones.
college, Lucy
Excellent.
was a swimming champion. She dived from that cliff many times. When she fell, she simply swam underwater until she was
You
out
sure
of
are a
sight
very
behind some
impressive
rocks.
lot.
Then she
They
swam
must be
ashore.
very full of
A
information.
few miles
They
down
have
the
gone
beach,
to
had
a great
motorboat
deal of
hidden
trouble
in
to
an
get
old
them.
boathouse.
That in
She
itself
reached it,
speaks
changed her
highly for their
clothes,
importance.
and got to a
Yes.
fishing village on the
And
coast.
how
of
good
the
that nothing has gone wrong.
boat.
I, too, am
Took a
glad.
bus to town. No one
But,
paid any
but
attention
what?
to her.
The body.
As I was on my
That
way
wasn't
back here with the
Lucy's
papers,
body.
a young
It
boy
was the
and
body
a
of a
woman
girl who
addressed me.
happened to resemble
Purely
her
a
in
case of
size
mistaken
and color.
identity, but
I knew it.
That
he
girl
was very
killed in an
insistent.
automobile accident.
Kept saying something about
Lucy was
me
able
being
to
out of
secure her
uniform.
body, never mind
that is
how.
indeed strange.
Concealed it in the
Did he
water of
follow
the
you?
boathouse only
I
a
do
day
not
or
think
two
so.
before she put her plan into
He made it quite
operation.
clear that I was
After she
not this
fell
Bill
off
person that
the
he
cliff,
mistook
she
me
put
for
a
and walked
rings and
away.
pin on the body and thrust
He
the knife into
protested
the
no
heart.
further.
And after 3 weeks
Well,
in
maybe it
the
was just a case of mistaken identity. As long as you were not followed.
To
my knowledge, no.
Oh, go on. What's the
I'm
rest?
sure it was only a
Time came, I saw
harmless
to it that
incident.
the
We
body
cannot
was
be too
taken from the
careful.
boathouse and put
These
on the
papers
beach
are
where it
too
could be
important
found.
to be mistaken about such a thing.
I
I do not think he was an agent.
And here
He was only
you
a young
are,
boy
Tom.
with a funny hat.
A funny hat?
Yes.
But you won't get away with it.
Quite unusual.
I'll get my
Had
lawyers to find Lucy.
Teeth on both ends and
No one can
somehow
find
tied its side flaps to
if
the top.
she's
She's alive,
It's
but no one
difficult
will
to
find
describe.
her, Tom.
It does not seem probable that an agent would make himself quite so obvious. I thought exactly.
Both Doreen
Which is
and
why
Lucy.
I've passed off the whole incident as precisely what it appeared to be.
Think, Tom.
Case of mistaken
Did
identity.
you ever see Doreen and Lucy together?
These papers spell riches for us,
That
16.
day you went to the mission.
You had better get busy microfilming them. Be a sad day indeed if something were to happen to them this late in the game.
Yes, of
course.
The sister
And while I am
I've been so
microfilming
carefully
them,
making you believe
you
in
had
all
better go
along.
out and get our plane tickets to get us out of the country.
Yeah, sure, no one else did.
That is a good idea.
There was a real Doreen once.
Fortunately, it is not hard to get plane
But that gave
reservations
me
in
the
this city.
idea. And I
Possibly
made
we
you
could
think
be
Doreen
well
had
on
her
our
own
way
selfish
tonight. I hope so.
motive, you convicted.
The sooner the better.
They wouldn't suspect
Now
you
that
of
we
both
have the
the same
papers,
girl.
there is no need for our waiting around.
Perhaps some
In
people
fact, it
would
would be
say what
better
I've
for
done
us
is
to leave
wrong.
immediately. Then I will go
But I
off
don't
our
think so.
reservations at once. And I will
Because you
hurry to
killed
get
my
these papers
father.
microfilmed and hidden.
And murder must be paid
What?
for, Tom.
What? The alarm.
As you're
Someone is
going-
trying to get into the warehouse. This is the first such attempt.
What do you want?
For a moment, I did not know what the alarm sound was.
Quickly,
turn on the television camera. Let us see who our visitor is.
Right. Strain guard.
Yes, you'd better leave now.
While I am operating this camera, you had best get those
I'm
papers
afraid
out of
his
sight.
mind is gone.
It's
Don't let her
beginning to
get
focus.
away. I tell you, she's
I'll hide
my
them
wife.
here.
She's Lucy, my
Wait,
wife.
Becky.
Take it easy.
We think to look
Take
for
it
them there.
easy.
Good idea.
The warden will be here in a minute.
Now let's
And
see
you
who
can talk
is
to him all you
intruding in
like.
our privacy.
On your way to the lethal chamber.
No.
Look.
No, I'm
Climbing
innocent.
that back window.
I tell you, I've been framed.
Looks
She's
like
not
young
dead. dead.
boy,
My
you
wife's
stopped
not
me
dead.
on the
I'm
street.
innocent.
You must have followed me here.
That is right. Perhaps we have misjudged his importance. Perhaps he is not just a harmless boy with a funny hat.
He's inside.
And so
Must be alone.
ends the tale.
He's
Murder
shutting the window
must
now behind
be
him.
paid for.
I think
As
we
it
had
is
better go
written in
down
the
into the
sealed
warehouse
book.
and welcome our young
Tom
visitor.
Barrow paid the supreme penalty, though he protested his innocence to the last. Strange indeed are the ways of justice, from which no mortal can escape.
What's the matter, old-timer? Not getting enough sleep these nights? No, it's not that, Bill. It's just that it's dull around here. Dull? Sure. Look at it this way, Bill. Henry's away at camp, and it ain't very good weather for forest fires. Even Pat O'Rourke and JoJo Jones are away. Just ain't anyone around to cause a little excitement. I don't know how to take that, old-timer. I'm still around here. Oh, sure, but you and me, well, we know each other so well. We've been together for so long. It's like I'm talking to myself when we talk. I feel the same way, Stumpy. Hurry! A disaster is struck. Somebody's in trouble. Demand our attention right away. Why don't you just answer it and see what it is? I know what it'll be. Someone in trouble. Trapped on a ledge for weeks with a need for an eagle egg. Ranger headquarters, Stumpy Jenkins speaking. We specialize in rescues.
And now, keeper of the book,
It's
before
for
you
you,
close the
Bill.
great volume,
Long
show
distance.
us the tale we tell next time.
I'm sorry, old-timer.
This one.
That's all right.
Oh, yes.
Bill Jefferson speaking.
Tale of an old woman who for 40 years
Oh,
lived
hello,
alone
Mrs. Jones.
in a huge
I
old
don't
New
quite
England
understand
mansion.
your question.
I just
A
wondered what
mansion in
you're
which
doing
death
there. And where is
was the
JoJo?
master.
Really, Bill,
A
I thought
tale
you would have
titled
been more considerate.
Excuse me, Mrs. Jones, but
and
maybe we
to
better
hold.
start from the beginning. I don't quite follow you.
All right. After you and JoJo talked today, where did you go?
Already I'm lost. JoJo spoke with me today?
Yes, today. This morning here in Central City.
There must
Be
be
sure
some
to be
mistake,
with us
Mrs.
again
Jones.
next
I
time,
haven't been in
when
Central
the
City for
sound of
weeks.
the great
Nonsense.
gong
I said hello to
heralds
you here
another
myself.
strange
You
and
might have
exciting
said hello
tale
to someone
from
who looked like you, Mrs. Jones, but I can assure
the
you it wasn't me.
Sealed
Well.
Book.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you.
Bill,
The Sealed
now
Book,
I'm even
produced
more
and directed by Jock
If
McGregor,
JoJo isn't with
is
you,
written by Bob
where
Arthur
is
and David Kogan.
Well, now maybe we'd better start again. Fill me in on anything you can, if you will.
Certainly, Bill. As you know, JoJo and I were going to spend the day here in Central City. That's where I'm calling from.
Uh-huh.
Well, we arrived here this morning and were doing a little shopping when we saw you. At least we thought we saw you. Well, Bill, it looked
The
so much like you that I didn't
Sealed
even question it for a minute. I said that JoJo should ask you to join us for lunch. Then I went into a store to look around. When I came back, JoJo was gone, and so were you. At least the man who looked like you.
Uh-huh. What did you do?
Naturally, I thought JoJo was with you. And I didn't worry about him. I just went on
Once
shopping.
again, the keeper of the
Figuring we'd all
book
get
has
together.
opened the
Probably
ponderous
my
door
sister's
to the
house.
secret vault,
JoJo knows her address.
wherein is kept
That's
the
where I'm
great
calling from now.
sealed book,
So anyhow,
in
I
which is
just went
recorded
right on
all the
shopping.
secrets
And you say this was
mysteries of
early this morning?
mankind
Yes.
through the
I'd
ages.
say about 9
Here
or
are tales of
9:30.
every kind,
Bill, it's
Tales
after
of
4
murder,
now, and I haven't heard from
of
JoJo at
madness,
all. That's
of
why I
dark
called.
deeds, strange and terrible
I
beyond
really
all
don't know
belief.
what to tell you, Mrs. Jones.
Keeper of the book,
You'd think JoJo would
I
at least
would
try
know
to
what
contact
tale we
you.
tell this time.
Unless...
Open
he's
the
in
great
some
book
kind of
and
trouble.
let us read.
Is that what you were going to say, Bill?
Slowly,
Mrs. Jones,
The
you
great
sit tight right where you are. Stumpy
Open.
and I'll hop in the Ranger Cub and fly up there on the double. Maybe between the three of us,
one by
we
one,
can
the
locate
keeper of the
JoJo.
book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who committed the perfect
I'm
murder.
so glad you decided
Only
to
to
come,
discover
Bill.
that
I'm
every
really getting
murder
worried.
must be
No word yet, huh?
paid for.
No.
A
Bill
tale
says you
titled
think that JoJo
Death
is wandering around with
Laughs
someone who
Last.
looks like him. Is that right?
I saw the man myself, Stumpy. He looked so much like Bill that I didn't even bother questioning it. The only thing that was different was that he wasn't wearing a ranger uniform.
I've never heard of anyone who looked like Bill around these parts. I don't know how true it is, but they say that somewhere in the world there's someone who looks just like you. I doubt whether that's true in every case, but it does play with your
Well,
imagination.
it's certainly true in your case, Bill. I've seen the man myself. And right now, he's somewhere with JoJo.
Right. And we've got to find him. You say that this is the exact place where you saw the man?
That's right. He was standing right in front of the SUSPENSE store.
And you haven't any idea which way JoJo and this man went?
No idea at all, Bill. I told you. After we talked with
Here is
this
the tale,
man,
Death
I went into this
Laughs
store and did some
As it is
shopping.
written in the
Well,
pages of the sealed
Somebody
book.
might have seen him.
Our
What
story
did
begins
JoJo
in the
have
office
on?
of Dr.
Of
Robert
course, he
Smith.
had on that silly Sherlock
There was a worried
Holmes
look
hat.
on the doctor's
It's too
face as
big
he
for him,
speaks
and
to
I
Edward
think looks a
Harrison.
bit ridiculous.
Sit down, won't you,
Surely
Miss Harrison?
someone noticed it.
Good. Now here's what we'll do.
I can see by
You
your
and
face you wanna
Stumpy
tell me
start up
something
in that
about Mary,
direction,
don't you?
and I'll start in
Mr.
this
Harrison,
one. We'll ask anyone who might have been here this morning. Possibly we'll be able to follow Jojo and find out what kind of situation he's gotten himself into.
Unless
what, Doctor? Tell me, if there's a chance in the world, she's got to have it, see?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate.
There, that should hold him.
I have checked carefully all around the warehouse. From inside, of course. I do not think the young man brought anyone else to us.
You didn't think you were followed at all, 16. This will not go well with us when we report back to them.
I know. At least we have the papers.
Yes, that is true.
What shall we do with this young intruder?
Put him in the back room while I think of something.
I was going to say naturally, he waste the match. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the
He does.
circumstances.
Presents with a problem.
I can't afford it.
I will puzzle it out as I microfilm these papers.
Then I'll get him.
I better retrieve them from the wastebasket.
Yes.
We'll make the arrangements right away.
And I will set out to get our plane reservations.
Tomorrow, sure.
Take great care, 16. Too much has gone wrong already. Let's be sure nothing else interferes.
I will do what I can, 13. I will go now to make our reservations.
Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thanks. Hey, told
And
me
I
you
will
have
try to
pass
decide
all the real
exactly what
estate
to do
loans
with
here
our
at the bank.
curious little visitor who is tied in the
Filled
back
my
room.
application yet?
I have it here. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right, and it's urgent. I gotta have the money right away.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
I'll never complain about that silly hat again.
It sure is a good thing he was wearing it.
But you already
I'll
have a
say.
first and second mortgage
Surprising
on it,
how many
totaling
people noticed it.
$4,000, and
It's been a much
well,
better
I'm
trail
afraid
than
we
I'd
can't
anticipated.
make any further loans on it.
Oh,
But I've
dear.
got to have the money,
I don't
Mr.
like
Danvers.
the
I've just
looks
got
of this
to.
I'm sorry to
neighborhood.
hear that, because
Are
there's
you
nothing
sure
we can
this
do
is
to
the
help
way
you.
they came?
Nothing
This
we
is
can
the
do.
direction everyone who saw him says he was going. Looks like we're getting close to the waterfront area. A lot of warehouses coming up.
You say you're not employed,
You
Mr.
notice
Harrison?
one
No, I
thing,
own a
Bill.
shop. I'm a locksmith.
What's that, old-timer?
That means you're never certain
I
of your
don't
income.
think a single person
You
has
had
said
a
he
job
was with
now.
anyone.
A regular income you
think
could
they'd
depend
mention
on.
it
What are you
if he
getting
was
at?
with someone
You
who
mean
looked
you're not
like
going to let me
you.
have the money?
That's a
I
good point,
certainly wish
Stumpy.
I
But
could,
why
but
would he
under
come
the
down here,
circumstances,
of all places, alone?
I'm sorry, very
and
sorry.
not tell
There's
me
nothing
where
I
he
can
was
do
going?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask Jojo that one when we find him.
Aren't there a lot of these warehouses?
you suggest
How will we know where to look?
Maybe this fella coming this way will know something.
Ask him if he's seen Jojo, will you, Bill?
Sure will.
Sorry.
Excuse me, sir. We're trying to locate a young friend of ours who we think came into this area sometime earlier today. We wonder if you've seen him.
Not bad, Rudolph. Not bad at all.
What was that?
I don't think I made that out myself.
You aren't eating.
Excuse me,
You're so
sir.
quiet.
Maybe you didn't quite hear me.
I heard you, Rudolph. I was complimenting you.
No,
This is one of the best yet.
I think this feller probably won't be much help,
Mary,
Bill.
Oh, Bill, is
Think
it?
about making
I guess it
some
depends
changes
on
at
the
shop.
country, eh?
Darling, please, you don't
Where'd you
have
get the
to
Forest
lie.
Ranger
I
uniform,
know that-
Rudolph?
Maybe we'd better start from the beginning.
Maybe
But
we'd
I'm
better
going to
start
get
for that
better,
car
really,
over
I
there,
am.
all of you.
I promise it.
If you come along peaceably, there won't be any trouble. No,
You're going to be well
and
in
my
no
friends in the car will have
Of
to
course I am,
convince you to come.
No,
Hey, what's this
gotta
all
go
about?
The name is Downs.
I have an appointment over the
Oh,
other side of the city.
dear.
with Horace
FBI.
Latimer.
That's
We
right.
grew up together.
I don't
He
know how
wants to
you
see
two
me
are
about
involved
something-
with this phony ranger here, but we'd all better go for a ride together.
Phony? Now, hold on there, you young whippersnapper. Bill Jefferson is no
had no
phony.
appointment with
As a matter of
Horace
fact,
Latimer.
how do we
But he
know
went
that
to
you're
see
the
Horace
real
anyway.
article?
Let's go over to the car.
He and
Come on.
Horace had been
just a
boyhood
minute.
friends.
We do have the right
And
to
their
be
paths had
satisfied as
separated.
to your actually
Horace had
being an
grown
FBI agent.
Over to
But
the
in his
car. We don't want any
desperation,
trouble.
Edward Harrison hoped
I'll
that
show you all
Horace
the
would remember the
identification you
past
want.
and would
Then
lend him
maybe
the money
you
he'd been
can show
trying to
me
raise
some
all day.
papers we're interested in
Horace
recovering.
could spare it easily, but would he?
$1,500? That's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's Mary.
I sure am sorry, Mr. Jefferson, but you look exactly like that spy we're after.
That's okay, Dean. And the name's Bill.
Tried the
Really?
bank and all
Yeah,
the
we know that
loan
now.
companies in town.
It's a good thing Colonel Anders has his ranger headquarters here in Central City.
Good enough.
You might have ended up in jail.
I don't think so.
Bad.
There are always ways to prove who you really
I'd
are.
lend it to you, Ed, if I
Can't get
had
over
it.
how much you look
Well,
like
that's
that
the trouble.
spy.
I haven't
sure
any
would
ready
like to
cash
lay eyes on
for
that
the
spy,
income
feller.
tax, you know.
So would we all.
A couple of shaky
Especially
investments
now
that I
that it
had
looks
to
like
most
Jojo
roughly.
Jones
All
has
right.
somehow got himself
Don't
mixed
mind
up with him.
I get the idea. You're
Well,
not
they
going to lend me
must
them.
be around
Really,
this area
Ed, I
somewhere.
would if I could, but I
Both
can't.
your leads
I'm
and our
sorry. Save
trailing
your sorrow for
Jojo have led
somebody
us to
else.
this
I don't
warehouse
need
ain't your money, you hear?
I'll get it
Listen,
someplace
Iz,
else.
Where are they down here? In which warehouse?
Look, there he is.
What the... Yes, sirree! I can hardly believe my own peepers.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive
warehouse
home,
up ahead was you,
Edward
Bill.
stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring
I'll
back
hide my
with
face
bitterness
so
in
he
his
doesn't see
face.
Now, remember that warehouse. You can drive around the block and catch him after he's far enough away that someone inside couldn't see him.
Good idea.
What's that?
Do you see him, Bill?
Was you speaking to me?
Do you see why everyone is confusing you two?
It's remarkable.
I guess I was thinking out loud.
Gives me a
That's
funny
okay.
feeling
I'll
to
do it
see
sometime.
someone who looks so much
Come
like
at
me.
you.
Now maybe you understand why I didn't believe you at first.
Well, do you know that I'm really not him and he me?
Okay,
Cut
just
that
hold it
out.
like that. Make a move and I
This is
plug you.
just about coming around this corner
Yeah,
now.
this is a stick-up.
I better
Hand over your
pull
dough
over.
and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one.
I'll
I'm
get
out
out,
trying to raise
bring
money
more to the car.
myself. You all wait right here.
Out of luck.
Okay,
I've only got
Sonny,
$1 on me.
Sure you
Take
don't
it if
need
you
any
want it.
help?
Anyway, it's
I
more
think
than I
he
could
probably
raise.
knows
don't
what
try
he's
to
doing,
kid me.
Stumpy.
Besides, I think it might be a little safer here in the car.
You've got the idea, Mrs.
Stand
Jones.
still while I see what you got
I
in
don't
your
expect any
pockets.
trouble, but you never know what a man will do when he's put on the
A
spot.
wallet and a leather case of some kind.
You'll
Bill,
find
you
just
might
$1
cover
in that
here.
wallet. There's a gun
I
in the
don't
glove
live in this
compartment.
neighborhood.
Dear.
Okay,
I'm here to
Dean.
try to borrow some money
I
from
hope
a
I won't have
friend.
to use it.
So do
Buck.
I.
One
See you.
measly buck. What a lousy
Where's
break.
that spy fella?
I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather
Sure, I'm
case.
glad you're
It's heavy
sitting right
enough.
here, Bill.
You'll lose your bet.
I wouldn't be able to
Nothing
tell the
in there but
difference.
my emergency kit.
And I couldn't
Yeah.
see the both of you at
Well, I'll
once.
just see for myself.
It's amazing, all right, old-timer.
Hey, this kit's full of
Looks
skeleton
like
keys
Dean
and
isn't going to
picklocks
have
and
any
stuff.
trouble at all.
What are
That's
you
good.
anyway? A
Here
second
they
story
come.
winker?
I'm a locksmith and
Spy
safe
fella
repairman.
doesn't look
If
the
it's anything to
happiest
you.
I've ever seen.
We on the
Hey,
level
I
just
can
now
see a
when you
difference
said
in
was
you
trying
two,
to
Bill.
raise dough.
You've never had an
Yeah, you'd
expression
be
like that
surprised.
on your face.
Get in the back there with that
Okay,
other
I'm putting the
man.
gun
All
away,
right.
but you ain't leaving me. Me and you, we're gonna talk business. Because
I can
got a
hardly
plan
believe
that'll
it.
get us
Even
both
this close up.
all the
I'm
dough
coming
we
around to
need.
sit in front.
Well, you have quite a reception committee. He even sounds like you, Bill.
Yeah, it's uncanny, isn't it?
What is all this that
Two
you're
more
talking
beers,
about?
wait on.
Bill,
Well,
turn around and show this guy
the
who you
deal
are.
on my proposition?
All right. Good afternoon. What?
I don't
Look
know,
at the
Mike.
look on
Sure
his
you
face.
do.
He
There's
looks like
nothing
he's seen
to
a
it.
ghost.
He sure
Open
does.
locks
You'd
and
think he'd
safes.
never looked in
I
a mirror
know where
before.
there's a house with plenty
Who
of
would
dough
have
in it.
thought that there would be someone that would look so much like
stolen
me?
anything in my
Whoop,
life.
hold
Hey, listen,
on
you
there.
said you needed dough bad.
You aren't
didn't
watching.
And
There's
so
no
do
way
I,
of telling
plenty
who's
bad.
talking.
All you gotta do
You
is
must
get
be
the
the
back door
bill
open
person
and
that
then
the boy
safe.
was-
In half an hour, you'll have
That's
your
right.
1,500
I am.
and more.
That's
How else you ever
exactly
gonna
what
get
we
it?
wanted to
Answer
know.
that.
Jojo
I
is
don't
with
know.
you, isn't he? I don't know who or
Sure
what
the
you're
money's
talking
there,
about.
Mike?
Is he harmed at all? What have you done with
The
him?
joint and looked in the window in time to
I
see
guess
the
he
old
isn't
geezer
talking.
put a
We've
whole
got to get into
roll
that
of bills
warehouse
in
and
a
find out
safe
what's
that's
going
no
on.
stronger
Let's get
than a
back
bread
there.
box.
Not so
Hey,
fast.
you can open it
Who
with
said
your
that?
teeth.
I did, Bill.
Get the money
I
somehow.
have an idea.
All right.
If they're
I'll
planning to
do it.
leave tonight and have those people, it wouldn't just be relaxed. If we went in there, we might meet a pretty hot reception.
Yeah, what do you suggest, Bill?
Why not let me change clothes with this fella and go in there myself? If you can't tell the difference, we can assume that his friend or friends can't either. You can radio for help and rush the warehouse if I'm in there too long. It'll never work. My friends are too smart for a trick like that. Besides, we know all about you. I doubt that very much.
Sounds like he's arguing with himself.
If you and your friends knew all about me, why did they assign you to a job so close to where I live? Too much danger of running into either friends of mine or myself, I'd think.
Good thinking, Bill.
Now let's get these clothes exchanged. I'm anxious to get into that warehouse and see if Jojo is still all right.
There. Just a few more and they'll be ready to go. Now what? The television viewer is still on. Let me see who breaks in upon us now. What? That's stupid. Why has he come back? 16, what are you doing back here?
I forgot something. It'll only take a minute.
Well, hurry up here. What if someone saw you?
I don't think there's any danger in my being caught.
There is danger for both of us.
And now to continue the story. Death laughs last.
What do you mean coming in that way?
As it is written in
you
the
set off the
sealed
alarm.
book.
I'm sorry.
A few minutes later, Edward Harrison and
forgot my
Mike
key.
arrived at the large mansion.
I might have killed you.
Quietly made their way toward the back door.
Okay, this is it.
Where are the others?
Others? What are you talking about? What others?
I shouldn't be doing this.
Are you all right?
There must be some other way to get the money.
I meant the boy. Where's the boy?
You know very well where the boy is.
You never get it.
You put him in the back room yourself. Now get whatever it is you came back for and go for those reservations. We have very little time.
Less than you know.
This is no time for your morbid humor. What did you come back for anyway?
To get the boy.
Okay, get inside.
What?
That's right.
The safe's in the library down this way. Don't make any noise. Sure, there's only two of them.
Here you go, Jojo.
What are you doing? Have you lost your senses?
I'm releasing the boy. What does it look like I'm doing?
But why? Stop it.
There you go, Jojo. Now the gag. There.
I demand to know what you're doing. Why have you released the boy?
I needed the rope.
Here you are.
What are you going to do to me now?
What did you need the rope for? There's plenty of rope around here.
I needed this rope to tie you with, my friend.
Bill, is it you? Is it really you, Bill?
What?
That's right, Jojo. Are there any others around here?
I don't think so. Just him and another guy who looks like you.
Good.
You won't take me. You won't take me.
Bill is getting away.
Stay put, Jojo. He's not going far. We'll see who isn't getting away. Got you.
Wow, you got him, Bill.
Run outside, will you, Jojo? There should be a few FBI men waiting to come in here. And one mother, very anxious to see you.
Hey, you kid. No, that's all right. Just 1,500. Okay, it's your share.
Well, boys and girls, as you can see, sometimes it isn't easy to tell the real thing just by looking.
What do you say we crack a couple?
You can see why the Bible tells us the Lord sees not as man sees. For man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart.
Jenkins, is that
It's there that what a man really is seen.
Burglars!
Well,
Jenkins!
see you next week for more adventure with...
Somebody's calling any cops tonight, chum.
Help! Police! Help!
Did you expect me to shake his hand? He isn't killed. That's murder. Yeah, you're in just as deep as me. Don't forget that. I'm an accessory to murder. Cut the gun. Let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught? No, of course not.
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Get out the way to come in. It's supposed to be murder. Well, I think you're saying we ain't gonna get caught. We haven't left a clue, not even a fingerprint.
What was it you? I never thought that I had the gun. I can see you burglars.
Standing on the stairs, he's got a gun. We're caught. Not yet, man. I'm scared trouble with the rest of the hospital.
Hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something.
Portions of the following program are transcribed.
Okay, we'll put up our hands like this.
Here is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
You had to stay a while. Why did you make me come here to your room? 2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let me
I'm a
slip.
client.
I'm a diamond.
I'm glad.
I mean a
It's a
rope
little
around
informal,
your
but
neck.
hello, glad. Call me Rick.
Oh, no. My name is Julie
I won't let
Bates.
anything slip.
Yes, but you
mind,
don't
I'd
have to
slit
call
your
me Mrs.
gullet
Bates.
right
I'm a
now.
widow, you see.
I won't.
In fact, it may help our relationship
I have
if you
to
call
live.
me Julia.
My wife's
Well, here we go again. All right, Julia, you can call me Rick. The fee's $100 a day in expenses.
I want you to stay at my house tonight.
I said 100 a day.
Chum, I like
the thing is all right,
Mr.
Rick. Money means nothing.
You and me got a future.
Well, you think your way, and I'll think mine.
I'll make out a check right now.
No hurry. Anytime in the next 10 seconds.
No.
I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you will.
I won't do it. You can't make...
Oh, yes.
Now, about this assignment.
Well, it may sound silly, but
Send a little note to the
I'm
cops.
afraid of the house I
Telling
live
them
in.
it's you they
Oh,
want for
Daddy.
them killing.
I said it might sound silly,
They get you, too.
but it's deadly serious, I assure you.
No, I'm sure.
You see, my husband, Warner Bates, died 3 months ago. He was a very strange man and believed devoutly in many forms of mysticism.
Oh,
Well, he built this house as a monument to his beliefs and filled it with secret passages, rooms and steps that lead nowhere.
Why not move out?
I'll be perfectly honest. Because of the money.
You don't think you can
In
pull
his
a
will,
job and then go
Warner
on and
stipulated
let that
I was to
happen?
live in the house for a
Well,
period
mixed
of
up
3
in
months
murder.
following his death.
Somebody's always got to
3 months is up
money,
tomorrow.
One way or
And
another.
it doesn't
I only
help
did it for
that
minutes.
Warner is
It
buried
don't matter
in
why
the
you
basement
did it.
vaults.
You're in it
What's
now,
he
you
doing?
can't
Watching
get out.
Benny's money?
Well, he had a crypt built in the cellar and a
I've got a good mind to
key,
go to
the only key to it, was placed in his coffin.
No, you don't.
What's supposed to happen tonight?
Well, let me tell you the whole story. A month ago, I began to hear the strangest things in the house at night. And I found food half eaten on the kitchen table.
Ever try setting traps?
Well, the worst shock came when I went to the cellar a few days ago. I found footprints in the dust, naked footprints, leading to and from the crypt.
Maybe he had to take a shower.
Oh, please let me finish. On his deathbed, Warner swore he'd visit me at the end of the 3rd month, and if he could, take me with him back to the spirit world.
Tonight is the night.
Yes. Oh, at first, I didn't think it would get me, but...
Edward Harrison found his
Oh, I'm scared, really scared.
Yeah, well, now look, baby, let's get off this mystic kick. Who inherits if you don't live up to your requirements?
Well, that's just it. No one. That is, no person. The money goes to charities and schools. Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate, says the will is foolproof, legal, and binding. Either I live in the house until noon tomorrow or forfeit the inheritance.
So what you wanted me to do is hang around tonight and see that hubby doesn't go deaf.
Yes, that's right. You don't have to be there till dark, but, don't be any later than that. Say 6 o'clock?
Excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, freewheeling corpses. Ask the man who kills one.
Rick, when are you going to stop those awful slogans?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Gotta call you back, got a client.
Oh, all right.
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
I don't know.
Is that so?
I'm parked behind a curve.
What?
Forget it. I'll call you back.
An idea.
Bye.
Maybe there was some other reason you didn't want
Now, Julia, you better go on home. Where's your broom?
No, you mustn't.
Do you think I look like a witch?
You don't look like one. More like the good fairy after she'd heard about men. Now, you fly on home, sweetheart, and I'll see you at 6.
Don't be late.
I'll be there with bones on. I tried to uncurl my toes and get my mind on business. Thinking of my spook client didn't seem to help, but it was business. It was getting pretty late in the afternoon, so I put the office to bed for the night, picked up a bite to eat, and went over to the 5th Precinct to keep a coffee date with Lieutenant Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis with his nose in a book.
I gotta get home. I need some...
Oh, hello, Otis. What's with the book? Yeah. Don't tell me you're learning to read.
What I need.
Hey. Hello, Shamus. How's tricks?
The book, Sergeant. What's the book?
What book? Lieutenant's inside. He said for you to go right in when you came.
Otis, tell Uncle Richard about the book.
Oh, it's just a book. Yeah, I was trying to prove myself.
Well, don't feel ashamed, Otis. You've got reason to do that.
Yeah, very funny.
Let's see. The art of graceful dancing. Otis.
Well, what's wrong with me dancing, Shamus? I don't want to be no social outcast.
Dancing? Well, maybe. But graceful? Otis, you couldn't be graceful even if your feet did match. Tell you what, though, I'll give you a hand. Now, just open your arms and pretend you have a dame. Go on, I'll start you on a waltz.
Well, okay.
Da-da-dee-dee-dum. Da-da. Oh, no, Otis. You look like an elephant with sprained ankles. Now, try again. Close your eyes. Ya-da-dum-dee-dee.
Otis, where's the book? Otis, put me down. What? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought you was a dame. You what? Oh, I mean, I had my eyes closed. I was dancing. Oh, Lieutenant, the shamus talked me into it. Rick, would you mind telling me what you were doing?
Saving Arthur Murray ulcers.
Yeah, well, come on in and get some coffee. And Otis.
Yeah?
Shut up.
5-4. Please do. You know how I like mine, Walt.
No cream, 12 lumps.
Better change that. I think so. Okay, how many? Make it 14. Your coffee's stronger than mine.
It's not so strong, Rick. Here.
Thanks.
And now to continue
You better
the
wipe that
story.
spot off the desk.
Death
The varnish
laughs
is beginning to
last.
smoke.
Your
As it
jokes
is
aren't
written
any
in the
better.
sealed book.
Will you stick around for the Hart game tonight?
Edward Harrison
Can't,
left the
Walt.
bar and
Got a
hurried
client
home.
with a house full of
He
spirits.
was aghast
What?
at how
The
close
dead
he'd come
kind.
to giving himself
You
away.
on the job, there'll be corpses jumping out of every
Mike
window.
The police were looking
Yeah.
for, not
Well, if
Edward
they start,
Harrison.
I'll give you a call.
I know,
It was
I
Mike
know.
whose description
Why
they
don't you
had.
give up being a
Edward
detective,
Harrison
Rick?
was
Play
safe.
postman or something.
Walt, you just don't seem to appreciate my favors.
Hardly able to believe in his own
I'm
good luck.
getting late. It's nearly 6.
Edward reached his
It's a
home and
peaceful
let
night,
himself
Rick.
in.
See if you can't keep it that
Mary
way.
was
Oh,
asleep.
sure, Walt, sure. This
Quietly
is one
he got
night
into
you could
bed.
take it easy.
But at long last fell asleep.
Give me 2 more lumps.
When he
please.
awoke, Mary was already preparing breakfast.
What time did you get home, Emily? I waited up for you until almost 2.
Leaving Walt and heading to the Bates
pretty late.
house, I was feeling as happy as a
Stopped
bird
at
that
the
had
shop
for
and did a
worms.
little work.
I had $100
Got
to
what's
stall off the
coming.
landlord, a lovely red-headed girlfriend with curves,
I
and a
know
spook
you're-
client
you're
with
worrying about
trouble.
me.
Everything great.
Darling, I'm going to
Then
be
the
all
storm
right.
began to blow up.
I'm going to see that.
What do you think? Dr.
It had started to rain when I saw the Bates house on Temple Street.
News for you.
A big, ugly
news?
house straight out of a horror
He wouldn't
story.
tell me what
Gables
it
and
was.
shuttered
I don't know
windows.
why. He asked
And as if
for
that
you,
wasn't
stopping
enough,
at
I was
his
met at the
office.
door by a butler who was a tiny thing, about 7
know
feet
what it
tall
is.
and 300 pounds,
Yeah, sure.
with a face
I'll go
like
right
the
over
devil
and
with a
see.
hangover.
You're going to eat breakfast first?
Come
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the
Yeah,
doctor
I wanted to see
Anyway, I'm not very
Mrs.
hungry.
Bates.
Well, all right, Edward, but please hurry back.
You
I
are
want to know,
Mr.
too, what the
Diamond.
doctor said.
She left
Yeah,
word
sure,
with you?
Mary. I'll be right back.
no word.
Everything's okay.
I am the seventh
Everything's
son
okay.
Of a what?
The seventh son
Of a... Oh, no, this could go on
After he left
forever.
the house,
Okay, lead
Edward
on.
bought a
The
morning
name
paper.
is Cain.
Big
Yeah?
headlines
How's your brother?
told the murders the
Forget
night
it.
before.
Where's your,
He scarcely
Mrs.
saw
Bates?
In the
His eyes
drawing
hurried through
room.
the story until he found
This
what he was
way,
looking for.
sir.
The news that Mike's body had been found.
Cozy little mausoleum.
Mike had shot had given
What time
the
did the
police
ghosts
Mike's
come out?
description,
Usually right
then
after
died
the
before he could
vampire.
tell them there was anyone with him.
Oh, dandy. I hope they have an early show.
Listed
Oh,
Mike's
it will be
death
soon
as a
enough,
suicide
sir.
or as an
The
accident,
dead
and
are
closed the
restless
case.
tonight.
Edward Harrison
Maybe if I
was
rocked them
safe.
to sleep, I got a rock?
Mrs. Bates,
I'm safe.
Mr. Diamond.
Mary's going to
Thank
be
you,
all
Kate.
right. And the cops aren't looking.
Hello, Rick. How do you like my house?
Oh, it's
Sometimes
lovely.
you can get away
What do you
with
use for
murder and not
doorknobs?
have to
Heads?
pay anything.
And what's with the big zombie? You didn't mention him.
Kane? Oh,
I've
he's a
been
fixture
lucky.
around here, but I get frightened more when he's around than when he's gone.
Oh, you take it easy, baby. Come on over and sit down and
Doctor,
let me
Mary
chase
said
those
you
fears
phoned and had
away.
some good news.
Oh,
yes,
that is an idea.
Name me a better.
Last night after I got in
Can I
touch
fix
with
you a
Dr.
drink?
Richards.
Oh, I think I'll take a glass
Of milk,
Oh,
sir.
that's swell, Doctor.
Here you
I got the
are.
money right here in my
Now,
pocket.
hey, look, Crusher, put a bell around your neck or
yes, I was
something.
also going
One
to
more
tell you
surprise
that,
like that,
Dr.
you'll be
Richards
best man at the
said not to
funeral.
worry.
My
apologies. Your milk, sir.
As
Yeah.
long as I wanted.
Thanks. Come on, Jojo. Let's get back to where we were.
I didn't have
And
to
you,
do
Kane, you...
I
Hey, where'd he go?
didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I
Rick,
don't
there it is.
understand.
Yeah.
Never mind,
That's
Doc.
the
I
way
mean,
it starts. Listen.
I got the money. I want to pay it.
It's the
He's
stairs
gotta
to the
take it
cellar.
right
Someone's
away.
climbing them.
What? Oh, it's probably Kane.
You wanted me.
Look at me like that.
Kane. Then who...
The operation is going to save
You
Mary's
wait in
life.
here, Julia. I'll go out and get our nosy
said-
friend.
The cellar
You can't
door
go
is at
back
the
on
end of
your
the
word.
hall.
You can't, you hear?
I left Julia
What?
looking as nervous as a
He
one-legged
said he'd do
man
it, didn't
walking
he?
a tightrope
And I
and
raised
took
the
off
door
down
to
the
pay
long
it.
hall.
So,
There was
what's
only
the
one
hitch?
door, the one to the cellar.
Mr.
So
Harrison.
I opened it and flipped on the switch.
Dr. Richards.
I was
can't
moving my
perform the
ankles down the creaking
But
steps
you
when I
said
heard
that-
trouble.
Yes, I know. But he was
the devil?
tragically murdered last
Julia.
night by a
Julia.
burglar who broke
Are you
into
hurt?
his
What is
home
it?
in Buxton Park.
Rick, over there in the closet. A dead man.
Oh, no.
And so
There's no
ends
dead man
the
in
tale.
here.
Death
Not there.
there.
laughs
But I saw him, Rick, I swear to
As it is written
there was a
in
man
the
in there. He
field
was all
book.
bloody, and there was a big knife in
In an
his
effort to
chest.
save
you must have been
his wife's
mistaken.
life.
About a corpse,
Edward
Rick, he was
Harrison had
there.
just killed
don't
the
see-
one man
Oh, wait a
might
minute.
have saved
Here on the floor, bloodstain.
You see, there was a man in there.
Twisted indeed
Blood, all
are the
right.
strands
So where'd the
of
body
fate
go? He
in
couldn't have
which
been moved that
destiny
fast.
entangles
Unless...
mere mortals.
Where's Kane?
Right here, Mr. Diamond. But I did not move the dead one.
No? Where were you just now when Julia screamed? Having tea with a vampire?
No, I was in the kitchen, sir. Do not be mystified, Mr. Diamond. Accept the fact that you are in a house controlled by the other world.
There's been a murder, Kane, and that brings it into this world.
Who are you calling?
A real-life cop who likes to know about dead bodies kicking around. Walt, Rick.
No, I know that tone. Where's the body?
I wish I knew. Come on over to 209 East Temple Street.
Wait. What do you mean you wish you knew? Is there a body there?
Well, it's here someplace. Now, don't argue. Get over here.
Wait.
And hurry. Kane, you can go back to the kitchen, but stay there. Don't roam around.
As you wish, sir.
And now, Julia, baby, we're going to do some investigating.
Investigating?
That's right. I got a big in to see what's in that vault downstairs. And this time, I'm taking you with me.
But, Rick, it's locked.
I hope so, but I'm not making books.
Show us the
You mean
tale
you
we
think
tell
it may
next time.
actually have been Warner come back from the dead? And
yes.
kill that man, I mean?
Right now, I don't know what to think.
Murdered by his
I wouldn't be surprised to run into Dracula sitting on top of the wolf
way
man.
he rose from a watery
Here's the
grave
basement.
to accuse them of his
Hey,
death.
who turned out the light?
The tale is
I know I
titled,
turned it on before.
You only die
Yeah,
once.
that's better. Come on.
Rick, it's cold down here.
Be sure to be with us
Hurry,
again
Rick,
next
I'm
time.
getting scared.
The sound of the
I
great
like to feel
gong
it
heralds
myself,
another
but I want to
strange
check this
and
vault.
exciting
See the
tale
footprints there in the
from
dust?
I see them, but I don't believe them. Not yet.
Sealed
Yeah,
Book.
I'll try the door of the vault.
The Sealed Book, produced and
It's
directed
unlocked.
by Jock McGregor,
Yeah,
and written
look
by
what's
Bob Arthur and
inside.
David Cook.
Coffin is empty.
It's empty, all right, and it's open.
Well, are you going inside?
No. I think I'll stay out here.
The light! Rick, who put out the light?
It wasn't Edison, baby. We got company.
Stories of strange wills made by strange people.
Really?
Starring the
Hey, what
distinguished
is it?
Hollywood actor Warren Williams. And featuring Lorene Tuttle and Terry Ward, with Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast.
Yes,
and the original
I know
music
it's you,
of Del
Warner.
Castillo.
I'm coming for you tonight, Julia.
I devise and bequeath to my heirs
I better set
the
my
7 deadly sins.
To meet me, Julia, at 9.
Despair,
No, Warner, no.
Take it easy, baby.
lust, and
Oh, hallelujah.
jealousy.
Yeah, well, turn on the lights.
Rick, what are you doing?
And here is our well-known star of stage, screen, and radio, Warren Williams.
We're coming off.
These are the stories of strange
What is this all about?
Wait,
In a minute, Walt. Otis, help Mrs. Bates into the living room. She's pretty shaken up.
Sure,
Shamus. Come on, lady. Now, what is all this about, Rick? Now, come on back downstairs with me, Walt, and get your gun out. Somewhere in this cellar is a dead man with a lousy sense of humor. Well, we searched the long cellar for good while I briefed Walt on the events of the evening. Neither was much of a success. Walt didn't believe me, and our ghost remained a ghost. As we went back up into the living room, I was at a point where I didn't believe the things myself. They couldn't have happened, but they had. Hey, Otis, where did Mrs. Bates go?
She went upstairs to pack. Shamus said she was going to leave.
Leave? And give up her dough? Oh, for Pete's sake, she can't... Not just because of this ghost house.
Ghost house? Oh, this is the wackiest yet. Rick, if I didn't know you were so...
Walt, do I look like I'm happy about these things? I'm at a point where I'm believing in spooks and spirit worlds and dead men who talk from out of nowhere.
Yeah, so the Shamus is afraid of spooks. This I'm loving. Otis. I know, Lieutenant. Shut up.
Did I say that, Otis?
Oh, no, Lieutenant. What do you want me to do?
Shut up.
Gee, I wish I had a glass of...
A glass of water, Sergeant.
And here again is Warren Williams.
Come out from behind that chair, Otis. It's only Kane. Who's he? Well, didn't he let you in?
No, we found the door open. When we rang and no one answered, we came in.
Oh, did you? Hey, Kane, where were you?
Along the moors of
Did you hear the doorbell?
I knew the door was open, Mr. Diamond. And I was
Like maybe playing ghost?
No, sir. Baking a cake.
Through the blanket of fog,
Cake?
you can
Oh,
hear
swell.
sounds of eerie night
Oh, Pat, will you take me to a hotel?
Julia, look, you can't leave. Think of the money.
Money or no money, I'm getting out of here, Rick. That was Warner's voice, and I just don't have
the nerve to stay.
But look, baby, you know there aren't any such things as ghosts.
Do I? You were in the cellar with me. You heard him. And did you find anybody down there afterwards?
Well, no, but just a minute, Mrs. Bates. You saw a murdered man earlier this evening, didn't you?
You know I did, in that closet.
Yeah, well, until I find out who he is and who killed him, you don't leave this house.
But Warner...
I'm sorry, Julia. We'll protect you, but you can't leave. Otis, take Mrs. Bates into the library and make her come.
Hey, Elton, come on, Mrs. Bates.
Well...
Now, Rick, enough is enough. How could there have been a body in that closet one minute and not the next? Where did it go and why?
Well, how the devil should I know? She saw it, screamed, I ran back, opened the closet, and it was gone.
Oh, great.
Now, come on. I want a better look at that closet.
Is it, sir? But I don't know anyone. Well, just
looks
a minute,
all right.
please. I'll be right out.
Wonder how it sounds.
Use your gun butter.
Now then, Angus.
Yeah.
You say I have a visitor? Aye, Mr. DeConnell. It's the Mistress McConaughey.
Yeah, this is it. But where's the latch? Must be some way to open this section.
Try those hooks.
Yeah. No, not them.
People shy clear of
Maybe this rack.
Where is that?
I don't know. Secret room, just like in the movies.
Young Moffat.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. We found the corpse, Walt.
Never found.
And how he disappeared so fast.
Oh, some mess. Blood all over him.
Walt, hey, this is no corpse.
What? Oh, now, don't start that.
No? Well, look at it closer, Walt. It's a dummy.
It is. Wax dummy with blood smeared on it.
No wonder I wasn't meant to see it.
This is it. I'm getting out of this crazy house. Corpses that talk, corpses that aren't corpses. I've had enough. This is just plain ridiculous.
Now, wait, Walt. Someone planted this dummy, and someone is trying to scare Mrs. Bates out of this house.
I'm not
that same someone is in this house right now, and if he isn't stopped, it may mean her murder.
Please, Very well, young lady. I'll dress and we'll be with you in a moment. I'll do everything I can.
How are you feeling, Julia?
In just a matter of minutes, I rejoined
We
her.
found the body, Julia.
Together we started on
dummy.
our trip to the castle.
Well, then
10 miles
there
inland.
wasn't any murdered man?
No, this whole thing is a bluff, even that voice in the cellar.
Oh, no, that couldn't be. That was Warner's voice, Rick. I know it was. And he's not in his coffin.
I know, baby, and I think that's all phony, too. Now, tell me, who knew that only key in the coffin business?
But just myself. And Mr. Anderson.
Anderson?
Oh, that's right. You remember, he was Warner's lawyer.
Oh, yeah. How about Kane? Did he know of the key?
If I didn't know that the
Ricky
hounds
may
of the
have Warner
Baskervilles
confided
were purely
in him a great
fiction,
deal.
I
Rick,
would
this isn't
almost-
getting us any place. Come with me. Otis, you stay with Mrs. Bates.
All right, Walt. What are you going to do, grill the dummy?
Go ahead. Be funny. But I want to search this whole house.
Oh, Walt, this place is a nut house full of secret rooms and hocus pocus. It'll take 2 maps and a Ouija board to get around it.
Well, I'm going to get around it. And up these stairs is as good a place as any to
You
start.
make one false step. And then as you try to lift one foot, you get caught.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, stairs that lead to a blank wall. Rick, that's too much.
Now, would you stop playing games?
Playing games, he says. Oh, where is my bicarbonate?
Here you are, Lieutenant. Sorry
Oh,
to
no,
be
he
late.
knows the way.
Where's the thunder, Kane? You missed your
Heaven
cue.
help the stranger who walks the moors alone.
Will there be anything else, sir?
I don't see how, sir. Not unless Frankenstein drops in for a game of jacks.
I doubt if he will. Tonight it's at his house, so I'll be on hand if you need.
Yes, I agree.
We won't. Go on back to your embalming. Come on, Walt. You feeling okay?
Oh, I'll never feel okay again. Rick, I've stood for your getting me mixed up in some crazy cases, but this night I'll never forgive.
Don't quit on me now, Walt. We still have to find that spook and keep Julia from being killed.
How? Please, tell me how.
Look, he said he was going to appear at 9 o'clock tonight to take her to the spirit world with him.
Yeah, well, I'll get a squad down here to see that he doesn't.
No, Walt, wait. You'll never show up if we're all hanging around, right?
Well, yeah.
The only way we can catch the ghost is for him to show up, right?
Yeah, go on. So what do we do?
So we pretend to leave. Make a big fuss about giving the whole thing up.
Look over there.
Then we sneak back in and
looks like a
hide.
blue
We wait and
haze
see if he
coming out
shows
of
up,
the
and
fog. You see it?
when he
Yes,
said he
we
would,
can
and if
hear
he
the
does,
coffins
we
still
nab
hum.
it. Case closed.
That light has been
It sounds
glowing
screwy, but to wind this case up, I'll buy anything. Where do we hide?
We'll get Julia to wait in the living room. We'll sneak back and hide in that secret room behind the closet. If the ghost shows, we can grab him as soon as he gives himself away. And I think he'll show.
Of course, sir. It's common knowledge. You see, it happened 5 years ago. This is much anybody knows. Moffat and I had adjoining bedrooms.
After getting
Sometime
Julia to
around
agree to
1
the
o'clock in
idea,
morning,
Walt, Otis, and I made a big thing about leaving the house. Then we sneaked back in and hid in the secret room back of the living room closet. The closet door was open enough so we could see Julia pretending to read on the couch. And for the next few centuries, we waited. Waited for a dead man to keep a date. What time is it, Rick? It's 2 minutes to 9. He's going to show it. Won't be long.
Why are you screaming?
Hey, you think a dead man really can come back to life?
If you don't shut up, Otis, I'll give you a personal chance to try.
Off it.
I wish he'd hurry.
Yeah. Well, it's just time now. I hope Julia plays her part okay. She looks pretty nervous.
No, why would she be nervous? She's only waiting for a dead man.
A phony dead man, Walt, I hope.
Now, don't you start believing in ghosts. You know there aren't any such things. Rick, the lights went out.
Listen.
I told you I would come for you, Julia. 9 o'clock.
Oh, Warner, please don't take me out. I don't want to die.
Rick, that's him. Wait a minute, Walt.
And if you can find my hand, I'll help you down.
I am your husband.
Yes, I know you, Warner.
You must leave this house, Julia.
No.
Come on, Walt.
Right. And Otis, be quiet. Oh, I will. I know enough not to make any noise.
What was that?
Rick, hurry!
Come on, let's grab him. We all took off after the ghost. It led us on the screwiest chase yet. In and out of the secret passages, upstairs, and then back downstairs again. Trying to lay hands on him was like trying to swat a fly with a piece of string. He finally made a break for the outside door. Then, not to be outdone, I made like a big athlete.
Moffat McClanahan is the last of the great line.
Hey, that was a pretty nifty tackle, Simon.
Rick, think you okay? Yeah. As soon as I get this hood off, I'm going to have a few words with this spook. There.
Walter, tell me what I can do.
Cold. Otis, bring Mrs. Bates in here. Come on, you. Wake up. Who is he? I don't know. Come on, wake up. Before I make a real ghost out of you.
Okay, don't hit me anymore, please.
Here she is, Lieutenant. Mrs. Bates, do you know who this man is?
Why, it's Warner's lawyer, Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate.
Sure, baby, had to be. All right, Buster, what's the story?
I always thought that my son was a barrier to my marriage.
All right. It was the money. If I could get Julia to break the will, I had a dummy charity set up so I could get the estate.
He's all yours, Walt. Wrap him up. It'll be a pleasure. Otis, put the cuffs on. Take him out of here.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Come on,
all of my love and affection.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, what about Kane? He must have known about all this.
Of course I knew, Lieutenant, but I did not wish to intrude. Those who interfere with the dead pay their own penalty.
Lose their haunting license?
I'll be particularly careful.
Nothing. Oh, sir, my cake is done. Would you like some? It's devil's food.
No, thanks. I'll skip it.
With nuts.
Julia, walk me to the door.
Of course, Rick.
I'll leave you with Kane, Walt. Tell him a ghost story. Feeling all right, baby?
Oh, yes, much better. I'm fine now that I know there's nothing to be afraid of. Tomorrow I'll be moving into an apartment.
Well, if I can't find the guilty one in my
Will you
lifetime,
come and see me? We have
Mr. O'Connell,
things to talk
I
over.
swear I'll
Like
do
what?
it from my grave.
Like sharing a mood. Just the two of us?
Oh, yes. One moment, please.
With that, she reached up and showed me what she meant with a big
Come
smoochie.
in.
I'd have probably stuck around, but I was afraid the house would be too disturbing. I wouldn't have
morning.
minded having to get up to chase the bats out of the room, but with Kane showing up every time I wanted something, well, that
yes,
could have
Mr.
led to
Wilson.
complications.
So Walter mentioned you.
So I left Walt and Otis to clean things up, bid a not too fond farewell to Kane, and went from the house of horror to the one that was full of redhead and a piano. The redhead was wearing a red dress with a new, you know what I mean.
What?
How
You
is
think you were going to make it?
Had a tough case tonight, honey. Thought I might not get away at all.
I'll bet you did.
Why, Helen, baby, all of a sudden you sound suspicious.
Without any effort,
Miss
darling.
Wilson, this
Especially when
afternoon,
it comes
if
to
your
blondes.
Blonde?
I wish
You
you'd
mean
show me
girl?
around the neighborhood.
Girls.
You see,
Blonde girls
I'd like
with
to see
hair
the
like
bog.
this on your lapel.
Oh.
And the lipstick on your cheek and the look in your eyes.
Oh, you know how it is, honey. Brilliant detective saves client's life and fortune. She had to be grateful.
Brilliant detective. Keep on making me so jealous of you, and one of these days the world is going to lose a brilliant detective.
No. Someone going to rub out Sam's face?
That's why Master
What's the use?
Oh, now, baby, don't be mad.
He died in the box.
No. I'm upset and I'm unhappy.
If I sing, will you be happy again?
What makes you think so, Miss Pearson?
I'll try.
I know.
I'll sing my riddled head off.
I saw footmarks leading right up to the bog.
I need your love so badly. I love you oh so madly. But I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you.
I could see where the poor squelched down into the edge of the bog.
But you have
I thought at last I'd found you. But other loves surround you. And I don't stand a ghost of a chance with you.
They were there by the bog, waiting.
If you'll surrender just for a tender kiss or two,
He's dead.
you might discover that I'm the lover meant for you. And
The death of Sir Walter McClanahan made it necessary for me to start
what's the
out
good of scheming?
carry out the plan that we had worked out.
I know I must
that I could
be
have the use of the
dreaming,
same horse and carriage. That had
but I don't stand a
At least I felt secure
ghost
knowing
of a chance.
that should I by chance be forced to return after sundown, the horse would bring me back safely. Arriving in Perth, I went directly to the inn.
Do we neck?
No. No, it's still early enough to catch a late show.
Well, if I take it to the show...
Out in the moor.
The moors were terrifying, Angus.
Okay. What's the show you want to see?
Oh, it's a wonderful horror picture full of spooks. The ghost talk.
Oh, no.
For the rest of this
They've been waiting for years to get that castle. Aye, Mr. O'Connell, there's not a gentleman in the lot. There's bad blood in the McClanahan line. There is murderous blood, I call it.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gray. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul Freese, and Robert Clark. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC tomorrow? There's great comedy in store for you on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show when Phil and Frankie go shopping for Alice's Christmas present. And there's excellent drama on Theater Guild on the Air. Tomorrow, Richard Conte, Diana Lynn, and Shirley Booth will be starred in the Pulitzer Prize-winning play Street Scene on Theater Guild on the Air.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Case of the Sleepy Camel.
It was after dark as I started I gave the horse a free rein and hoped for the best. I thought of a lot of places
I was standing at the back end of the bar in my Cafe Tambourine during a lull after the lunch hour. A group of tourists lingered at a nearby table, their dragoman holding them spellbound with the usual double talk, his jaws flapping like a noose in the comp seat. I was trying to decide whether to relieve Chris at the bar, was up to my room, put on my favorite read of the St. Louis Blues, when a heated argument drew my attention. Chris was at the front door, having it out with a little leathery-faced native with sand in his beard. I stepped up, and then I saw why. There on the narrow sidewalk, completely blocking the entrance, lay a camel, sound asleep.
Well, I pondered.
Brought him here, now take him away.
Not yet, not until I find Jordan.
Move the camel first. Get it out of here.
Bring Jordan to me. Bring him at once.
Look, I ain't bringing nobody.
A little trouble, Chris?
Oh, Rocky. Maybe you better talk to this guy. Says his name's Yusuf.
Okay, Yusuf. How about moving your ship of the desert out of my doorway?
Well, I nodded.
You then are Jordan Bey. It is you I must see, Effendi.
After you move Sleeping Boy here.
It will not be easy, Effendi, but I shall make every effort to move him after you tell me what I shall do with them.
There's some more?
Yes, Mr. Jordan. 3 excellent camels, all in excellent condition, and all yours.
You made a mistake, Yusuf. I didn't order any camels. Now take them away.
Effendi, I will explain. These camels, Jordan Bey, are a gift from Ben Abanhar. You know him, of course.
What's that?
Ben Abanhar, the camel trader, lives up the Nile at Veneza.
The same. He sends them as a token of gratitude for a kind service you did for him some months ago.
Why camels?
Huh? Is there a greater gift, Effendi?
The way you figure it, I guess not, Yusuf.
Mr. Jordan, surely you would not dare refuse this token of esteem from Ben Abanhar.
Hey, he's got something there, Rock.
Hey, you're right, Chris.
You don't turn down a gift from a native chieftain if you want to stay in business in Cairo.
Yeah. Okay, Yusuf, please convey my thanks to Abanhar.
You are most wise, Effendi. May I suggest they be taken to the camel stalls run by Ahmed Abu near the bazaar?
Why there?
He will give them the best of care.
Okay. Now move this flea bag out of the door before I have to fumigate the tambourine.
At once, Effendi.
Come on, what's the matter?
It is very strange, Effendi. The other 2, they are all right. But this one has gone to sleep all day. He walks like a drunken man.
Well, he can't sleep here. Come on, get up. Up on your feet. Help us, Chris.
Sure, Rocky. Wake up, Humpy. Move it.
There he goes. Now, keep him on his feet. Get them all out of here.
At once, Effendi. At once.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hey, careful with that camera.
No, it's all right. It's a picture.
I told you, lady.
Stop at the eye. It is
It's
even.
only a camera. It won't hurt you.
You say Mashallah. Quick.
Say what?
Mashallah, say it.
Very well. Mashallah.
Take it from her. It is even.
Okay, Yusuf. She said Mashallah. Now, Uskut, come on, run along.
Can't imagine.
Some fellows are waiting at the bar, Chris.
Okay, I'll get across.
Mr. Jordan, I'm afraid I was a trifle stupid.
Don't think nothing of it. You're new in Cairo, aren't you?
Yes, just one of the tourists.
Well, it's a lot cooler inside.
Oh, thank you.
The natives around here are a little touchy about having their pictures taken.
But why mashallah?
It means Allah be praised, something like that. Wards off the evil eye.
Oh, so that's it. I'm learning something every day. You're an American, aren't you?
Yep, St. Louis.
I heard that funny little fellow say the camels were yours. What will you do with them?
Well, they say camel milk goes good with brandy.
I shouldn't have asked.
I was trapped.
Have a drink, Miss...
Conway. Claire Conway, Mr. Jordan.
The invitation still stands, Miss Conway.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My party's gone ahead. I mustn't lose it.
Some other time, then.
I hope so. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jordan. I'll try not to make any more mistakes. Goodbye.
Claire Conway nestled the camera under her arm like a family heirloom and breezed out. I watched her hurry down the street and suddenly realized that my general opinion of tourists had gone up about 500%. When I turned back inside, he was waiting for me, more dressed for London than Cairo, immaculate to the tips of his mustache.
Mr. Jordan, I believe.
Yeah?
I'm J.P. Meadows, Manchester, England.
If you're looking for the tourist party, they're probably down by the mosque.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I happened to be a witness to the scene out here a few moments ago with the camels.
We try to keep our guests entertained.
Of course. Mr. Jordan, I have a proposition which might solve both our problems. Shall we step into your office?
Let's sit down out here.
Yes, thank you. Cigar, Mr. Jordan?
No, thanks.
Gibraltar's my favorite brand. I was fortunate to find them at the Continental Savoy.
About this proposition, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, of course. Mr. Jordan, I am with the Manchester Zoological Gardens, Manchester, England.
You're a long way from home.
My mission to Africa is to acquire a number of animals.
Like camels?
Quite right. You, never smoke cigars, Mr. Jordan?
Look, why come to me? Or do you get most of your animals from cafe owners?
What use as a cafe owner with camels, Mr. Jordan? I will be frank. It occurred to me that you might let them go very cheaply.
What did you say you wanted with him?
For the zoo, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to say £20 for the 3.
Well, I'll toss the idea around.
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry, but I have little time.
Why the rush?
I am anxious to go into the interior of Africa as soon as possible for other specimens. So
there's just one hitch, Meadows. Those camels happen to be a gift from a native friend of mine up the Nile. Folks are serious about gifts around here. So whether I want to or not, I'll have to hang on to them for a little while.
I quite understand. How long would you say?
Oh, a week or so, maybe.
Then perhaps we could consummate the deal now for delivery at a later date.
That's possible.
Excellent. I will bring the money and bill of sale to the Tambourine at 9 o'clock tonight.
You are in a hurry.
You will be waiting?
I'll be here, Meadows. Looks like you've got yourself 3 camels. Meadows had moved in just a little too fast for my money. But the way I felt about camels, he could have them for half that price and welcome. Just the same, I decided to have a look at my 3 handsome gifts from Ben Har. It was already dark, and the bazaar was folding up for the night as I crossed it on my way to find the camel stalls run by Ahmed Abu. When I got within a couple of blocks, I didn't need a compass to guide me the rest of the way. The heavy darkness inside was broken only by a bright ray of moonlight from a side window. Ahmed sat dozing at the big open door. I stepped inside, scouting around for my little caravan. All camels looked the same to me. I was about to go back and wake up Ahmed when a nervous shadow moved out from somewhere.
Oh, it is you, Sultan Bey.
You've got cat eyes, Yusuf. What are you doing here?
I was looking to the comfort of your camels, Effendi.
Isn't that Ahmed Abu's job now?
Sultan Bey, it is most urgent that I speak with you.
Why, here. You know where to find me.
It is about that sleepy one.
Yeah, I've been wondering why my good friend Ben Har would send me a bum camel as a gift.
Effendi, you must believe me. I am only an humble camel driver. I was employed only to deliver these 3 to you.
What about it?
Camels are brought to Cairo for many reasons.
Sure.
I must warn you. Get rid of that sleepy one.
You want to buy him?
No, it is not for me. It's what are you getting at, Effendi? Have you not heard it said that some camels are worth more dead than alive?
All of them are for my money.
It is possible I am wrong, but come, Sultan Bey. I will show you something.
Look, Yusuf, just tell me what's on your mind.
Quickly, back in this store.
Yusuf faded, and I turned to grope my way after him. I took 2 steps, and then it happened. Like the tap of a pile driver right behind my right ear. The blackness dived in on me. I was out before I hit the stable floor.
You may add one of you is a murderer. One of you is responsible for the death of my own beloved.
Assorted hammers were working on my head when I finally sat up. I tested my legs, ready for more trouble. Except for the grunts of a camel or 2, there was no sound. But I had the feeling that someone was staring at me. He was, only he couldn't see me. Propped up against a post there in the ray of moonlight sat the little camel driver, Yusuf. A knife in his back.
You are listening to The Case of the Sleepy Camel, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Yes.
With Joan Fontaine and James Stewart, the original stars, CBS Radio Theater presents Monday night for the first time on the air an adaptation of You Gotta Stay Happy. Presented by radio's favorite dramatic program, You Gotta Stay Happy is sure to have all the flavor of the delightful screen version of this romantic comedy hit. Remember, Joan Fontaine and James Stewart on Radio Theater at 6 Pacific Standard Time, Monday evening on CBS. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the case of the Sleepy Camel.
And stop.
Lots of things happen in Cairo, so I wasn't too surprised when the little driver Yusuf showed up at the front door of the Tambourine with 3 camels. Gifts from my good friend Ben Har. Some other people were more interested than I was, including a lady tourist named Claire Conway and a man from the Manchester, England Zoo named J.P. Meadows. When Meadows offered a price for the camels, I kept him on the hook and decided to check a little. When I went to the camel stalls to have a last look at my 3 pets, Yusuf was there. In quick order, stopped a sap over the right ear, and Yusuf stopped a knife. It didn't take Sam Savaya of the Cairo police long to move in.
Jordan, what are you doing here?
You mind taking that flashlight out of my eye, Sam?
Jordan, you are hurt. What happened to you?
I can't tell you. I wasn't looking.
Obviously, I've bumped instrument, was you?
You're improving, Sam. How about swinging your light over to little Yusuf? There.
So this is the victim.
Draw your own conclusions. You can't answer questions.
So now here again is...
What brought you here, Sam?
A murder was reported by Ahmed Abu, the keeper of these stalls, I believe.
When I left
Jordan, who did you say this was?
His name was Yusuf. Camel driver.
And what is your connection with this affair?
That's what I'm wondering, Sam. Yusuf delivered these 3 camels to me this afternoon.
Camels? To you, Jordan?
Another gift from a friend. Just dropped down here to have a look at them.
Very conveniently, I would say.
Look, Sam, you can't think I knifed you.
No, certainly not. Besides, we have the man who did. A man who called himself Kavak. He was waiting for us at the front door. He confessed to the killing.
Just like that?
He says it was self-defense.
I always like to meet guys who sat me in dark places. Think it can be arranged, Sam?
Of course, Jordan. He was taken to headquarters.
Let's go.
At once. And let us hope that you can learn more from him than we did.
By this time, the excitement in the stables had all the camels on their feet, except one of mine who slept peacefully through it all. Sam instructed one of his boys to take care of Yusuf, and we went down to headquarters. Sam had the prisoner named Kavak brought to his office. Kavak didn't need a 3rd degree.
What do you want, Duncan? I told you I'd kill him. I would kill him.
Enough, Kavak.
But he would also lose the love of his...
Mr. Jordan here wants to ask you a few things.
Who is this Inglesi? I do not know him.
Next time, introduce yourself before you knock people in the head.
It was dark. I was there to kill Yusuf.
Why?
He threatened me. We fought when he drew a knife and took it from him. I killed him.
But I was there. There wasn't any fight. You're not making sense, Kavak.
Why do you torment me now?
Strange Wills is written by Tim Pepin and produced by Albert Ayler. This is a television feature produced in Hollywood.
Okay, let's forget about dogs now and talk about camels.
Camels, Jordan? What is this?
I don't know, Sam. But the minute Yusuf drove those 3 drooling camels up to my door this afternoon, something smelled phony.
Naturally, Jordan. But at the moment, I'm inclined to believe this man's story.
What story, Sam? Kavak hasn't explained anything.
There is a witness. One moment, please. Sergeant Greco, send in Ahmed Abu.
At once, Captain Sabaya. Ahmed Abu, Sam?
Yes. The keeper of the store. He knows much of this business.
He's a guy I want to see.
With Howard Culver and an all-star Hollywood cast. Original music by Del Castillo.
Captain Sabaya? Yes, sir. This is Rocky Jordan of the Cafe Tambor. Effendi? It is he who was slugged at your place incident to the killing of Yusuf.
Oh, I trust that the Affranti is not seriously harmed.
Only my pride, Ahmed. Let's have it.
Tell Jordan what you know of Yusuf and this Kavak.
Well, as I told you, Sabaya Bey, I myself heard Yusuf threaten Kavak with a knife many times. Kavak was in constant fear for his life.
What was the basis of their dispute?
It was a personal affair.
Wait a minute. What did you see tonight?
I saw nothing. I heard sharp words in the stable. I went back and found Yusuf dead. Kavak was there.
But you didn't see the fight?
Fendi, Kavak has confessed. What more do you want?
Sure.
Enough of this. I killed him. That's a dog. And a dog I would kill him.
Kavak, you will please keep quiet.
I would cut out his liver. His insults I could not stand always. He threatened me with a knife.
Be quiet.
What Kavak says is...
That's Yusuf. That boy is insult.
You see, it was self-defense. Kavak was always in danger.
Yusuf wanted to tell me something about these camels. What was it?
How should I know? It was his life or mine. He threatened me once too often. I took his knife and was crying.
Jordan, where are you going?
Any place but here, Sam.
No, you...
I killed that man.
And now, Madman's Diary, with Warren Williams as John Francis O'Connor.
Getting any more sense out of those 2 banshees was like getting a statement from the Sphinx. Besides, their act was too fast. I was sure now those camels held the answer. Yusuf wanted to tell me, so now he was dead.
For court, please.
A certain Mr. Meadows was a bit too anxious to get my camels. Then I remembered my date with him at the tambourine. I found him waiting in my office, seated behind my desk. He was unwrapping another cigar.
Lucifer Nikolai,
Gordon, there you
left the last
I see I'm not too late, Meadows.
I
didn't want to rush you, Mr. Gordon. You didn't. I was delayed by a blackjack. The fact of it is, I was a little later myself.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've been busy, too? Well, let's get on with it. I have the money here, £20. I believe that was the figure. Yeah. Now, I believe this bill of sale is in order. You will note that it is made out to the Manchester.
Has no heirs.
Everything's in order, is it?
He left his diary in his own words.
Of course.
A world of fools and skeptics.
Mr. Meadows, got a change of heart.
Diary,
Like
Mr. O'Connor?
No sale.
Unfortunately, I have.
Perhaps I was a little unfair in my offer. Very well. Let's make it £30. Not selling. Why not, Mr. Jordan? Well, let's just say I like camels.
This much I can say, however.
Look, Meadows, why don't you tell me exactly where you want my camel? I thought I had explained. I am purchaser for the zoological gardens of the city of Manchester. The real reason.
As the king.
Mr. Jordan, your attitude is most strange. I get that way every time I'm found with a dead body. And when people start slapping me around, I'm sure I don't.
I would like to read the diary of the late Professor Nikolai.
Guy just went out. Mr. Jordan, I believe I explained to you that my time is limited. Goes limited. Yeah. £40. That is my last order. Go down to the auction tomorrow. You can pick up a dozen for that price. As you wish, Mr. Jordan. You may contact me when you change your mind. Think I will? It is possible. That's very soon.
1941.
Camels are
His
not
first
for
entry
you, Mr.
reads as follows.
Especially the ones you want. You'll find me at King George Hotel. I'll be waiting.
For the last 10 years, I have been preparing myself for this, the greatest scientific
Meadows
experiment
turned
the
and
world
moved
has
out
ever
without
known.
stopping to light up. I was getting sore about a lot of things. One of them was Ben Oppenheimer, who had dumped those flea-bitten camels in my lap. I'd taken a trip up the Nile to his place about a year before. I got the impression he was a pretty nice guy. I don't like to see my hunches go wrong. I picked up a phone directory and ran down the classifieds, and I found a familiar name, Joe Archimedes, the auctioneer who operated down at the Camel Barn. He might help.
It is possible for science to make the mind travel at a faster rate of speed. It can catch up.
Hello, Archie. It's Rocky Jordan.
Which has been present since the very creation of life. The dark ages of history
I wouldn't bring much.
And man's concept of life shall be shaken
you know a
into
camel
its very
trader named Ben
foundation.
Oppenheimer?
For 10 years I have been experimenting with electrical impulses that will separate the mind from the body
Listen, Archie.
and direct it at incredible speeds into the shadowland of the past.
On the side of course. Everyone was most satisfied, including the wife.
Archie, has Ben Arbin sent you any camels lately?
Oh, no, Rocky, not for a long time. No, did you know?
No, what?
Ben Arbin retired 6 months ago. He found him in Casablanca.
Oh, yes, sir.
What do you know?
Nothing much. Think it over about the tambourine, Rocky.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So long, Archie.
And I like to imagine that.
I wasn't surprised much. Somebody was using Ben Oppenheimer's good name to hook me in, and I didn't like that.
Once I
At least
imagined
it
that
gave me
I visited the
confidence in
moon.
my next hunch.
And then when I read
I hunted up a
25 leagues
flashlight,
under the sea,
set for a
I was
return
so
engagement at Ahmed Abu's stable to do some scratching around. I didn't see anything of Ahmed, so I moved on in.
Beautiful moon.
I played the light along the stalls and around the barn. A fresh scattering of straw covered the place where Yusuf had died. My camels were still in their stalls. I kicked. Two protested, but finally got up. The other stayed where he was, slowly chewing away in his sleep. Even when I pulled back his eyelids, he didn't move. Then I switched off my light quick. Somebody was in the next stall. I backed against the wall, and a figure darted out toward the front. I was after it. What are you doing here? Come on, let's have it. No, not yet. Oh, so it's a dame. Let's have a look, lady.
Are you in the habit of slapping women around?
When they toss me in with murder, I don't draw the line.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait a minute. That face is familiar. Yeah, we met at the Tambourine this afternoon.
Why, Rocky Jordan.
I remember the name, too. Claire Conway. She got lost from your party again.
You let me go.
Stick around, Miss Conway. I want to know what there is about my camels that interests you so much.
You're beginning to sound ridiculous.
Oh, am I?
Into Shadowland.
How does a female tourist wind up in a camel stable this time of night?
That's my business.
Just who are you, Miss Conway? What do you want here?
I can't tell you.
Maybe you'd like me to tell you.
What do you mean? To rest her nerves.
On over here.
She takes off on her
something to show you.
I do not want her to go too far.
Mr. Jordan.
Huh?
Hold me back to the Middle Ages.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
I think so.
Back to the Middle
Take a look at my prize camel. He doesn't want to wake up.
Is that unusual?
Maybe. He was too sleepy in front of my cafe this afternoon. When we got him up, he walked like he was drunk.
What about it?
I should have gotten wise right then. He wasn't drunk, he was doped. Narcotics, Miss Conway.
Oh, why would anyone feed dope to a camel?
Smuggling narcotics in a camel's stomach is nothing new. They force the camels to swallow little pouches filled with the stuff. Might have worked this time, only one of the pouches broke open. My sleeping boy here got a good case of bad dreams.
Mr. Jordan, wouldn't you be wise to let sleeping camels lie?
I don't get the joke.
Perhaps it is time I told you who I am.
That would help.
I happen to be a narcotics agent for the British Crown.
Yeah?
The authorities know I'm here. So I suggest that you not try anything desperate.
Why should I?
You apparently have forgotten one thing, Mr. Jordan. These 3 camels which are being used to run narcotics belong to you.
Where am I going?
Going back to the early Middle Ages, I guess.
To the early Middle Ages? Well, how can I go there?
You are listening to the case of the Sleepy Camel, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Following You Gotta Stay Happy with Joan Fontaine, James Stewart on Monday night's Radio Theater, you'll want to stay tuned for some of the best comedy on the air, My Friend Irma. No, you won't find Irma a bit smarter when you hear her Monday night at 7, but you will find that she's every bit as funny. Yes, there are those who call her hilarious. So if you want to laugh, hear My Friend Irma following Radio Theater Monday night at 7.
Looks just like a picture of an electric chair I once in a newspaper.
And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the case of the Sleepy Camel.
Recreate even down to the minutest detail the events of the past.
But how will I...
Of the dynamo.
They say camels are dumb animals, but they can get you into lots of trouble. Especially when they come loaded with smuggled narcotics, and they have a pink slip on them bearing your name. Then the dame I slapped around there in the camel stables turned out to be a British narcotics agent with a gun under her coat to back her up. Well, I've been in Cairo long enough for them to know I don't run this stuff, and I let her know. But British dames take a lot of coaxing, so I started to bring her up to date.
Well, what about it, Mr. Jordan?
All right.
Do you have an explanation?
Well, there are lots of them.
I'm listening.
Supposing a smuggling ring wants to get these camels with the dope into Cairo. But they have an idea the agents are waiting for them.
Go on.
Now put yourself in their place. What would you do?
I'm sure I don't know.
You might pick out somebody in Cairo who's got a pretty good reputation for leveling.
Like you?
Maybe. Then you might deliver the hot camels to this person. That would take the heat off them. The agents would be looking someplace else for the stuff.
And then what happens?
Then, very casually, somebody steps up and offers to buy the camels. It becomes a legitimate sale. I was just being used to keep the camels in cold storage for a while.
Well, that's an interesting theory.
It's better than that. 1,200. There's a guy who's been trying to buy these camels from me all day.
Oh, who is he?
Calls himself J.P. Meadows. He's the one you're after.
Where can I find him?
Stick to me, lady, and we'll both find him.
Very well, Mr. Jordan. Shall we go?
We left the barn and moved out into the Cairo streets. It was closing in on midnight, and they were empty. Where are you? J.P. Meadows lived in a small hotel called the King George in the English Quarter, a crumpet's throw from the Esbekia Gardens. His apartment was down the end of a hall, and a light shone under the door. Claire and I didn't stop to knock. We found him on a sofa, draped in a silk smoking jacket, unwrapping a cigar. When he saw us, a question mark covered his face.
Well, you've come sooner than I expected.
Yeah, it surprised me, too.
Who's the charming young lady? We haven't met.
You will.
His face is covered with a...
Meadows had stood up, then he began to move slowly toward a desk. He got halfway to the desk. That's when Claire stopped him by pulling a gun.
He's riding up...
My name's Claire Conway. We've been just missing each other for some time now.
Yes, we have.
So you're the man from the Manchester Zoo who is in Cairo to buy camels.
Well, at least that's what I told Jordan. Don't blame him if he believed me. I'm such a good liar.
He didn't.
And I'm not the liar I thought I was.
Apparently not.
Who did you tell him you were, Miss Conway?
A British narcotics officer.
Shining armor beside their steed.
Is she a good liar, Jordan?
No better than you. Figures you're the narcotics officer, and she's the one who was supposed to collect the shipment of stuff.
And how did you arrive at that, Mr. Jordan?
I met Abu, the stable owner who knows Kavak killed Yusuf because he got wise, tried to get him off on a self-defense angle.
And what does that prove?
Nothing. But it tells me Ahmed's a
Then,
phony.
my lord,
And so are you, because you're working together. You see, he's been following us ever since we left the barn to make sure I didn't try to relieve you of your gun.
Oh, thou jokest, Guinevere.
Let's make it a foursome, lady.
Thy tongue doth
Call
wag
him
in a
Why
manner
not?
uncontrolled.
Come in,
By
Ahmed.
my yellow beard, I swear that the seat of Charles of Melton will feel the
Well, Meadows,
greensward in the very
you wanted to
first
pay me
rush.
20 pounds for the camel.
Yes, I figured if I had them, the runners would have to come to me, and I would be able to find out who they were.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sell you something you want more for the same price.
What's that?
Miss Conway.
You forget, old man, she's got the gun.
Half price, then.
That's a very tempting offer.
All right, chatterboxes, your fun's over. Now, both of you over to the wall. Ahmed, if necessary, use your knife.
I am never without it.
Now, you've got a choice. From my gun or from Ahmed's knife.
I don't think you want to kill us, Claire. Ahmed might object.
Ahmed does not object, Effendi.
Oh, I just thought you might. You see, Buster, if she knocks us off, she's got to do the same to you.
Huh?
Don't listen to him, Ahmed.
It figures you may do a little talking at the wrong time.
Victory is
Trying
now a
hard,
certainty.
Ahmed. Don't fall for it.
Just give it a little think, Buster. It's a lot safer for her if you're dead.
I shall return the feast upon that money.
Perhaps it would
Farewell,
be wiser,
Guinevere.
Miss Conway, if I held your gun.
Don't be a fool,
Yes,
Ahmed.
beloved.
Give it to me, Miss Conway.
Ahmed.
my lips in eager readiness.
All right, I'll give it to
Whether it
you.
be victory or defeat.
She threw 3 slugs at Ahmed's middle, and he twisted up like a piece of wet newspaper. Then he straightened and stumbled forward. He made a grab for Claire, and her finger worked again. That's all that was needed. Both Meadows and I moved, and it turned out to be a football practice with Claire, the dummy. There was a lot of noise for a while, and her language got real colorful. When it was over, Ahmed was hugging the floor. Meadows was doing likewise to her gun. And I ended up with Claire.
First time since creation.
It was a nice arrangement.
We know how to pierce the veil of shadow.
All right, Rocky.
All the
I've got her
secrets of the
covered.
past lies.
Well,
I shall show
I
these
suppose you
idiots
two are quite
what
proud
a
of yourself.
mastermind can do.
2 big men against
Yes.
1 woman.
Yeah, that's Cairo, lady. Shortage of good-looking dames.
Then why are we working against each other? We go awfully well together, Rocky.
Sorry, baby. You're already dated. With homicide.
Madman's Diary in just a moment. But first, a brief message from your announcer.
It's CBS at the same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role. Tonight's script by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman was based on a story by Andrew Vittar, TWA flyer and writer of Cairo, Egypt. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Milton Charles. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price.
With Warren Williams as John Francis O'Connor.
The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as
Everything is ready
The
for this
Saint.
new experiment. Alice is resting.
Taxi!
And has regained the
Taxi!
youthful appearance which she lost after her last
4500 Sutter, please.
withstand the rigor.
It's kind of late, ain't it? Yes, it is.
At 4 o'clock, she comes into my
Comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order... 4500 Sutter,
and a
please.
strange look in her eyes that bothers
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you know. Driver. But, yeah?
only
Of all
of
the
her
cabs in
experiences
San
in the
Francisco,
mystic
most of them
realm of
operated by
Shadowland.
drivers who mind their own business. Why did I have to get your cab? Well, I like. Who are you going to see at 4500? My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year That's was... all right. Evading the question, huh? I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley. Clarence Quigley?
Clarence
You're going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley Look, about... he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now, no temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
That's in Egypt, isn't it,
So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Would you think I would soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
Years ago, think of it. You shall actually witness the building of
As one man of the world for another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
How wonderful.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
Close your eyes.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
No one has ever visited.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
very carefully.
Saw you, and then the name came to
Now
me,
the
so
shock.
I
who is Ellsworth?
Your mind is
I don't know.
freed from your
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
That
but...
isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No.
What is it?
See, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
I can't stop it.
What I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated like, I'm taking you and a lady right back to where you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Temple.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my head?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from
He
home.
looks like an ape.
Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Is that?
Thank you.
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley. I think tonight he's a fella and he's a friend.
He hit something. I need one, too. He's hiding behind a large fern. There's a strange creature coming out of the swamp. It looks like a snake, but it has fat, short legs.
There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
This ape man. Its tail is huge. I'm so afraid. So long I can't see all of it.
Quiet now. Let's take a look at your back.
Side to side, knocking over plants and trees.
Usual odds and ends, and they're compact. Initials.
Red, terrifying.
DM, does that suggest anything?
DM? No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Saturday.
You're well dressed, contacts gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
Your phone?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. Hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray. Thanks, I'll hold on.
Maybe they know about it. Oh,
What's the matter?
Oh, he's touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here.
He has his huge feet on the ape man's body.
Yeah, bruised the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia.
He's on his feet.
Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What?
He touches it with his foot.
Oh, you're looking for her, too.
The creatures.
Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? I see. I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yes, I see.
Because I've been reported missing.
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact. You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Well, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Alice, just a few
Shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decision.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
I must write quickly in
I
order
need
for
help,
posterity and
too,
science will know what is taking place.
You see, what's
and that I
so
have
terrible
succeeded in
about
this,
it all
the
is
greatest
that
scientific experiment
I
of
don't
all
remember
time.
anything at
I
all,
have
so
rediscovered the past.
I can't even say I
control
didn't
the
murder
future.
anyone.
The world is mine. Oh, it can't be. Alice, stay there. Don't break your straps. No, don't come near me. I'll save you. No, Alice.
Hello.
No, you fool.
Hello.
The world is ours. We are masters of
It's
destiny.
been fun meeting you. Goodbye. Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door. I'm coming in.
All right. Hate to seem prying, but who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
Gloomy lady prophesying disaster,
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
The strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it, it's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound?
Well, to breach your confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore. If and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of her guardian's assassination.
Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere. At the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the gallant, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler.
Heavens.
The library.
Like a cyclone struck.
Dad, look.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want? I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Well, I'd better telephone the police.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now look here.
Isn't he trifling? Now look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy and...
No one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on it.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here. You have... I resent that.
Good. It's now on record that you resent it.
How about Walter?
Walter?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walter is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
It wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember. and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people.
And here again is Warren William as John Francis O'Connell.
Is there any doubt in your minds but what the late Professor Lucifer Nicolai was mad?
Dorothy?
There isn't any in mine.
Dorothy!
No, sir. Next week I have a story to tell you that to say is different, putting it mildly.
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out.
Well, our old prospector...
Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
We'll find out. Tinsley,
Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley.
This unusual story.
I'd like both of you in sight.
Emeralds come high.
If you insist.
Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
Robert Webster Light. Names, places, and events have been changed so that no reflection can fall on any person or persons, living or dead.
Although,
This
you know
is a
something?
Teloways feature
She must have killed the old man, Shriver, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
It's a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes a cop like me?
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Now, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
It wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Shriver home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore? Why?
Because I have
to winterize my car.
Coming through the
And
door.
now's the time to do it. Get the oil and grease changed,
Hello,
put in
Dorothy.
antifreeze,
I don't know
inspect the
exactly how
battery
I got
cable.
here. I don't recognize the place at all.
Right, Johnny Plug
Yet I
check.
shouldn't
The spark plugs are
Yes,
the very
you should,
heart
Miss
of your
Moore,
car's ignition
because this
system.
is where you
And
live.
when they're right, your
But I'm
chances
afraid
of
you're not
starting,
going to
even in
stay very
cold
long.
weather, are better than ever.
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Oh, do that, Senator, because he's the expert on cleaning and adjustment. And if replacements are needed, he'll recommend those world-famous ignition engineered all-night spark plugs, either standard or resistor type. To quickly learn the location of your
You
nearest
know, I
all-night spark
love
plug dealer,
police headquarters.
phone
They're
Western
so
Union,
romantic.
by number, and ask
Mary,
for operator 25.
how are you going to prove anything against
Remember,
that girl if she's
from
suffering
bumper to
total
tail
amnesia?
light,
By
you're
proving that her
always
amnesia is a
right
fake.
with Autolite.
How?
I have an alienist
And now,
coming over here to look at one of
Autolite
our
presents
guests.
transcribed
I'll have him see Miss Moore,
Frankenstein,
too.
starring
He's due
Mr.
any
Herbert
minute.
Marshall.
I'll go
and
get the girl
hoping
now.
once again to keep you in Suspense.
The other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. What's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one...
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Hello, Victor.
Hello, Mary.
Are you afraid of the dark?
Out in the garden, as usual.
No? You are not afraid because
Do you want me to
you
call
have
him?
little friends who come to you in the dark,
Well, all
perhaps,
right.
eh?
Tell him not to get too dirty.
Now,
We're
why are
supposed
you
to play
afraid of
croquet
the
with the
dark?
McDonald's
Oh, it's a long story.
When's Elizabeth coming home?
You know, you don't look at all well.
You'll both have to
I
come
don't
over
feel
for
so
dinner.
good either.
You should see a doctor.
See you later.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Hi. Oh, you're just in time to give me a hand.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Dow, I think his name.
Dow? He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
My pipe will be.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber house. A house where two people have died. A house very convenient of murder.
Now, we're friends, you know. You can speak to me. What's the matter? One of your patients died? You made a mistake? Perhaps it's worse. I'm not sure. Has it anything to do with Elizabeth going away?
Yes?
In a way, yes.
Oz, no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
My favorite place.
Dorothy's home?
You know, Victor, I think of most
She
of my
got here when?
sermons standing
10 minutes
here
ago,
looking
perhaps.
across the
Well,
valley.
we'll go to the library.
Lovely.
Yes, sir. She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on now. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire.
Get him down here, too.
That I will.
And Walter,
I've tried to figure it out myself.
you come back, too.
Sure.
Can't find the answer.
Having fun, Temper?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case.
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Oh, you flatter me.
I want you to...
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you wait.
Oh, I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray? Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walter?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone, yes, of course.
What have you done?
Oh, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said...
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you? Well, then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time,
I'm with Victor.
your hat was immaculate,
Listen, dear,
untouched.
I'm afraid we'll have to put off the McDonald's.
You're asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
What a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy, you didn't ask me how I could be so sure the killer hadn't done that business with your hat.
I don't.
You don't have to see this.
I'm so
thing.
sure
You don't
because
want to,
of
James.
Walter's statement.
Where is
Remember
it?
he saw
My
you
lad.
rush out immediately after the shot?
All right, you're smart, but you'll never stop me.
Perhaps not, but Walters, who's right behind you, will.
Oh, no, you
Say
can't
I
fool me.
believe
He wasn't
what
trying
you
to,
told
Miss
me,
Dorothy.
but, how do you know you
I
can
bet
make it live? I mean, is it anything more than galvanic action? You'll see.
You know, gentlemen, you knocked Miss Moore out with a bottle.
Yes, sir.
But you said you were going to
You
Canada.
misunderstood me,
Why
sir.
not?
I merely said I was going to get some Canada Dry. Now the bottle's ruined. That's too bad.
Yes.
Oh, never mind, Walters. No harm done. Inspector Murray, you'll take Miss Moore, and I'll take an old-fashioned.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat.
How do you know the dog
Think,
was dead?
and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe.
Ever since?
Send your contribution to CARE.
That's wrong.
C-A-R-E,
No, it's wrong.
New York.
You've got to stay,
This is
James.
Vincent Price
What are you
inviting
going
you to
do?
join us again next
Try
week
to
at the
bring it
same
to
time
life. I've got
for
to.
another exciting adventure
I've got
of the
to try.
Saint.
Then why
Good
did you
night.
come to me? I wanted to tell you. I have to tell someone you're my friend. I'm a minister. I preach and believe in the word of God. Do you want to see it? No. No, I don't, but I must.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Lou Vitties. Our cast included Peggy Weber, Ted Bonnells, Jerry Hausner, Tom Brown, and Daniel Hurley. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Bury it. Let it be a peace. Don't do it. Even if you can. And I tell you it's impossible. Don't even try. Do you realize what it would mean to me, to the world? Standing here with you, looking at that, it's easy to imagine anything. I don't want to. Put it to rest, Victor. Forget it. That's just it. I can't. Not until I find out, one way or the other. Which? What are you going to do? I'm sure it happened last night.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price.
This mustn't go on. You've got to stop, Monsieur. Not until I find out. Does Elizabeth know what you're doing? Why did you send her away? I didn't want her here when I made the
The
last
Saint,
test because you're
based on
ashamed. You know
characters
it's
created
wrong.
by
You know
Leslie
it's
Charter
think.
and known to
I'm not
millions from
ashamed.
books, magazines, and
I think
motion
I'm a little
pictures.
frightened at the
The Robin
incredible
Hood of
greatness
modern
of what I've
crime
done.
now comes transcribed for
It's bigger
radio,
than anything since the
starring
world
Hollywood's
began.
brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as
If you prove your point to me, will you
The
stop
Saint.
then? Will you destroy it? The
Templar.
formulas, whatever papers you
Mr.
have, destroy all of it, will you? I don't know.
Mr. Templar.
Noisy dreams.
You're not dreaming,
That's
Mr.
what you
Templar.
say. I'm alone in my bedroom. I'm in bed. It's
Oh,
dark.
but you're not alone. I'm here.
Go away.
I'm sorry.
If I
I
say
didn't
I
climb
believe
into your
you, Victor,
bedroom in the middle of the
you
night
don't have to
merely
be
to go
afraid.
away again.
What did you expect? A 21-gun salute?
I expect your
There's
attention.
enough of this stuff to stimulate a small
You
portion
can't
of its
see
brain.
me, can you?
I'm not
No,
afraid
I'd
of
be
it.
even happier if I couldn't
I'm
hear
afraid
you.
for us
But
all.
I can see you, however.
I've never
You're
preached
silhouetted
you,
against
Victor.
the window
You
behind
just
you.
left
That was
last
cunning
night.
of me.
It helps me aim the gun I'm pointing at you.
I'm so glad. I'd hate to have your aim suffer.
Please.
What do I do now? Get up, put the lights on,
You
and...
don't do anything of the kind.
No? Why? Are you shy?
Only takes a few seconds.
Yeah. Let's say I'm shy.
That's why you insist on holding this conversation with me in the dark. A conversation, obviously, that wouldn't be about the weather. What would it be about?
Well, I'm a writer.
A writer and shy? Nonsense.
I need some advice.
The only advice I can give all writers is don't.
I'm writing a book about murder. I'm calling it
the story of a perfect crime.
Sounds interesting.
Thank you. What I came here for was to have you tell me whether or not the murder my book deals with is really a perfect crime.
Go on.
The man to be murdered, in my book that is, suffers from heart disease. He's a completely unpleasant character, a financier and a crooked one, a man who deserves to die.
And he suffers from heart disease.
For this condition, he takes daily at stated hours capsules containing medicine, capsules upon which his life depends. Now then, the murderer, in my book that is, decides to poison the financier.
Oh, that's not cricket.
No, it's murder. Murder that will be poisoning without poison.
I'm waiting breathlessly for the next chapter.
The murderer steals one of the capsules, pours the medicine out, and replaces the medicine with powdered sugar. He returns the capsule to the financier's pillbox. In due course, the financier reaches the capsule, takes it. His weak heart, lacking the medicine he needs, fails. And there you have poisoning without poison.
Very ingenious.
I think so. The poisoner can't be traced to the poison he purchased because he didn't purchase any. The murdered man is assumed to have died a natural death. An autopsy will show no poison in his body since there wasn't any. Well, is it a perfect crime?
I can't see any flaws in it.
Carlo, who's this?
And if you can't, I don't imagine they critics will.
Don't you mean the police?
Why should the police be interested in a book I'm writing?
Why should the critics be interested in the murder you're committing?
You're not serious. You are. I rather think I must leave now. Be getting light soon. No, don't move. I still have the gun pointing at you. If I had to shoot you, it wouldn't be a perfect crime, but you'd be dead nonetheless.
Even in coldest weather, are better than ever. And if my Autolite spark plug dealer finds my spark plugs need replacing, Harlow, if they're worn out, he'll recommend a set of the world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plug cylinder, like the amazing Autolite resistor spark plug. It's one of the greatest advancements in spark plugs for automotive use in the past 20 years. When you have a set installed in your car, you'll get double spark plug life, smoother engine performance, and quick starts, as compared to spark plugs without a built-in resistor.
I couldn't
friends,
sleep.
Visit your Autolite spark plug dealer soon.
The resemblance between his toast and toast is purely coincidental. What does your chef do? Tan the stuff?
Oh, no, Mr. Templar.
He probably uses old shoe
to our Hollywood soundstage, Mr. Herbert Marshall, in Elliot Lewis's production of Frankenstein, a tale well calculated to keep you
died
in
of heart attack as police arrest him for alleged embezzlement.
Was he a friend of yours, Mr. Templar?
No. But he was a financier, he was crooked, and he had a weak heart.
No wonder he died when he got arrested.
Depends on whether he took medicine in capsules.
What depends on that?
Murder, my friend. Murder.
He must have brought his punitive. Maybe that's it. His eyes are open. What are you going to do? No?
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
It's got to be destroyed. You've got to put an end to it.
Oh, no, Louis. Oh, yeah, Louis. Out of all the taxi cabs in this city, why do I keep getting yours?
Out of all the fans in this city, why do I keep getting you?
You have a point there.
I'll go right home and shop.
Just stay where you are.
You want to go home with me?
No.
What's the matter with my home?
Nothing.
I live there, don't I? My wife lives there. My kids live there.
You have no children.
Don't get personal.
I'm sorry.
Man spends every spare minute he's got hoping.
Louis.
Did Julius Caesar have children? Did Alexander the Great have children? Did Napoleon have children?
Yes.
Formed it like a man.
See, they didn't send an announcement to.
Louis, will you please drive me to 1893 Waterview Drive? I'm in a hurry.
Okay. 1893 Waterview Drive. Who lives there?
A gentleman named Frank A. Clark. Except that he doesn't live there, Louis. He's dead there.
I think I better strap it down on the table. You won't forget your promise, will you? I'm sorry I appreciate my word.
You're
I'm
going to keep
sorry you
company
ever
with a
told me
corpse,
about
Mr.
this. I
Templar?
feel
I
I'm
am
as
going to
guilty
visit
as
his
you are.
surviving relatives, if any. Why? Does it occur to you that it might be none of your business? Sure. It's none of your business. Well, now that we got that clear, why are you going to visit his relatives? Stop the car, quick! Stop! What happened? We've reached 189.
Whatever took you so long?
Oh.
Hello,
I'm
James.
careless about little details like that.
Darling, I tried to call
Here,
from the
Louie, and
station,
don't
but the
forget to
line's out of
mention it
order.
to your income tax collector. All right, Louie. Hey, don't you want me to wait?
Everybody
No,
sends their
but
love.
you will, Louie. You will.
What have you two been up to? How's Mary, James?
Oh, very well, thank you.
What a fine pair of
Oh,
so besides you
hello
are.
there.
Hello.
What did you do, darling? Break
this
one of my
is
good dishes?
Clark home,
I
isn't
knew
it?
I shouldn't have left you
Sure,
alone.
and I'm a Clark niece. And
Well,
you're...
Simon Templar,
What are we standing in the
an
hall
old
for?
friend of your
Let's
uncle.
go with
You're
you.
not old.
Well,
And you're not a friend of my
Mary will
uncle's.
be wondering, particularly if
Come
the
in,
phones
anyway.
are
No, thank you.
It's raining very
But maybe you
hard.
can be a friend of mine.
You take an umbrella. There's one in the kitchen.
Are you going to
Tell me, do you need a friend?
No, but I like him. And they're as tall as you. And...
I want to think
Oh, my name is
about
Inez. Inez Francis.
I'm very glad to know you, Miss Frank.
It probably won't be when you really get to know me.
I suppose not.
I realize perhaps I shouldn't have come today. You must be all broken up by your uncle's death.
Who, me?
Have I the
Well,
right to kill it?
perhaps the family.
Well, that's me. I'm the family.
Your uncle must have been a lonely man.
No, he didn't mind. He had me in the market and all those people he was dwindling. Oh, and of course he had Mr. Hartzell and Charlie Melvin.
Poor Hartzell and Charlie Melvin.
Charlie's sort of a weedy youth. Uncle's secretary, very anemic. I ignore him.
And Hartzell?
Uncle's lawyer.
Well,
And I fondly
what's the matter
suspect
with
he's
him?
bigger crook as Uncle
Have you
was.
been arguing
But
religion
very
again, Victor?
fatted, you know.
No, dear.
Uh-huh. On the shoes.
I'm
And
doing
gardenias in
the
a buttonhole.
It's rather
And I've a
important,
sneaking
mind.
suspicion
What is
whiskeyed in
going
the
on,
liver.
Victor?
Oh,
There's
untidy.
something.
No, dear, nothing at all.
Nobody else
I
close to
know
Uncle?
there is.
Nope.
What's the
Then
matter?
it boils down to one of you three.
What does?
I've got to get back
Who's
to work
happy now that Uncle's dead?
I am Hartzell as Charlie is.
That covers the field. Why?
Uncle had a lot of money. I get it now. Hartzell stole some money from Uncle. He won't go to jail now. Charlie was implicated in Uncle's crooked deal. Charlie won't go to jail now.
And, who has a deep, slightly hoarse voice?
I don't.
No. Which means that you're not the one who came to my room last night.
No, but if you act prettily, perhaps I'll come tonight.
I never.
Look at your edging.
I don't have any edges.
I'll bring some with me.
Are the others around?
Mm-hmm. Sitting around practicing grief-stricken looks for the funeral. That happy event is this afternoon. Better get dressed for him.
You are dressed.
But not for a funeral. Would you excuse me for just a minute?
Of course.
Oh, there you are, Annie. Greetings, Mr. Templar. This is Charlie. Charlie, this is Mr. Templar.
Glad to meet you. How do you do?
He doesn't. Entertain Mr. Templar for me, Charlie. I gotta find a dress that's sad-looking.
I'd like to stay and entertain you, but I've got to hurry. You see, I'm Mr. Clark's secretary.
His
and
position, he doesn't need a secretary.
Well, I'm Mr. Clark's former secretary. No, I'm the former Mr. Clark's No,
I get it now. Relax.
Oh, I'm relaxed.
Well, then why are you in such a hurry?
Well, I have to go out and hire some mourners, have I?
Why?
Well, it wouldn't look nice if there were only three of us at the funeral. Inez, Mr. Hartzell, and myself.
No, especially since you'll all be grinning from ear to ear. May I ask you a question?
Understand?
Of course.
Has your voice ever been deeper?
Deep? Heavens, no. That's
This is a mirror.
Charlie,
You
my
see
boy.
yourself in it. Look.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Templar, and I'm...
Hartzell is my name. I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now. I'm in a hurry.
Why?
My tailor's expecting me.
Your tailor?
You'd hardly expect me to attend Mr. Clark's funeral in this, would you?
Impossible.
Oh, you see? So, if you don't mind, I'll just run along. Oh,
yes?
What are you doing here?
Looking for a man with a deep voice.
Sorry, mine isn't. But why are you looking for a man with a deep voice?
He told me how Mr. Clark was murdered.
Well, that explains it. What?
Yes, he was murdered.
But Mr. Clark died of heart failure.
Indeed.
You must be I demand an explanation immediately.
You've forgotten one thing, Mr. Hunter.
What's that?
Your tailor is waiting.
But
And tailors are sometimes very temperamental. Besides, we can discuss this some other time.
This evening?
This evening.
Here's my card. I'd appreciate your coming. If Mr. Clark was murdered, something must be done about it.
Something will be.
breathe with difficulty temporary.
Hello, Desmond.
What happy winds waft you hither, Simon the Subtle?
Desmond, I'm not an audience.
No, Templar, I'm an old ham. Contrary to what they say, hams do not improve by aging. Still the gay adventurer?
Well, I'm not especially gay at the moment. Murder.
Oh, the last murder that was of any interest to me was that Elsinore thing. You know, when Claudius and Gertrude put their heads together and slipped Gertrude's royal husband a slug of poison in the ear.
I remember it well.
And the fat prince, Hamlet, I think his name was, mooned about like a ninny, sending Ophelia to a watery grave and the rest of the cast to a most bloody one.
You would have made a good Hamlet.
Bless you!
What's the matter, dear? What's happened?
Oh, I wanted to play Hamlet.
No.
Instead, they preferred me as a ventriloquist who found them.
That's why I'm here. You've been a ventriloquist. I am involved in a case which hangs on the identity of a voice. Desmond, could anyone change his voice so that it would be completely different from his real voice?
Oh, yes. But you'd always know that the second voice wasn't natural.
That doesn't matter.
Does what, Simon?
Look, Desmond, 3 people wanted a man named Clark dead. Clark is dead.
Presumably, therefore, one of the 3 killed Clark.
Yes. Now, I was told of the method whereby Clark was going to be killed. By a very distinctive voice in the dark. Therefore, the problem was simple. Find which of my 3 suspects had a voice like that and go on from there.
Well,
not one of the 3 has that kind of voice. Which leaves me with an interesting problem, but leaves the murderer free to go on murdering.
Perhaps, and it happens again. No, I made it. I'm not thinking of that now. It's Mary and your wife. We don't even know where it is. If it wants to kill, how do you know where it will start? All right. Just give me an hour. Let me try to find it before we call the police. If I do,
Louis, I want the nearest bookstore.
You can't have it. It belongs to a guy named Pestlethwaite.
Would you please drive me there quickly?
Okay.
Thanks, James.
What's the matter?
I'll get my rifle.
Suddenly decided you want to curl up in front of a fire with a good book?
For that, I'd rather have Inez. No, Louis, I merely want to find out how a man can die of poisoning without being poisoned.
It's getting dark. Where do you think it might have gone? It's hard to tell. It's afraid of thunder. It might be hiding in the barn.
That book's so very long.
Yeah.
What's the matter? He didn't like Pestlethwaite?
He didn't have the book I wanted.
I know a plan.
Not that kind of book, Louis. What I wanted was a book on heart diseases.
Oh, light reading, huh?
Interesting.
Heart disease.
These stores had one book on heart disease in stock until yesterday. No. Yesterday, the book was sold to a man, Pestlethwaite told me, who behaved in a strenuously agitated fashion. A man named Hartzell.
No.
Maybe the name was bothering.
If it tries to escape,
Which reminds me, where am I taking it?
shoot it.
Naturally, Louis, to a man named
Won't
Hartzell.
let you get near. I'll give it to you. Thanks, James.
Hartzell in or on his way to Mexico?
Arrived.
Mr. Templar.
Yes, Mr. Hartzell.
Come in at once.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm jittery. That funeral this afternoon.
I see. Well, have you tried reading? It's very soothing.
I have no patience with books. Now, please tell
Not
me.
even books on heart disease?
Huh? Oh, why? Excuse me.
Flashlight. Wet.
Hello?
That's better.
Oh, yes, Inez. What?
What's that?
Oh, how dreadful.
In the corner.
Oh, yes, it was. Goodbye.
You're pale.
I'm shocked. Charlie Melvin. You know him?
Mr. Clark's secretary.
Yes, well, it seems that something's happened to him. What? He's dead.
I won't hurt you. It's all right. I understand. I won't hurt you. You're not frightened.
Tell him to hurry. Templar, hurry.
We're almost there. Mr. Hartzell, did Inez say who discovered the body?
Oh, yes, she did. She'd been visiting some friends, returned home, and...
Couldn't have been an accidental death. Coincidence doesn't stretch that far. You know, if he was murdered...
You still think the police believe Clark was murdered, too?
Not the police, me.
Oh, Mr. Hartzell. Oh, Silas.
Hello, Inez.
Come in. Getting to be embarrassing, all of a sudden death.
It might be more than embarrassing. Might be fatal.
It was for Charlie.
How did it happen?
He shot himself.
The police.
I just phoned
Well,
them.
then we'd better hurry.
Well, this is his room, in here. I heard the shot.
When?
About an hour ago.
But you phoned Hartzell here only 15 minutes ago.
I didn't know it was a shot at first. Charlie was supposed to come upstairs. When he didn't, I realized... Well,
he never
there
recovered
he is.
consciousness again. Outside,
definitely
I
dead.
looked for the thing I'd shot at.
The note.
But there was no sign of it.
Magic.
I returned to the lab and burnt every paper, destroyed every single evidence of Victor Frankenstein's terrible experiment.
Because if he'd been arrested,
but the result of that
I would have gone to
experiment
jail
has never
too.
been found.
But now the police
Nor have
suspect
I been
he was
able yet
murdered, and
to
they
convince
suspect
the
me.
authorities that
I might as
such a
well
thing
get it over with
ever
before
exists.
they do. It's time, Charlie Melvin.
Well, that sort of clears up that, doesn't it?
Yes, except for one thing.
What's that?
Charlie's voice wasn't deep enough. Inventions should sometimes be strangled. I'm asleep. So should you.
Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Yes. Hartzell?
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite,
yes?
world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment.
Anyway, remember
Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as other 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world.
Good boy.
Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast,
to the North
and
Pole
Autolite
for him.
plants
You
in
don't
many
measure
foreign
miles when
countries,
chasing phantoms.
as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
It was at a club to which Clark belonged.
I'll make it worth a try. All I need is to hear him say something, anything, a word, a phrase, and I'll know.
Oh, that shouldn't be difficult once we get to him.
Once we get to him. Anything worries me is
the dramatic report of a man returning home to find he now lives in a frightened city. Our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy. The program will be heard on Suspense. Tonight's story was adapted for Suspense by Anthony Ellis.
Halfway to the North Pole, so you didn't take me literally.
You shouldn't be much
Music
farther.
was written by Lucian Horowitz
Temper.
and conducted by
I
Len Gluskin.
don't understand about Charlie. I can't see him murdering Clark somehow.
You don't believe he did it?
Do you?
Not especially.
Oh, why not?
I don't know. Intuition, maybe. Ooh, our little stranger likes seclusion, doesn't he?
Evidently. You know, the police accepted that suicide note without question.
Did they?
There's the house.
Oh, there aren't any lights showing.
Well, he must have got here sometime before us. Went to bed, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
I wonder. Do you think he'll recognize you?
Oh, probably. I couldn't see him, but he saw me.
Well, that might be bad. Are you armed in case he tries anything?
No, but we'll manage.
Well, suppose he refuses to say anything at all?
Well, that in itself would answer our question, wouldn't it?
We ring?
Certainly.
Theater 5
Nothing is not courteous.
Cry in the Night.
It's so dark out here. So far from anything.
Yeah, dark and lonely, you put it beautifully.
He doesn't answer.
Try the door.
Very well. It's open.
Good. Then we can walk right in.
You have got to speak to the
I
landlord.
can't see a thing.
Now, wait a minute.
The new
I'll light a match.
refrigerator.
There, the light switch to your left, Hartzell.
Oh, yes, of course.
Still runs
Oh,
good.
that's much better.
How long?
Now
It's
then,
old-fashioned. 19
it's a very
years.
charming house you have here,
Entitled
Mr.
to a
Hartzell.
new one. You
What
speak to
did
Morrison.
you say?
I said you have a very charming house here.
Morrison has
My
enough
house?
troubles.
Well, you didn't really think I was fooled, did you? That voice you heard in your club was a fiction. It had to be.
You tell
Our
Morrison
trip here was
either he
planned by
gives us a
you,
new
so that we'd be
refrigerator
alone.
or we move
Why,
out.
He won't
why
give,
would I want
and
that?
he won't
The better to
leave.
kill me, my friend.
Rent
Kill
control
you,
he can't
say?
give.
That's what I say.
Why would I want to kill you?
And because, like yourself, I think that suicide note of Charlie's was a fake.
Oh, I never said...
I did. It is a
7
fake.
years.
How did you know?
The note ran to the effect that
made
Charlie
living.
was committing
Not
suicide because the
starving,
police
isn't
suspected
living.
him of murdering
I thought-
Clark. But the police didn't suspect Clark of being
the
murdered.
refrigerator.
Perhaps not, but
you
did.
Car,
Yes, but Charlie didn't know that, Mr. Hartzell.
Second,
I didn't
we
have
got
him.
to move out of this neighborhood.
Very well.
Please hand me my
Just
gun.
stay right where you are.
What a handsome revolver.
I did kill Charlie, so that there wouldn't be any investigation into Clark's death. I couldn't afford that.
If you kill me, there will be an investigation.
No, because no one knows you came here with me. Well, you're not going to die. You're going to disappear.
Oh?
In my front.
I wouldn't like that, too, Wall.
I'm afraid your lights can no longer be considered.
Well, in that case, I'll have a cigarette.
Anymore.
Which part?
Hold on.
Mr. Hartzell, you won't.
Now I'm telling
you got your revolver.
Deterioration has set in.
Now I have to.
You said you weren't armed.
I'm such a liar, but then you see, I knew when you asked me why you asked me. So perhaps I'll be forgiven.
Templar, I killed Charlie, but I didn't kill Clark. I swear I didn't.
Heavens, Mr. Hartzell, I never for a moment thought you did.
Their names sound different. All they want is to be nice, bring up their children the best they can.
Let them bring up their children here. But I ain't going to let Erica
a beautiful
stay.
night, Simon.
A girl who is going on 20 don't belong
all
in this
shut
crummy
up in a
neighborhood.
dungeon
Just
cell.
because her papa
I'm afraid the
ain't got
beauties of the
gumption
night
to
are
pick
lost to
himself
him.
up.
Those beauties are also lost to Charlie and Mr. Clark.
Don't be more, but they're better off dead.
But it would have been nicer to leave that decision to them.
Mr. Hartzell, bless his fussy old soul, was really an impulsive man.
A foolish one.
Yeah, when she brings home a
Let's
nice
not talk
fella
about
from
him anymore.
Forest Hills, you will
Let's
see.
talk.
Of your uncle.
Why?
Because Hartzell didn't kill him.
That Gloria Palucci.
A man came to me in the middle of the night in the darkness so that I never saw him and told me of a plan to murder Mr. Clark. It was a good plan, absolutely undetectable.
And here,
Man left. All through this case, I've been looking for a man with a voice like the one that told me of murder.
And
there were 3 people involved. Yourself, who'd get the money if Clark died. Charlie, who'd be saved from jail. Hartzell would be free of embezzlement.
Uncle said he spread a lot of joy when he died.
Charlie was murdered by Hartzell, but Charlie's was not the voice that spoke to me, nor was Hartzell's.
Then whose voice could it possibly have been?
That's the central problem. All right, why did the man come to me in the first place?
Well, according to you, to make sure his method of murder would never be detected.
But in coming to me, my dear, didn't he make sure of the very opposite?
Oh. Well, then, he must have wanted you to...
That's right. He wanted me to detect murder, but why? Obviously not because he was going to murder him.
I don't understand.
The only voice in this case that I haven't heard is the voice of your uncle.
My uncle?
He was my visitor.
But why?
Heard that.
Why did he do it? Because nobody was going to murder him.
What could he hope to accomplish?
What he did accomplish. Inez, your uncle was an old man with heart disease on the verge of being arrested for theft, swindling. He knew he wouldn't survive even the shortest prison term. He probably suspected that the strain of the arrest itself might be fatal, and it was. But before he died, he wanted revenge on the lawyer who cheated him and on the secretary who deserted him. So he came to me with his story, figuring that when he died, perfectly naturally, murder would be suspected where no murder had taken place.
It worked, didn't it?
And it makes
because Hartzell killed Charlie. Hartzell himself is going to die for it.
Yes. Your uncle must have been quite...
Simon,
any trouble like this in the old
there's a
days.
moon. We've talked of unhappy things long enough.
Bessie, she needs help.
Got any etchings? Wait a minute. I thought you didn't have any the last time I asked.
The last time you asked me, my dear, you were a suspect for murder. Now...
But I must do something.
Now you're beautiful, you're blonde, and...
Oh, Bessie.
It's just plain murder.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint,
I'll
the
wind
Robin
up the
Hood of
clock.
modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, poison doesn't always come in bottles. And it isn't always marked with the skull and crossbones of danger. Poison can take the form of words and phrases and acts. The venom of racial and religious hatred. Here in the United States, perhaps more than ever before, we must learn to recognize the poison of prejudice and to discover the antidote to its dangerous
I
effects.
haven't been listening.
Evidences of racial and religious hatred in our country place a potent weapon in the hands of our enemies, providing them with the ammunition of criticism. Moreover, group hatred menaces the entire fabric of democratic life. As for the antidote, you can fight prejudice, first by recognizing it for what it is, and second by actively accepting or rejecting people on their individual worth, and by speaking up against prejudice and for understanding. Remember, freedom and prejudice can't exist side by side. If you choose freedom, fight prejudice. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Bessie, how can you sleep?
I can't sleep.
I'm not a human being. I can't sleep when I know someone is suffering and is being hurt.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Louis Vittes. Our cast included Gene Bates, Lou Merrill, Fred Howard, Jack Edwards Jr., and Larry Dobkin. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are now on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Programs, get your programs here. Tomorrow night, hear Night Beat, the adventures of newspaper reporter Randy Stone, as portrayed by Frank Lovejoy. Listen as Randy works the night beat of a newspaper in search of unusual, interesting stories. That's Night Beat tomorrow night. Next, Sam Spade cuts the caper. Then Zeno Franciscati plays on NBC.
See what kind of a neighborhood you make your family live in. And thank heavens you got a brother-in-law rich enough to live in Forest Hills.
Hello?
So Erica don't have to be here tonight.
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Frightfulness. Well, go ahead.
Virginia.
Drop the blind.
I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel.
I can't see
Army
you,
intelligence is flying me to
Not out in
Berlin.
the street.
Yeah,
The
seems
whole
some boy
neighborhood is-
there set up a murder
across
that's
the
as pretty
street,
as a
the Ryans
picture.
are looking
And I
up
figure
to
I'll
it.
look good in the frame.
I can't tell, but Paddy and Margaret are both watching something. The corner of the curtain, the
Once
Millers
again,
is
the
pulled
National
back.
Broadcasting
I think
Company
it's yours.
brings you the transcribed
There's all
adventures
the
of the
blinds pulled
Falcon,
at the Taylors,
starring Les
and those
Stevens.
new people, I think their name
The
is
Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere.
Now I
Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Murray, risk their lives to aid law enforcement
A girl
agencies.
fighting a man.
So join him now when the Falcon
I can't
solves
see that good.
the
Just
case
as the 2
of the
feet
careless
gets
corpse.
Looks like there's something in the man's hand. I can see by the streetlight when he turns.
There's one nice thing you can say about working for Army intelligence. You
There she goes.
certainly get
She's getting
around.
away, coming towards here again.
How else would a guy like me get to see such wonderful
Man's
places like
catching up with her
Berlin?
now, right under the
And meet such
street, and I
interesting
think I
people
know who
like
it is.
Maxwell Oppenheimer.
No, the
And just in
girl,
case
the
you're curious,
blonde hair.
Maxwell's a cute-looking
Sometimes it's
character
caught
in a
in the
tight-fitting
street like
green
that.
suit and the
It
gray
must be.
gloves,
It is.
surveying the crowd at the
Gloria
Europa,
Panucci.
a sidewalk cafe near the Wilhelmstrasse. To look at him, you'd think he didn't have a care in the world. And you're right. Maxwell is the next man to worry.
I have Christopher. Imagine finding you here.
Woodrow Wilson
Too
once
late,
said,
Maxwell.
freedom
help
exists
myself. I
only
received
where
your
the
message
people
at 5
take care of
o'clock.
the government.
You're lying.
In our
Someone told me
democratic
it's supposed to be at
society, the
noon.
people
I never
are the
can
voice
hide
of the
things from
government
you, can I,
through freedom of
Christopher?
speech, of the
Sit
press,
down.
and through freedom to assemble.
Schnabel
We
tell you
know
about
and
your
make sure
assignment.
that our
I
laws are
started to,
just.
but I prefer to get my
Fight for our
instructions
freedom,
firsthand.
a
This way there's no
responsibility we
chance
share
of
to maintain it.
misunderstanding.
But
The
many
American
people of the world
intelligence
do
officer
not
named Michael
enjoy
Waring
legal
arrives
freedom
from
or
Madrid this
personal
evening.
rights, and they too
He has an
must pay a
appointment
price.
tomorrow morning with
In
Professor
obedience
Heinrich
to a
Schiller.
dictatorship,
The expert on
acceptance of the
locking.
demands of their government,
Would be in the
and
best
subjection
interests
to
of the
slavery.
Communist Party if that appointment.
So it becomes the duty
Will
of
ever
each of
kill.
us who are members
Think
of a
it
free
can be
society
arranged?
to spread the word
Where
of
does
freedom
the Herr
throughout the
Professor
world,
live?
wherever it is
14
needed.
Lev
And do this
Strasse
best by
with his wife
maintaining
Margot.
our example of
Margot?
a people's government.
She's an American.
People's
What
freedom.
an amazing coincidence. Here, Professor Schiller, a German, is married to an American. And you, an American, are married to a German.
Suppose we leave my personal life out of this.
Yes, of course.
You are to introduce yourself to Schiller as an agent of American intelligence. You'll find all the necessary credentials in this wallet. Tell him Waring sent you around to pick him up.
Where would you like to have him delivered?
To the bakery
Don't be.
in Leipzigstrasse.
You are looking for
I'll
trouble.
try to make arrangements to
That man
smuggle
out
him into
there, who
East
knows
Berlin
who
on
he is?
Wednesday.
I'll be only too happy to look after him till then.
I don't want to hurt Maxwell.
Why, Christopher, it never once entered my mind.
I mean it.
And you know what?
Professor Schiller can be very useful to the party.
I wouldn't touch a hair on his head. Unless, of course, it was absolutely necessary.
I'm warning you, Maxwell.
I only meant I would resort to violence purely as a last resort.
How can you not?
You know, I'm always ready to sacrifice my desires for the party.
The Red Cross? No,
I hope the Herr Professor will be as cooperative.
This is not your business. Nobody asked Gloria Palucci to move into this neighborhood. We were better off before she came, and we're better off when she goes. She's no relative of ours.
You go to church on Sunday, Bessie.
Yeah?
You hear the minister
but
say
I would like very much to see Herr
God's
Professor
children.
Heinrich Schiller.
We are
Well, of
God's
course.
children on Saturday
I'm Frau
night
Schiller.
as well
Won't
as
you
on
come
Sunday
in?
morning.
Thank you, you're very
At least
kind.
I'm going to call the police.
Whom shall I say is calling?
You know
Permit
what
me?
happens when you call the police? Questions.
Maxwell
Lots of questions.
Oppenheimer.
There's nothing to hide. I just want to
United
help that
States
poor
Army
girl.
Intelligence.
Oh, sure, Miss.
What do you want with my husband?
Naturally, we are very interested in his experiments with rockets.
Naturally.
What's wrong with that?
But when he was in a concentration camp, who cared?
You say that with a great deal of bitterness.
Why can't you leave us alone? Everybody wants to use him. First the Nazis, now you people and the communists. Hasn't he suffered enough? Why don't you stop bothering him?
I'm sure the Herr Professor does not feel this way. If I could have a word with
He
him.
is not home.
It's very strange. I spoke to him on the telephone, not more than...
Yes?
Gloria's a good girl. Maybe she talks wild, but what is talk?
Someone to see me? No, Herr Professor Schiller, I believe. Yes? I'm Maxwell Oppenheimer. Your lovely wife told me you were out.
Why, Margot? Because they're all the same. They're all trying to use you. They just want to pick your brains and...
Oh, Liebchen, what will our guest think?
I don't care what he thinks.
I must apologize for my wife, Herr Oppenheimer, but ever since I was released from Dachau, she's most concerned for me.
It's very understandable. Well, Herr Waring is waiting for us. Shall we go?
Of course. No, I won't let you. You're going to stay out of this, Heinrich. This is none of your concern.
No, Liebchen, you are upsetting yourself.
I warn you, if you go with him, don't expect to find me here when you come back.
You're talking like a child.
I mean it. You'll never see me again. Never.
What? When? Where?
All right,
So,
Herr Oppenheimer.
now, not only now.
If you are ready.
By all means.
And sometimes there's a second and a
Auf
third
Wiedersehen,
trial.
Liebchen.
And sometimes it might be a gangster involved.
Oh,
and they don't
Heinrich.
like this. They think if you testify against them. Oh, what they could do to your store.
How can you use these petty things against a human life?
These petty things ain't so petty to me.
I believe
Who
this is
takes
the
care of
one.
the store while you are in court?
Yes.
At the police station? Or
If you
thrown
wait
in
till I
East
turn
River?
on the lights.
Me. Yes, me.
There we
Mr.
are.
IDA.
Be so good as to enter.
You are not volunteering
Thank you.
yourself. You are volunteering me.
Oh, Bessie.
You think you have a great
I know it
concern for
isn't much, but
humanity.
please
Well,
try to make yourself
what you have is
comfortable.
no concern for your own family.
I find this very strange, Herr Oppenheimer.
You don't like my room, Professor?
Well, it is hardly what I expected.
You mean the bakery in France?
Yes.
We think it's very dramatic.
Again.
Who would ever suspect such a proletarian establishment would...
Where is Herr Waring?
Herr Waring?
The gentleman I was supposed to meet.
Oh, yes. He'll be here in a few minutes. In the meantime, perhaps a little schnapps?
No, thank you. Herr Oppenheimer.
My friends call me Max.
May I see your credentials?
Isn't this rather late?
May I see them, please?
Suppose they do not meet with your approval. That would complicate matters.
If Herr Waring arrives, you just
Herr
tell him.
Professor, you're not thinking of leaving.
Yes.
If I've offended you in any way,
Will you be good enough to open this door?
I wish you didn't feel like this, because you leave me no choice.
With me and mine,
Put away
mine,
that
the
gun.
world will come to a no good
Doesn't
end.
it frighten you?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Are you going to open this door?
You know, Professor, I admire men of spirit. They offer a challenge I can never resist. Never.
Me? What are you blaming me for
You
now?
pulled the
feel,
telephone
Professor?
wire. You must have made a short circuit.
Nobody
I'm so
asked you
sorry.
to grab the telephone.
I guess it proves there must be something to feminine
Take your hands
intuition.
off and I will answer.
Remember your
Nobody
wife
calls
said
in
if
the
you
middle
left
of a
with me, you'd never see her again. Well, she was
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Okay, Mr. Smarty. Never know who it was.
It was nobody. You just made a short circuit.
I know who it was. It was Erica.
hello.
Maybe she met a nice
I'm looking for
fella
Mike
at the
Waring.
Well, you picked the best
so
possible
she called
place.
To tell her
Come in.
Mama and Papa.
Is he angry with me?
This time.
Is who angry with you?
My husband. He should have known I never meant what I said.
You mind if we take this from the top of the page? I'm a little confused.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself. I'm Margot Schiller.
Margot Schiller. Wait a minute.
We were
You're not Professor Heinrich Schiller's wife.
Yes.
Stop ringing.
Well, what do you know? Sit
Carl,
down.
your sister wants to talk to you.
I knew he was married, but I assumed it was to a German.
Well, didn't your assistant tell you?
So late.
My assistant.
The little man you sent to pick up Heinrich, the one in the green suit.
When was this?
Didn't promise.
You did send someone.
Now, look, Mrs. Schiller.
Well, didn't you?
No, I just got into Berlin an hour
But he
ago.
used your name.
There must have been a leak.
You're lying. You've hidden him somewhere.
No better.
Well, then what happened to him? He was supposed to meet you.
Not till tomorrow.
He was kidnapped.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, this man who came from...
They'll kill him.
No, they won't. They wouldn't dare.
Why? Are you going to stop them? Oh, why couldn't you leave us alone?
Now, look, Mrs. Schiller, I know you're upset. Let me take you home.
No.
Please.
She should be nicer
And
to
I promise you we'll get your husband back.
You promise me.
Now, I know how you feel, but give us a chance anyway. Now, let me drive you home. I'll get to work on it right away.
Erica's coming home.
Just about time. I said, call here when you get home.
No, Carl, no. She's not here. She didn't come in. Are you sure she said she was coming home? Straight
Who is it?
home.
Not straight home. She said she was
Just a
going
moment.
To, an all-night beauty parlor first.
Hello, Christopher.
How?
What is he?
What? Where?
She's going to use my presence to surprise
Professor Schiller.
Oh, in the bedroom.
Is he all right?
Oh, I don't know
course.
anything.
We
Except
spent a
Erica
very
ain't
enjoyable
here.
evening.
Erica ain't here. Erica
Got to get him
ain't
into
here.
the Soviet zone immediately.
I thought you said we'd move in Wednesday.
We can't wait. American intelligence has ordered the house to have.
A beauty parlor on a Saturday night?
What's the matter with him?
Why, Carl?
Nothing.
Why?
He's covered with blood.
Oh, I can explain that, Christopher. He had a little accident.
He what?
He tripped over that table. It was very dark.
Not
Schiller.
I think he's asleep.
You stupid, blundering fool. He's dead.
You must be mistaken, Christopher.
Hold it, Carl.
Herr Professor.
You killed him.
No, I give you my word.
I told you not to touch him.
Coming.
Shouldn't have done that, Christopher.
Bessie.
But I forgive
Bessie,
you.
it's Gloria
Forgive
Panucci.
me?
She's all right.
What do you think Moscow will say about this?
You wouldn't report me.
Wouldn't I?
Please, Christopher. I know I've been a terrible disappointment to you, but if you give me another chance, I may surprise you yet.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our schools instead of only a third of them, it might
Hello,
someday
this
help
is
to
Hans
save the
Conrad.
life of your own son or daughter.
On a dark night
If your
in
schools don't have these
1818,
courses,
three
demand
people
driver
sat
education for your children.
They were the poet,
And in your own
Shelley,
automobile, remember
Mary, his wife,
to drive as
and
though
another
your
poet,
life
Lord
depends
Byron.
on it. It
As
does.
their conversation turned to subjects more and more mysterious, they decided that each would write a
Now
ghost
back
story.
to the adventures of the
Later,
Falcon.
as Mary Shelley lay sleeping, she had a terrifying dream in which she saw a monstrous-looking creature bending over the bed of a man.
So,
who
like
might
they say
have
in
been his
Time
creator.
magazine, death came
Suddenly
for
she
her,
had the
Professor
idea for her
Schiller, at
ghost
the ripe
story
old age
and
of
set to work
42.
writing it.
But the
Soon
first I
she
knew of it
finished
was
a
some
tale
6
about a
hours
young
later
scientist
when I received a
who
call from
collected
the West
the
Berlin
parts of a
police.
human body from
He fished a
graveyards
body out
and
of the
dissecting
spree, and they thought I might be
laboratories,
interested.
put them together
I was.
according to his own recipe.
Then I remembered the
and
promise I
brought
made
this
to Margot
hideous
Schiller.
assemblage to life.
And I thought if I
Later,
couldn't
the
return her
young scientist
husband
was to
sound
regret
of
that
wind
he had
and
not turned his
limb,
endeavors
the least I
towards
could
something
do
more
was show
acceptable.
myself.
For the being he had
Figured to be a
created
mighty
was too
poor
hideous for
substitute.
polite society and eventually turned on his creator.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
May
The
I come
young
in?
scientist was, of course,
Did you find
Dr.
him?
Frankenstein. And
Yes.
his name is now
Where is
applied
he?
to creations
You said the
which
minute you did,
backfire.
you bring him home.
Purists will point
then
out
why-
that Frankenstein is used incorrectly
He
to
isn't
refer
dead.
to the monster instead of his creator.
Yes, he is.
But that causes me no concern.
I knew
After all,
I knew it
what
had to
is
end
in a
this way.
name?
Oh,
That
why
which we
couldn't
call
you leave us alone?
You don't understand.
I understand that my husband's dead. Isn't that enough?
And you feel we're responsible.
Yes, I do. He was a scientist. You had no right to involve him in cheap politics.
This isn't cheap politics, Mrs. Schiller. We're fighting people to whom decency means nothing. Your husband's murder proves that. He was killed by common form agents. Well, I promise you.
You promised me that you'd bring him back safe and sound.
I know, but he was dead when I said that.
MOOR, and Ben
Now, this man who
Gaffney.
claimed to be my
Audio
assistant,
engineer Neil
what name
Coates.
did he use?
I don't
Sound
remember.
technician Ed
But what did he
Williams.
look like?
Script
I can't
editor
remember that
Jack C.
either.
Wilson.
I don't think you're
Original
trying.
You're
music
absolutely
by Alexander Vlastot
Don't you want to see your husband's murder avenged?
It will be, Mr. Waring. But I intend to take care of it myself.
Executive producer
And now,
for
if
Theater
you'll
5,
forgive me, I
Edward
think
A.
I would
Byron.
like to be alone for a
We
while.
invite your comments. To Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Yes?
I would like very much to speak with Frau Margot Schiller, please.
This is she.
Forgive me for disturbing you at a time like this, Frau Schiller, but I have just read of the unfortunate death of your husband. Permit me to extend my condolences.
But who is this?
You do not know me, but I feel I can be of some service. Would you be interested in knowing the man responsible for the Herr Professor's murder?
What?
Please do not think me a crank. I'm really well informed. Your husband was kidnapped by a little man named Maxwell Oppenheimer.
How do you know that?
Are you convinced
We
I'm
are
not
met in
crazy?
this cave by the restless sea to
Well, the
reveal the
murder
horror
was
in
ordered by an
man's mind.
American named
Listen
Vincent
to the
Christopher.
weird circle.
Vincent Christopher.
Yes. And from what I've heard of your affection for your husband, I am sure you will put this information to excellent use. Good hunting, Frau Schiller.
Listen closely, or you will hear the crying of lost souls. Our story discloses the horror in man's mind. This is a tale of the house and the brain.
Your order, please. I gave my order 20 minutes ago.
Come with me to London.
This is Mr. Christopher,
Through the
Suite
heavy
4A.
fog of the city
I asked
to
you
a
to get me
large
Grenadier
house of the
413.
A young
I wish to
couple
speak to
entered the
Maxwell
portals of
Oppenheimer.
that house
I'm sorry,
to
Mr.
attend
Christopher, but
an
that number
art
does not
auction.
answer.
That's impossible. Try it again.
Ring you back.
No, I'll hang on.
Well, hello, Jim. We've been looking all over for you.
Is that you, Gabrielle?
We got quite a crowd here today.
Where have you been?
Sandra.
I told you.
I'm glad you've come. I thought you two were refugees from this sort of thing.
Well, frankly, Jim, I've suddenly conceived a passion for good oil paintings, and I'm going to buy this fabulous painting of the ancient cutthroat.
To tell you the truth, Jim, you suddenly conceived a passion for cutthroats, ancient or otherwise.
Oh, my husband abuses me.
I'm too nice
Well,
to
Mr.
her.
Schiller.
Would you never be interested in any other man?
ridiculous, Mr. Waring.
I'm sorry, but it can't be helped. Can you spare me a couple of
Dead or
minutes?
living, he's not
Point, I've
beyond
already
your
told you
charge.
everything I know.
Well, maybe this time I can tell you
Loves
something.
me, Jim.
All right, come
Must be my fatal fascination. But I didn't come here to talk with
Thank
you,
you.
even if it is fun. I came here to see that oil
Did you ever hear of a
it's
man
quite
named
a
Vincent
painting.
Christopher?
So we've heard.
Should
It's
I?
in my
I hope not.
study. Come and take
He
a
was
look
shot to
before
death
the
an hour
auction
ago at the
starts.
Kaiser
Now,
Wilhelm.
don't fall in love with it,
And going
Sandy.
through his
No
room,
matter how you feel about
the police
15th
found
century
these
reprobates,
papers.
I'm not going to spend a
You can't look
fortune
at
buying
them.
these
Not
pictures.
particularly.
Well, I definitely established that
Well,
Christopher was the number one
there's
man in the
the
communist
picture.
apparatus in West Berlin.
What do you think?
So?
There's a face you'll
So
never
there's no
forget.
doubt he was
And a
responsible for your
reputation.
husband's
Yes,
kidnapping.
sir. He lived a full
If
life.
not his death.
You know, he
I
was
see your
supposed to have been
point.
fabulously wealthy.
And now with Mr.
But when he
Christopher's
died,
murder,
his fortune
I
disappeared.
become the most
Oh,
obvious
my
suspect.
dumpling aunt.
Yes.
He looks like the kind of
But
man
this
who
all
just
assumes
kills
that I
people
knew
for
who
the devil
Christopher
of it.
was.
Someone might have tipped you off.
About the picture, the
Who,
man
for
died.
example?
That's what I intend to find out.
Are alive.
Well, I wish you luck.
Definitely.
But there's one thing that puzzles me.
Clever work.
Paul,
Just what side are you on? According to you, Christopher was a communist.
That doesn't
I've
justify
seen that
his
man in
murder.
London recently.
That's one of the differences between the Reds and ourselves.
So you intend to find his killer?
He's been
Yes, I
dead
do.
400
Well,
years.
far be it from me to keep you from your self-appointed task.
Impossible.
Good day,
The
Mr.
only thing
Waring.
left of the Honorable
I hope
Cutthroat
never to
Richards
hear
is
from
the
you
house
again.
on Orchard Street. We built it 450 years ago, and it's never been really habitable since.
Why?
Well, this is your chance to laugh at me. It's haunted.
Who is it?
Haunted?
Oh, not really.
Really?
Who is it?
Jim, I've never met a ghost.
And you never will, Sandra.
Jim, oh, Jim, please, imagine a really
I just
true
heard about poor
ghost.
Christopher.
Wonderful,
Naturally,
Jim.
I came immediately.
Or better yet, I'll rent the place
very
for a week.
foolish.
I've heard a lot about
He was my
ghosts, but I've
friend.
never been able to pin one down.
I wouldn't feel
You know,
right
I've
if
been
I
a
failed to
student of the
pay my
asshole for a long
respects
time.
to his
Jim,
widow.
Jim, police.
I'm sure he would have been
Sandra,
happy to do
I'm
as much for me.
Dangerous business, this ghost hunting.
Would you happen to have a cigarette?
You'll find some in that container.
Very well, but you'll find some very real ghosts.
Christopher's favorite brand.
The housekeeper,
He was
Mrs.
so
Browning,
fond
will
of
rent
him.
you a room if you want one.
You had
But
better
she's
leave,
the
Max,
only
and the
person
police
who's
were
ever
here
been able
all
to stay in the
afternoon.
old
They may
house.
return.
Thanks, old man.
But
Come
I
on,
have
Sandra.
nothing to hide.
Hang the picture, my sweet.
I wonder if
I've
you
got a
can say
genuine
as
ghost
much.
for you.
Huh?
I have a feeling you are not overly fond of your husband.
You are insane.
Please don't misunderstand me, Gabrielle. I don't blame you in the least. Vincent was very difficult.
The door's open all
I
by
remember
itself.
one night at the theater
There's
when
no
he
one
struck
there.
you for forgetting the
Doors aren't
tickets.
supposed to open by themselves, Paul.
My heart went out to you.
The house is haunted, isn't it?
Dankeschön.
It's true.
Door slammed by
I'm
himself.
very fond of you,
It's a
Gabrielle.
place, isn't it?
You're frightened?
I feel I owe you a great deal.
And it isn't my leaves that are
You
shaking,
might just
Jack,
as
it's
easily have
yours.
told Frau Schiller
Wonder where the housekeeper
I was
is.
responsible
Her name's Mrs.
for her
Browning.
husband's
Call her and
death.
see what happened.
What are you talking about?
A very dear friend of mine operates the
didn't help
switchboard in
myself.
the hotel here.
Oh, hey.
I'm afraid she was guilty of eavesdropping.
Behind me, Paul. If it's a ghost, I
Yes,
don't want to be quite
she
sure.
heard you telephone Frau Schiller.
Right. Anybody knows
That's
ghosts
all you
never
have to
appear
say.
at night
Oh,
for.
no, I have lots more.
Well, I'm not interested in hearing it.
I wish you wouldn't take that attitude, Gabrielle. We should be kind to one another. As Christopher's widow, you have so much, and I have so little.
Are you attempting to blackmail me?
It isn't as though I wanted a great deal. 50,000 marks would suit me fine.
Ghostly cold at
Get
any rate.
out.
I think I'm being very reasonable.
I said get out.
Positive, almost anyway.
Sandy,
You
the
know,
footprints. They disappeared.
it's a funny thing, but your husband did that to me.
Afternoon.
Then the poor fellow was killed.
Oh, you must be Mrs. Browning.
I do hope you will have
Sandra
better
Whitney, and
luck.
this is my husband. How do you do?
Auf Wiedersehen, Liebchen.
Mr. Danvers told me you were coming. Won't you be with me? I hope my stepdaughter didn't frighten me. Your stepdaughter? Why didn't see anyone? She's dead.
You mean the footprints we saw?
Yes.
Intelligence, Major Thornhill
Would
speaking.
Would it be possible for me to
Expecting
talk with
anyone?
Herr
Yes.
Michael Waring?
They're
Well, I
coming
don't
to
see
me,
why not.
softly.
Hey, Mike.
My time is up,
For you.
and I must die in the way
Who is
they've
it?
planned.
He didn't say.
They, those
Hello?
who live in this
Herr
house,
Waring?
Mrs. Whitney.
That's right. Who's this?
Stop, Mrs. Browning. You don't really
believe my
believe
name
ghosts
would
actually
mean
live
anything
here.
to you.
Believe it?
Now, try me.
I would rather
know.
not.
You wouldn't be
see, Mr.
Maxwell
Whitney,
Oppenheimer.
When I was first
Maxwell
married 40
Oppenheimer?
years ago,
I
my
never heard of
husband,
the
my
gentleman.
stepdaughter, and myself
You don't know what you're missing.
moved into this house.
I've just been going through Vincent Christopher's
When
diary.
we were here, then.
Yes,
Why
he
didn't
thought
you
very
know that?
highly of your
Oh,
talents.
we became used to them.
I bet everybody
When my
does.
stepdaughter died.
Did you kill him?
My husband had an
But you did kill
unfortunate
Professor Schiller.
accident.
Oh,
According
I
to
was
Christopher,
left
you did.
alone.
He was
You lived
mistaken.
here alone
Yes, I'll
ever
bet.
since?
Yes, Major.
Yeah?
Waiting
Have a
for
combat
them
Maxwell on the
to
wire.
take
Try to run
me.
it down.
Mrs. Browning,
do.
how much do you charge my
Yep.
wife and myself
I
for
hope
an
you're not
apartment
being
here,
so
by the way?
childish as to attempt to trace this call.
Nothing.
Oh, never once entered my mind.
There's a call on
All right, what can I
Everybody
do
who
for you,
has the
Maxwell?
courage to stay here is
But
most welcome.
I would like to do
But
something
I
for you.
advise
Why?
you against it.
It's my nature.
Listen,
Would you be interested in the name of the party who
What is it?
informed Margot
so
Schiller
crying
that
for relief.
Christopher was responsible for her
Relief from
husband's death?
him.
Oh,
Definitely.
come, Mrs. Browning.
It
You
was
don't
Christopher's
believe
wife,
me?
Gabrielle.
You're crazy. Why should she do that?
Can you think of a better way to get rid of an unwanted husband?
You might have a point there.
If I've been of
Tonight
any
at
service,
8. How
I'm
about it,
delighted.
Paul?
Sounds jolly.
You
Hello,
lose
Maxwell.
the East Wing.
Maxwell.
I have a try on it
Yeah.
for you.
Were you able to run it
Let
down?
me warn you
No.
once again.
That's tough. Well, if anyone else calls, tell them I've gone over to see Frau Christopher.
Stay
I hate to stick my
where
neck
you
out, but I'll
are.
lay you 6 to 5. This is in the bag.
Of course, Paul. Down, Blackie.
Yes?
Down, I
Frau
say.
Christopher?
That is
Oh, if
correct.
you keep swearing,
Glad to
I'll
know you.
never
I'm
get
Mike
you out of
Waring.
these.
Mike Waring.
Yes, I'm investigating your
Oh, I'm
husband's
not at
murder
all
for the
sure
American
you can shoot a ghost,
authorities.
Paul.
I'm not at all sure it
Won't
is.
you come in?
Something
Thank you.
awfully phony about all that.
Oh, no.
Please
My
make yourself
intuition
comfortable.
said there were ghosts in that house.
don't mind if I do.
And I've a very perceptive
Can I offer you a
intuition.
drink?
Well, being
You're not gonna
Irish,
take
I'll
life,
take
are
some
you?
Jameson's if you have it.
Of course I am. He's a watchdog, isn't he?
But a dog.
Now, darling, remember how nice
do you
we
feel up to
got
answering a few
last
questions?
year?
But pheasants aren't the same thing as ghosts at all.
Thanks.
And nonsense.
Were you aware of
All
her
right.
Christopher's
Here's a
political
coat,
activities?
Political
look out the
activities?
window,
He was a writer.
Well, I was just a blind.
You've always been
Actually, he was head man in the communist cell in West
Reminds me of the
Berlin.
time you courted me.
Seems
It was such
incredible.
a nice...
He didn't confide much in you, did he?
That man, the one on the street.
No.
What man?
The one standing right out
Tell
there.
me
Look at him.
something, Herr Waring.
That's
If
the same man who
Vincent
supposedly
was, as you
saw
say,
at
a
Tim
communist.
He
Danner's
was.
house today.
Then he was your
Sarah, where are you
enemy.
going?
Why are you so determined to solve his murder?
Well, I know it sounds ironic, but that's how we do things in a democracy. Anyway, I've got a peach of a theory I'd like to try on you for size. Well, suppose someone who hated your husband figured Professor Schiller's death was a heaven-sent opportunity.
Oh, my
I do not see how.
Well, all this party would have to do was inform Margot Schiller that your husband was responsible for her husband's death.
You
But who would do such a horrible
You
thing?
are Mr. Richard, don't you?
What's your guess?
I've been known to
Maxwell
many
Oppenheimer.
by many men.
Oh,
It certainly is a small world.
You thought of
Well,
him
how
too?
the devil did
No,
you manage to stay
Maxwell
alive
thought
for
of you.
400 years?
You will
I do
notice
not understand.
Now, sure you do, Angel. You were the one who tipped off Margot Schiller. But you couldn't depend on her to do anything about it, so as the saying goes, you took matters into your own hands.
You think I killed Vincent?
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't think it was that funny.
But it is.
into my eyes.
However, I would not tell it to the Berlin police.
Oh, why not?
Well, at 4 o'clock when Vincent was shot,
Never
I was at the
seen me
Chancellery
before.
being interviewed by an
You
officer
don't
named
know
Hans
me.
Gerhardt.
You
I wish
can
to renew my
never
driver's permit.
remember me
But if you were at the
again.
Chancellery...
Obviously, I could not be here at the hotel murdering my husband. Still, it was the most ingenious theory, Herr Waring. Drop by again if you ever think of another.
Look, I think you're probably ashamed of yourself. Those strange men and asking
Most
them
of
to
us
sit
are
for-
now enjoying a happy Labor Day weekend. Or thinking of it anyway.
Of course they
But we
can,
should always keep
on
in
the
mind
face
that
of it,
these
it was
long
silly.
weekend
Expecting
holidays
a man
are
who was
often
alive
tragic
400 years
times
ago
for
to be
some of us
roaming
who
around
start out
Bruce.
gaily
It
to
wasn't a
enjoy
matter
them.
of looseness, Ted.
More than
It was a matter of
1,300
lightness.
American families will
Now,
lose
come on,
one
stop
or
being
more
nuts
of their
and
loved
hold
ones
my arm.
in accidents on the
Tear it off and
highways.
beat you over the head with it.
Last year, when Memorial Day
So
fell in the
good.
middle of the week and was a
And I
one-day
like
holiday, traffic
Well,
accidents
come along,
cost
Sandy.
85
There's your haunted
lives.
house ahead.
But
You
over
wanna
the
keep
Labor
this
Day
farm
weekend,
away.
which always
Oh, the
lasts
goat.
3 days, the average was 153 deaths a day in traffic mishaps. This clearly spells out the difference in the traffic death tolls of short and long national holidays. At all times, and particularly on long holiday weekends, drive as though your life depends on it.
Feeling doors
It does.
opening and slamming.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Better go on up.
Hey, Paul, more than cold in here. It's almost as if something or
So,
somebody
for
is straining your body of all
999th time, I learned what it means to fall flat on your face.
Now that you've scared
And
yourself
after Gabrielle Christopher pulled the rug from under me, I picked myself up and took a stroll onto Dunlin. When I didn't find inspiration there, I made for the nearest phone booth and dialed
Today is
American
my mood.
intelligence.
Nice fire, nice candle.
Unlike Shakespeare, I hope there was something in the name.
Somebody. A dog scare somebody? Not tonight.
Intelligence, Major Thornhill speaking. Oh, Thorny, this is Mike Waring.
Where the devil have you been?
Out communing with nature.
Well,
back here as fast as you can. We just picked up Maxwell Oppenheimer.
Over here.
Wonderful.
Look at him, Paul. The hairs on his head are standing on end.
Maybe he needs lessons.
Lucky.
Suppose we confront him with Margot Schiller. If she identifies him as the man who kidnapped her husband, that might do the trick. Yeah, well, keep your fingers crossed, soldier. I'll make it as fast as I can.
Let's see if I understand you, Mr. Waring. You think if I identify this Maxwell Oppenheimer, it might induce him to confess?
It might.
Well, you don't seem too confident.
Well, I was originally, but now I'm beset by doubts. I could see Maxwell admitting to your husband's murder, but not to Christopher's.
Why not?
For the obvious reason. He didn't do it.
Well, then who did?
Well, that's the question of the hour. You know, we discovered who tipped you off that Christopher was the man responsible for your husband's kidnapping.
Who?
His wife, Gabrielle.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Sure it does. She wanted to get rid of him, and she figured if you knew his name, you'd take care of it for her.
But she must be insane.
No, as a matter of fact, she's pretty clever. Because that's exactly what did happen.
Are you suggesting?
Yes, I am. Why didn't you let her do her own dirty work, Margot? That way it would have been easier on all of us. All right, Angel, let's go.
Reconstruct the scene of the crime.
They just called for Paris Express passengers, Mark. I guess that means me, Major.
Off by a ghost.
I guess it does.
Be quiet,
I'll bet you're happy to see me go.
Relax, Detective Hodges.
Well, I would have been happier if you never stopped by in the first place.
I'm only trying to help.
Did you have to nail Margot Schiller for Christopher's murder?
It's my job, Tony.
Jim Danvers.
Why couldn't it have been one or the other?
I wish it had been too. But that's life for you.
We'll go over the
Every once in a while, the only decent actor in the cast has to be it.
Well,
believe me, I'm as sorry as you are that this was one of them.
When a blue mass suddenly floated in the door, the lights in the fireplace changed, the candles were extinguished, and Mrs. Browning began to scream. Why?
Because she saw a ghost. Really also simple.
And then what happened?
The mass suddenly materialized, fixed sufficiently for us to see two hands.
The case of the
without
Jack of
box.
Diamonds.
The hands reached out, grasped Mrs. Browning by the throat, and
That was that.
The case of the Jack of Diamonds.
I suppose you
That's the
expect me
title
to
of next
believe
week's
that
adventure
story?
of the Falcon.
No reason for you
When
to
Mike
doubt
Waring
me,
learns that
Miss
when the
Wood,
cards
Detective
are marked,
I'm not saying there is.
someone's
There
bound
was
to make
only
a
3
killing.
people in this room, and one of them is dead. Everybody's under arrest.
The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis.
What is it?
Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Leslie Woods as Margot.
Let's get out of this house.
This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
It's gone.
how do you believe it's Detective Mike?
Yes, I believe you. I'll have Mrs. Browning's body removed to the morgue right away.
Ladies and
Paul, if you
gentlemen,
insist on staying in
we
this
take
house
you now
overnight, I'll
behind
not
the
be
scenes of a
responsible for
police
what
headquarters
happens.
in a
Jim,
great
I'm convinced
American
that there
city.
are no such things as
For under the
ghosts.
cold,
Now,
glaring
please,
light,
Jim, take
stands
Sandra back
before
home
us
and
the
leave.
innocent,
I'm not
the
budging without
vagrant,
you,
the
Pam.
Sandra, don't be
thief,
foolish.
Well, no
the
matter
murderer.
what you two do,
This
I'm
is
not staying here.
Oh, go, old fuzzy dear. Take thy tiny body and deliver it to a safe, warm bed. Poor Jim. Scared of a little ghost. It's 11 p.m. already.
Well, good night, Paul, Sandra.
Nighty-night, Jim.
What was that? You mean the footfalls?
Yes, what is it?
The housekeeper's dead stepdaughter.
You see? It's all so simple.
Good grief. Good night.
Hi, Ben. Hello, Coin. Your man's in the front row, the middle there. Thanks, big man. They're about 22. I'll see you later. Yeah.
Oh, we've been all through the house.
Mr.
Paul,
Martin.
I'm dead tired. Come on, let's go to bed.
How are you? Just
You go,
fine.
babe.
Been here
I'll
long?
sit up and read these
Not
letters
long,
we found in the attic.
Do you think you've got any of them in? No way of being sure until you point them out. We picked up 3 or 4 on suspicion. Ask Ricketts and close to your
You don't like
description.
the ghost.
May I have your
Poor Blackie.
This letter's interesting. Evidently a letter from the housekeeper to her husband. A love letter. She talks about her brother's child. It seems her brother left his money to his daughter, and she handled the estate to the child.
That's jolly. Maybe that's the child she calls her stepdaughter.
Let's see what it says. Listen. Since we have managed the child's end, you and I are more than lovers. We are partners in many things.
Sounds as if they murdered the child.
Yes, it does.
The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get an
I
answer
wonder if my
from the
theory
voice,
is
so
right.
do not pay too much
If people
attention to
felt
their answers.
strong passions, and if those passions linger in a house after the people have gone,
All right, boys,
couldn't that create a heavy psychic
right over here
atmosphere?
to the end of the
Those
stage.
fingers that murdered Mrs. Browning were more than heavily psychic. Unhook the collar of my dress, Paul.
Well, I put the letters down on the dressing table here.
Just the top coat.
Better keep these pistols
All right,
handy just in
number 1,
case.
Louis Foster,
Something
robbery.
about a gun that gives
Where
me...
do you live, Louis?
108 and a half North Lincoln Boulevard.
What's your business?
Caddy.
You
drive a cab? Yes, sir. How long ago did you...
Midnight, I'm tired and nothing's funny.
You know Mrs. Browning's sitting room? It seems to be an extra addition to this house. It juts out from the rest of the building like a sleeping pit.
What's funny about that?
That horrible cold and the footfalls all seem to emanate from that room.
Oh, you're logical guy.
I know his last name. He's standing right back there.
Oh, look, the fire's dimming.
How long you known him?
Just like a
I met him,
great black
3-4
shadow
days.
standing in front of it.
Give me my gun.
Here, dear.
That's when we cook up the job. Okay, step back.
Look, Sandy.
Number 2, William Small, assault.
Reaching out
Where do you live, Bill?
The letters.
333
It's got the letters.
Great Scott.
Oh, my chubby aunt.
Watch it.
It's the hand of the housekeeper.
How do you know?
It's got the same ring on she had on this afternoon.
Beat up a customer
But
pretty
that's not
bad.
a ghost I've never seen.
The fire's going out, Sandra.
Shut up, you don't shut up. Take it for about an hour, then I don't take it. You ask him to leave? Sure, like always. Guys get packed up. First I ask him to leave. I'm pretty big. Usually they don't give me no lift. This guy, he's pretty big, too. He doesn't want to leave? Nah. He gets very insulted. Starts calling me names he ain't gotten around.
No, you're a shadow.
I try to hustle him. Gentle, but I mean it, see? He don't hustle. Then he clobbers me one with his elbow right in the kiss me clobbers.
No, go away.
So what
You're
else?
nothing
I
but a
go to
minute.
work, I rub him up good. I'm mad now, see? I really mean it. I hit him with the table. Well, he had it worse.
No, I will not admit your
word.
word.
He brains me for keeps. Okay, step back. Sure. Assault, yes. He don't get nothing, huh? Just a discussion. Number 3, Homer Miller, robbery.
Any of the men up there?
No.
You're safe. On your own.
Watch your business.
Just stand still, darling.
How long have you lived here? 6, 7 years. I come from Detroit.
I was a fool to allow you to stay in that cursed place last night. I ought to have my head examined.
I came over as soon as I got your message, Paul.
Oh, come on in, Jim. Saunders recovering from a bit of a shock.
Yes, I heard about it.
No,
I
man.
warned you, Paul. That house is definitely haunted. I'm going to board it up.
Didn't make an identification, huh?
No, that's not the answer.
You're down looking at the mug pile
It
again.
isn't ghosts.
Yeah,
At least,
Thanks.
not in the real sense of the word.
Well, you'd
Paul,
sure think with 4 men
after what
defying,
you
you
went
ought to be
through,
able to
you say
spot
that?
one of them.
It's
I
too
don't
malignant
know.
for
Maybe they haven't got any records.
Do you believe in the power
They
of
was pretty
hypnotism?
professional about it.
Well, I've heard some amazing theories about it anyway.
We didn't even
Well,
get
I
a
believe
print.
some power controls that
Yeah, but look at the
Well,
M.O.
that's still ghost.
4 guys go into a
Because
theater,
the
stick
brain
it
that
up.
controls the
One
house is
lookout.
still alive. I'm
The other
convinced
3
of it.
guys go up to
Where
the
do you think
manager's
this
office.
man who controls the
That
house
theater
is?
hold up,
He might
sure,
be
but
thousands of
not
miles
4
away.
guys working like this.
Remember you said
Young
that the
guy.
eyes in the
Martin
picture
says
of
the
the
3 who came into his office couldn't have been
Seems
over
alive.
22 or
That's
3.
ridiculous.
Not at all.
And nobody in our
In
files
some
even comes
crazy
close
mad
to the
manner,
descriptions.
Richards has kept himself alive all these 400
Maybe.
years.
Maybe
In
the
some
first job.
hypnotic way, he
Yeah,
controls
I
that
give
house.
up cowboys
If
and
your theory
Indians.
is right,
Martin says he
how
thought
can
they were
we
kidding
break his
until he saw the
control?
guns.
Well, I'm
Well,
certain that his
what
control
have you done?
emanates from the little
Stake out the
sitting room
theaters?
which once belonged to Mrs. Brown.
Guthrie.
Now, if you'll let me,
Yeah.
I'd like to hire workmen and tear that
Yeah.
room off the rest of the house.
Oh, but
The Lincoln?
The room is only an extra addition,
Okay.
Jim. It can't be unharmed.
Let's go. Something hot? Those 4 guys just held up the Lincoln Theater. Fitch was on stakeout, tried to stop him. He downed 1, but got shut up doing it.
Did you hurt
On
yourself
the way to the
climbing that
hospital.
petition, Sandra?
How bad?
No.
Pretty
Oh,
bad.
imagine a secret room down here, Paul, right beneath the sitting room. You see, Jim, Paul was right. Quite like finding a box with a false bottom.
Careful in your head, Sandra. This room isn't very big.
it's as cold storage.
Well, now you know how a hunk of beef feels in my stock.
That's Fitch.
No report yet. He's in the operating room.
Who was the doctor?
Good. Fitch caught one in the chest and one in the right leg.
Haven't been
All
in
modern
this room.
conveniences.
What about the other one?
No identification on him. Before he passed out, he said his name was Martinelli. It really blew him up. It's like went in the right hand, up the arm, right through his body. Funny, huh? Up the arm like that, right through.
Listen, Paul.
Here's Dr. Lundigan. He operated on Martinelli.
Gentlemen.
I'm beginning to become quite fond of them.
That's right, Doctor. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Craig. How do you do? How's Martinelli?
I
can't say just yet. He hasn't regained
The
consciousness.
same face as that painting in my house.
We were hoping to
Look at the
question
eyes in
him,
the
but you can
miniature.
wait in the room if you
Oh,
like.
they're alive.
That's 304 right
They're moving.
there. Well,
You better put that
let's go
plug
in.
down, Paul.
They are alive.
I just came from the
Living
theater.
life.
Come on in the room and tell me.
It's getting colder in here. Oh, Tom. I feel faint. Faint and... Is there something?
We're police,
unearthly
nurse.
moving around.
Dr. Lundigan said we
Open
could
the next door,
wait in
Paul.
here.
Hurry, I don't like this growing cold at all.
All right, if he says so. I'll get another chair.
Thanks.
Please try to talk quiet.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Paul, there's a thin china saucer.
He's working pretty
full of
hard at
crystal
it.
liquid with a
Yeah.
compass floating on it.
What do you got, Klein? Now, the cashier at the theater saw the car, and all she knew was it was Blue
What's
Sedan.
it say?
Not much, but I
As
put on
this
an
compass
APB, and
moves,
descriptions tell it all the way
so
around.
my
Has to be
will
safe.
dominates everything within these
How's Fitch?
four walls.
He's still out, too.
Everything dead or alive.
You want me to stick around?
Cursed
Yeah,
be the house
yeah, for a while.
and restless that
Why, you got a
dwells
date?
there.
No,
What it
I got
means.
nothing to do.
This is the brains. Richards controls this instrument through hypnotism. He can control a piece of paper or a chair or even
Better call a doctor.
Yes, ordered by a malicious, malignant will that keeps a man's spirit roving restlessly after death.
Paul, look in that corner.
Mr. Richards, you are alive.
Yes, alive, quite alive.
That's that, huh?
I will to live.
Yes.
Very clever
Go ahead.
deduction.
Stay and get fingerprints on him. If anything comes up, you can get me at home.
Analysis of my
Let's go, man.
You are a hypnotist.
I have been powerful for 400 years. Your blind stumbling onto my secret will not stop me now. I can will anything. I will the specters of the past to re-enter this room.
Heaven's name, man, stop me.
Oh, that black shadow. It's here with us, closing in.
Yes,
Oh.
closing in. All those who have died in this house are my slaves. As
Hey, you
will
got
be
the
my
lawn
slaves
looking good.
in a very
Not bad for just Sunday labor. Well,
You are not the brain controlling this
night.
house.
I'll see you in the morning.
Want
Want me to pick you up?
You've transferred your power to this
I'll leave
room
the
leader.
car to be
Am I right,
serviced.
Mr. Richards?
What's that?
Say hello to Molly.
Oh, no,
Right.
I'll destroy
Night.
it, Mr.
Night.
Richards. No, you're completely powerless. Watch out, Paul. This partition's going to crumble.
Paul!
Sandra!
What? Get his feet, Luke. Yeah. Johnny, douse these lights. Get the car started.
Gosh,
Come on.
Paul, it's good
get
to
him
be
out of
back
here.
in our own home.
Heavy, ain't it?
What happened to Mr. Richards when the petition collapsed?
Well, the workmen searched the debris around the house for Mr. Richards' body, but no trace of him was found. I'm afraid that he escaped.
You mean he's still alive and free, Jim?
That's just what I mean.
Well, he won't
There's
be
a
for
new
long.
dollar day on CBS.
People everywhere will be
Mystery
warned.
fans
Every
know that
corner
can
of the
mean only
circuit will
one
be-
thing. Edmund O'Brien as
Even his
yours
will
truly,
has
Johnny
to follow
Dollar.
Sunday.
The insurance sleuth
No
with a
one
dynamite-loaded
man
expense
ever
account,
fights
formerly heard Saturdays, now will be heard Wednesday nights on most of these same CBS stations. Johnny Dollar celebrates his move tomorrow night by solving the
From the
Malcolm Wish
time
matter,
worn
a
pages
startling
of the past,
disappearance case.
we have recalled the house and the grave. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Don't see nobody. Okay, drag him out. Hey, but nobody ever kidnapped no cops before. All right. Get him down the shit. I can't. Where do you want him? Just dump him. All right.
The weird circle.
He's coming around. Set them pretty good. Got that shit, car. Yeah.
In this cave, by the restless sea, we are met with call from out
Well, you
the
get some water or
past.
something and dump it on him?
Stories,
Or you should just go sit down and shut your face. I'll
and
take care of it.
weird.
Okay.
And the world gone by speak again the immortal tale.
Feel like sitting up?
The head.
Sure, you can sit up, so sit up. You don't look so good. You messed him up. You needed messing. Take it easy. Wake up, K.O.
It was raining. The date was August 31st,
What's
if I
going
remember.
on?
And I had just heard that Sir John Rowell and his daughter had leased a villa here at Wanley for the winter. I hadn't seen Sir John since I had been in London 4 years ago. Naturally, I was anxious to see my father's old friend. I walked across the sands in the pouring rain
Now you got yourself
to the
all
lonely
wet.
house on the
Who do you
cliff
think
that
you're
she had
talking to?
leased.
You!
I remember wondering at that
Any way you
time
want it.
why any man would choose such an isolated and cheerless spot.
Like to know
But
about
then
it,
my
big
taste
stupid
for
cop
his
wanna know
villa
why you
might
got
have
your
been
skull
dulled by the
split, huh?
constant fall of the rain
Martinelli.
and the dreary, overcast
Tony
sky.
Martinelli. One of your stinking
I
cops
knocked
shot
on
my
the door
brother. You
and
get
then
it now?
waited.
Yeah. Anybody ever kidnapped a cop before, huh? Anybody ever kidnapped a
Seems
lieutenant,
I
a
waited
big dumb
some time
lieutenant,
before
huh?
his Arabian servant.
Yes.
Gotta learn to answer
Is
when I
Sir
ask
John
you
Rowell
something.
in?
Who is calling, please?
Mr. Lansing
Get a job,
from
you
London.
first stick up to
Mr.
me.
Dennis Lansing
Thanks,
II.
thanks.
Come in.
Because you pulled another one 3 days late. So what? Amateur.
I don't see why you have to rent
Smart
the
hood would figure we'd stake out the theaters. I'm not
Please
smart.
to be seated, sir.
Not a bit.
Smart enough
I
to get
announce
3,000.
I told you to kick a face shot.
Oh, I don't doubt it. But there would have been a million cases in England just to serve your
with
brother
us,
just
huh?
as well, I'm
Boys are making a big mistake.
Mr. Dennis
Tell us how we're making
Lansing
a
the
big
second
mistake, huh?
to see you.
None of us got
Sir.
records in this town.
Lansing, show him right in, Fiora. Show him right in.
Another one of your
penalty for
headhunting
kidnapping
plans,
the
Ed.
state. They ain't gonna find us.
Well,
God,
come
my
in,
brother
my
ain't
boy.
gonna
Come in,
say
let's have a
nothing.
look at you.
If we got you along,
Well,
even if they
grown
don't
up
find
since
us,
I
ain't
saw
gonna
you.
do
Oh, the inevitable result of years,
I'm getting
sir.
hungry. I'll go out and get some
I'd
sandwiches.
like you to be
Okay,
quite
where you want?
honest.
Hey, liverwurst. Just get
How do you
some
do?
step on this. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, how about the copper?
Well, do I look like a headhunter?
Get me some hamburgers. Okay.
Not in the least.
Phyllis, stop flirting with the young man. Go upstairs and change for dinner.
You
Even in this
know
villa, you
what
can't
we're gonna
expect to
do,
come to the table
Lieutenant.
in that dress.
Oh, Father, really, the first
We're
time
gonna
I've had a
wait right
chance to be
here to
amused,
see
I'm
if my
sent out of the
brother's
room.
Let's
You're
have you a
right.
chance to talk to Dennis later
Then
on.
we're leaving the state.
Oh, you'll stay.
You're going to be
Dinner,
sitting
won't
right
you,
in the
sir?
front seat.
I'd be delighted.
All the way.
I'll see you then, Mr. Lansing.
What have you?
Yes, indeed.
Brother
What
doesn't
are you
get
doing in
all
this
right.
part of France?
You're
Your
still
father with
sitting
you?
in the
Well, the
front
family's
seat.
in England. I'm vacationing
get
here for
clear.
2 weeks in a pension near the casino.
Joe, why don't you stay with us?
Oh, really, Sir John, I wouldn't think of...
Why wouldn't you? I insist on it. Yes, I insist on it. Fiora.
Yes,
I'd like you to pick up Mr. Lansing's luggage after dinner.
yes, sir.
And at whose party are you staying?
Madame Corvez.
Madame Corvez, oh. And Fiora,
Yes, sir.
prepare the left wing for Mr. Lansing.
Hi, where's
He'll be
Ben?
staying with us.
He's not in
Yes,
yet. I was just swiping some coffee. Well, swipe me some.
Well, how's the hunting going, Sir
what'd you
John?
find out on
Famously.
Martinelli? Here.
Phyllis and I just came back
We
from
ran
India,
down
as
the
a matter of fact.
fingerprints. Got him
yeah.
through the army.
Tell me, Dennis,
Full name, Julio
have you ever
Martinelli,
seen any of
26
my
years old.
movies?
Oh, no, I haven't, sir, but I've heard my father
Don't know
talk
how long
about
he's
them.
lived
Yeah,
here,
there's a
but
great
good, though.
store, great treat in
What's
store
he
for
trying
you.
to say? I'm waiting on it now.
I picked up the
Just heard
back
from the army an hour
in
ago.
this villa as a
He's got a
trophy
brother,
closet.
Tony Martinelli.
Would you like to see it?
Family
Yes, as a matter of fact, I would very much.
Well, come along, then.
Ozzy, both he and his
We
brother
have
are
just
always in
time
trouble.
enough before dinner.
Overseas duty, stationed in California. I wonder where Ben is. Oh, you're supposed to pick him up?
Ah, This is the room.
he's probably still having his
Well, let me light a candle first.
Here's the report from Detroit.
Right.
Both the Martinellis have records. Minor
Yes,
offenses
you
but
have quite a
habitual.
collection here.
Both serve small
Nice looking
time raps,
lion
a
head in the
dozen
corner there.
Any
Oh,
report on the
that's
blue
beautiful.
sedan?
Yes,
No,
I
and
got
there's
that
something
elf
else.
in the
Detroit
north
sent
last
back
winter.
these
What a
covering the
tremendous
descriptions
photo,
of the other two
yes.
guys with the
You know, Dennis,
Martinellis.
it took only
Martinelli's
one
brother,
shot to put
Tony's
it down.
essentially
Oh,
the guy who
fancy
ran the
shooting,
stick-ups.
Sir John.
Yes,
These
record
two guys have
keeping
been
under the
picked up with them a
And
couple of
what's under
times.
this cover?
No.
Luke
Don't look there, Dennis.
Oh, what?
Charlie Wren. Yeah, according to
What
their
in
records, they
heaven's
never
name?
pulled off anything this big, just petty
Why,
stuff
it's a
with that.
human
Well, you better
hand.
have these circulated.
I
Where's Ben?
haven't
I don't know.
restricted my
He sure
zeal
is
for
late.
hunting to the animal kingdom, as you no doubt realize.
Yes, I see. Oh, horrible looking.
You should have seen the man it belonged to.
Well, I didn't mean to try, sir.
I realize I didn't. No harm done. You would have seen it sooner or later. It belonged to an enemy of mine. A man I met on one of my many travels.
But how did you get the hand, sir?
Are you sure you're
look.
interested in
All
it?
our pictures on the front page.
yes.
We better get out of
That
here.
is, if you feel like telling me about it.
I don't mind.
Rotten.
His name is McGraw,
Yeah.
the head of a fanatical cult.
Yeah.
My wife met him on one of our
Died
journeys.
last night, 9 o'clock, before we got
fascinated
you.
her. He
know
talked
that.
her into killing herself
Know what
in order
happens
to
to you,
destroy
Copper.
her earthly body
You know,
and
don't you,
liberate her soul.
My father
Only
once
look, we're in
told
it up
me
to here
something
now.
of all
You
this.
can't. Shut up. Yeah, but they know
Like
who's
a
over.
scandal in London.
So what
at
if they
the
know?
time.
This big dumb cop is going to get us off?
She wrapped herself in old pearl rags.
Tony, you're still
He
running.
gave her the flames
You gotta do what I tell you to do. We stay
in
right
order
here all
to
night.
set those
You wanna get
rags
out
on
of here?
fire.
You know what I was planning. They know who we are.
I hadn't realized that
She died suddenly,
Clear, I'll kill him.
horribly.
You don't have to do
While
nothing
he
to do with it.
chanted black magic over her
Kill him all
burning
by myself.
flesh.
I love it.
My daughter Phyllis was only 10 then.
Well, didn't they jail this man McGord? They couldn't find him. He left the country. But I found him. I hunted the four corners of the earth for him. Just as I hunted for wild beasts. And when you found him? I staked him to the wet earth and cut off his hand. And left him there? Yes. To die. But why have you got the hand chained to the wall? You probably won't believe me.
You been over to his house?
I sent cargo.
But that hand
It's 3:30
is
in the morning.
alive. Oh, nonsense.
Ben's never stayed away
It's
without
not
at least
nonsense at
checking
all.
in. He didn't even go into the garage.
My life is safe. Only as long as that chain holds that hand.
But how can a severed part of a body retain life?
Well, how do you know? I at least got a... Grab.
Get in the
What's the
bag.
address?
Well, we'd better hurry down. Kiora hates to be kept waiting.
Asher thinks
He's quite
maybe
a
he's
cook,
got
you
an
know.
identification on one of the
Doesn't
men.
want his food
Cafe
spoiled.
down on River Street.
Sir John.
105 East.
You want me to
The
come along?
hand.
No. No, you
I could have
you
sworn
better
it
stay here
moved.
until Carger
Yes.
checks in about Ben.
It does.
Let me know as soon as you hear anything, huh?
You think so? Come along. Hello, Dennis. Don't say anything about the hand to Phyllis. She hates the thought of it.
You have my word, sir. I won't mention the hand at all.
Well, Dennis, what do you think of Kiora's cooking?
If this is any sample, Sir John,
This is Mr.
your man
Boylan.
Kiora is the best
How you
cook in
doing?
France.
All right,
Oh, you haven't tasted anything yet,
identified
Dennis.
this one, Luke
Wait
Johnson.
till Kiora makes one of his
He's
famous
pretty
curry
sure.
dishes.
Oh, yeah.
He's quite an
I'm
expert on
pretty sure
curry.
this
You like
guy
curry?
picture
Well, at times
come
I
in this
do.
morning,
It's
got
a little
some sandwiches
peppery
to take
for my
out. To take
taste.
out,
Oh, don't say that to
Everywhere's
Father. That's
6 hamburgers.
religious.
Remember, because
Beg
I
your
ain't had too
pardon,
many customers.
letter came just
You
now,
notice
Sir
whether it's in
John,
the
for
car or
you, on the door.
Well, I mean, I noticed.
Another
I
one,
seen him walk
Kiora?
away
Yes,
across the
sir,
street. that
another
way.
one.
See, we stay open all
I
night,
say
and he was the first customer
should
walked that way
move
right
now.
What's he doing? He's a killer me?
Phil, Dennis, will you excuse me?
Sure, probably live down
Suppose
there,
you young
Brian.
people take your coffee in the parlor.
Oh, of course, Father.
I will join you later. Kiora.
Yes, Sir John.
Oh, sure, he's young. He's about my boy's age, maybe.
Oh, here, let me carry your coffee tray for you.
Oh, thank
You
you.
got coffee and sandwich.
Now,
Now, where's your phone?
How does it
It's right
happen
there.
we've never met in
It's a
London,
nickel.
Phyllis?
Well, the last time I was in London, I was just coming out of pigtails.
Oh, I would have liked you in pigtails.
You're nice. Tell me more.
No, honestly, here, sit down on the window seat and I'll tell you more.
I love to sit on this seat and plaster my nose against the window when it's raining.
I like rainy weather.
Oh, so do I.
We got an identification on Luke Johnson.
We like
I'll
the
need
same
every
thing.
available man to cover this
You know,
area.
people who like the same thing ought to get married.
It's my guess Johnson is
Phyllis.
holed up
Oh,
somewhere
didn't I
within
tell
walking
you?
distance of the river.
I'm going to marry you.
Yes, sir. I'll keep
You're
in touch.
awfully sure of yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
once
know.
swore that the first woman who called me a
the address is
headhunter would
105
be
East
my
River.
wife.
You are nice.
You said that before. If you're going to be my wife, you'll have to broaden the scope of your conversation.
Stuck up the theaters? Yeah, I read about that. Well,
Dennis is father.
Oh, what is it?
I didn't know you lived, but you're chained to the wall. And you won't break loose. Never, never, never. You won't break loose.
Bring that dreadful hand. Quickly, Dennis, to the trophy room back here.
Oh, what's happening?
You'll see. This way to the left.
I'm right behind you, dear.
Oh, Father, stop it. Stop it, darling. You'll only make yourself ill. Open that door, Dennis, quickly. We've got to get him out of that room.
That's right.
We have to take this guy along. Can't you knock him off here?
Sir John.
Sir John, let me go, Dennis. Look at it. Look at the hand now. Look at it. It's moving. The thing isn't resting in the air. It wants to grasp my throat.
Oh, no, Father, please come away from this room. Please,
Come
Father,
along,
please.
come along now, Sir John. Come along.
You look awful. Thanks.
Help me
Shut
with
up.
him, Dennis. He's fainting. Oh, Father.
Well, we got about a half a tank of gas, Tony. That'll get us to the state line. We should have brought some food if we ain't going to stop, Tony. There's your car.
We'll have to carry him ourselves.
There now, Sir John. Sir John.
It's no use, Dennis. Every time Father goes into the trophy room, this happens. Every time he sees that hand, he has an actual physical fight with it.
A fight with the hand?
I've wanted him to get rid of that thing millions of times. He makes himself ill over it. It'll destroy him this way.
Here, let me carry him to the living room.
Back there next to
Can you
Charlie,
manage?
tough boy.
Yes, I can manage.
Now, come here.
I think we ought to call a doctor for him, Phyllis. He's in a self-hypnotized coma.
Dr. Frodell. He lives about a half mile down the road to the left.
Good.
All right, Tony,
Here
come on
now, Sir
out.
John. Lie down here. Oh, I won't be long, Phyllis. Just let your father rest here on this sofa. There, he'll probably sleep until I get back.
Dennis,
Yes?
don't stay away too long, Dennis. I'm frightened of being alone in this house.
Which way do I turn to go to the doctor?
Well, after you leave this house, turn to the left and walk straight down the road. Oh, about a quarter of a mile. It's not far.
Please, get up.
Oh, hurry, Dennis, please.
I will.
Come on, get up.
I'll be back
I
shortly.
don't think he's going. Wouldn't you know it? I'd like to take it easy, boy.
The hand. The hand.
Please, Father, you mustn't think about it.
The chain.
I should
and the
have saved
hand.
the Sunday punch for
Is
last.
unlocked.
Unlocked? Oh, what's the difference? A hand can't run away, Father.
Please, Phyllis, please. Lock the chain. Lock it. Go now. Then lock it.
Why did you want me to, of course? Will you be all right alone here?
Yes, quite all right.
Oh, if
The lineup.
only you hadn't been killed.
Well, before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
No. No! Phyllis! Phyllis, help me! Help me! It's the hand! The hand! Coming for me! Crawling on the wall like a scorpion! Closer! Closer! Nearer! Nearer! It's coming for me! No!
I'll call out for numbers and names. At the end of each line when I ask for questions or identification, call out the number.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, here we are, Dr. Faubert.
The rest is dark. And thought Lord Raoul was waiting for us in the living room.
Well, I thought so, too.
It is a wet night. Wet
The lineup,
night.
starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Grebb, is written by Blake Edwards and Dick Klein with music by
This way,
Eddie
Doctor. Come
Dunstetter.
along.
Featured in tonight's
You know, that's
cast
funny.
were
There's no
High
light.
Upperback, Tony Barrett,
I left
Dick
the light
Ryan,
on in the
Ted
parlor.
DeCorsia, Peter
Perhaps
Leeds,
Lord
Virginia
Raoul
Craig,
turned
Howard
it off
McNear,
so he
and
could
Clayton
sleep.
Post.
Perhaps.
The lineup is produced and directed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
They do not answer, no?
No, they don't. Phyllis! It's Dennis and Dr. Faubert. Let us in.
Oh, Dennis. Dennis, Father's dead. Daddy's been murdered.
Murdered?
Dr. Faubert, my father's been choked to death by...
Show over most of
Father,
these same
help.
CBS
Where is he,
stations.
my dear?
No wonder
so
the
from the
Grover
living room.
himself
Come along, Doctor.
mobilizes
You can
and
take a look at it.
formalizes.
I'll light a candle.
Next guests include Tommy Dorsey with some fancy licks on his slide trombone, hot violinist Joe Venuti,
Father asked me to
and
go
an
to the
equally
trophy room
toiled
to be sure.
songbird Teresa Brewer.
A hand
Tomorrow
was
night
box
on
taped
The
into
Bing
the wall.
Crosby Show.
As soon as I left him alone, I heard Dad screaming. When I came back, look, that's what I saw.
Let me examine him, my dear.
Here's a candle,
This
Doctor.
is
thank
CBS,
you.
the Columbia Broadcasting
Phyllis, try to
System.
control yourself. You're safe now.
Father.
Phyllis, now stop crying, my dear.
It's so incredible, Dennis. A severed part of a human body being able to commit murder. Murder.
Did you see the hand?
No, I didn't. It was gone by the time I returned.
Wrigley's Spearmint
All the
Chewing
lights
Gum, the
that one
refreshing,
candle near
delicious
the
treat
window
that
were
gives you
out.
chewing enjoyment,
Dr.
presents for
Faubert.
your listening enjoyment
Is it possible
the
for that
lineup.
hand to be alive?
Under ordinary circumstances, I would say no, Silency. But these are
In just a moment, we will
anything
take you
but
by
ordinary
transcription
circumstances.
behind the
Then
scenes
you
of a
admit
police
it's
headquarters in a
possible for
great
this hand to have
American
done the
city.
murder.
I admit
Where under the
nothing,
cold,
monsieur.
glaring light,
Only I
will
must
pass
judge
before
from
us
the evidence
innocent,
which
the
confronts
vagrant,
and
the
no
thief,
human hand
the
ever
murderer.
performed this matter.
This
Look
is
at
the lineup.
imprints on the neck of your father. The imprints of skeleton fingers.
Then
Wrigley's
Then the
Spearmint
hand
Chewing
is still
Gum
loose in the house
refreshes
somewhere.
you.
Did you see
Wrigley's
the hand in the
Spearmint
trophy
Chewing
room,
Gum
Phyllis?
gives you real
I never
chewing
got back
enjoyment.
there.
Yes, for chewing enjoyment
Fiona.
plus
I have brought
refreshment. It's
your luggage
Wrigley's
back,
Spearmint Chewing Gum. The
Lord
lively,
Raoul.
delicious flavor of Wrigley's
Yes,
Spearmint
sure.
cools your mouth,
Lord Raoul
helps
is-
keep your throat moist,
I knew
gives
it.
you a nice little
I
lift.
knew it.
The good,
I
smooth
told him not
chewing
to
of
stay in
Wrigley's
this
Spearmint
house.
helps keep you
I
feeling
could
fresh
feel the
and alert.
danger
Adds
around us.
enjoyment
Could you
to whatever
indeed,
you do.
Chiara?
So for
Perhaps
chewing
you
enjoyment
understand
plus
more of this
refreshment,
than we
treat
do.
yourself
No,
often
it
to
is
Wrigley's
pity.
Spearmint
Lord
Chewing
Raoul
Gum.
was fine
Healthful,
hunter.
refreshing,
Fiora.
delicious.
What was in that letter that Lord Raoul secretly did which threw him into such a panic?
I do not know, Mr. Lindsay.
But where did it come from?
I do not know that either. This isn't the case for us to solve, Mr. Lindsay. It's up to the police.
Oh, not the police. Please, Doctor. It will only start an old scandal all over again.
But, mademoiselle...
No, my father wouldn't have wanted it. The publicity over my mother's death ruined his life. He wouldn't want the old scandal repeated.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the papers, Phyllis.
Dennis, my father wouldn't want it.
But as long as his death is a mystery, your life is in danger.
There's no mystery about it.
Hi, Ben. Hello,
My father was murdered by
You look tired.
the hand.
I am tired. I was
You
on a
always knew he
24 that
died
worked
that
into
way,
a
always.
48. I don't think I've had 6 hours
The
sleep
hand
since
will remain in
Wednesday.
this
The
house.
Bilotti steakhouse? Yeah.
I'm going as far
And this
away as
weather.
I possibly can.
Sure hot.
Lady Phyllis is right, Monsieur Flaubert.
Yes,
How
what's
can
this?
you
No,
be so
just
sure
looking
it will
around.
not follow
Go
her?
upstairs.
No more
glad
of
we
East
can use a
Indian
lot.
May I have your
magic than
attention,
you
please?
do,
See you
Doctor.
later.
East
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention,
I will have
please?
to report Lord Raoul's death
Thank
to
you.
the authorities
My name is
to
Carter,
make arrangements
Sergeant
for his
Pete Carter. I'll
funeral.
explain the lineup to
My
you.
father's body will be
Each of the
taken to
suspects you
England.
will see will be numbered.
Kiora
I'll
knows
call up a number,
exactly
their name
what
and
to do.
charge.
Nevertheless,
If you have
I
any
must
questions
make
or
the report for
identifications,
his
please
death.
remember the number assigned to
It's
the prisoner as I
customary
call his
procedure
name.
in France.
If you're sure or not
An
too sure, the suspect,
investigation
have him
will
held.
certainly
The questions
follow
I
in
ask
the
these
morning.
suspects are merely to get a natural
You
tone of
make
voice.
full for all of
Not
us,
pay too
Dr.
much attention to their
Flaubert.
answers, as they often lie.
Especially for you,
Okay, bring on the line.
Good evening, Doctor.
All right,
Thank
keep it
you.
moving. Right over here to the
I
end of
do
the
not
stage.
think it is wise to stay
Now
in this
turn and
house
face
tonight,
front,
Lady
hands at your
Phyllis.
sides.
Yora's right, Phyllis.
Now, when I call out
You
your
can
number,
return
step
with
out
me
and
to
face
Madame
the screen.
Corday.
Keep your head
And
up so
leave
everyone
Father
can get a
here
good look at
alone
you.
like
Talk
this.
up so
But there's
everyone can hear
nothing more
you.
you can do for
Okay,
him,
number
Phyllis.
one,
If
Leonard
black magic
Strickland,
does
robbery.
exist, I can at
Where do you
least
live,
watch
Leonard?
over him tonight.
But, Lady Phyllis...
No, Kiora. I'm going to stay right
What's your
here.
business?
If you both want to leave, you can.
Yeah,
I
what do you
won't
do?
leave
What
you,
kind of
Phyllis.
work?
If you want to stand watch, I'll stand with you.
I used to be a
I make
When
some
was the last
coffee,
time
Lady
you worked
Phyllis,
as a
yes?
carpenter?
Oh, yes, Kiora, if you please.
Then I return
Well, I
to
guess
town and
about
make arrangements
5,
for our
6
immediate
years,
return to England.
yes.
I don't know what
What kind
I'll
of
do
jobs
without
have you
you,
had since
Kiora.
then?
Maybe Kiora
well,
fix
I've
it
done
so
lots
we
of odd
leave
things.
before
I was a
authorities
window washer
come,
for a
yes?
while.
If you
Worked at
can,
gas
Kiora, I'd be
stations,
so very grateful.
labor gangs for the city. Oh, I've done a lot of things. Who were you with when you were picked up? Oh, a guy, Stanley Halloran. He was picked up, too. Is he in the line? Sure. Point him out.
It's so late,
Him.
Phyllis.
First one?
Why don't you try
Number
and
2,
sleep
Stanley
a while
Halloran.
here? I'll stay awake and
I should step out? No.
If only
Call
I
my
could
number.
sleep.
Stay there.
Well, I can put out the candle in the window.
When what?
If the room is dark, you'll find
Step out, I'll
sleeping
tell
easy.
you. He was just pointing you
Whatever
out
you
to
say.
the people out front, Stanley. Oh.
I wonder
You're
what's
next.
keeping Kiora so long.
Okay.
I
I'll
don't
take
know.
care of it, Leonard.
I hope he's not in trouble.
He's been
Okay,
gone
knock it
over
off.
3 hours.
Sorry.
He won't be back till morning.
Are you comfortable?
Hold on.
Yes,
Now
that's
shut
as
up. Just answer my questions. That's enough.
Listen,
Sorry. He talks. Shut up. All right.
do you hear something strange?
Now, when you were arrested, Leonard.
No.
Yeah.
Listen
Did you have any
carefully.
weapons on you?
Sounds like mice in the corner.
Guns, knives.
Oh, yes, knives and weapons.
Like
Now
mice
listen.
or
I told you not to
a
talk unless
scratching
you were
hand.
asked. Stupid.
You hear it now, don't you?
Oh,
Yes, I
yeah.
do, very plainly.
Dennis, look on the windows.
Yes?
It's the
I
hand.
asked you how stupid
Falling
he
like
was.
a scorpion towards my father.
Tell me about the
crawling.
shotgun.
It's going toward the light.
Dennis, don't.
It was a
don't
shotgun.
touch it.
quiet,
An old
Phyllis.
one. Double barrel? Pump? What?
The pump. I bought it.
Going
What
to
was the caliber?
try and turn off the light.
I've got to grab it.
Okay, Leonard, step back.
I've got it. Light the candle.
Number
Phyllis,
2,
first.
Stanley Halloran, robbery.
Just hold it until I
Well,
get a
come
table.
on, come on.
What?
Now. Yeah, step out.
There. Now we can
Get him off the stage. Take him down to the tank.
Look.
Yes, just what I thought.
Yeah,
A
okay.
skeleton hand
Now, where do
completely
you live,
without
Stan?
life attached to a
Hello. I said where?
You
Where do you
mean
live?
somebody...
stick. Yes, somebody
I live
stole
down
a
by
hand,
Jefferson.
attached it to a
You live
stick,
down
and
by
trying to
Jefferson?
frighten
But
me.
why,
Jefferson,
Dennis?
Big Long
Who murdered
Street.
Father?
What's the
That's
address?
something we'll find out rather soon.
2365 East Walton. Something from Lincoln. I guess it's really not down so much. Kind of in between. This is turning out to be my lucky night. That's nice.
with this man. Stay back.
Do you have any weapons on you, Stan?
Kiora.
No, I wouldn't even carry the shotgun. You drive a car? I wouldn't drive it. I didn't even want to do the job much.
What are you
I
doing
didn't
here?
feel good. Was Leonard driving the car?
to the
Yeah.
house.
That's when he wanted me to hold the shotgun, but I told him not on your life. And he had to put it in the back seat. What kind of a car was Leonard driving,
Yes,
Stan?
sir. I used
Was it a sedan?
knife on
Coupe?
him, unfortunately.
Had a back
inside.
seat. I
Dennis, I
suppose
don't
it was a
understand.
sedan.
What
What color
I'm
was it?
beginning to.
The
Take
back
a seat,
seat?
Kiora.
Yes, sir,
car.
I've got him. Feet.
All right, step
Nothing to be
Did
proud
I
of.
talk loud
They are
enough?
the
Yeah, you
feet
did
of a
just
dog.
fine. Step back.
Close the door behind us,
No,
Phyllis.
no, no, the other end of the line. Did I get my safe place?
The other red stand.
Okay.
Here, we can put him down here.
Yes, sir. Number 3.
Full
Arthur
car.
Willoughby robbery.
Oh,
Where do you live, Arthur?
sell him prisoners coal for the
99 North.
It is too late, Monsieur Margot.
What do you do, Arthur?
Margot?
I'm a painter.
My father hunted him down and left him to die long ago. Dennis, he can't be my boy.
He is.
Ajax.
He didn't die.
You arrested with anybody?
He was
No,
faked to the
no.
ground, Phyllis,
Any
but
weapons?
managed
No.
to free himself.
You have a car.
Fiora suspected the doctor from the first.
That's quite right, Lady Phyllis.
Pete really had
He kept
himself a couple
writing
tonight.
letters to Lord Rawls.
what's up?
He's
Just got
the
a call
only
from
one
Small
near
over
enough
on
to
Adams.
drop
Oh,
letters
it is.
on the door.
Homicide. Officer around
When
the
he
beat
leaves
found a
house
dead
this
man in an
evening,
alley. Okay,
I
let's
wait
go.
outside for him to return. I hide. I see him and skeleton hand outside window. Then I see light go out inside. Then I grabbed him.
And a good thing you did, too.
Yes, good. So you'd all be dead. Dead.
That's small.
Yeah, I see him.
Cutting off my
Hi.
hand.
It's down here. Come on, let us through, baby. Let us through. Thank you. Thank you. The officer on the beat, Miller's a new boy, found him.
Artificial
Oh, Doc.
one, made of wax.
Crockett and I have been over the alley.
How long has he been dead?
Say, about an hour, not anymore.
How'd he die?
Beaten to death. I'll tell you more as soon as I get him downtown. All right, boys, clean it up. Got a cigarette?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He
Sure
will
cools
pay
off.
in another
Sleep
world
5
for the
minutes
crime he
last night.
committed tonight.
Thanks.
I go get the police, Lady Felicia.
When do you want my report, Ben?
Soon.
10 o'clock?
Okay.
See you.
Night, Doc.
Thanks for the cigarette.
Understand how Fiora knew that Dr. Flaubert
Any
was really
identification,
my
Small?
God.
Well, there's a wallet.
Has a
Here it
strange
is.
but
That's all they
almost
had on him.
infallible second sense.
Name's Farmer.
Yes, I'm afraid they have, Dennis.
Stanley Farmer.
A very strange
79
second sense.
East Weston.
It's not too far.
Well, let's look around. Phyllis and I waited in
I'd say
front
the
of
fight took
fireplace
place
for
in
2
this
hours.
part of the alley.
And finally, Kiora
You see the
and the
big can?
authorities arrived.
Uh-huh.
I told them the entire
caved in.
story,
Yeah, looks like one of them
as
fell over.
incredible as it sounded, and was granted
There's
permission to
blood on the
return
pavement,
Lord
yeah.
Raoul's body to
Hey, shine the light on the wall.
Dennis, can we really go back to
Over to
the
the right.
I'll be
What
so
are these
glad to
buildings
get
on
home.
either side?
so
The warehouse
right,
and the...
Well, I'm not quite sure what my
Fight like
family
this,
will say
someone must
about
have
my
heard
traveling
something.
back
Warehouse
in
or
the company of
department
a
store would have a
strange
night
man.
watchman.
Oh,
Well, if you heard anything, you'd have taken a look, but we'll check
well, they
anyway.
won't have to worry.
Let's walk down
We're
the
gonna
alley.
be married just as
cover the
soon
wall
as
on
I
this
have
side
you
and this part of
safely
the
home.
alley with your lights. will you?
Dennis, my dear.
My darling.
How about the other end of the alley? Where does it
You may
lead?
need good
Dead end.
housekeeper.
Wonder what the
Cook,
other guy
Mr.
looked like.
Lansing.
The dead one was really worked over.
Fiora make
Might
very
have been
good
more than one
Indian
guy
curry.
working him over.
Kiora,
Yeah, hold it
you're
in there.
her. I can see right now.
we're
Phyllis,
even
I'll
fighting
be
here.
eating Indian
More
curry for the
blood.
rest of my life.
Scuff marks. Rubber-heeled shoes. They're fresh marks.
Well, biggest part of the struggle looks like it took place back there. Well, shine it down here.
We have brought to you the immortal.
What's that?
What? Where?
Showing your light down there. Down there, Small. No, over by those cans. There.
Feathers.
Feathers?
Yeah. Looks like part of a woman's hat or something.
Pretty funny looking hat.
Oh, this might be something.
This is the United States
Well,
Armed
we'll go
Forces
through every bit
Radio
of it.
and
On the
Television
other time, it
Service.
would be just junk. We'll check it all. Keep the alley blocked off. I'll call in and have them send some boys down to keep it clear until morning.
Okay.
Let's go, Dave. If you find anything, we'll be over at Farmer's house, then back to the station. I'll call from Farmer's and give a phone number.
All right. It's pretty late. Maybe he doesn't live with anybody. Boy, this is nice.
Ring it again. No, wait a minute. There's a light.
What's going on?
We're police officers. All right if we come in?
What do you want? Does Stanley Farmer live here?
Yeah, he ain't home.
We know he isn't.
Who are you?
Frank Farmer, I'm his brother. Come on, what is it? What's wrong? Stan get into trouble or something?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you this any other way. Your brother's dead.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I'd like to talk to you about it. Maybe you can help us. If you don't feel like it now.
No, it's okay. Maybe I should break up or something, but I don't feel anything. Guess I should feel awful.
Or maybe if you had a drink.
I don't drink. Stan's dead?
He was found in an alley.
Look. Come on in the other room and sit down. I can't think too straight. Better sleep. Gosh, fella, this is... You know, miserable. I'd just make you sound comfortable. Gosh, things wake up, sleeping your head off, and thinking doorbell. It's funny, I was dreaming a bad one. The doorbell just jarred me. It rang a couple of times.
We didn't know if your brother lived.
You know, I swear that this is the darndest thing. I got along with my brother great. guess I loved him as much as anybody. Loving the family. Can't feel much. Numb.
We want to find out who killed him.
Yeah.
Do you have any enemies?
No. No, if he did, I didn't know about him. He's a nice guy. Early, so I have to get in the factory.
You work?
Yes. Stan and me would work together. Got a service. I'm sorry, fellas.
Well, we can talk about it.
No. Let's get it over with. Got a job, and I'd like to help. Stan was a good kid. I'm older, that's where I kind of owe it about him. Really isn't. Really isn't anything, is he now?
Look, Mr.
No,
Farmer,
just a little while getting around to it. I haven't cried in a long time.
Roar up to the fire.
Felt like I should.
Gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon
ahead.
you'll see a moonlit patch of woods in County Clare.
What time did Stan go out?
Soon you'll hear a
Before I
boy
went to
and
bed.
girl a
Early.
talking.
Around 7.
And there
A day?
begins our
Yeah,
story
and
of
a
the
girl.
troth of
Her
death.
name is June.
The troth
June.
of death.
Told me.
You know where she lives?
No,
Let me hold you in
He
my
told
arms
me
again.
June.
And taste once more your lovely lips.
Colton.
Nora, Alana, pity
Something
me.
like
When you talk like that, you know I
June
always let you have your way.
Yeah, June
Oh,
Coleman.
I
Yeah,
love you,
yeah.
Berkeley. Love you so.
We've seen it for a bottle.
No more now.
We
Let me go.
No, never met her.
Please.
And you don't know
Didn't
where she
matter if we
lives?
should be to carry
Where
on
we
like
might be
this.
able to find her?
We met her in a bar.
Yeah, not yet. When may be
Stillman,
after telling your father
it's only
about
about 3
Bartley
blocks
and asking
from
his
here,
consent?
over on
Why,
I
whenever
don't
you wish
think
it,
that-
sure.
No, we'll
Did you
find
put
her.
it off because of fear your father will
Maybe she
object?
had
And how could he object to you?
Your
Oh,
brother
he's a
say
rich
much about her?
man, and you're his
Liked
only
her.
son who's been sent
Her
to
name,
city school.
he told me at once,
Sometimes I'm
maybe
up to
twice,
thinking
and he
he'll not
liked
be
it.
happy to
That's
have
all
anyone
he
so
told me.
poor and ignorant
can't think
as
of
Nora
anyone who
O'Hare
might have
for
it
his
in for your
daughter-in-law.
brother?
Nora, darling.
Well, tell me,
Look,
Sam.
I'd
He's
tell
not
you if I
ready
knew.
to be
I
down
guess
there.
there
My
was
father's
people who
never
didn't
said a
like him
word
or who
against
likes
you.
everybody.
Never
But I don't
His
know
word
anybody
has no weight.
who'd want
For
to
I
kill
give
him.
up everything in all this world for you.
Well,
Tell me the truth.
Can you
we may
disbelieve
want
me
to
as I
talk
take
some
you in
more.
my arms?
Oh, let me go. Please, no more kisses.
We're
Nora,
checking the girl.
Alana, pity me.
Oh, you know I
Look,
can't deny you. Enough now. Take me home.
Not yet.
Yes,
I
Mother
guess
will
I
be
ought to
waiting
see
for
him.
me. And tread lightly on the
He's,
mission. Sure,
pretty
the banshees
badly
are about
beaten
a
up.
moonlight night like this.
You're a superstitious
Yeah.
person. Can you never be
You'll
persuaded
have
how
to identify him sooner or
How
later, but
different you are since
if
you've
you
been
don't
away
mind
to
a
city
suggestion,
school.
wait till tomorrow
You don't
evening
seem to
or
believe in
tomorrow
anything anymore.
afternoon.
I believe in love.
Sure. Good night,
love
Mr.
you that
Farmer.
overflows my
Thanks.
heart.
Sure.
That's all
Come
that
on,
matters.
Will you tell your father of it soon and ask his blessing for it? Be sure he said no word against me.
Never a word. And I'll tell him soon. Now kiss me again before I take you to your mother.
No, please.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, you know I can't deny you. I love you, Bartley. Love you.
Think it'll ever cool off? I don't know.
Creatures. So it is back in this house you are, the creatures. I hope this time you'll come from luck. Put out your last lady that the man she wailed, the Seamus, my man who now
Friends,
lies in his
wherever
grave.
you are, whatever you're
Would it be
doing,
this time
you'll
a useless
enjoy
old woman
chewing
like
Wrigley's
me should after
Spearmint
curse
Gum.
him?
Chew Wrigley's
Showed me
Spearmint
was
while
no
you're
evil on
working.
a sweet
The
gossoon
lively,
like me
full-bodied
Dawson
flavor of Wrigley's
Now
Spearmint
he is
gives you a
breaking
refreshing
hard
little
for his
lift.
doings.
The
He
smooth,
in his
pleasant
house
chewing of
went,
Wrigley's Spearmint
but
Gum
this
helps
time
keep you
be
feeling
yours
relaxed
for
and
good
satisfied.
instead of ill.
Makes your job seem easier.
Come in, who
Chew
is
Wrigley's
these
Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving,
Good evening
when
to
you're
you,
enjoying
Susan
outdoor
O'Neill.
sports and other
Please,
activities.
Lennon.
Wrigley's
Is it
Spearmint
alone?
Gum
Yeah.
tastes
Very advised to
good
say that I
anytime.
am.
And the natural
Who did I
chewing
hear you
aids
talking? What does I
digestion
just
and
pass
helps
by
keep
you,
your
Windy?
teeth bright
Mr.
and
Crickets,
attractive.
may the son of God
Yes,
preserve us.
wherever you
You were
are,
talking to the
whatever you're
crickets.
doing, you'll enjoy
Stay
chewing
after
Wrigley's
people,
Spearmint
and
Chewing
much harm or
Gum.
good they can bring to the house
Healthful,
they enter.
refreshing,
Crickets.
delicious.
Little people. Ah.
Now,
Rachel's
back
raining.
to the lineup.
No, not what you're saying. Ah, they've stopped the chirping. Quick, still them soft. Apologize. Oh, they and the shoes will do you harm.
Oh, enough of such old woman's talk. I'm here for speech with you concerning Bartley, the son, and your daughter Nora. I've come to warn you that all goings on between them must end.
What do you mean?
My Bartley has been to school in Galway. He's an educated man. And I have
What do you have?
ambitions for
We'd
him
like to
that
talk
I'll
to you.
not be
We're
after
police
seeing
officers.
spoiled by his
Okay.
marriage with an ignorant country
Watch
wench.
for me, Sid. Be
After
right back.
telling me he's ordered a simple
can
colored
talk in the
Lennon,
kitchen.
a
That'll be
gentleman
fine.
it with an O'Neill at Ulster.
You see me point. The O'Neills have no longer kings in Ireland, whilst this Lennon myself
Okay.
owns the richest
You know Stanley
farm in
Farmer?
County Clare.
Stanley
There can be
Farmer?
no marriages,
Yeah, I
I've
know.
already told
Regular
you.
customer?
You've told
Pretty
that.
regular.
Weeks
Been
ago.
coming in for about a year, I guess.
Know his brother? For my Nora.
Yeah. A
Now
girl
we're
named
out
June
together on the
Coleman.
heath.
So he's
June
suspected.
Coleman?
Yeah.
And that's why I've come
Blonde?
to warn you.
We don't know.
I
Friend
saw
of
you was a
Stan's.
fool.
Good-looking
Friend
blonde.
just
No,
now
she's a
your
friend of
passport
Stan's.
insult
He had a date
went to
with her
pitch it in
tonight.
the sheath.
Yeah, I know her.
But
Real
you're
good
such
looking
a
now.
fool as to think
Blonde,
you can
like I
curb
said.
young men and women
She
in
came
their
in
love
Saturday night.
as you curb
You know where we
horses
can
in their
find her?
dresses.
Bartley is my son.
Mind if
You'll
I ask what
see
this is
I'll
all about?
mold him to my will.
Stan's been killed.
No, Bartley,
Stan?
no.
You say he was in here tonight with the girl?
Yeah,
So,
that's
Sure, and
What
I
was she
think it
wearing?
is enough
Huh?
this evening.
Do you
Why
remember
did
what
you
she
love
had
me?
on? What
Darling,
kind of a
just
dress?
one.
Hat?
You
I
know
don't pay much
can't
attention to
deny
those
it.
things.
I'll do the
Yeah.
warning of your girl myself.
She was a pretty nice
Susan
kid, that
O'Neill.
kid.
Sure, and there's
What
no
had happened?
That's what
stopping
we're
a
trying to
fool.
find out.
Did the girl have on anything with
Must.
feathers on?
Bartley,
Feathers. Yeah, like
come
these.
inside here, both of you.
Hey, yeah, she did.
What comes
Funniest
to your
looking hat I
mother,
ever
Nora,
seen.
me angel?
Feathers like that on
I'll
top.
stay with her.
What time does
You,
Stan come in
Bartley,
with the
come
girl?
here with me.
Father.
No words.
9 or so?
Long ago, I told
What's
you to
wrong?
leave off courting
Oh,
this
I guess
girl.
it was here for a half hour.
You
So
said-
about
Long ago,
9:30
he
left,
knew
I
me
guess.
wish.
And you don't know
now
where she
this
lives?
night he
No.
know me
How
will.
long has she been coming in?
Either he breaks
Oh,
off seeing you
about
forever,
5,
or
6
he's no
weeks.
longer
She
son
come
of
in
mine.
alone?
Away
No.
from him, I'll take everything.
First time
that
she
I
came
give.
in, she came
The
in with
money from
Charlie.
his pocket
Charlie?
and the roof from
Charlie
over his
Phillips.
head.
Been a
Father,
customer for a
wait,
long
you heard me
time.
well.
Was Charlie with her the night
Say,
Stan
what's
met
your
her?
choice?
No.
But say it
She's
now.
been coming in for
Father,
2 or 3
you don't
days
know what you
without
ask.
Charlie.
Have
I
pity.
figured they had a
Tell him,
fight or
Bartley.
something. And where does
I
Charlie
leave
live?
this house.
I don't know for
Either
sure,
follow
but
me,
he's a fisherman.
or you stay
Commercial
behind for
fisherman.
good.
No,
Goes out
Father.
sometimes
You
on a
either
boat
come
for
with
2
me
3
now
weeks at a
or
time.
stay.
Father,
I saw the
Father,
blonde
wait.
come in alone. I figured Charlie was out with the boat. He have his own boat? No, I know for a fact he don't.
And I
He always
believe the
talks about
lies
getting
he
his
told
own
me.
boat when he's in here lust the eyeball.
Lord, I'm
Always
an
he's
angel.
going to get his own boat someday and make a lot of
I
money.
should I might have known
I
it
always
was
tell
an
him as long
omen
as it
when
makes
you
booze, he ain't going to
stopped
save enough to buy nothing.
Again,
He
you
just
brought
laughs
evil
and
to
just
this
keeps on
house
getting
and
more and
gone
more
away.
tank. He catches fish and he drinks like it.
Who does he work for?
A fellow named Cassidy, nice little guy, rogue and everything. I don't know what the name of his outfit is. Probably Cassidy, something or other.
Oh, no,
He thought of his
you
name
must
and
believe me. I
he
swear to
probably
you,
uses
I
it
knew not
every
what I
time he
did
gets
last
a
night.
chance.
You talked to me of marriage.
His business
Known
is
all the
named
time it
anything.
was
He'd bet
against
it's
your father's
Cassidy,
wish.
something or other.
And you
Well,
followed
look,
him in his
if
mind.
Cassidy or
I'll
Phillips
find
or
him
the
in my
blonde
heart.
come
But I
in,
didn't
I want you to call the
I'm here
16th
again with you.
precinct.
That's interesting,
16th
please.
Street.
Yes,
Yeah, ask for
secret.
Guthrie, and if I'm not there, ask for Quine.
I'll marry you,
That's
darling,
Quine.
as I
That's
said.
right.
Father, money,
16th
nothing matters
Street,
beside my
Guthrie,
love for you.
Quine. I got
You
it.
must
Thanks
believe
for your
me.
help.
You must
Sure.
take me to your heart
Stop him
again.
again. We'll probably do
Nora,
that.
Lana, pity me.
Oh, I want to believe it's truth you speak. But you failed me once.
I'll never fail you more.
Oh, Bartlett, make me sure.
Sure? And how will I prove it? Would you have me gather the stars from the sky and lay them at your feet? Shall I steal the moonlight from the waters for you? Anything I'll do to gain your love again.
Will you plight with me the truth of death?
The truth of death?
Yes.
Well,
Will you
it
climb
gets
to the
cool
top
in
of
the
the fairy
morning.
spink with me?
Wait till the sun
and swear
comes
our
up.
marriage
I
with
could
the
stop
locks
it, I
of hair
would.
and the wedding ring from the hand
time's
of a
it then?
corpse.
I have no ring
Close
from the
to
hand of a
5.
corpse.
I have here the one my father wore.
Cassidy.
I took it from his finger
Got
as
a
he
pretty
lay
big
in death.
place.
Oh, it is a
Pretty
fearful
big
oath,
sign.
the truth of death.
Bartender knew what he was
Take it.
talking about.
You do not love me.
I swear I love
yeah.
you.
Oh, lie to me no more. Go
Know
and
where
get
we
you
can
gone.
find
No,
Cassidy?
I must kiss you again.
You
I must
found
hold
him.
you in my arms.
Let
What's
me
new
go.
for you?
Now
We're
go and
police
see me.
officers, Mr. Cassidy.
I
I'm
want to see
Lieutenant
you
Guthrie. This
nevermore.
is
I'll do
Sergeant
anything you
Asher.
wish to win you back.
hello.
And we'd like to
Come.
talk to you.
We'll
Well,
climb the
don't
fairy
have
spink.
too much
And
time.
you all
Get
take the
going
truth
out.
of death.
Yes, sir.
Give me
Taking
a
the
hand and
Cassidy
start the
fleet
climb.
out.
You have a man
Mind the
working
rocks
for you
and
named
brambles.
Phillips?
Like
I
me,
have, Charlie
they're all
Phillips.
eager to
That's
caress
right.
your soft
Yeah,
white
but if
beauty.
we don't show up in the
Be
next
quick.
5 minutes,
Let's reach reach the top.
You're not
He ain't
going
going
to
to
face
be.
the truth, disbelieving
What
what
do you want
you
it
swear.
Oh, we
You
just
said
want
the
to
little
talk to
people
him.
are
Well,
but
he ain't
foolish
shown up
women's
yet.
tales.
You believe in
We're hear
him.
about
That's all
World
that
War.
matters.
What will be
you
the
know where he
anger of the
lives?
fairies if you plight the truth in
That's the
jest?
office.
It's been terrible, their vengeance.
I'm not
I got to
afraid.
get in the boat on
Sure,
the way,
I'll
you
go
know.
hell itself for you tonight.
Yeah.
Let's
Come on
quickly say
over
the
and I'll
truth,
unlock.
for I'm hungry for your lips.
No. Hold it, here he
Here.
comes.
Well, the summit.
Yeah.
Tread softly,
Well,
dear.
come on,
The
come
sheaves are
on,
all
look
about.
at him. They're in a
You look
fight
as if you
already.
really see the little people.
Where you been? The poor old
The
lady.
I wear is a dust of a four-leaf channel.
You bet you
Mother
will.
gave me. With a charm like
these
that,
guys
you
want
can see
talk
them
to you.
plain as day.
Yeah?
Police
But
officer.
there's no little people.
Police.
I wish
Probably
you joy
about the
and
fight
health.
you got into last night.
You're always kind
Who
to
says I
lovers.
got in a
We'll
fight?
hear that
Oh,
truth
I
tonight.
suppose you got the shine
I
of it.
didn't get in no fight.
Right.
We'd like to talk to
Well,
you,
let's
Charlie.
leave this ghostly
Gotta get
spin
on the
without
boat.
the
Have to
truth.
wait.
Well, I can't.
Oh, no,
You're
too
not
great
down
is
in
my
10
desire
minutes.
for you.
We'll save it
Just be
out.
quick
All
and
right,
have a
all right.
knife. Cut the lock of hair
Come
from your
on,
head.
come on, then let's get it over.
It is done.
Yeah.
Give it
I'll
in
see
my
you
hand.
later.
Thanks, Mr.
I give
Cassidy.
you
Cassidy.
mine. Here.
Okay.
Take it in
What is
exchange.
it? You know a man named Farmer?
Now break the ring in two.
Stan Farmer?
The gold is still
No,
on
I
top.
said no. I never heard of him.
How about
Break it.
June Coleman?
A wedding ring from
Yeah.
the finger of a corpse.
You
So
keep
what? I
one
know
half
her.
and give that
How
a half
long
to
have
me.
you known her?
Look, you guys, if I don't get on that boat, I lose my job.
I'm sorry, but we need some answers. You'll get on the boat as fast as you can.
Okay. I've known June for a couple of months, I guess. Where does she live? What's this all about?
Where does she live?
Over on the river, 245 South River.
Where were you last night?
Look, I'm going to miss that.
Did you see June last night?
Yeah. Now, look, you guys, I'm getting a little tired of this. If I lose my job, you guys are going to be sorry.
Where were you last night?
I was out. Out with June.
June Coleman?
Yeah, I was out with her until real late, and I went home asking.
I will.
What time did you get home?
About 3 this morning.
What time did you take her out?
About 7.
And you were with her all evening?
Yeah. Hey, there go the boats. Come on, get out of my way. I'm going to lose my job. Come on, move it.
Don't get rough, Charlie.
Listen, you silly flatfoot. You just relax yourself.
Relax.
Never shall we break our oath.
Okay.
Never shall we be untrue, one unto the other.
Let's go, Charlie.
If this pledge be broken,
where we
may
go?
the guilty
I
one
think
be
we'll go over and
stricken
talk to
dead
your girl.
and suffer punishment
Yes.
till God's
June,
great
the
judgment
one you were out
day.
with last night.
What do you want to talk to
Lord
her
O'Neill,
for?
do
Where did you
swear
get the
this
black
oath.
eye?
You
I got
bought it,
the
Lemon.
Last night?
No, the night before.
Aye, Barty Gannon.
Well, there ain't much to tell. Some guy got nasty, and one thing led to another, you know.
No, I'm afraid.
Oh, Charlie.
No, give
Tell
me
us
back my
something.
oath.
The troth
We
of
got
death
in the beef,
one-sided.
that's all.
Time
You come out on
forever.
top, Charlie?
Oh, I don't know. I hit him a couple of times. I guess
love
who wins
I'm
the
your
fight?
wife now.
That's why you
Take
guys
me
want
in
me?
your arms.
To get in a fight?
That's right.
Well, it wasn't anything. The other guy was all right.
Who was the other guy?
I don't know, just some guy. You know how those things start. We were drinking, having a couple.
Where were you drinking?
Where? In the bar.
What bar, Charlie?
Oh, I don't know. I was in a lot of bars. I don't remember which one I got in the fight.
Well, maybe June will remember.
I wasn't out with June.
You said you were.
I said I was out with her last night. I got in a fight the night before.
Oh, yeah. You go to a bar last night?
Sure,
Yeah.
and for all
Yeah,
I
we went
spoke
to
you
a bar.
Which one?
and gave your bread
Oh, we
and
went
salt.
to a couple.
Name him.
Come in,
Oh,
whoever you are. and
Stillman's.
take me
Over
with
on
you.
Madison?
Yeah.
Oh,
Get in, Charlie.
'tis you, my
You're going over to see June?
That's right.
Susan O'Neill.
You're going to like
Is
being
it
waked
taking
up
me
this
forever
early.
you'll be
We'll
because of the
apologize.
black hat that I brought into this world?
Why have you come to this house of shame and sorrow?
Tell you that this ship is coming home. Why, well, as you know, I didn't want him to marry your daughter. But I'm asking you to believe that when I sent him away 2 years ago for a voyage round the world, I didn't know the harm his lying
I got
tongue
it,
had
Dave.
wrought.
You're
I'm a hard
sure making
man,
a lot out of a
but a just
lousy
one.
little fight.
That's why
The
I've
fight
come
we're
tonight.
interested in wasn't a
Yes,
lousy
but a
little
man.
fight.
But I'm telling you,
Okay, you told us.
Only vain and foolish.
All right,
That's right.
relax, I'm coming.
Where's Nora and the babe?
Out by the fairy
For
skin.
Pete's sake,
Every day
Charlie.
she goes
He's
there,
a cop.
hoping
We can
his
handle it,
Bucky
Charlie.
will come back and
Cop?
fulfill
Can we come
his
in,
vow
please?
of holy
I
marriage.
just got out of bed.
I told him I was out
You
with
don't
you.
talk, Charlie.
What is all this?
Can we come in?
Oh,
Or do you want to come down to the station with us?
Is it you've
I
come to
just
see
got
your
up.
bride from Bartley?
Yes,
Come on
this
in.
ship is coming home.
Oh, praise the saints. My prayers are on.
Hey, what's going on?
I told you to knock it off, Charlie.
If you wasn't a cop.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to know what's
If
going
you'd
on.
but
Gee, you
accepted
dragged
a
a
little
girl out
money
of
for
bed.
Charlie
You
tells
gotta...
us you were with him until about
You
4 this morning.
Get you
Yeah.
from this house.
Sure,
Right, I
I
was.
didn't mean
Pick you up
the
about
door.
7.
Get
Yeah.
out.
Hey,
You know Stan
Sorry.
Farmer?
When
Dan
the son
Farmer?
comes home, I'll see that justice will
Yeah, I
be done.
know.
You
Been out with him?
see.
Yeah.
You
He
who
was killed
molded him
last
to your
night.
will and brought
Yeah.
this all about. Get
Oh.
out.
Gosh, that's terrible. I didn't know him too good.
No.
He killed?
And you were in Stillman's bar with him last night.
she was with me.
Yeah, I was.
You were in the bar from about
At
9
night
o'clock to
you're coming home
9:30 with
to
Stan
keep the
Farmer.
Charlie.
Yes,
And you were
he's
wearing a
coming
hat
home.
with feathers on it. These feathers.
I told
And
you
we
she
found those feathers in the alley where we found Stan Farmer's dead body.
I don't know anything about it.
Where did Charlie get the black eye?
I got it.
You shut up.
Charlie, for Pete's sake, tell him.
Shut up.
No. No, tell him. I don't want to get in no trouble.
Shut up. Keep your mouth shut.
He killed him. He put us out together and he...
Dirty little...
Well, Patrick, my lad, pull me out and let the drink.
Oh, my God.
Faith, this ship rolls, so it is hard to make the liquor find the glass.
Thanks, man.
I've done it.
Big boy.
And
All
now,
right.
Bartley, tell us some more about how you win
Tell
the
us
girl.
about
Oh, it is a talent I have
Well,
in a system.
he caught
of
us
course,
out.
first you got to tell the Bingo
I've been seeing
she's the
Stan.
most beautiful
You too, Stan?
creature
Yeah.
on all God's green earth. Then if
He
she
caught
remains
us and
cold,
dragged Stan in the alley.
I appeal
Yeah,
not
the
only
things
to her
he's coming.
female conceit,
I
but
ran,
also
and
to her
then
sympathy.
he came here later
I
and
make
told me
you
he'd
think
killed
I'll
him
fall
if I ever
dead
went
at
out with
the
another
now
guy, do
if
the
she
same to
doesn't
him.
ease my heart with a kiss or
He turned me
two.
straight out of my wit.
Molly, or Bridget, or
I'd known what he was like. I'd never have started to go with him.
Oh, Anna, pity
I
me.
didn't have nothing to do with it.
Works, my lad.
Ask him.
It works.
He'll tell you I ran and I didn't have nothing to do with Come on. Charlie, wake up and tell him I didn't have nothing to do with it. Charlie.
You better get in.
Sure, you look all back at the captain's orders.
But I swear I didn't...
All passengers, no sleep.
Statement?
We're not in any danger, are we? That no one
Big
knows
eight.
when they're at sea.
Dad was a
Slip
nice
storm.
boy.
How far are we off Wayland
Treated
now?
me nice.
Just off Hag's Head. If we don't go on the rocks,
better
soon
get
we'll be in
something
Galway Bay.
Okay.
You two passengers
Made me
are
ruin
lucky.
the best hat
It'll
I
stay
got.
dry here below. But it's back on deck for me again.
It's as if the devil was at sea tonight. Or as if the shays were reaching out for the ship and me.
What's the matter with you, Buckley? For the last 2 days you've been talking of the little people.
For the last 2 days, we've been approaching home. Patrick, you've been to school like me. Yet you believe in those little people.
Can schools make you forget what your mother taught you as a babe?
I used to think so.
Remember,
Now,
friends,
when I'm coming back to
Wrigley's
Ireland again,
Spearmint Chewing
I'm not so
Gum
sure.
refreshes you.
Patrick,
Wrigley's Spearmint
they
Chewing
also
Gum
believe
gives
in
you
oaths.
real
What
chewing
kind of
enjoyment.
The kind of out of
The
heaven,
lively,
and the
full-bodied
spirits,
flavor
and
of
the
Wrigley's
she's
Spearmint
sure I
cools
do
your
believe in
mouth,
it,
freshens
Ken.
your
I won't.
taste,
She forced
sweetens
it
your
on me.
breath.
Blinded me,
The
she did,
smooth,
with the
pleasant
whiteness of her
chewing of
skin,
Wrigley's
the
Spearmint
softness of her
helps
body,
keep you
and the
feeling
beauty of her
relaxed
face.
and
I won't
satisfied.
believe.
Twist me,
Makes
lad, you're
whatever you're
drunk and talking
doing
riddles.
more enjoyable.
That's it.
Yes,
I'm
for
drunk.
refreshment plus
That's what makes
chewing
me feel
enjoyment,
things. I
treat
don't
yourself
believe it.
often to Wrigley's
So we'll be
Spearmint
in
Chewing
Galway.
Gum.
Only 50
Millions
miles from
enjoy
home.
it daily.
And from the ferry
Get a
spink.
few packages and
I
always
won't get
keep
off this
some
ship.
handy.
The she's
That's
can't get me here.
Wrigley's
What you're
Spearmint
talking
Chewing
about?
Gum.
Oh, nothing.
Healthful,
The she's
refreshing,
can't get me here.
delicious.
What's that? What? What's that?
Tis but a whistling of the wind.
The lineup starring Bill
sounds like a
Johnstone as
keen of a
Lieutenant
woman.
Ben
I
Guthrie
hear
with
nothing
Jack
but the
Moyle
stones.
as Sergeant Pete Carter. Was written by Blake
Once more
Edwards
it
with music
wails.
by Eddie
She called the
Dunstead.
spirits of
Featured
sea
in
and
tonight's
sky,
cast were
as well
High
as earth,
Upperback,
for we
Howard
can sadly
McNear,
get drunk and
Hal
talk
March,
mad.
Bob Sweeney, Peter Leeds, Dick Ryan, Jim Messer, and Virginia Gray. The lineup was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the
Your
laughing.
cricket scrap
You're
out
up a
your
creek,
tunes
Jack.
in this
No
poor
kidding.
old house of mine.
Oh, hello.
Here again,
You're Mr.
I
Kitch,
give you
aren't you?
bread and
That's right.
sauce so you know
Investigation
that people
branch,
should
Federal
wear.
Department of
Can you tell what
Taxation and
song they
Revenue.
play tonight, Mother?
This is Marty Burke,
Do
my
they
offsider.
say it lasts
Won't you
for
come
good
in, boys?
instead of ill?
Pleasure.
It's hard to say. But I think,
gentlemen, what can I do
that
for
your
you?
Vasti will be coming
Is your
soon.
husband home?
His ship should have
I
entered
think he
Galway
should be
Bay
in on
last
this, too.
evening.
Oh, he's upstairs for a moment.
Mother,
Can't we
that
begin?
wailing which I
Sure.
heard, 'twas but a whining
You
of the
sold
wind.
this house a few days ago,
Was
ma'am.
enough
Is
for
that so?
them, she.
Why,
It
yes,
was the
I got
whining of the
30,000 for
wind.
it.
It
Is there
must
any
have
law
been.
against that?
I shouldn't worry.
I'll let you know
But
if
there's
you'll answer me
always
this,
danger
ma'am.
for the men who sail in ships.
In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice
and
and bought it back once.
I've never believed
On
it
those
was
transactions,
left. It
you've
was
lost
only
in all
recent
20,000.
Well,
and I love him. Dear.
whose money is it?
You love him.
That, ma'am, is the
Be sure it
precise
was just the
thing
wind
I
that
want
wailed
you
last
to
night,
tell me.
and not the banshee of his death. You know how I prayed for him to come
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch.
Who knows? He may come tonight. Sure, the little people know and do all things. Good night, sweet Nora, and God bless you. Good night, Mother. And the blessed saints.
Here is Jack
Good night,
Ketch, one of this
crickets
nation's
Horn.
T-Men, to tell you
Please,
the
Helen,
case
let
of the
us
Jack
for good
that house built.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit. Let one citizen... Oh, no, not again. Never I'm alone. Catch investigation.
At last. I'm coming to meet you.
I'm sorry,
darling.
Mr. Burke is not at the office today. Yes, I did hear the trouble, being his boss. Mr. Burke is confined to his bed with a chill. No, ma'am, I said a chill, not...
Lost.
It's a pleasure. You being the 10th inquirer.
God's great judgment.
Marty Burke has one of screwball aunts.
Johnny, is Marty Burke...
Marty passed away peacefully in his sleep at precisely 2:30.
Oh, then in that case, he must have just called me long distance.
He just rang you. What about me? Don't I count?
He tried 7 times, but said your line was busy. Women, he surmised.
Women? I've answered that phone 27 times.
Look, lover boy, I'm not interested in your batting average. All I came in here for...
Crickets, again you brought the bench.
I see you've got Mr. Colon's file. That's what Marty rang about, Pietro Colon's file.
I knew his half-brother, Semicolon.
Comedy at your age. Is that wise?
What about the file?
Marty got it out yesterday after Mrs. Grace rang and made an appointment for today at 11:30. Marty thought you might...
Mrs. Grace?
She's the lead.
Hold it, Pat. Yeah?
Jack, Charlie on the desk.
Good evening to
There's
you,
a Mrs. Grace
Glennon.
Grace to see Marty Burke.
Good evening to you.
Who?
Mrs. Grace Grace.
Yeah, what's this double talk?
That's what I wanted. I didn't know whether she was this Grace or that.
Charlie.
My son.
Put her in booth number 1. Oh, and Charlie.
Yeah, Jack.
Cut out the comedy.
Grandchild, too.
Jealous.
Apart from the fact that her father was frightened by a double-barrel shotgun, what do you know about this Mrs. Grace Grace?
Me? Not a thing.
Swell. At least it doesn't complicate things, does it?
But Marty says she's laying complaint about this Pietro Colon. Something about a deal on a house that went haywire.
Why not go to a lawyer? What does she think we are?
Marty says she's a blonde.
Of course we'll help her. I might have known Marty Burke would be lying in his bed pretending to be a Black Widow spider. Mrs. Grace Grace was a blonde. Once. As for that deal on the house, all Gracie needed was a house number, and she'd have made a swell Cape Codder herself, right down to the termites. So I shut my eyes and listened.
Oh, Lord.
And listened.
And how will mine be punished?
You can appreciate, Mr. Ketch, I have nobody to turn to but you. I shall have to lean on you.
I'm kind of wobbly right now, Mrs. Grace.
Why not call me Grace?
I did. You know, I still don't see how we can help you. I mean, what's this Colon character actually done?
Done? For Pete's sake, do I have to go over it a third time?
Unanimous. So you sold him a house for $20,000 and lost 10 on the deal. It happens. We can't get you your dough back.
I know you can't. And Pietro Colon can be made a chicken dinner another way.
I hope it tastes as sweet as revenge. With enough gravy.
Get yourself a spoon. That house is worth every cent of $30,000 and Pietro knows it. Matter of fact, I refused $40,000 2 months ago.
Let it go kind of cheap, didn't you?
I needed the money. So it's sold for 40 after paying 20.
So what?
So what will you boys do with the 20,000 profit you make on the
deal? Not a thing, sweetheart, apart from a small penalty.
What about income tax?
Colon's a wine importer, not a real estate speculator or dealer. He buys a house, sells it at a profit, no tax.
That's outrageous. It's almost criminal. No tax.
So it looks as though you've lost your dough and your revenge. Colon will pay tax on his income as a wine importer. The profit on the house is for free.
Is that so now? All right, Mr. Ketch. We'll see who comes best out in this deal. A fine thing. Allowing a widow to be robbed.
Thanks for calling. It was your deal. Don't blame us.
Thanks for nothing.
A real sweetie was Gracie. I wiped her from my mind quicker than a general wipes a private, and let the ensuing weeks drift by in orderly confusion. Marty Burke's cold got cured. The end of the fiscal year was coming up. It got very quiet. So very quiet, in fact, that one could almost sneak in a game of golf at the weekend. Marty and I did.
No, ma'am, it didn't. You see, it couldn't have.
A 45-foot putt and you missed it.
Can I help it if they don't make round balls anymore? Hey, where's the 10th tee? It used to be. Look out!
It's a beast!
Hey! Mystery drama, Honeymoon.
Sorry, fellas, but you did ask for it, walking right in front like that just as I drove off.
Our fault? Forget it. Marty, take that golf ball out of your mouth and smile for the gentleman.
Don't you know an Adam's apple when it's ripe? Why don't they put up a sign there? That hidden tea's downright lethal.
Oh, well, no great harm done. Could have been worse. By the way, did either of you see where my ball went?
You mean after it left my eye? Didn't your partner see?
Well, I'm afraid I'm having a solo round, just working up a 9-hole first. I'll tell you what, why don't we go round together?
And make it a 3-ball? Well, why not? That way we don't get killed.
Swell.
Suits me. I'm Marty Burke. This is Jack Ketch.
Glad to know you. I'm Pete Colvin.
I know your half-brother. Pietro Colvin? Wine importer?
Yeah, that's right. Seem interested.
I am. But let's shoot a little golf first while I think of another target. After that, my golf wasn't very good. I ask you, only holed out in one twice during the next 9 holes. What way is that to play golf? After a shower, we went to the bar. Then I found what it is that the vintner buys that's half so precious as the wine he sells. It was whiskey. Pete Colin put away half a bottle while Marty and I were killing a couple of beers.
No more, fellas. You boys will be getting high. Look, let's eat someplace. What do you say?
Fine, but not here. This club is strictly for golf only.
I'll tell you what. Let's all go to my house and get the little woman to rustle up a plate of this and that. Huh? What do you say?
Will the little woman like that?
Are you kidding? She loves to have me bring my pals home. Come on, let's go. I'll lead the way in my jalopy. You guys follow.
Oh, yes.
Pausing only while I phoned Pat Frew to tell her not to wait dinner, Marty Burke and I followed this interesting character to his home. It was in a very expensive area and was quite a shack. Our 2 cars scrunched to a stop on the gravel drive, and we got out.
Howard? About the car. What about it?
Hey. Some police you got here, Pete.
You know...
Get a load of it, Jack.
You like it? Wait till you see inside. A sweet setup.
Very, very nice. And expensive, if I'm any judge.
Oh, fellas, you're wrong. Dead wrong. This was the cheapest house in the world.
My friend, there is no such thing these days as a cheap house.
No? Wouldn't you call a house for free and 20,000 in your kick cheap?
That sounds it.
How come you got yourself such a sweet deal, Pete?
Well, fellas, I'll tell you. You see, a crackpot dame owned this dump and wanted 30,000 for it. I gave her 20.
Uh-huh.
Then, I sold it back to her for 40,000.
You what?
Said she was a screwball. Okay, so that gave you a profit of 20,000. But how come you've still got the house?
Don't be a dope. After the sale, I married the dame. Mama Company!
Mama was in bed. Mama stayed in bed. Well, I didn't need a lineup to know that Mama was the former Mrs. Grace Grace. And I didn't need the roof to fall in on me to tell me that somewhere in this deal there was a very smelly double cross. Can you guess who the victim was? No, you'd never guess in a million years. So I'll tell you. It was me.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the Jack That House Built in just a moment. Meanwhile...
in our apartment.
turn you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the Jack that house built.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you learn a lot about people. You learn, for instance, that not one of the tens of thousands of callers we get each year is there without a motive and an axe to grind. With everyone on the make, why should Mrs. Grace have been any different? Well, I now knew that I'd been crossed up somewhere. But where? Set a thief to catch a thief. Or get a dame to trap another dame. So I called on Pat.
No.
Say some more coffee, Johnny.
I'd spill. Make it a slug. Stiff.
You know, I ought to part your hair with a meat chopper. Coming here at this time of the night.
And kill the goose?
You said it, not me. Here, try this for size.
Good.
Like to tell me about it?
Well, I didn't come here to catch a number 47 bus.
No, but you could have... Skip it. Talk, blast you.
I told Pat the score. She sat and smoked, looking at me the while with those shrewd green eyes of hers. No wonder I lost the thread of the conversation several times. You know, one of these days I'll have to marry this girl. And as soon as I make $1 million, I will.
I think you're wrong, Johnny. I can't see where the department's been gypped. How can it have been?
Me? I got a nose, and it's busy.
Forget that schnozzle and use your head. I figure that Gracie lost $10,000 on the deal so far.
And Pete Collins made a cool $20,000 tax-free.
So what? Isn't that what you told the old bag a couple of months ago when she came in screaming? Don't you start.
Yeah, I'd sure like to know why she came in at all. What was the racket? Sooling us T-men onto the guy she ups and marries a few weeks later. I don't get it.
Could it have been an act? Just to find out for sure that Collins' profit would be tax-free?
What would she care? At that time, she didn't know she was going to marry. Hey, wait a minute. What if they'd already fixed to get married?
That would mean that they'd cooked up a scheme, and I can't see the point. Sure, he gets $20,000 tax-free, but it's her money. She loses $10,000, maybe $20,000 if that house isn't worth the last price she gave for it.
Yeah, suppose it isn't. Suppose it's worth only $30,000. That'd mean she loses $20,000 on the deal.
Which $20,000 is in Collins' pocket. They're man and wife. They're square, as I say. Where does it get them?
Yeah, I wonder. Pat, first thing tomorrow, I'm going to get that shack valued. I'll bet you a night out with all the trimmings, it's worth only $30,000.
Chicken feed.
That's what I'll buy you for dinner. Next day, I had an expert go over the joint during the absence of the Colon couple. Opinion? It wasn't worth a cent more than $30,000. Gracie had done 20,000 cold, or she would if she tried to sell. Now, why would a smart woman do a thing like that? 2 days later, I knew.
Howard was here in the living room reading the mail. I was talking
Look,
to him
Jack, I still don't get it. Here we are, herring out to this legless penthouse, and for what? They can tell us to just go jump in the lake.
They haven't got a lake. Marty, I'm playing a hunch. People don't do peculiar things with no reason.
What about my Aunt Fanny?
You've got me. Oh, here's the house of mystery coming up around the next bend. No, you're right, Marty. There's nothing we can do except ask questions. Sometimes you get funny answers.
Silly ones, too. Hey, is this the joint with the signboard?
What the... Here, pull up, Marty, quick. Hey, will you get a load of that sign? Sold. Dew Point Real Estate Company.
Okay, so maybe...
Now, do you think it's a screwball setup?
The birds have flown. But I can't think why.
But at least we know there's a why, so let's go find out.
Where next, bub?
You guess.
Dew Point Real Estate it is.
real estate office was closed for lunch. Marty and I went back to the Federal Building. Promptly at 2 o'clock, I phoned through.
You are an artist, aren't you?
Yes, the house had been sold. No, they couldn't tell me the buyer's name or the price. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Colon living now? I'm sorry, I have no idea, sir. Nuts. That dumb dame at the other end's as good as 2 men away with the flu.
Why didn't you ask to speak to the boss?
Because right at this moment, the boss is in free flight in an orbit round the moon.
Look at my finger.
Don't you think I'd have talked to the boss if he'd been in? Now, what do we do?
A woman crying. It makes me
Until details of that sale are filed uptown and the deeds start going the rounds, we can't find out a thing.
But for Pete's sake, there must be somebody we can get some information from. What about the lawyers? Don't they sit in on deals like this?
And what do we do? Ring up every law office in the city and ask them if they handled this deal? You're slipping, fatso.
Okay. Then how about this? Call in the cops to pick up the Colon couple.
On what charge? Setting fire to haystacks?
Make it murder.
Whose?
Yours. If you don't get off my back.
Oh, quit snarling, the pair of you. Look, what could be simpler than turning up the Dew Point Real Estate Company in a trade directory? Find out the manager's address, drive out to his house, and get the details of the sale.
Okay. You thought of it, you do it. Marty, get a bunch of telephonists ringing the hotels, every darn one in the capital. And don't overlook the airlines. I got a nasty feeling something's being put over, and I want the Colon couple.
And what are you going to do, oh chief investigator?
Me? I'm going to sit here and let my mouth water. And so I did, for a while. There was a fine overripe smell about that house deal now. And dead whales are very seldom found in these parts. Pat Frood came back from searching the trade directory. All she got was a wet thumb.
They're not listed, Johnny.
But that's crazy.
Unless they opened up after the directory was compiled.
Yeah, it could be. How are you going, Marty?
We've tried every decent hotel in town.
Wait on. What's the Colon's former residence phone number?
Oh, it's there in my pad for all the good it'll do.
Depends. You never know your luck in a big city.
If there is anyone there, they won't know where the Colons are.
Hello? Is this Mrs. Colon? It is. Hold the line, please. Well, boss?
I hate smug women. But what could I do? Marty Burke and I were in the car so fast, it's not true, even though it is. 20 minutes later, we reached the scene of the crime. Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Kitch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my offsider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
He's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes, I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
Well, the boys in the golf club. Haven't seen you around lately. What about a drink, huh?
We're here on business, Colin.
Yeah?
Didn't your bride tell you we rang? We're T-men, Colin.
What you mean? Everything's okay with my tax return, isn't it? I put it in yesterday, so it's well ahead of the due date.
I couldn't care less about that. What we're here for is to discover why your wife is so darn cheerful at losing 20,000 fish over the buying and selling of this house.
Well, she should care. She lost 20 grand, sure. But she lost it to me on those deals, and what's mine is hers.
That means that between you haven't lost a dime.
That's right.
Well, I guess it's your hobby. Come on, Marty.
Of course, Dew Point Real Estate's had a bad year.
A small car.
Officer, please
Hey.
don't make things worse for me or for
What do you know about
There's nothing
Duple?
unusual about a car being parked.
Wait a
on the street.
minute.
No, only...
Good night, officer.
You. That's the racket, isn't it? You own that company.
Sure. Any law against it? DuPont lost $20,000 on these deals because the firm owned the house.
I get it. Hubby here gets 20,000 tax-free, and the firm claims a loss of the same amount.
Which means that it can earn $20,000 to replace its losses and gets that tax-free. What a setup.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of smart myself.
Of course, the thing I like about it is that I can make a profit of $20,000 tax-free, and it's legal. Mind you, Mr. Ketch, if it hadn't been strictly legal, I wouldn't have had a thing to do with it.
Sure. I know how you feel. Tell me, Mrs. Colon, have you filed a current tax declaration claiming a loss of $20,000 on the real estate company?
Well, I most certainly have. But there's not going to be any trouble over it, surely.
From us, no. From the police, yes.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Tell them, Marty.
Conspiracy to defraud is an indictable offense.
And any capital lost as the result of a criminal act is not deductible for taxation purposes.
Furthermore, all traceable monies profited as the result of a criminal act are forfeit.
Oh, no. What does that mean?
It means that between you, you've lost 40,000 smackers and your house.
But don't worry about the house. We've a nice big house to take its place. And this'll kill you. We can get it for you tax-free.
The court ruled as I predicted. The Colons were lucky to get away with 2 years each. In all fairness, I should say that I believe they had no criminal intent when they cooked up this scheme. They saw what they believed to be a flaw in taxation law and tried to take advantage of it. Too bad they slipped up. If ever you get a brilliant idea to save on your tax, read the rules pretty carefully. You'll find that most times, where we can't protect the people, the police can. It'd be tough to go to sleep thinking you were on Easy Street and wake up on the rock pile like the Colons. This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running, and that's why we have taxes. Taxes are scales so that everyone pays a fair
Oh, that's for sure. Still, though, it could have been a car.
You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Kent. The case of the Jack That House Built was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Hawk McGuire speaking.
Why are you...
You know something? I don't know. Maybe it's because...
The American Broadcasting Company presents... Treasury Agent.
Well, what?
The United States Treasury, the largest law enforcement agency in the world, consisting of
United States Secret Service.
We protect the President of the United States at all times and protect the money of the United States from counterfeiting.
United States Revenue Intelligence.
We have jurisdiction over tax fraud and evasion.
United States Bureau of Narcotics. United States Internal Revenue, Border Patrol.
United States Alcoholics Tax Unit. Fraudulent violations of internal revenue.
Much more than that.
These law enforcement agencies of the United States Treasury constitute the largest and mightiest law enforcement agency in the world. 64% of all criminals in federal penitentiaries apprehended for peacetime are there because the United States Treasury caught them and put them there. And now, Elmer Lincoln Ivory, former chief coordinator of all the aforementioned Treasury departments for the past 10 years.
About the ceremony and
Elmer Ivory,
hotels
many have called
like that.
the world's greatest detective, the man who personally planned the smashing of the Al Capone gang, placing of the Treasury notes, which solved the Lindbergh kidnapping, hundreds more.
Nobody married
So listen to what Elmer Ivory has to say.
Okay. So
cases which will be portrayed based on the general modus operandi of the United States Treasury agents, operating here and all over the world.
What little town?
United States Treasury has over 3,000 highly trained agents. Yet the public knows very little concerning these agents.
Okay.
Protect your money.
What about
protect the borders of your country? Protect you from fraud, narcotics, and misrepresentation.
I remember we stayed at
Many of the biggest and most powerful criminals in this country brought to justice by the patient work of our highly trained Treasury agents. Our case tonight starts in a small southwestern town.
Hello, Miss Brady.
Stout, heavy-jowled man of about 60 was walking up the dingy corridor of the local hotel.
Yes, I am.
I just dropped in to see how Jen was doing, that's all.
Jen?
Excuse me, Miss Brady. I was going to let you be informal.
Yes, obviously. Have you been here long?
No, 10 minutes.
Well, I don't mean to hurry you.
Hello.
Jennifer and I have an appointment in one hour with her psychiatrist, Dr. Sullivan.
I thought you were still in Washington.
Would that be Dr. Martin
It is
Sullivan
difficult to know about me.
No, Dr. Arnold Sullivan on 32nd.
Oh.
You want to come in?
I never go into a woman's hotel room. There might be bad publicity.
I just ask a lot of
Into the
questions.
home.
I trained myself.
Trained yourself?
You're going to
Must have left a trail from Washington down here with those peanut shucks.
I want to be a detective.
Want some?
No, I'm fed up with seeing you eat peanuts.
Who is this young man, Culver, you telegraphed me about?
Something else wanted to be a
Just a
detective.
very sincere person.
Himself
You should see him sway a Canton dinghy.
Sure it's not personal.
Just like you to come down here and spy.
Of course you could.
Well,
what's this new song you wrote?
Shot in the arm.
Don't tread on me. Camp meetings go wild.
Just a cop.
Tread on me, huh?
You on the force of that.
Start a lot of hate. I mean,
I'm going, Miss Brady. Going right now.
Look, Culver will be leading the meeting tonight. I recommended him because the sucker really believes what he preaches.
Some detective I'd make if
How's the
I
news
couldn't
coming
find
in?
the front door.
We've got 10,000 new members.
Jennifer, would you answer that?
Yet I was here. I'll watch a new protege tonight.
Oh, my God.
When he gets possibilities, I'll wire to bring him to Washington.
Help me. Oh, my God.
You're going right back.
Help me.
One never knows my plans.
At the front door, he's there.
Here.
Howard.
No peanuts. Take the bag of shucks and throw it away.
That's all I ever get from you now. Shucks and leaving.
Last night after we got home from our honeymoon, I found you in your
Hear from me by wire.
Last night, honey, Dad, Maggie, what is this?
Jen's having another one of her spells, Howard, that's all.
Oh, I see.
What do you mean you see? You see what?
What's up? Excuse me, who are you? My name is
Come on, Culver.
Ed Helmut.
What was the idea of shoving me in the closet?
If somebody had come in, it might have looked bad.
But I'm innocent.
You'll be late for the meeting, Culver. Now stir them up good tonight. Get the camp meeting into a frenzy. Maybe if you do well, I can take you back to Washington.
I sure will try it.
And last night you acted as if you'd never heard of him. As if there was no such person as Howard Lansing. I don't remember.
No one can tread upon me. All together now.
This is a private matter. It's a family affair.
Now, that's the problem. How you look at it. Are you Howard Lansing? Of course I'm Howard Lansing. What do you want to put?
Howard, Jen had one of her mental lapses last night.
Never worked for a man with a foreign name. A man who ain't like us. A man whose religion ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours. Don't let a foreigner get nowhere. I hate the foreigner. Hate them all. Don't stand
stand for no religion but ours. We hang together and hate them.
Jennifer has always had a thing for Howard. She's not jealous that he's going to marry me and not her. Don't think that. But the whole situation has been a
Almost certainly that's why her hallucination last
How's it feel to be going to Washington, Culver?
All I want, Miss Mona, is to meet Colonel Cephas.
Somebody on the train will hear. Nobody knows the Colonel is backing our meeting.
He must be a real patriotic man.
He's got 14 flags in his office.
14? He rich?
Rich? Powerful.
Well, where are we going to stay?
At one of his big estates up the Potomac River.
You work for him?
For a long time. I take charge of the different societies we start up and all the speakers we send out.
Oh, I'll speak. I'd rather speak than anything in the world. Why should we let foreigners take our
Not
jobs?
too loud, Culver. People are looking. Wait till we get to Washington.
Well, what I mean, you said you were always fussing with it, polishing it and like that. Sure looks as if you do.
Oh, I do. I'm a sports car operative. Want to know?
I wish I could own a car like that. Put on a cop salary.
This will be your bedroom, Culver.
You had it long?
The canary bird.
Colonel Cephas has a canary in almost every room.
I will, but...
He says the singing makes him feel so good and pure.
Oh, this is the biggest house I ever saw.
Fine.
If there wasn't so many foreigners in this country, every American could have a mansion like this.
It's late. You'll want to go to bed.
You know, you look real pretty tonight, Miss Mona.
Don't say things like that. I'm 10 years older than you are.
Oh, I didn't mean to upset you.
The Colonel is waiting in his living room. I've got to leave.
I haven't had the interest.
Things in this bedroom must be worth a fortune.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Mona. Only I wish you wouldn't hurry.
Where?
Upstairs, changing for appointment with Sullivan.
I don't like this, Maggie.
You don't like it. You don't like it.
Come in, Mona.
Things walking in here when a cop
Well,
was here.
Colonel,
I know he was here.
I suppose you
Why'd you
had
let
a
her
good
run
time
screaming
sitting
at
there
the
at your
street
desk,
Come to your senses.
listening to every word.
No,
You look real pretty
We're
tonight.
going to have to move faster.
I knew you'd pick on that. Don't you feel a little ashamed to have a hidden microphone in every room in the house?
Sometimes interesting to know what your guests say after they go to their rooms.
Look, down there.
Want some peanut?
No. No, the shucks either.
Your protege really is a fanatic, isn't he?
All our other speakers are fakes. They know we start up the groups for profit. I just thought it might be a good business to have one speaker who really believes what he preaches.
Listen.
Kill it.
He is going to bed. He's dropped his shoe. Tell me more about your trip.
Maggie and Howard faked.
16 new groups, 14,000 new members, $5 a month dues.
And how will they kill Jennifer?
What'd you base the Western meetings on?
Race hatred.
Include religious hatred also. Pay their dues better. But he hasn't dropped his other shoe.
Were you as shocked as I to discover that Howard Lansing is very much alive?
I should hear the water running in a few minutes.
Can you? No more than, 10 minutes.
I suppose the canary singing makes you feel good and pure, even though you are eavesdropping on a person going to bed.
And the time Officer Helmut entered the room to find...
Always understanding, aren't you?
Nothing to indicate that a murder had taken place.
Colonel, you've made yourself rich selling hate.
And Margaret Brady to restore...
But I've got a new idea.
...to that room in so short a time.
Why couldn't we organize groups on the side and instead of selling hate, sell love?
And the rest of it.
That's funny, eh?
Blue America Group tried that.
Soon have the answer.
They sold $8 million worth of hate in 3 years. And they tried to organize other groups and sell love. Couldn't sell $1 worth of love.
Right out there in the
all right.
I
choke.
Your car.
Hate. It's like a loaf of bread.
Quite obvious.
You can carve off slices and sell it.
I think I better get out there and see what he's up to.
I was just about to suggest it.
It's the easiest thing in the world to sell. You can get ignorant people to hate anything.
What are you doing in my car? Oh,
And
say,
hate.
Mr. Lansing. Say, I hope you don't mind.
Like I told you...
matter of fact, I do mind.
Oh. Well, say, please excuse me. I just kind of flip over a car like this, that's all.
Is that why you were measuring the wheelbase?
United States Treasury Forms A are taken immediately for Secret Service.
Yeah, well, no,
Bill Forms to Intelligence and Narcotic Bureau.
Someday, see, and I'm studying like fingerprints and stains and.
I'm sorry, sir, but Chief Austin of the Coordinator's Office is in conference with one of his Treasury agents.
You'd be surprised how important measuring
Jones,
things
what do you
is.
think of that report of the Un-American Activities Committee on Colonel Cephas?
Chief Austin, you could have knocked me over with a feather. The colonel's supposed to be a very patriotic man.
Well, naturally. He conducts all his activities under the guise of patriotism.
But Colonel Cephas isn't really a Treasury case, Chief Austin.
Well, just the same, we're going after him on tax evasion.
Only it wasn't.
And,
when we looked, no car.
I'm assigning you.
Yeah, but there had been a car.
Why,
you see, it had rained.
Say, this is an awfully big case, Chief Austin.
You're going to face him and
left the dry space in the street.
10-1, this is Moss of the Un-American Committee.
That too. Couldn't help myself. It's become a habit.
Chief Austin speaking.
This is Morse, Austin. Put Lincoln on that Colonel Cephas case, will you?
Why...
Put Joe Lincoln on him. That's the greatest Treasury agent who ever lived. Nobody ever got away from Lincoln yet.
I realize how you feel, Moss, but our plan...
Promise you'll put him on?
I can't talk right now.
Why not?
I can't explain.
You'll never get the Colonel unless you put Joe Lincoln
Oh,
on.
now listen, Moss. Don't embarrass me. I'll call you back.
All right, but remember what I told you.
All right. Yeah. Well,
Jones, it's a big assignment. Biggest of the year.
Well, I was just thinking. Most of my work is figures. There's so much detective work.
Get in some way as Colonel Cephas's bookkeeper.
Yes, sir.
The whole department will be back.
Yeah, but the Colonel doesn't have a big organization. To get in as a bookkeeper.
Too big a job for you?
Sometimes, Chief, I wish you were married to my mother.
He is up to something, Maggie.
What else is new?
He checks the mileage on the car.
What of it?
Over 11,000 miles. I could easily have driven from here to LA and back, which I'm doing.
Only how far
Let go of my pocketbook. Let go.
Quicker we
Let go of me. Stop it.
Don't worry, lady. I'll take care of it.
How will you do it?
How will we do it? Sleeping pills.
He didn't hurt you?
No, I just tried to grab my pocketbook.
Good.
I can't thank you enough.
Well, there's a restaurant right here. Let's go and have a cup of coffee and relax, huh?
Thank you. I wouldn't mind at all.
Come on, then. It's right here.
Yes. I'll just get my cup. Howard?
Yeah, see, there's a booth over there that's empty.
I don't know as I really should be doing this.
You move in first, huh? There now. Boy meets girl.
I'm almost glad the man tried to rob me.
Yeah. Who are you?
Mona.
Mona what?
Mona Warren. Who are you?
Jones.
I never heard the name before.
No. My mother made it up.
What's your first name?
Keith.
Well, I guess we're acquainted.
Yeah. I guess the waitress is all busy right now. Hey, what do you do?
Well, I'm sort of associated with Colonel Cephas.
The Colonel Cephas?
Mm-hmm.
He's a big shot, all right.
What do you do?
I'm a bookkeeper looking for a job. You don't suppose you could get me a job with Colonel Cephas, do you?
Why, I don't know.
Well, I'm a good bookkeeper.
Okay.
Did you ask him for me?
Thanks.
Sure.
And you'll try hard?
I'll do what I can. He does most of his work from one of his estates.
Yeah. And you'd be there?
Sure.
I'd like that.
I don't think I'll wait to get something to eat.
Why not? We just came in.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Well, what are you afraid of?
Nothing.
Well, here, let me write off my telephone number and address.
Tell me before you tell me.
All right, but please hurry.
Okay, but why so jittery?
Yeah.
Did the fellow trying to hold you up make you jittery?
No, only... Well, I'm afraid to be seen with you.
Okay, I don't know what it's all about.
Gotta be.
Oh, you married?
No.
That's beyond me. But if you're truly upset... Here, try and get me the job, won't you?
I promise. Now, you've got to let me go. If I can get him to hire you, I'll call you. If I can't, just forget you.
Howard. Why that look on your face?
I'm a murderer. I'm just beginning to realize it. I am a murderer.
Not yet, Howard.
What's the matter, Colonel Cephas?
How can you be so calm?
Just thinking.
You frighten me.
My dear?
I've never seen this side of you before.
You've got to be kidding. All the time we spent planning
Peanuts?
this.
Commit,
No.
not murder.
What's the difference? We're not doing all this for
I'm, expecting a guest tonight, Mona.
from my father, Jennifer, and I. You and I will have all of it.
Put him in the blue room.
Who?
Exactly.
I'll see.
I doubt if you know him.
No, I guess we can't.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop sitting there like a baboon and eating those peanuts, will you?
You're not the same old Mona, are you?
Cut it out, Jay, will you? You know what I gave up to come and work with you. 17 years I've given you the best of my life. I was in love with you. I've done your dirty work for years, and this is all I get.
Getting to be a regular visitor.
I think the bird sings better on this new type of sea.
Oh, what's the use?
I didn't think you'd mind if I came in.
That's the only thing I haven't done
wanted
for
to see
you.
how Jen's getting along.
Eat birdseed and sing.
If it's any concern
Eat
of yours,
peanuts
which it is
and
not.
scratch
Officer Helmet, circumstances beyond my control brought you into this house last night, but I do
get Rance
control
the
whether
door.
you keep coming here
Yeah?
like this.
Tweet.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Miss Brady. I like your sister, and I have reason to think she likes me. Now, wait a second. Just wait a second. I also think she needs somebody like me.
You?
Why, yes.
What are you doing here?
I thought you must have gotten me the job.
Why,
Official business. I'm placing you both
come in.
under arrest on a charge of...
Would you wait here a minute? I'll go and speak to the colonel.
Wait, sure.
She is upstairs asleep, if you must know.
Asleep at 8 o'clock tonight?
She took a couple of sleeping pills.
Where are you going? How dare
Why didn't you tell me who was coming?
Like surprises?
Why did you do this? What are you up to?
That's all he will know.
I've been thinking for a couple of days over the experience you had the other night. Yeah?
Whatever it is, he'll never make it stick.
How you went into the restaurant with the young man who saved you from the pocketbook snatcher. We told you he was a bookkeeper, needed a job.
But I asked you, and you said you didn't want a bookkeeper.
The more I thought of it. Yeah? Suspicious I became.
This is Officer Ed Helmet.
So I had the young man investigated.
To 127 Brockhurst.
He happens to be a United States Treasury agent.
A treasury agent?
Evidently, we're under investigation.
But then why did you hire him?
We're going to be under investigation by a Treasury agent.
I'm changing
I
the
prefer to have him under my eye.
I'm booking you for attempted
So I can feed him what I want him to know.
Yes, but our books, are they all right?
Who isn't crazy at all?
Be surprised to know what I'm prepared for.
I gotta hand it to you.
Show him to the blue room, Mona.
So good. There wasn't a loophole.
And I suppose you have your microphone connected to that room?
You don't, huh? Then let me explain. You set the whole thing. Oh, and you played it smart. Very smart. Not a clue. I checked the Marriage License Bureau.
Mona.
No license. Easy enough.
Mona,
You could have bribed the
come here.
clerk to destroy it. Now, look, I checked
matter,
a few
Colonel?
hotels.
Trouble?
The big
Last week, that bookkeeper Jones has been getting acquainted with Culver.
What of it?
He's up in Culver's room now, putting that radical up to something.
But what?
Listen.
When you're registered,
Yeah, you're right, Jones. You're right. You shouldn't wait just to go out to the trip school. Make your speeches right here in Washington. Where? The street corners, anywhere. This country isn't a fit place for Americans to live anymore. We Americans are being downtrodden by foreigners, jobs taken. That's the stuff. Don't hold back. I wouldn't hold back if they shot me. I'll shout it from every rooftop in Washington.
That's your protege, Mona. He's a crackpot.
If he makes those speeches here in Washington, he'll get himself arrested.
And it'll be plastered all over the Washington papers he's associated with me.
Why is Jones egging him on?
It's a trick to smoke me out into the open.
We can't fire Culver. He talked too much.
You want to know how
Day
I know?
after tomorrow,
We'd be enthralled.
or to start on a new trip.
I know, because...
Culver goes with you.
That car wasn't parked
What's
outside
the
this
purpose?
Start up new groups.
I got to
The
wondering
real
about
purpose.
that. I kept saying to myself, if it was...
The situation is right.
Why did he park outside
Culver
the house
started.
next door?
There'll be a small riot.
I came up with the answer today when I entered that house.
In that riot, serious accidents can take place.
And found fake blood
And nothing
all
can
over
be
the
proved.
upstairs room. A gag knife.
That's a large order.
It happened once before when you became a widow, so you could be with me.
Shut up.
Even your clothes.
Build up new societies. Get members.
Oh, God.
See that an accident happens to Culver.
I'd never
Some
realized
camp
that
meeting
brownstone
gets into a
houses in
frenzy.
row like these are identical. You bought this place, or leased it while Jenny and him were on the road.
Never work for a man with a foreign name. A man who ain't like us. A A man whose religion ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours.
The little red shirt collar. What about it? When you told me you'd never driven a car out of the hand. And if you're thinking of the mileage on the car, that's too much. Not the mileage. The service. We had a service. A lube job, oil change, new filter, the works. And like they do at all service stations, they slapped a little sticker on the door jamb. That little sticker that carries the name and address of the service station.
Hello.
That little sticker.
Hello, I'm calling from Washington. Hello.
Oh, hello. I tell you, I'm on.
Mona?
3 in the morning. What's the matter?
Any accidents yet?
Los Angeles.
No, but maybe tomorrow.
Come back quick.
Date.
Come back?
Yes. Bring Culver with you.
What's happened?
Plenty.
I'll take the first train in the morning.
Come right to my Westover estate. You should be here by late tomorrow evening.
I came right from the train, Colonel. What's the matter?
Costly business.
Sit down, Mona.
Buying or leasing that identical brownstone.
Of course, you know.
And
we're in this together.
Like the one next door.
If you soften enough to put it that way, it must be bad.
I thought you did.
Mona?
I'll return shortly.
I pretended to swallow Jones' story.
He is a Treasury agent, isn't he?
Yes. I thought by pretending I didn't know it, taking him on as our bookkeeper would be a good way to handle him, but...
Has he gotten anything on us?
Yes, like a spider's web. So
why the gun in your drawer?
Don't be dramatic. It's merely for a great emergency.
But happily, again...
Look at these papers.
Web, it can be repaired.
Look at all these figures on them.
But these are photostats.
I didn't want to touch the real papers. Jones has them hidden in his room. He's evidently just compiling the figures. Use them as yet.
Direction of Hyman Brown.
I don't understand.
Now,
each one of these figures is the serial number of $1 or $5 bills.
If I were you...
What bills?
Use your head. Haven't we set it up so when the members of the society's paid using cash, it goes to banks under different names, so we don't pay income tax?
For your own good, take them seriously.
And these bills are the serial numbers of the bills paid to us for dues.
If that Treasury agent can trace those bills to the different banks where they were deposited.
Really? And why should
means the penitentiary.
Oh, no, Jay.
Oh, yes.
I don't know why.
Exactly
Maybe
that.
it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen
You're
to him.
leaving on another trip in the morning.
Nothing.
And I'm sending Jones.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing.
For Culver.
I don't think it matters now.
Precisely.
I have an idea. It's
I ring for Jones
already
now.
too late for you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater.
One more thing.
In the macabre.
Ever hear of a very famous Treasury agent by the name of Joe Lincoln?
Of course.
Well, our bookkeeper is none other than the famous little giant killer, Lincoln.
Jones is Lincoln, the famous Treasury agent?
And I paid plenty for that information.
No wonder we're on the spot.
You want me, Colonel Cephas?
Yes, come in. Jones?
I was waiting outside. It's a beautiful night out tonight.
Have some peanuts, Jones.
No, thank you.
Jones? Miss Mona and Culver are starting on another trip in the morning. Organize a few other patriotic groups.
I almost wish I could go along.
Well... That's strange. I was just going to suggest it.
I see.
A short trip. It'll give you a better idea how we operate.
I see.
That little canary is a jewel of happiness.
Colonel, don't you think it's about time we stopped kidding around?
Is my hobby.
What do you mean?
Well, you know who I am.
I don't understand.
Well, you know I'm a Treasury agent. You knew it even when you hired me.
This is very interesting.
Tonight's drama, I selected case history number 116.
Tell me more.
When I was egging Culver on to give us fanatic speeches here in Washington, you had a microphone on the wall and you heard me.
I think I'll go to my room for a minute.
You sit where you are, Miss Mona.
I'm very shocked at what you're saying, Jones.
You shouldn't be.
Here's the place, Riley. You wait out here. I'm going in.
What I said.
Okay, Chief.
Didn't it occur to you that I might use the same device?
I better try again.
Here comes Culver.
And when he comes in, don't try to stir up his fanaticism into physical force.
I'll call you if I need you, Riley. Be right there.
I phoned the police.
Inspector, know what's happened. You're Susan Waterstone?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a great
Miss
song,
Susan. What's this all about?
It's my sister.
hello,
Claire.
Jones.
Something's happened to her. I know it.
Oh?
Say, why is
What?
everybody so
She went into
serious?
the library about 10 o'clock this morning with George Gale, our attorney. Told me if I needed anything to call out. I'm a
he does.
cripple, you see.
Yes,
In fact, his real name isn't Jones.
That's fine injury.
Treasury agent
I'm
Joe
unable to
Lincoln.
walk a step.
You didn't think I knew
Claire
that,
does
did you?
everything for me.
You're
If
mistaken,
anything's
Colonel.
happened to her.
Treasury agent Joe Lincoln
No, just
standing
calm
right
yourself.
beside
Maybe
you.
nothing's happened to her.
What do you mean?
I've
The
been
man
calling
you
for her
call
for the past
Culver
half
is
hour.
really
She
Joe
won't
Lincoln.
Why
my
didn't you
boy.
wheel yourself into the library and see what was the matter?
Right it
But
is,
I did
Colonel.
wheel myself to the door.
I knew the only way to really get you was to
From the
get the
inside?
serial numbers of those bills paid in for dues.
Well, guess
That's
I
why
better
I
take a
got
look.
in with
You'll be along with me, please. I want to
radical
Yeah,
speaker.
yeah, sure.
So I'd be on the spot and could list the serial
Which
numbers
one?
of the bills
This
until
all right
numbers
here.
turned them in. The Treasury Department has been tracing those bills
Locked, all right.
and has traced them to 64
Yep, he's
banks
in the lock on the inside.
under 64 phony names.
It's Wonderstone. It's Wonderstone.
Speak.
Anything the matter?
Some smelling salts in my drawer.
Happened, I know it.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to break in the door.
Kick that drawer
Please
closed.
don't. That's a beautiful old
That
door.
isn't all
If you
that
have to
will be
break
broken if
anything,
you
why
reach
not
for a
with
gun
window?
again.
Okay, it doesn't make much
Hold
difference.
on.
I'll
You
get
and
Riley to do
McConnell
it.
are under arrest by the United States Treasury.
Hey, Riley, try and get in one of the library windows. They're all locked. Break one.
Okay, Chief.
Now you'll be in the jiffy. Oh, maybe she just had a fainting spell.
Back to Chief Coordinator
If the windows must have been locked.
of the United States Treasury for over 10 years. Mr. Riley.
Colonel Cephas and the woman known as Mona, convicted in the federal court.
Chief, boss.
Both are
She's dead.
serving a
Claire,
long
dead?
time for tax
Oh, no.
evasion.
No!
Treasury has found that many of the societies organized to hate other groups in this country have been created for
Mike
personal
Fatt, Barton Drake's
selfish
Chinese houseboy, carefully
The
twirled the
originators of
bottle of
the
rare
mass
old
grave
vintage in the ice bucket and carefully adjusted
The
a
only way
spotless
to
napkin
smash
around the
these
top.
hate groups
Carefully, he set
Get
just
their
the right
leaders
glass
for
on each
tax
stand
evasion.
beside the two easy chairs,
Our
and
Treasury
then,
agents
just as carefully,
continue to
placed a
investigate
carpet tack point upwards in the chair where the good Inspector
This is
Danton would
only
soon be
one
planting his
case.
very
Our
ample frame.
3,000 Treasury agents
Mike
are
Fatt
working on
loved the
tonight.
good Inspector, but
On
he
this
also
series,
loved his little
We'll
joke
hear some
better.
very extraordinary cases.
Mike?
Gang leaders sitting in a
Oh, no.
talking.
Just putting out very cooling refreshment. All right, if it's not
On one
rather
side of the
suspicious.
street.
Okay, have dinner ready. Inspector's always hungry.
bodyguards.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake. Dinner ready?
On the
Good.
opposite
No.
side.
Indications are
Oh,
he chiseled the
Inspector
government
here
up
now, I think.
16
I
million
go.
dollars.
I'll be out in a minute.
He's hearing strange voices. Just
Well, evening, Mike.
Thousand welcome, Mr. Inspector, to the abode of Mr. Drake. Also, a humble Mike Fatt. Please go in.
Yeah, thanks. Where's Bart? Dinner ready?
Mr. Drake enjoying pleasure of admiring new hand-painted necktie in the mirror. Please sit down.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no.
Next
Lift
week,
the chair, please.
same time.
What's the matter with this?
Mr. Drake's chair, please.
Oh, sit down, stand for a while. I'm tired of sitting.
Oh, no. Better sit.
Elmer
Old
Irie
Chinese
was the
proverb
leading
say,
roles were played by
quote,
Santos Ortega
man who
and Everett
sits in
Sloan.
friend's house
Music under the direction
is
of
friend
Randy
of
Green.
long standing,
Jack
unquote.
McCarthy speaking.
All
Treasury agent
right.
with another Philip St.
Oh, something the matter?
I sat on something.
Oh,
State
yes,
your
in one
name
moment.
and prison number.
John Newton.
Only
Person
carpet tax.
3375
What are you
National.
saying?
State your
Carpet
age.
tax should be in
27.
carpet. That's you,
Charges
Mr.
on which you were
I get
convicted.
emergency.
Harboring a criminal,
That's
practicing
having
medicine
scheming
unlicensed.
celestial heathen. I had to take him and...
Inspector.
Sentence
Wasn't
now
accused
being
without
served.
proper evidence, you know. 10 years.
Evidence.
served
The
2 years and
carpet
3
tax.
months.
I'll bet you Mike doesn't leave a
Therefore,
single clue.
Well, I'm...
Up for
Sit down, Inspector. I'll have Mike for your drink.
I'll take mine standing up, thank you.
Have it your own way.
Oh, here, legs crossed behind me.
Yeah, well, you can take it right back where you got it.
Pour the Inspector a drink, will you, Mike?
Not on your life. I'll pour my own.
All the Chinese proverbs say,
Tonight,
he who drinks
transcribed
from
in New
white
York, the
bottles
first in an
get red
exciting new
nose.
crime
Well, you get
series.
them.
Based on
Get out
authentic
of
cases
here.
actually
Oh, yeah.
heard by parole boards in your
Sit
state
down safely
prison.
now, Inspector, I'm sure.
Reenacted
Well,
here for the first time.
Pour yourself some wine.
Now, very
Okay.
well.
Pour mine, too. I'll trust you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You are about to sit in judgment on another human being's
nothing
freedom.
interesting. A few robberies,
To
hit and
decide
run,
whether
her
he
wife
or
beat
she
up her
shall
husband,
become
and
your neighbor,
suicide.
your employee,
Well,
perhaps your
suicides
friend,
are always interesting.
or remain where
Always
you,
some very tragic
society,
reason that
have
makes
put
a
him,
man take the matter of his
behind
life into
prison
his own
bars.
hands.
Nothing odd about
Now, that
this one.
human
Just
being is
plain
a
open
social
and shut
offender.
case.
Yeah, who
A
was it?
criminal.
Gal with the name of
Now,
Claire Waterstone.
up
How
or
did you do it?
parole.
Poison, glass milk. Look, Bart, how about dinner?
Fingerprint?
Sure. Dead
At the
girls on
close
the
of
glass.
tonight's
What did it happen?
broadcast,
In the library,
you can
sat there
compare
reading a
your
book,
own
drank a
judgment
poison milk,
with the
just as
official
calm as you please,
decision
and
of
dropped
an
over dead.
actual parole
Reading a
board.
book, huh?
In this
Now
particular
look,
case,
Bart.
California's.
Don't
I
start
asked
getting
you,
any
therefore, to
ideas.
listen
This
carefully
was suicide,
and
plain
consider
and
seriously
simple. Why,
the
even all the
story you
doors
are
and
about
windows
to
were
hear.
locked on the inside.
Told from
We
the
had to bust the
officious
window in
records
order
of
to
John
get in.
Newton.
And the only other
Folsom
person in
Prison
the house was
number
a crippled sister who couldn't walk 2 steps
3375-4,
if the house
now
was on
pleading
fire.
before the parole
Now, come on,
board
let's eat.
and before you for his freedom.
What book was it?
You have the facts of my crime and my conviction
It was
and
one
my
of yours.
prison record.
The first edition of Mystery
There's
is
more to my story
hobby.
than the legal record.
Now, will you
is
tell that
you
Chinese
read.
boy to start serving the
The
food?
very fact that the criminal I harbored was my own brother,
That
Joseph
girl was reading
Newton.
my book when she died. I feel duty
Well,
bound.
gentlemen, with your
to
permission,
look
I'd
into
like to
this
tell
case.
you the
But
whole
it was
story.
suicide. I solved the case myself.
So it would seem. But anyway, get your hat and coat.
I'm a
We're calling on the
brother,
remaining
not my
Miss
brother.
Waterstone.
His story
Come
is
along,
part of
Mr.
mine.
Oh, Bart, I'm hungry.
You see, even when we were kids back home, people used to say, you never know they were brothers. So different. By the time we were grown up. Well, take the very night of my crime.
And
I was
now
only
back
2
to Ben
days away
Langen
from
for the
receiving
second
my
act of
medical license. Just finished my internship.
Mystery
Joe
is my hobby.
was an outcast, disowned as an ex-convict. Now, I'd like to start with that night, gentlemen. We were giving one of the biggest parties the town had ever seen. And for me, it was a double celebration. For one reason, in 2 days, I'd hang up my shingle under my
you
dad's
remember old man
downtown.
Waterstone. I made a killing during the
And
First
for another,
World War.
I'd just been
all
engaged
kinds of
to a wonderful
publicity.
girl.
War, profiteer, and all that stuff.
Well, we never did get
Yeah,
married.
the
My name doesn't
newspapers
appear
made
in
it
the
so
record.
unpleasant for him that he
But
retired
it
and
was a
been
great
living on
occasion.
his millions ever since.
Everybody was
Then he's still
congratulating me.
alive.
Nah, he
It
kicked
was all
off
I could
about
do to
5
get a
years
moment
ago.
alone with my
What about his
fiancée.
money?
Darling,
Left
it's a
in trust
wonderful
equally to his 2
party.
daughters,
I'm so proud of
Susan, the
Well,
crippled
just
girl,
as
and
long
Miss
as you're
Claire,
happy, honey.
the one who committed suicide.
But I...
The mother died when the
See, I
twins were
wish they'd
born.
knock off.
Sure, Susan and Claire, they were twins.
Oh,
We'll pull in here. This
Nothing.
is the place.
You keep looking around as though you were expecting
Seems
somebody.
there's another visitor.
What makes you say that? What do you mean?
chap just going in the door.
Johnny, that's a funny
You know
way
who he
to
is,
talk
Inspector?
to me. What's the
No,
matter?
can't say I do.
Well, we'll soon be finding out.
Your brother. That's it, isn't it?
Yes, my no good brother. Heaven knows where he is now. You know, it'd be just like him to come busting in here after all these years.
Home, gentlemen.
Just a minute, you. We're the police.
What are you looking at me like that for?
I never heard you
well,
talk like that
That's
before.
different.
I know how you
Thanks.
feel about your brother, but
Well, how do you feel about it?
about
I
what?
thought this matter
About
was
having a jailbird
It
for a
has.
Then
brother-in-law.
what? This is
I
just
knew-
a final
listen
checkup,
to me.
Mr.
I'm marrying
I'm
you,
George
not
Gale.
your brother Joe.
Waterstone,
Get him.
How do you
and
do? I'm
stop
Barton Drake.
looking
This is
around,
Inspector
Johnny. He's
Nordan.
not coming.
How do you do?
Get him. Forget everything but us.
Is that you?
Yes, Susan.
All right, honey.
Is that someone with you?
I'm sorry.
Yes, Susan. The leaf.
Oh, just a minute. The house.
Mr. Barton Drake.
I'll be back in a second, honey. Save me some champagne.
Follow me, gentlemen, please.
Hey, swell
Susan,
party,
fine,
Johnny.
we'll be
Where's your dad?
Yes,
You know how
Reverend.
doctors are, fella. Out on an
Back,
emergency.
Inspector.
Excuse me a second, will you?
I thought this matter was all
What is
settled when
it?
they took
Mr.
my
John.
poor sister's body.
Yeah. What's the matter,
It
brother?
is settled.
John,
It's just that
there's a man
Bart.
at the
Miss
back door asking for the
Waterstone,
doctor.
I'm Barton Drake.
All right, brother. I'll take care of it.
You have
You
your
wait
father.
Oh? Barton Drake, the writer?
Yes. Susan is very fond of your books, Mr. Drake, so?
Yes, indeed. Being confined as I am,
Oh,
I
I'm
find
sorry.
it
My
a great
father's a
relaxation.
doctor. He's on the
I'm
case right now.
particularly fond of his
You're a
sister.
doctor.
Very flattered, Mr.
I will be in 2 days.
Would you gentlemen care to
What
join
can
me?
I...
in a cup
Are you,
of
aren't
tea?
you, bud?
I have some here, all nice and
Finished
hot.
I would. I'm
Records
hungry.
till I get my state license.
Miss Waterstone,
good enough.
I'd like to
Come on.
ask you a few questions,
All
if you
right.
don't mind. I
What?
know this must be a very painful
Say, what is
subject
this?
to you, but...
Well, it's all right, Mr.
Come on.
Drake.
I told you I'm not a
too glad
doctor.
to
You'll
have
have to...
Okay, you might as well know.
Now, Miss Waterstone, do you know of any possible reason why your sister Claire should commit suicide?
Why,
I can give you a
Where
very
is he?
good reason.
It's downtown in your old man's office.
Claire lost all her money.
Oh? All that money her father left her?
Yes.
Is he hurt?
Claire was a spendthrift.
Why do you think I came
him after
She ran with a
Doc-
fast crowd, Mr. Drake. Why, I've seen her lose 10,000 over a gambling table in one night.
But if you handled the trust fund, why did you let her?
The terms of the will allowed me to make a cash settlement when she was 25.
When we started down the drive, I knew I shouldn't have come.
And she lost
Joe
it all.
always meant trouble.
Yes, she
But
did.
then emergency was an
She couldn't
emergency.
take it, I guess, so...
Wheeling out the driveway was straight for Dad's
But you
favorite
still
tree.
have your share of the money, Miss Waterstone?
Oh, yes.
Thinking as I
Darn
was
able
of
to live
Joe,
very well on the
that
interest
started
of
me
my
remembering
investment. You
the time
see,
he
Mr.
ran a
Drake,
lawnmower into that
I
very
put it
same
precaution
tree.
never to be a burden to anyone.
The time he
Very wise
smashed the
move,
glass
I'm sure.
case.
I'm
with
glad I
Dad's
didn't think so.
microscope.
He was mad as hops
And the
because
time he
Susan
got
wouldn't
caught
give a half of
taking
what
home
she
some
had.
chemicals from the high school chem lab, and
I did take care of
both
him.
got a
Mr.
lecture
Drake.
from the principal.
I gave him an allowance of $100 a week.
Sir?
About that affair in high
Inspector,
school.
I want you to show me around the
Yes,
library.
sir.
According to the
well,
district
come on.
attorney's
You'll
abstract,
excuse us for a bit, won't you, folks?
I had an interview with the principal.
What's the matter with you?
You
boy?
had
I've never
persuaded
seen
your
you act
brother to
this way
steal the
before.
chemicals for you, so
Not
you could do
just
some
over a
experiments
plain
at
old
home.
suicide.
Is that true?
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
Proceed with your story.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
come on in if you come.
We tore out the drive and on
Did
through
you,
town, and I
oil
couldn't get
this
a
lock when
word
we were
out of
trying
the
to get the
driver,
door
so I
open,
kept
Inspector?
thinking
Of
about
course
Joe.
not. Riley opened that door with a
Joe,
key from the
Joe.
inside.
Always the bad boy. And myself, Dad's boy, Mama's boy.
Now, where was the
I
body?
could almost
What's
hear my
over in
dad
the chair?
saying,
In the book, my book?
Laying in her lap.
Mother and I just can't
That's
do
the book
a
for
thing.
fingerprints?
Sure,
Heaven only knows how we'll turn out.
Hers.
Oh. What was the glass of milk?
Laying on the floor. That spot there was the milk.
I see. How do you know the milk
Yeah,
contained the poison?
I was
We
there, boy.
analyzed the spot.
I went through high school,
Now, are you satisfied?
correction
What's that
school
broken
for Joe.
Where Riley
College for
came
me,
in.
the
But
new
I told you
convertible.
all about this before. Now, what are you
Joe,
trying to...
stolen car and a
Look at that.
reformatory.
They both
Med
must have
school
liked
for
Miss
me,
Reed.
the state
You know,
pen
here's a book
for
of mine. I've
Joe.
forgotten I'd ever written.
Well, I wish you'd go home and
Joe,
write another. I'm hungry. I want
My
to
own
eat.
brother had a number in this prison before
Very
I
well,
even
Inspector.
started out that
Let's
night.
go.
You mean
on the ride.
back to your house and good old Mike
lead me in my own
Pat's dinner?
No, Inspector. Down to
And that's
the
why I
morgue.
say that his story is a part of mine, because in traveling those streets that night, I realized for the first time that maybe it was the raw deal that he got from my father and my mother that made Joe the bad one.
Good evening, Charlie.
Oh, good evening.
Now, in the middle of the night,
You come
he
down.
turns up
take
again
the
in my
Mike
father's
Pat's
office,
dinner.
in trouble.
We came down to look at a step. Yes. Come right in, gentlemen. How are you this evening, Inspector? I'm starving to death. Good. I had a cadaver that came in this morning.
pull around the back here just in case.
Now,
In case
what
what?
can I show you
Go
at the
on.
whole type? Look, we aren't down
gonna
here
have
to
trouble
pick out
with you?
Miss Corpse of 1947.
What's the law got to do with...
Oh,
We'd
wants to
like to
tell you
look at
that's
Miss
okay
Claire
by me.
Waterstone.
There's no time to ask any
there,
questions.
Walter.
Come on.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Look, Doc, are
I'll
you
see
with
if
us
she's
or not?
in.
How'd you get in there without a key?
Yes, here she
Show me
is.
the door.
Someone to see you, my dear. Beautiful girl.
Of course, Charlie, of course.
Pull the
You're
shades
sure
down
this
so
is
we
the
can
right
turn
one?
on the light.
Yes, indeed. I have her case history right here. Got it tied to her big toe. Claire Waterstone poisoned
Joy,
suicide.
boy.
Yes, she's the right
Still
one, all
here.
right. Well, what are you waiting
Joe.
for, Charlie?
Dad?
Just looking at her face.
No, it's me, Joe.
Awful sad.
Johnny, you...
Well, there you are.
Right, Inspector. What a
Well.
remarkable resemblance.
Why not? They were
Look
identical
who's out
twins.
late.
This must account for it.
Mama's
Well,
boy.
that's enough. I've seen all I care to.
My pleasure.
Come on, Inspector, let's go.
You mean at last we're going to eat?
Well, maybe. If Miss Susan will make you a cup of tea.
Medic.
Oh, I know what he's right. Listen, Joe, next time. Shh. All right, let's have a look. Yeah, take your hands away from your chest.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act
you.
of
Hand me that scissors.
Mystery is my hobby.
Joe. Bullet wounds.
Well, I hope at last you're satisfied, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
playing soldier.
I'm satisfied.
What'd you
I told you it was suicide all the time.
I'm satisfied that it's murder.
Murder? Oh, now, by
Lord,
Lord.
shut door, Inspector. I want to make a phone call.
Phone call?
You're in
Go
my
home.
life.
My
I'm asking you
stockbroker.
questions.
Stockbroker, are you nuts?
I don't think so.
Well, while you're phoning, I'm going to have a double banana
That'll
split.
lay up on it, Joe.
You said you're gonna work on them slugs. Answer me.
Look, Joe. Listen to me. I'm not a doctor yet. Not legally. 2 more days and I'll have my degree and then my license. If
Hello,
I work
Al?
on you now...
What do you mean?
Bobby Drake.
Shut
Listen,
up.
Al.
Look, Joe, it's
You know
this
a chap
way.
by the name of
If
George
I operate on
Gale?
you, I'll be breaking the law.
Yes, that's the one, a lawyer.
The bullet
Yeah.
wounds,
Down
Joe.
at
I
the
have to
stock
report them
exchange,
to the
that's
police
right.
anyway.
Okay.
Can't you see, Joe? I'm on a
Why
spot.
not have you told us,
Joey, I
huh?
told you we shouldn't
Thanks,
have
Al.
come.
That's just what I wanted to know. Yeah,
Joe,
sure.
why did you have to turn up for anyway?
All right,
Where
fine.
else could I go? Where could I...
Vanilla. And plenty of nuts, Barney. You through already?
Yes, Inspector, come along. We've got work to do.
But I just ordered it. No, what's the use? I'm coming.
The whole bunch of
Moor, murder, stockbroker.
Where else can I go?
Thank you, Bob. You want to solve this case, don't you?
I've already solved it. All I want to do is eat.
Back to the Waterstones, Inspector.
Now,
You never
look,
give
Bart,
me
I
a
don't mind
break.
going along with the gag, but this time you're going just a little bit too far.
You think so, Inspector?
You're darn right. This is nothing but an ordinary police job. Just plain suicide. That's the way it's marked up in the books down at headquarters, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Oh, Inspector, I'm afraid you're in for a big
Lock the door and then go
But
wash
it
your hands.
couldn't be anything else. It couldn't be murder.
You shut up and do as I say.
Be reasonable, will you?
Why couldn't it be murder?
Because nobody could walk into that library, give Miss Claire a glass of poison milk, and then walk out and leave all the windows and doors locked from the inside. That's why. Claire just had to lock that door herself.
Well, it's been done before. You've read my book on the case of...
And besides that, there weren't anybody else's fingerprints on that glass but Claire.
Of course there weren't, Inspector. You wouldn't expect to
Hand me that
would you?
scalpel.
What?
Scalpel, that knife. Well, I sterilized the instruments and then I went to work.
And now, Miss Susan,
My brother
just one more
gripped the
little
sides
thing,
of
and
the table.
then we'll go and leave you in peace.
I was a surgeon.
What is it?
Susan,
And he
seems to me
was
to have
my
been
first
poking around
patient.
quite enough.
Oh, never mind, George.
I started to get sick, but I had to put everything out of my mind.
I'd like to look
I
at
had a
the
light
room,
to
if
see.
you don't mind.
And
Wait a minute.
Right down the hall. The last door on the
yes,
left.
sir.
Thanks.
There's
Coming
a
in,
question
Inspector?
I'd like to ask at this
If you
point.
don't mind, I won't go with
Yes,
you.
sir.
While you were in the process of removing those bullets from your brother, you realized that you were breaking the law.
Yes, sir, but he was my kid brother. I turned him over to the
Dark
police.
and gloomy.
You see, I wanted to be fair.
You
What
wanted to
are
be
you
fair.
looking for?
Well, now I think we're getting to the point. Earlier in this hearing, you
Not much in
described
here.
your
She wasn't
brother
very
as a
fancy.
nobody.
Oh, a little
Someone
bottle
you
of
were ashamed
perfume.
of.
Let's look in the closet.
Now you're talking as if you're sorry for him. You've
Not much of a
definitely changed
wardrobe.
your story.
Well, you got to remember, Claire lost all her money.
Your
Probably
sympathy from this
sold all
point.
her fur coats and stuff.
No, sir, but
Kind of heavy for
If I
dressing
could say
gowns and
something.
robes. Some pretty nice slippers.
You also
Probably stuff
knew
she had
at the
left over
time
from the
how
good
your
old
brother
days.
got those bullets.
oh, yes, sir. It was a bank
yes,
hold up.
listen here.
A guard.
Oh,
was
that
surprised.
we might as well
You
take a look
also
at
knew at the
Susan's
time.
room.
Yes, sir. The guard was killed.
Anything to get you out of here so I can
It wouldn't have
eat.
made any difference, sir. Why,
Must have shared the
you look like a
bathroom.
little
Yeah.
kid. Lying there. I was going to do my level best to
Well,
make up
this
for
girl Susan has the
the way
best
my father
room.
and my mother treated him as a kid.
Now, just a minute.
Now, you look. What I'm
Before you
trying
go
to
on,
find
we
will
have
more
your
likely be in a
cases
dresser drawer.
Here, which we've looked over very carefully.
Evening gown.
Weren't you the one who usually got your brother into some of the scrapes and trouble he had?
What, 50 pair of shoes?
Oldest.
So I suppose.
You have helped
He
him.
has all the money,
When he
remember?
was a
Isn't
kid,
that
what
you
could
said,
I do with
Inspector?
him? You don't know him. Why, he's
Isn't
a...
the real reason you helped your brother that night because you felt
Key
guilty?
to the whole crime.
Or perhaps you felt at least partly
Nothing but a
responsible
knitting.
for the way he
Yes,
turned
that's
out?
right, Inspector. What do you suppose
Yes,
that
sir.
string is being tied to the end
Yes,
of
it was.
All right.
That's the way you knit?
Go on, what happened after you removed
I don't know. I suppose
Oh, it
she...
was plenty tough on the kid.
What is it doing tied there?
On me,
Just
too.
another fatal
We
mistake our
managed to get
murderer
through
made,
it as
Inspector.
best we could.
This knitting
I
needle
cleaned out
throws
the
up the
wounds.
whole
I used
case.
sulfur and I bandaged
Now
them
I'm
as
able
well
to
as
tell
I
you
could.
who our murderer is and who was murdered.
But we know who was committed suicide.
Yes, Joe.
It was Claire Waterstone.
You're sure of it, are you, Inspector?
Of course I'm sure. I'm as sure.
Glad you had to figure it out, Mr. Drake.
We'll
Hey,
take
fine.
a couple of
Look.
minutes and then we'll take off.
Susan Waterstone. She's wanted.
Your mistake, Inspector.
Friend of
Not
mine's got a
Susan, but
cabin in the
Claire.
woods. I'll lead you there in my
Susan,
car.
we
and you
got
can
We
drive
just
down
left
to
Miss
the-
Susan Waterstone with Charlie down at the moors.
I would like to know just how you figured this all out.
Stop me if I'm wrong, because I think it's
Don't
After
worry.
you lost your money, Miss Claire, you were
we
forced
know
to
it's
depend upon
okay.
your sister, Susan, for your very
What
existence.
kind of a rat do you
In order to
think
get
I
the
am?
weekly allowance she gave you, you had to
Like I
wait on
don't
her
know.
hand and foot.
You're right so
You
far.
better not
It'd be pretty
remember
tiring
anything
after a
about
while. You
anything.
couldn't see why a crippled girl who was
Get
unable
it?
to go anywhere could have all that money while you, who were young and healthy, didn't have a dime. So you decided it would be wonderful to change places with your sister and have all that money for yourself.
Yeah, but one of them was
Well,
crippled,
the
Bart.
house was still going on, but I
did
backed
you
out
get out
my
of the chair?
convertible without disturbing
Mr. Drake
anybody.
knows everything.
I led them back into the hills to my friend's summer shack.
You don't
I
think I'm
repaired a
going to let
couple
him
stitches
tell
on
you?
Joe's
Barty's
chest.
got a gun?
Yes.
Warned him not to move.
I
and
wouldn't
then
use it, though, Mr.
promised to
Gale.
come back in the morning.
Oh, I don't think I will.
And then,
You promised
After
to
all,
come back.
Claire is the murderer.
Why?
No,
well,
George.
in a medical
You
capacity,
are the
sir,
murderer. What?
post-operative treatment.
This morning, when
perhaps
Susan was in the library,
change
you
the
brought her a
drains.
glass of poisoned milk. You've been careful to hold the glass
Shall I
with a
go on,
napkin
sir?
in order not to leave any fingerprints. Susan drank the
did
milk,
you
or
do
at least
then?
part of it. and the poison worked immediately.
Correctly?
Then, George, you took her out of the wheelchair and dumped her body in an easy chair and placed an open book in her lap, a book that she'd been reading at the time.
The road passes the
That
state
was another
police
mistake.
barracks. Now, it seems
People
to
who
me...
commit suicide
passed
never
the
do it while
barracks.
they're reading books.
And then I turned back.
Clever, aren't you?
I intended to report the whole thing to the police.
The DA's
Then you
transcript
wheeled out the
states that he
wheelchair
declared,
and carefully oiled the lock in the library
I
door.
drove
You
straight
took this
home
knitting
without
needle,
stopping
to
or
which you have
turning.
attached this string.
End of quote.
You put the needle through the handle
say
of the
that?
key, stretched
Yes,
the
sir,
string
but
to the
may
floor
I
and under
explain,
the
sir?
door so that the end was on the other
You see, sir, I
side, the
intended to
outside.
stop at the police barracks.
Then you carefully
Oh, in
closed
fact,
the door,
I could have reported it
pulled
at
on the
that time and
string,
kept myself in the
then
clear.
you turned
But
the
you
key
didn't?
and locked the door and then fell to the floor.
No.
Because you
It was a
couldn't face
simple matter
your
to get
father
the
after
string a
you knew
yank
what
and
you
pull
had
the
done.
needle under the door.
Is that it?
And you
Yes.
hid it in Miss Clare's dresser drawer.
I knew it would kill him.
And you had done the supposedly
So,
impossible. Locked the
I
door
went
and
straight
went
home.
inside. How did you guess? I didn't have to guess. I'd written up a case just like this one. It was in the book Susan Waterstone was reading, and which, by the way, you also must have read. Well, that's about all. Except that you then forced Miss Clare to assume her sister's identity, didn't you? I hate to do
The house was dark.
Either
There was a light coming from under my father's study door.
I'm going to shoot you first,
And as
Mr.
I
Drake, and then
passed-
I got it.
Yes, Stan.
Well, that's fine. I hope I
I
get to
felt
see
the
you
wind
tonight.
of that one.
I thought you'd be long abed.
Oh, did you just
I'd
get
say
in
so,
there?
Cheers, my
Yes,
dear.
Tough case.
You'll need them.
Come in,
for your
son. Come in.
sister's
Shut the door. Yes, doctor's life. By night they picked for an emergency peritonitis.
And now
Oh, sit
back
down,
to
son,
Glen
sit down.
Langan for the conclusion of
No, thanks, Dad. I want to smoke out.
Quite a night, huh?
mystery.
Yes.
Is my hobby.
Dad, is there anything special?
No, nothing special, son, except, well, this will be our last little talk before you get your license.
Mr.
And then
Inspector,
your shingle goes up
you
under
would
mine.
like maybe some
John
have a
Newton
little
Jr.,
wine?
MD. That'll look mighty fine,
Mike.
son.
But no more tricks.
John, I'm proud of you.
No, Tilly. No, sir.
Really proud
Dinner
of you, boy.
ready pretty soon, Mike?
You know, it's all up to you.
Yes, sir. Few minutes.
I mean, your mother
Good,
and I,
good,
we
good.
have all
You
our
know,
hopes
Bud,
in you.
I
know
can't
that.
get over the way that Claire grabbed that gun.
Sometimes
I suppose
wonder
that she
about
was in with
Joseph.
George
Oh,
Gayle
Dad,
all the
I-
time.
yeah.
She was, Inspector.
Long
However,
since Gail
embezzlement
figured
and
it
murder
out.
are two different things. Claire
Well,
wouldn't go for murder.
Yeah, but how
No,
about
there's no use
Susan's
talking
part?
about it.
Claire really thought that it was
just
suicide,
up to
the
you,
same
son.
as you did.
Yep. George
Your
sure
mother
had
and I,
me
we
fooled.
sometimes go so far
I
as
don't
to
know
say
how
we
you ever figured out that
have only
Claire
one
wasn't
son,
Sue.
really.
Oh,
Dad,
no, Inspector, I'm
If
surprised.
you don't
at
mind,
you.
I'm terribly
But
tired.
Mr.
Wait,
Moore,
John,
didn't you
just
notice
this.
her legs?
Sure.
I want you to remember,
Yeah, too, just
doctor
like
with so
everybody
much
else.
power for good
No,
and for
not
evil.
like everybody
son,
else,
has got
Inspector.
to be right.
Hers were thin, very
Make the right
thin. Not at all the
decisions.
legs of the girl who used them to walk
You
on.
took that oath that we
And
all
of course, the clues in the bedrooms were unmistakable. Did
In
you
your
honestly
deepest
believe
heart,
that
mean
Susan,
it.
being confined to her
Live
wheelchair,
up to
would use evening gowns,
Be
sports
a good
clothes,
man
fur
and you'll be a
coats, and
good doctor.
a pair of shoes?
Well,
And you, my son,
I don't know.
you'll be a great
How did you know that George killed her instead of Claire?
Well, I suppose I've made quite a
because of my
speech,
call to my broker.
but I didn't
He
have
said
to.
that George Gale had been gambling on the
I
stock
know you'll
exchange
never do
with
wrong.
much more money than he could possibly possess. Only, Inspector,
I
it
lost
was
my
Susan's money
Joe
instead of
somehow.
Claire's. Hers was already gone.
I don't know, but
Gentlemen, dinner is
you're
served.
a good son.
At last we eat.
Well, you're
Just
my
a minute,
life,
Inspector.
John.
Barton Drake speaking.
My life.
Yes? Yes.
Get yourself a good night's sleep,
Yes,
son.
indeed.
There's a big day coming tomorrow.
We'll be right over. Come on, Inspector, get your hat.
But, Bud, dinner's ready. I haven't
Eat
eaten.
later, Inspector. You can eat later. Right now, we're going to investigate a very mysterious murder.
But, Bud, with me eating is a very serious business.
I know, Inspector, but with
tried to
me,
cry out to my father.
mystery is my hobby.
Soon. It's dark. I made some excuse to Dad, something about picking up a bag. I checked, I don't know. I headed for the cabin where my brother was hiding out.
Mystery.
There was something
is my
wrong.
hobby.
The cabin door, it should have been shut.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking.
Instead, it was open.
For this week's
Joel?
drama, I've selected case history number 127
Joel?
from my book, Mystery is My Hobby.
Frenchie?
I call it Death is a Grain of
Nobody
Sand.
there. Torn bandages on the floor, bloodstains. I turned to go. I figured Joe would run out on me. Didn't trust me.
Glenn Langan as Barton Drake, and the first
Joe
act
running
of
away again.
Mystery.
I realized then. You see, I thought I'd be able to straighten him out. But I was wrong. While I walked to my car.
Why is a good inspector
there was a man standing beside it
night of all nights
with a shotgun.
I could much more profitably
looking for someone, Doc?
Why, no, I...
Calling upon a very desirable
How'd you know I was
doctor?
Been expecting
you. Of course,
you.
mystery is my hobby, but
I'm
that
from the
doesn't
sheriff's
include
office.
magicians, charlatans, and mind readers.
Oh, I see.
And that's just what this Raja
How did you know?
is, I'll bet you.
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but seeing who
Even
you
if
are
he
and
is
all,
billed as the greatest
the other
wizard of
hoodlum
modern
spilled it
times.
all.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Barn.
We got 'em
You're getting
both.
chowdy. Certainly you don't
Could
believe
I
in this stuff.
Of course not.
ask the
I'm here
charge?
on business.
You want to learn some
I mean-
card tricks?
Oh, look, Bart, you know
I
the
am under
department
arrest, I
frowns on
guess.
these kind of things.
Yeah.
We got laws
Yeah,
about
you
fortune
are.
tellers. I'm
As
here
for
to see
charge,
that this guy
well,
doesn't pull any
illegal
monkey business,
operation, failing to
And
notify
incidentally
police,
find out how your
harboring
great
a
aunt
criminal.
is doing
My
in
own
the
brother,
other world.
Sheriff.
Law don't recognize
Oh,
kin,
Bart.
Doc.
Anyhow,
But
they
I warn
usually
you,
have some mighty
anything you
pretty
say
girls
can
in
be
these
held
kind of
against
All
shows.
right, let's get it over
In
with.
tight. Now be quiet.
Take me in.
Here comes the man.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
No,
You
oh, wait, tell me something.
To some of
Does
you,
Dad-
it may indeed seem strange
Does my father
that I
know?
appear before you in
About
this
you?
unusual capacity.
Your brother.
But I assure you, I am
About
the same Dr. Tree
both.
who was your professor of psychology.
Your
at
brother?
University.
Yeah.
Hey, it sounds as if the guy
You-
might be all right, Bart.
Well,
No.
A professor wouldn't give up a
You'll
good
find
job
out
to
when we
handle a
get there.
fake, would he?
Maybe, maybe not.
Let's go, Newton.
His mind, as
Gentlemen
well
of
as
the
the
board,
minds
that's
of
my
others,
story.
to an extent
I assure you, I knew that I was breaking the law, but I will admit now that I did it because I owed something to my brother. And my primary intent was to make up to him in some way for the wrongs that my parents had done him, knowingly or unknowingly. I can honestly say that my primary intent was not
Ladies and gentlemen,
crime.
I am Raja Vidrani. If you are paroled...
During the evening,
What means have you for
I
earning a
shall
living?
attempt many
Well, if I can get my license, I intend
However,
to
the
practice
greatest
medicine.
one of all
Practice medicine.
will require the whole
Well, yes, sir.
evening.
Certainly
I shall
society
therefore
needs
begin
physicians,
it now.
but it doesn't want doctors who
Loretta.
lack willpower.
Agreed.
Men incapable of clear judgment.
You will
Now,
become rigid.
You can't gamble.
Loretta,
You understand?
I know, sir.
Dr. T.
But I would like to say that
You and I
I
will
understand
bind our
myself
hands
now.
to our side.
How do you mean that?
We will
Well,
place
sir, I
the
haven't
rigid
wasted
body
this time in
upon
prison.
this bed of sharp
I think the warden will
spikes.
tell you I've done all kinds of work. I've worked in a
Strike them,
hospital,
Dr.
for instance.
Oh,
I wish to
Lately, I've been a
those
full-time orderly.
that they
I
are
see.
Yes, Raja.
Go on.
And I've resumed my medical studies.
We now place this
Well, I made up with my
over
father, sir.
Miss
And he
Loretta.
brought me medical journals so I could keep abreast of things.
Now, Dr.
All I can
Reed,
say is, sir, if I do receive my
you will
freedom,
cover her
I'll try very hard.
completely with sand
Live up
to
to
a
the
depth
trust in
of
me.
at least 2 feet.
Very hard. All I ask is a chance.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, that's all I
you
have to
shall
say.
see at the end
That
of this
is all
performance
you have to say, Newton?
that despite a complete lack of
Well,
air,
it
when we
seems to me you've
uncover
left out
her,
perhaps the
she
one
will
essential
still
point
be
on
alive.
which your chances of parole might depend. What happened to your brother?
My brother?
Yes. Finish your story, Newton.
My brother died.
As a direct result of your operation.
Dr. Tree
The
is
record
now
shows he was trailed to a
removing the
downtown
sand.
hotel in Los Angeles. Got on
Buried
arrival.
in sand for 2 hours.
Now, you
shall
realize
see that
he
Miss
would be
Loretta
alive
still
today
lives.
if you'd reported the injury and he had been
May
taken to a
remove
hospital.
The sheet now, Doctor.
Yes, sir. He'd be alive today.
Miss
All right.
Loretta.
Just step outside a moment, Newton. With the
Loretta.
guard.
While John Newton waits, and the parole board reviews his story and his parole file, you too have a decision to make on his case. Weigh John Newton's story carefully before you form your judgment, because in a moment you will have an opportunity to compare your decision with that of the actual board before which he appeared.
Got a couple of men and put them
First,
In the old days, my lord and my lady had to wait 6 months or more for the wandering troubadours to turn up with the latest ballads. Today, all you have to do is listen in on Saturday nights when Vaughn Monroe's Caravan comes along with the week's 5 top tunes as chosen by Variety. Vaughn brings you his great band and distinctive style of singing, not only in the 5 top tunes, but also in the songs of a famous college fraternity or sorority each Saturday. Be listening this Saturday, won't you?
Can do anything.
Now, the decision of California Parole Board. Folsom, John Newton, 3375-4.
John Newton.
Yes, sir.
Step forward.
Terrible, sir.
That gaping hole in the back of her head.
This board has carefully studied your record and considered your own story.
Happen. It
You may be sure that we have given careful consideration to all details.
Let's take a look.
I must inform you, however, that there was some doubt as to your own interpretation of your basic motives in transferring the blame for your own, well, shall we say, delinquency, upon the attitude of your parents toward your brother and yourself. And, well, you were informed, I believe, that decisions of this board must be unanimous. Were you not?
There are 2 other holes slightly larger right alongside of it.
At any rate, we did come to an agreement, Newton. A unanimous decision.
Wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried
decision
in the
is
sand, supposedly in a trance,
parole
breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a
Thank
fake.
you, gentlemen.
That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree.
May I go?
Yes.
Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Newton.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far,
This
I've been
board
able to
will
prove all the
make
great
every effort
authorities.
to help you obtain reinstatement with the state medical
Who's
board.
backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Next case.
One thing I think you should know, Mr. Stranger. This girl...
Today, Dr.
Loretta,
John Newton may be your neighbor, your friend,
my
your
wife.
family physician. For he is currently practicing medicine in a large American
just
city.
a few months.
But he himself, John Newton, M.D., though that was not, of course, his actual name, gave us permission to tell his story tonight, asked us, in fact, to do so, in the interest of thousands of men and women in American prisons who may someday come up
Raja couldn't
for parole.
possibly have committed a crime. During the entire performance.
You have been listening to Up for
what's that?
Parole,
Who's shooting? Come on, let's
transcribed
find
in New
out.
York, with Chet Stratton. Written by Alan Sloan, directed by
Give me
John
that gun.
Leeds.
Who's in where?
Music by Harry Salter.
But he ran him back with the money.
Listen again at the same time next
Wait a
week,
minute, Bart. Let me
when
get him out.
CBS will bring you
Okay,
the actual
Inspector,
story
go
of case
Come on,
3374-5, Sing Sing.
Come out of that box.
Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Bloom. Molly Goldberg's famous invitation to Fun in the Bronx now echoes across the country each Saturday night on
How do
CBS.
I know he was just
It's
here?
the
I'm afraid
same
this little
fine
city
brand
is
of
tricked
comedy
us,
mixed with a
Inspector. She's
tear
just
now and
practiced long
then
enough for
that's
Dr.
made
Tree to
Molly
go
and her
downstairs
family,
and
Jake,
conceal some
Sammy,
evidence.
Rosalie, and the others, favorites for many years. CBS invites you to hear the Goldbergs on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday and every Saturday. Stay tuned now for Broadway is My Beat, which follows immediately on most of these
Dr.
same
Tree.
CBS stations.
Coming up again?
Down here looking for evidence.
And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shots would have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even used our wardrobe trunk. One of the trunks got away from me as I hit.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably. Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying
Violence.
in front of him.
True stories of
Dead.
why crimes are committed. Presented in the hope that these factual cases will help you, the citizens, to understand the forces that motivate crime and to aid in its prevention.
This far, we might as well go
This
down
is
and
the
take a
story
look
of
But I assure you
violence.
there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
Was
these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
Practically every modern law enforcement agency today employs the services of a consultant whose job it is to discover the true motives behind the prisoner's act against society. One of these consultants is Dr. Richard Morley. This is his report on the case of Arthur Bowman, who committed murder.
There are several holes.
Here's where the murder was committed. See one of these holes here in the ceiling? See, this one has powder marks.
May 5th.
Somebody poked a gun through this
The district attorney presented to me details of the murder. A subsequent confession by the prisoner, Arthur Bowman. It was a particularly brutal crime, strangulation and beating. The accused man was highly emotional during police questioning. He freely admitted to the crime but denied a motive. Bowman had no previous record, and neighbors testified to his excellent character. I had my first interview with the murderer that afternoon in the prison.
Go ahead, Bart. I'll stick with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Hello, Mr. Bowman. I'm Dr. Morley. I've come here to help you find out why this happened.
I don't know. I've told them.
That's all right. Cigarette?
No.
You sure? It's all right if you want to.
Trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
He loves everything.
What has it done?
I'd like to ask you one or two things.
I don't know.
How old are you, Mr. Bowman?
44.
I understand you have a couple of children.
Yes.
Boys?
Boy, a girl. Look, I don't want to answer any more questions. Why don't you go away?
Tell me about them.
I love them.
I never
Sure I do. They're good kids. What's going to happen?
Depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Must have been crazy.
Open your heart,
I must.
darling.
What about your wife? Were you happy before this happened?
I don't know.
Something like I was.
I don't. Listen, you're a doctor. I know why you're here. Will you help me?
She wouldn't give him up.
Please.
After all, managing
We'll
the Rogers, $100,000.
So that you can put me in an electric chair. That's why you're here, isn't it?
No. That's not the reason.
I'd tell you why, if I could. I just...
What's the rest?
I know.
I saw
Tell me, Mr. Bowman, what about when you were a kid? Big family?
4. I was the oldest. Jack was the baby and 2 girls.
Let me say it for you.
Did you have fun?
Loretta became
I guess
jealous of you.
sometimes.
Became so jealous that the
My mother was
doctor
pretty
felt
strict.
he had to kill her.
I had to help her take care of the others. It was rough on my mother.
Then Loretta became so
She
jealous
had the
that
baby
you
when I
had to
was
kill her.
10.
You weren't
You know how it is.
Yes.
Kind of conclusions I thought
I didn't want it to be that way with my kids. I wanted them to have
to
fun.
find out if you fired the
I guess she
gun.
couldn't understand the way I felt.
Your wife, May?
I did fire a gun.
Yeah.
Out there on stage, remember?
May. Like the time I wanted to take them all on a boat ride up the river for a day. I planned it for a surprise on Sunday. I told her about it.
You mean Miss Moore?
Saturday
I
night.
was bad once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta's with me. She held it over my
Get another
head.
dishcloth,
But if
Arthur.
I
That
didn't
one's
leave her
getting
husband
wet.
alone, she'd go to
Sure.
the police about me. And while
May?
she was there, she'd expose the
What?
I got an idea. We doing anything tomorrow?
No.
Good. What do you say if we take the kids up the river tomorrow? You know, a picnic. They'd have a fine time on the boat. The Henrys are going.
Oh, fine. That's just fine. I suppose you made the date just like that. Didn't ask me, of course. Don't stop to think that I got the kids every day, day in and day out.
I didn't.
You don't think maybe I'd like to go out and do something that I wanted to do?
I thought you'd like it.
What did you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Mildred.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Sailor.
You and Doug Henry go off and talk about fishing. I'm stuck with the kids and Nancy. That'd be fun for me,
I
wouldn't
wouldn't go with Doug.
I bet you would. Like the last time we went bowling. What time was it you got in?
Do we have to go through that again?
That's just the way you are.
And now
Just
back to Glen
nothing
Langan
but
as Barton
selfish.
Drake and the second act.
You're
of
not thinking of me or the kids. It's just you.
My hobby.
Well, I'm tired too. You can think of me for once.
I think of you.
Oh, get out of my kitchen. I'm sick of it.
Yes, my dear. Ella.
I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I
Did
simply
you go
meant
on
you
the
could have
boat?
killed her.
Yeah, we went. Guess she wanted to show me what a great sacrifice she was making.
What about this fellow, Henry? Doug, you said? A friend?
Yeah, Doug's all right. We go bowling together every week. We used to.
You said something about coming home late one night.
Yeah. We got through bowling early, and Doug wanted a beer. I don't drink much. I guess I never liked it. But I said, okay.
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, everything's great, honey, great. Another beer for me and my friend.
No more for me.
Don't listen to him, honey. He thinks he's getting old. 2 beers.
Sure, right away.
Mechanical contrivance.
Hardy, I saw you.
Nice looking kid,
Doug, do you have any fun at home? Huh? You know what I mean. How do you get along with Nancy?
Boy, she gets along with me. That's the way it is in my house. She gets along with me or else.
But do you have any fun?
Sure we do. I'm Tom Rover, the fun-loving Rover boy.
I guess it would be nice.
Huh?
Oh, I don't know. that beer's kind of strong, you know, and I'm not used to it.
Makes a man of you. A couple of more and you don't feel any pain, you know what I mean?
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tweedy has a cup.
Yes, and I use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Raja? Don't you want him to go free too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Oh, let me out. What makes you so sure, Dr. Tweedy?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Raja's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Oh, May.
I'm
You
sure
know what
he's
time
not
it is?
mistaken. This is
No.
the gun. I've seen it before.
It's after
How
one.
could it be the murder weapon
Nearly
when I
two.
have a
Where have
murder
you been?
weapon right here?
With Doug. Gee, I didn't realize it was so late.
Will you please release the inspector
You've been
from the
waiting up?
You're drunk.
Oh, I had a couple of beers with Doug, that's all.
Doug?
Sure, we got through bowling early.
I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the
May, I'm sorry. Listen.
No.
I've heard of a gypsy who saved most
I'm fed up. Coming home in the middle of the night, drunk. Disgusting. I'm ashamed for the neighbors. The kids.
Oh, May, don't. I'm sorry. I didn't do anything.
Get away from me.
But I only want to kiss you.
Kiss?
You. Over for luck.
I wish you were.
Let's get one crime
What?
solved before we come involved in another.
You wish I was what?
Keep your voice down.
Maybe I wish sometimes, too. Maybe I do.
But you'll wake up the kids.
Well, let them wake up. Do them good. Dirty little spoiled brats. Let them wake. May, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. May, please, I'm sorry.
Confess, but quick.
May.
If you all come out
That was the conclusion of the first questioning of Arthur Bowman. There was no doubt that he was aware of the magnitude of his crime. He'd shown a marked hostility to his wife in his statements. There'd been no attempt to hide that, or his feeling of guilt concerning the night when he'd arrived home from his bowling party with Douglas Henry. On May 7th, Bowman spoke of his job, his employer, and the employer's secretary. His position with the company was minor, and he felt a great frustration at that fact. Other younger men came into the business and were promoted. He was not. Here, Bowman returned to his feeling of remorse over his wife and children. He wanted to talk about the puppy, which was brought into the home 2 weeks before the murder.
3 holes here in the floor.
She brought it for the kids. They all made a big fuss about it. I never liked dogs much. One night I came home, I was tired.
But there's still another hole. Yeah. What was that for? The little tail infected that we found downstairs.
Hey, look at Pinky.
It
He
was
tied it under
to
his
the trigger
chin.
of the gun directly under the third hole. So when the sand was shuffled
didn't
in
do
over the
anything.
girl, some of it
Why
ran
did you
through the
hit him?
hole
He didn't do
and
anything.
into the pail.
Come on, Pinky.
When the bucket gained
It's all
sufficient weight, naturally,
Come on, what's the matter?
the trigger of the gun.
Oh. Oh, Arthur.
Look what that dog did to my hat. Look.
You've had it ever since I can remember. Now you can get a new one.
It was filthy anyway.
Daddy had Pinky, Mama. He's under the couch and he won't come out.
Got to get rid of that dog. I won't have my things destroyed. We got to get rid of it.
You're acting like a child. Hitting a baby puppy.
Even the murderer can be exactly.
It's all right. Let me hold him. He's mine.
All right, children, take him in the kitchen. It's time for supper.
After the sand has been removed.
You better get washed up, Arthur.
Or downstairs.
As soon as the puppy's fed, we'll eat.
From their inspection, I think we'd better run all three of them. Hey, no, you don't.
Do you know
don't
why
give
you
me that
didn't like
knife.
the dog, Mr. Bowman?
I don't know. My mother had one when I was a kid. It was a big dog. I remember it bit me and I was scared of it, but she kept it anyway.
Did you get rid of him? I mean, your children's puppy.
Well, I wanted to, but they wouldn't let me. Always babying it. It made me sick. Then one morning I was on my way to work. I was a couple of minutes late. Mr. Heston, he's my boss, like I told you. He's always giving me a funny look when I'm late. Well, the car was parked in the driveway.
I work for
Arthur!
Yes?
Have you seen Pinky?
No.
Well, you go down to the backyard. See if he's in the garage.
I haven't got time. I'm late. Tell Terry to.
All right, but look under the car, though, before you drive out. He might be there.
Okay.
All right.
Hope there isn't much traffic. I'm going to be late.
I guess that just about
I forgot to look.
The case.
I didn't look.
Yes, Dr. Tree.
I did it.
It's
I
just the
killed it.
And now
Heart
back to
disease
Glenn
is one of
Langan
America's
as
first
Barton Drake
causes of
in
disability and death. Your gifts have greatly helped our scientists and doctors in gaining new knowledge about this disease. Let's keep on helping them until every heart in America is protected. Please mail a generous gift to Heart, care of your local post office.
Man.
And now back to violence.
What kind of talent? Extrasensory perception, for one thing. What's that? Give it. I don't believe it, whatever it is.
The motive behind Arthur Bowman's acting murder was becoming increasingly evident. The effect upon him by the domineering and strict mother was aggravated in later life by his unhappy and frustrated wife. The killing of the dog functioned only as a detonator. The total explosion was yet to come. On May the 9th, we held our fourth interview.
You remember when he announced Loretta's death
Been
on stage?
thinking about what we were talking of
When we
last
looked
time.
at the body lying face
dog,
up on
yes.
that bed of fight,
Well,
there was no visible
why
wound.
didn't I look under the car when May
Find
told
the
me to?
wound until we turned her over.
I was late, but I didn't want to run over it. I never do a thing like that.
guards on the doors and phoning
Do you think it's
headquarters.
possible that you did want to get rid of it? And not looking
Just
was
as you
an
knew
easy
that
way.
Dr. Tree was
Your
the only
excuse.
person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the
was there
floor.
under the car.
You didn't look.
It
Might have been.
He was the one who was
What
able
happened
to
at
stand
home
all
after
the
the
way.
dog
He was
was
the only
run over?
person who came near the body
They
and
wouldn't
the
talk
gun.
to me. May, the kids, they thought it
Inspector,
was
you
my
wouldn't have
fault.
insisted on staying downstairs
I felt like I
and
did
searching
when
for the
I was a
murder
kid.
weapon.
And one day I hit the baby, and my mother made a big fuss about
In
it.
the Raja's trunk, right where
She
Dr.
didn't
Tree had
talk
put
to
it.
me for a
Good,
week.
ain't it? Yes, you
Did you feel that May was behaving the way your mother did?
It was you who also pushed the trunk
you
aside,
resent it?
Inspector. The
I'm
trunk that
sorry
Dr.
about
Tree
the dog,
used
but
to
it was
hide
only
and
a dog.
smash the little thin
They didn't
tail.
have any right to
It was
treat me
attached to the
like
trigger of the revolver.
Did you
There
feel
was
that they'd given to the dog the affection that you wanted?
Sure, that's what they did. Man comes home tired from work, and all he hears is what the dog did.
Don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife.
You were telling me a little
because
about
he
your
wanted a
job
brave
the
like
other day,
Nolan.
Mr. Bowman. Now, your employer's name is Heston, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been there for
Blame
9
greed.
years.
You said you were in the accounting department.
Loretta hung onto the doctor not
I
because
should
she
have been the
loved
head of it a
him.
long time ago.
She only
but
wanted
it's
the
all-
wife's share of his $100,000
Was
racket.
Mr. Heston unfair to you?
Love agreed.
I don't know.
Both of them are
He didn't like me much, always making cracks.
Hey, Bart.
Like the time I
remember,
was getting ready to quit for the
promised that
day
you
a
wouldn't
couple
tell
of
the
weeks
boys
ago.
down at
Was that
headquarters
before the
about
dog was
me
run
being
over?
locked up in
No,
that money
after
case.
7
Oh,
or 8.
Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby. Why, cool job, Frank.
Just about.
Boss wants to see you before you go.
Oh?
Take it easy, Arthur. See you.
Langan will return in just a
Say,
moment. Mystery
I
is
wonder
My
if you'd
Hobby
like
is
to take
written
on some
by
extra
Fred
work.
Howard and
Shouldn't
directed
take you
by
more than a
Dave
week or
Tyson.
so. You can do it at
This
home.
episode was based on an original
I
story
don't
by Ray
know,
Wilson.
Mr. Heston. Couldn't one of the other boys...
Well, yes, they could. I thought it might be a good thing for you. It's an important account. You want it done right. You're our best man, you know.
Our original music was composed and played by Len Salvo.
If it's that important,
Included
maybe
in
the
our
chief
cast
ought
were
to
Ken
handle it.
Christie as Inspector Danton, Junius Matthews as Dr. Tree,
You know, Arthur,
John
the trouble with
McIntyre
you
as
is you're
Roger
afraid of
Vedrami,
yourself.
and Betty Lou
You ought
Gerson
to do
as
something
Mildred.
about that.
The events depicted in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to actual places or people,
I'll give it to
living
the
or
chief.
dead, is purely coincidental.
See you in the morning, Arthur. Thanks for
Now,
dropping
here's
in.
Glenn Langan with a word about next week's story. Thank you, Bruce Buell, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us. Next week, plan to be with us when I bring you case history number 128.
You'll get fat if he eats too many, won't he? Oh, you shut up. Don't say shut up to your sister, Terry.
May,
Yes? Visit you.
boss wanted me to do some extra work this
Till
week.
then, this is Glenn Langan.
You know what I
saying
told him?
adios.
I said no. Mr. Heston, that's what I said. Can you imagine? I was trying to get me to do everybody else's job as well. Good enough for promotion.
Maybe they've been smart to take it.
For what? I know Heston. He's waiting for me to make a mistake so he can ease me out. I'm smart not to make any mistakes.
Oh, you're smart. All right. Get your mind out of the way, Terry. Oh, yes, you're so smart. Everybody's wrong, and you're right. Don't stay on the right side of the boss. You tell him how smart you are. You know everything.
You think I should have done it?
All I know is you've had the same job for 9 years. 4 raises. I noticed Doug Henry's the head of his department at the store.
You're siding with Heston, too, huh? Everything I do stinks. Everything anybody else
Don't you
does...
use that language in front of the children.
Shut up! Shut up! You and that dog.
Arthur Bullman's pressures were reaching a highly dangerous stage. Had there been an outlet, a release from his frustrations and fears, had he been able to voice these thoughts, a murder might never have taken place. But the boiling point had been reached. Having killed once, it was only a question of time before he lost complete control of his hostile feelings. On the 10th of May, he began to tell me about the day which ended in death.
I guess I didn't eat much for breakfast that morning.
What were you thinking about when you left home to go to work?
I don't know.
Well, what was your attitude toward your wife, then? I mean, did you want to make up?
No. No, I didn't.
Had your children annoyed you that morning? Or the night before?
They were siding with her. It was like with the dog, only maybe worse. I had a lot of work to do that afternoon. Must have been about 5 when Mr. Heston came out of his office.
Arthur. Would you take a look at this for a minute?
Well, sure, Mr. Heston.
There seems to be a discrepancy in the figures for the Southern Metals April accounts. You took care of these, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, they've been checked twice now. There, boys, and the chief. I'm afraid you made a slip.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston.
No, it's all right. Just be more careful, will you? We can't fool around with $50,000 that belongs to someone else, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heston. It won't happen again.
Oh, sure. It's okay.
You all right, Arthur?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Don't let it get you. You're entitled to one mistake.
Oh, yes.
That reminds me, could you do me a favor?
Oh, I guess so.
My car's in the garage. Won't be ready until tomorrow. Would you drop me off on your way home? Unless you're...
Oh, no, that's okay. Sure, be glad to.
Thanks. Penny for your thoughts, Arthur.
They're not worth it, really.
You're not unhappy about Mr. Heston calling you down this afternoon, are you?
No.
He likes you. He does. Trouble with you, Arthur, is you don't let people like you, you know?
I guess so.
Listen, I want to talk to you. I've been meaning to for quite a while. There's a bar on the next block. I usually stop by for a drink on the way. I'll let you buy me a martini. How's that?
Well...
Come on, I won't tell your wife. You're safe with me.
All right. I don't drink, though. Well, maybe a beer.
Oh, I would have bet it was a beer. You can park in the back over there. Here's to you, Arthur. Don't you ever drink anything except beer?
No, I don't drink much.
I can see that. This is my second. You're still nursing your first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop being sorry. That's the first thing. Why are you always sorry?
I don't know.
I'll tell you something. You know what Mr. Heston thinks about you?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you, and it's for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He thinks you're wishy-washy. He thinks you've got what it takes, but you're wishy-washy.
I don't...
You know Heston. He's a nice guy, but he wants a man to say what he thinks. Well, you've been sitting behind that adding machine for 9 years. You could have been head of department by now, even Heston's assistant, but you're wishy-washy.
I guess that's the way I am.
There you go again. You don't even fight. Don't you ever fight? I'm telling you this for your own good, Arthur.
I know.
What does your wife say?
Well, she says the same thing, I suppose.
There you are. Don't you ever get mad? Don't you want to hit somebody, make them listen to you?
No, I don't get mad.
That's the trouble. You're a good-looking man, Arthur. You're not so old. You could do big things. But you've got to stop being wishy-washy.
If I hadn't got married when I did, I was very young then, you know. Maybe I'd be different. Maybe that's it.
Don't you love your wife?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know.
You ought to go out on a binge. That's what you need. And I'm the girl who can take care of it. Call the waiter, Arthur. A nice, loud voice now. You call him.
Yeah, sure. Waiter.
I'm 33, Arthur. Next month I'll be 34. You don't see me worrying, do you?
No, you're all right, Ellen.
Yeah. Listen, my drinking alone. What's the matter with you? That's still your first.
I'll have another in a while.
Now, like that puppy dog you were telling me about. You should have told him it's too bad. I did it. We'll get another. Forget it. You shouldn't brood.
I know. You're right.
I guess it's tough. And you got a wife like May.
But you don't know her, Eileen. You might think differently.
Yeah, I'll bet. Nag. No wonder. I feel sorry for you. Oh, well, I guess we better be going, huh? What's the time?
11.
Hey, we better. You're gonna get it. Come on. You turn right at the block after next. That's my street, Arthur.
Yes.
You mad because of the way I talked tonight?
No.
It's for your own good. I hate to see you sitting in the office like you do, a nice-looking fellow like you.
It's all right.
Listen, you can come up for a nightcap if you want. I haven't got any beer, but I'll be glad
I'd like to, Eileen, but...
Well, then, if you'd like to, come on up.
Well...
It's on the right, beyond the empty lot there.
All right.
You know, if I was a man, next time your wife made any kind of a crack, stand up for yourself. Tell her what you think. Oh, this is it, Arthur. Home, sweet home. You coming up?
I don't think I'd better. Thanks, anyway.
Arthur. Arthur. Oh, you kill me. You really do. You're even afraid of me. You're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of your wife. I know what's the matter with you.
It's late, Eileen.
You're wishy-washy. That's what you are.
Please don't say that anymore.
Just a little thing like having a nightcap in a girl's apartment and you act like a scared kid. Oh, boy, what a husband you'd make.
Please don't say anymore.
Maybe I'm wrong about your wife. Maybe she's the one I should feel sorry for.
Shut up.
She's got to put up with you every day.
Shut up. Stop it.
Arthur, you're wishy-washy. That's what you are, wishy-washy.
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, you are. You're afraid of me and you're afraid
kill
of...
you. I'll kill you.
What did you do after that?
I knew she was dead. I just opened the door. She fell out on the sidewalk. I went home.
Do you know that it was wrong to kill her?
Yes. Yes, I know.
How did you feel toward your wife then?
I was sorry, I guess. I mean, the trouble it's going to mean. But why, Doctor? Why did I kill? Why did I kill Eileen? Why?
Why did Arthur Bowman kill a comparative stranger? It might have been any woman, any stranger. It happened to be Eileen. She had treated him as had all the others in his life who had dominated and frustrated him. And although his semi-conscious resentment was directed toward his wife, he could no more kill her than he could have killed his own mother. His repressed angers had reached the point of explosion. Had he, throughout his life, been able to voice these emotions, he would not have resorted to violence.
Arthur Bowman was brought to trial in August. More than 24 witnesses, including his employer, John Heston, appeared in his behalf. The defense based their case on the fact that the defendant was not conscious of the wrongful nature of the act at the time he committed the crime. In a moment, we will tell you the outcome of this case.
Science is now undertaking one of the most intensive research programs in history as it battles the menace of cancer. To continue this vital research, we must all join the cancer crusade of the American Cancer Society. Strike back at cancer. Give generously to your unit of the American Cancer Society. Now for the outcome of the trial of Arthur Bowman.
The attempt on the part of the defense to prove Bowman legally insane was unsuccessful, and the jury found him guilty. He was convicted of murder.
Violence. The story of a true crime is written by Anthony Ellis. Harry Bartell is Dr. Richard Morley. Supporting Mr. Bartell were Ted Osborne as Arthur Bowman, Jeanette Nolan as May, and Virginia Gregg as Eileen. Featured in the cast were Lou Merrill, Bill Boucher, Richard Beals, Janine Ann Roos, and John Stevenson and David Light. Violence is directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Marlon Skiles. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
My name is Bartley, Mr. Dollar. Tom Bartley. Mid-States Industrial Insurance Company here in Des Moines.
What can I do for you, Mr. Bartley?
Case Paper Products Company. One of our pretty important clients. It looks like somebody's trying to blow them off the map.
Blow them off the map?
Explosions and fires in a couple of their chain of warehouses.
Oh?
Yes. That have so far cost us over $120,000. And if they have any more of them, or if their main plant here in Des Moines gets hit...
I see what you mean. Okay, Mr. Bartley. If I get any kind of break on plane schedules, I'll see you sometime late this afternoon.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Mid-States Industrial Insurance Company, Des Moines office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the case of Trouble Matter. Expense account item 1, $102.65 plane fare to New York to Chicago to Des Moines, Iowa. And thanks to good connections, we circled the transmission tower of KRNT, passed over the Raccoon River, and set down at Municipal Airport shortly after 4 p.m. Item 2, out of force of habit, $50 deposit on a rental car. I headed north on Fleur Drive, that's Route 123, and a few minutes later walked into Tom Bartley's office on Mulberry Street in town. I beg your pardon.
Yes, Mr. Case.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, may I help you, sir?
Well, I don't know. My name is Johnny Dollar, and... Is something wrong, miss?
No, I'm sorry. And Mr. Bartley is expecting you, Mr. Dollar, but he isn't here now.
Oh?
He's gone to Indianola.
Where's that?
18 miles south of here, and he wants you to meet him there, Mr. Dollar, just as quickly as possible.
Okay, but where down there?
He says you'll know when you get there, and that you'll have no trouble finding him.
Well, I've never met him, you know.
Just the same, he says you'll know when you get there.
Funny.
And to, please see him right away, immediately.
Okay, whatever you say. Indianola's a little town, about 7,000. And that secretary was right. I had no trouble at all finding Tom Bartley, much less his reason for being there. A thick pall of smoke hung over the place. It came from the smoldering remains of a big building just to block off Highway 69 near the edge of the South River. A sign at one edge of the property said the building had belonged to Case Paper Products Company. I pulled up next to a group of firemen who were busy with a hose killing the last of the hot spots.
Hey, Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
Yeah.
Tom Bartley.
Tom, glad to know you.
Well, there you are. There it is, number 3, what's left of it. And this one will cost us $50,000, $60,000 more at least.
You think this and the others you called about have been arson,
So does Albert Case. He and his brother Ed own the business. Main plant in Des Moines and a lot of warehouses scattered around.
Why scattered around, Tom, instead of close to the main plant?
No room up there. Also, it saves money because of cheaper property in these small towns.
Where are the others?
Well, those that are left are in Knoxville, Osceola, Colfax, and Grinnell. But who knows for how long?
On the phone, you said explosions and fires.
That's the way they've all started, with an explosion.
Yeah. That would indicate arson, all right. Also a pattern by one man.
Right. But paper burns so hard and fast and hot, there's never any concrete evidence after a fire's over.
About these Case brothers, Tom.
Now, look, there's no point in hanging around this mess. It's all over and done with, but our insurance payoff. So why don't you pile into your car and follow me home, Johnny? We can talk about it there over a stiff drink that I can well use.
Okay, if you like.
Besides, it's getting late, and I promised Millie I'd bring you home for dinner.
Lead the way.
Hi, Millie, we're home.
Attractive place you have here, Tom.
Thanks. We like it.
Oh, hi, darling. Have a busy day at the... What, Ed?
Huh? Well, yes, I guess Johnny does look like Ed Case at that.
Johnny?
Mildred, this is Johnny Dollar.
Oh. Well, hi, Johnny. Welcome.
Hi, Millie.
Now, you two can go in there and relax, and I'll bring you a drink. Scotch and soda, all right, Johnny? It's what Tom always drinks.
Oh, that'll suit me fine.
Sit down, Johnny. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks, Tom. Mighty attractive little wife you have there.
Millie used to be a singer and dancer in a sister act.
Oh? Now, about the Case brothers, Tom.
Well, Albert actually runs the business. Ed just shares the profits. Kind of a black sheep of the family, I've heard.
I see.
Here we are, boys. One for you, Johnny. One for you, darling. And one for me.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Well, to the gods and goddesses and us.
A drink to that.
Oh, Tom, darling.
Yeah?
Before I forget, Albert Case promised to drop in.
Good. I want Johnny to meet
As
him.
a matter of fact, he ought to be here right now. He only lives a few blocks away.
He's been up in the town of Madrid, Johnny, cleaning up after a previous fire so he can sell the property.
You mean he's planning to just pocket the insurance money?
I guess so. Incidentally, he himself discovered that fire.
He did, Tom, tell me, how has business been with the Case brothers lately?
Well, not so good, I guess, but then that's true of a lot. Now, wait a minute, Johnny.
Possibility, isn't it?
But Albert Case burned down his own... Oh, now, listen, you don't know him.
I know, but maybe you don't either, Tom. At least as well as you think you do.
Oh, no, Johnny, you're wrong in what you're thinking. Well, I've known Al Case for years. I've known him well.
Mm-hmm. What about his brother Ed, the black sheep?
Well, now, Ed, of course, is a different... Oh, excuse me a minute. Hello?
Tom, this is Albert Case.
It's Al, Johnny. Come listen.
Right.
Tom.
Yes, Al?
I told you those fires were set. All of them.
I know you did.
Well, I have proof.
You have, huh? Then we'll be right over.
No.
What?
No, you mustn't come here. And I mustn't stay here.
What? What do you mean?
Because I...
Hello? Hello? Al! I don't get it.
You know where he lives, Tom?
Well, sure, but why did he hang up?
Come on, let's go. As we pulled up at his house, we could see Albert Case through a picture window sitting at a desk, telephone in hand.
Hey, Al, we're here.
Darling, can't you see he's on the phone?
I know, but he acts as though he doesn't even hear us.
Wait, Tom.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Stand back.
Oh, what's that?
Stand back.
Here we go now.
Johnny. What is it? What's the matter?
Couldn't you see from out there? Now do you see?
Oh, no, what's wrong with... Oh, no.
Well, Johnny?
Right through the forehead, Tom. Looks like it was done by a .38.
You know, sometimes late at night when business gets slack here in the diner and I'm listening to the radio, I think to myself, Heine, suppose that Newport dame should walk in right now, sit down at the counter and say, Heine, from now on I want you to smoke Newport filter cigarettes. You know they have the soothing coolness of menthol, a hint of mint and wonderful rich tobacco. It's that exclusive, pleasant smoking combination that makes Newport more refreshing to begin with, more refreshing all the way. Will you do this for me, Heine? Lady, I'd say, take the place. The whole joint, the steam table, the coffee maker, it's all yours. I'm a Newport smoker forever.
Tom took the telephone out of the dead man's hand and called the police. Millie turned pale and slumped into a chair, and I gave the place a quick rundown, checked the doors and windows. A few minutes later, a young policeman arrived.
Were you all here when it happened, Mr. Bartley and Mrs. Bartley? And, who are you?
He's working for me, officer. He's Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
You insurance guys work pretty fast, don't you? Maybe too fast. You related to Mr. Case? Well, are you?
No. Why?
You look a little like him. All right, now, who busted in the front door?
I did, officer, when I saw through the window that something was very obviously wrong with Mr. Case.
Oh, just took things in your own hands and busted in, huh?
That's right.
All right, let's see what I can find out here. Sure, here it is. A bullet hole through this window. You know what that means? It means somebody plugged them from outside there.
You're sure?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. So go on, you freehand. Now, where'd your wife go, Bartley?
Out to the car.
Yeah, well, who told her she could leave?
Who told her she had to sit here looking at a corpse?
He wasn't shot by somebody standing outside, Johnny? Well, how do you know?
I saw that bullet hole in the window, too.
Yeah?
But there were no particles of glass on the inside of the sill.
But there were on the outside?
That's right. So the shot was fired inside by somebody that Albert Case let in or who had normal access to the house. Remember when Albert's phoning to you was cut off?
Yes.
Because somebody was there and had to stop him from talking about his proof of arson or from naming the arsonist. Was Albert married?
No.
Yeah. So his death means that his brother Ed would own the business now.
Yes, I guess so.
Where does he live?
It's in the town of Grinnell, the other side of Colfax.
Both those towns have warehouses in them, right?
Yes, that's right. Now, wait a minute.
I'll pick up my rental car at your house and take off.
For where?
Grinnell, by way of Colfax. But at Colfax, I made a stop to question some of the people standing around another big warehouse fire. Yes, the Case Paper Products warehouse. But in walking toward it in the semi-darkness, I stumbled over a little old man quietly sobbing to himself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to walk all over you like that.
Oh, what difference does it make? I knew it would happen. I knew this was going to happen.
You mean this fire?
Yes, and I told Mr. Albert it was going to happen, too.
Wait a minute. You mean Mr. Albert Case?
Yes, I've been his night watchman for years, I have. And I told him it would happen, I did. Ever since that car started coming round here every night, prowling around, I knowed it wasn't up to any good, and I told him so. I told Mr. Albert about it.
What kind of a car was it?
Big white foreign car, a Pirati with no top onto it.
Yes?
And when I told him about that car this afternoon, you know what Mr. Albert said?
What?
He said he knew then. He knew who it was that'd been trying to burn him out. He said he knew him.
Did he tell you who he meant?
Only that now he was sure. And he gave me this gun, this pistol to carry, in case it'd come around again.
A white Pirati convertible,
Yes, sir. And I think I know the man he means, too, that drives one. And if he does come round here, Mr...
Hey, let me help you up, then.
You.
What?
It's you. You're the one.
Now, listen, please.
After what you've done, I'm going to kill you.
Now, wait a minute. Put down that gun.
I'm going to kill you.
Thank goodness it was a bad shot. There was no point hanging around to explain things to the fireman. I grabbed his gun and took off. Pete thought that I was someone else. Millie Bartley had, too. Matter of fact, even I had noticed a sort of family-type resemblance between myself and the dead man, Albert Case. All right. I'd hoped to make the rest of the trip in something under legal time, but after having the fuel pump of my car conk out on me, then spending literally hours at an all-night service station getting a new one. Incidentally, that's item 3, 1580. The sun was up by the time I got to Grinnell. At police headquarters there, I barged into the office of Lieutenant Cal Golden without waiting to be announced.
Well, you're an early bird. Sit down for a minute while I finish up this report, Mr. Case.
What? Oh, sure.
Tried all night to phone you, Mr. Case, but got no answer.
You did, hmm? That's very interesting.
I'm afraid I have bad news for you about your brother, Albert. Here we are. Yeah. Seems that last night somebody... Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Well, I'll be... You look like Ed Case.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. You're not the first one to make that mistake.
But who are you, then?
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
By golly, you look enough like Ed Case to be his twin brother, and you sound like it.
Tell me, you haven't been able to contact him yet?
No, sir.
Then let me throw one at you, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I have good reason to believe Ed Case is not only the firebug we're after.
What?
But the man who killed his brother. It took a little convincing, but the lieutenant finally agreed to put out an APB on Ed Case. And he gave me Ed's address, 1217 LaCroix Place. There was no answer to the doorbell there, so I went to the house next door.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, it's you, Ed Case.
I beg your pardon.
No, wait. You're not Ed Case. You're somebody else.
That's right, ma'am. My name is Dollar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known because of your car.
That's right. He drives a white one, doesn't he?
Yes, just one of them fancy foreign things with the top down all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one that he gave to that blonde hussy that comes around to see him all the time.
A blonde, ma'am?
Comes up from Des Moines all the time, in and out of that house of his like she belonged there. It's disgusting.
From Des Moines, did you say?
If there's anything I don't like, it's a little blonde with green eyes and one of those olive type of complexions they don't deserve to have.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. That description of Ed's girlfriend. It was Millie Bartley, Tom's wife. Petite, olive complexion, green eyes, and she lived in Des Moines. And I remembered her momentary surprise when she first saw me. Item 4, 90 cents for a phone call.
Why, no, Johnny. I don't know where Millie is. I heard her talking on the phone to her friend Bernice. They used to be in a sister act, you know.
Well, then, Tom...
But then she ducked out of the house and left in the car.
I see. Okay, Tom, thanks.
But how are you doing? Anything new that I ought to know about this arson murder thing?
No, Tom. Nothing you need to worry about. Not yet. I drove back to LaCroix Place, parked a block away, and walked to 1217. There was no answer again, so I went around to the back door, slipped the lock with a business card, and walked in, leaving it open for a possible quick exit. That was a mistake, because a couple of minutes later, as I rounded a corner to the living room, I felt the barrel of a gun in my back.
Oh, so you're out of town, huh? Well, now I know different.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't move, Eddie boy. Trying to stall on that $5,000 you owe me won't work.
You think I'm mid-case?
What do you mean, think?
Now, listen,
You know what happens when you try and stall me, Eddie?
He must have really done a job on me, because when I came to, it was dark. And I felt a little bit rocky, to say the least. What roused me was the sound of steps, a woman's steps, quietly coming in the back door. There were no lights, remember. Then, briefly silhouetted against a window, I saw the all-too-familiar trim, petite figure coming toward me.
Eddie? Oh, no, you're hurt. Oh, honey, you're hurt. What happened?
Oh, you don't know.
Oh, yeah, with Louie getting even because you didn't pay him soon enough for that last fire. Oh, here, Eddie, let me turn on the lights and help you.
No. Just let me rest a minute.
Oh, I knew that was him I passed on the highway.
Why did you come over here from Des Moines?
To make sure you'd play dumb when the cops told you about poor dear old Albert getting knocked off. Why did you come here to the house?
Because I hoped that you'd come here, I guess.
Oh, you should have waited until I could get up the money to pay Louie.
You mean for killing Albert, too?
Yeah. I mean, no. You killed Albert. I saw you from the outside in the car.
Yeah, you'd swear to that, wouldn't you?
Eddie, what a thing to say. You sound like you don't trust me. Look, we're in this thing together.
And whose idea was it to knock off Albert?
Well, like I told you, you had to because he was getting wise to you about the fires.
You had it figured out that way right from the beginning, didn't you?
Baby, now look.
First, burn up the warehouses, collect the insurance on them.
Well, sure.
Then get Al out of the way so you and I would have it all.
Well, yeah, that's right. Eddie, what are you talking this way for? I don't understand you.
I wish to heaven I didn't understand you, Millie.
Millie?
Come on, let's turn on the lights in here.
Eddie, you're not Eddie. Who are you?
Don't try to kid me, Millie. Wait a minute. Who are you?
Oh, you're the dick. That insurance investigator Millie told me about, Johnny Dollar. Let me out of here.
Sorry, baby.
Let go of me.
You're going to stay right here. Millie Barkley's sister Bernice. Oh, well.
Sister?
Yes.
On account of we looked alike, we did a sister act once before she married that Bartley guy. Will you let me go?
Not a chance, Bernice.
Let me go.
I think maybe you better, Dollar.
What?
Eddie.
Yeah, me, Eddie. Don't move, Dollar. Get his gun, Bernice. Take his gun away.
Yeah, sure, Eddie. Here it is.
Ed Case,
That's right.
I guess maybe we do look like each other, don't we? It fooled Bernice, Eddie. Before I put the lights on, she told me everything.
Eddie, don't believe him. It's a lie.
No, it isn't, baby. I heard.
But listen, I thought he was you. Don't you understand? I thought he was you.
Why'd you drive on over here anyway?
Because Millie told me Dollar was coming
You been
here.
shooting off your mouth to Millie, too?
I could tell she was getting wise about the fire.
You told her?
No, Eddie, honest. But she was my friend. She thought maybe she could help me out of this mess.
Yeah, you're too late, Bernice.
Eddie, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get rid of the both of you.
No.
And figure out some way to shut up Louie.
But you two are first.
Eddie!
You'll never get away with this, Eddie. No, even when I use this gun of yours to knock you off.
Eddie, please, you're drunk or you're crazy or something.
What, crazy? To save my own life, to keep you and Louie and Diver here from putting a noose around my neck?
It's there already, Eddie, and you know it.
Shut up. It won't be after I kill you.
Eddie, please,
That's
please.
gonna be right now. Wait a minute. Who's that?
The cops. It must be the cops.
Oh, yeah? Well, if it is, you wait here. You wait. Ah, no, you don't. You should have turned toward that door. Out of my way.
Oh, Eddie, you hit me.
Now, you, Dollar. Wrong, Eddie. You may have killed her, but you're not going to...
Johnny, what is it? What's happening?
No, Millie. Don't go in there.
Bernice?
Yes. Eddie killed her. I'm sorry.
She was my friend.
I'm sorry, Millie. Where's Tom?
I came alone, Johnny.
Why?
When I talked to Bernice on the phone, I knew I could tell that your suspicion of Eddie was right. And I hoped that somehow I could help her.
Maybe you better call Tom and tell him where you are and what's happened. I guess it's pretty obvious what'll happen to Ed Case. Now it's 2 murders against him. As for the insurance and the estate, Iowa law will have to take care of that. Expense account total, including the trip home, $256.10. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a story with a twist that will surprise you as much as it did me. Tune in, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you drive a car, remember this. Almost anywhere in the country where you see the Sinclair sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon on gasoline by using Sinclair Dino. That's because in 3 out of 5 cars, regular price Sinclair Dino matches the performance of expensive premium gasolines costing up to 4 cents more a gallon. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were John Seymour, Abby Lewis, Terry Keane, Edgar Staley, Jack Grimes, Jim Stevens, and Gilbert Mack. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. Technical direction by Fred Cusick. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Hear the Dean of Newscasters, Lowell Thomas, weeknights on the CBS Radio Network.
CBS for Durham, WDNC. It's 6:34. When the headache strikes, headache tension builds up. You feel terrible. You become irritable. When this happens, here's what you should do. Take Stand-Back powders or tablets. The secret of Stand-Back's effectiveness is its combination formula of several medically proven pain-relieving ingredients in one easy-to-take dose. A combination of ingredients that brings you comforting relief from pain. What's more, Stand-Back's gentle and effective action relieves tension, which usually accompanies pain. Stand-Back has earned both the Good Housekeeping and Parents Magazine seals. You can take Stand-Back with complete confidence. For pains of headache, neuralgia, muscular aches, and cold discomforts, test Stand-Back against any other preparation you've ever used. See for yourself how fast, yet how gently, Stand-Back gives comforting relief. Just trade your headache for a smile. Snap back with Stand-Back, tablets or powders.